Roman suddenly appeared in my room, shocking and confusing me. How did you get in? Where is everyone? I asked nervously. He just smiled weakly. I told you I would take care of it. But as the truth slowly emerged, I found that the trust between us was far more fragile than I thought. 𝐿𝐢𝐳. For a minute I thought that I was hallucinating. My eyes took time to adjust to the darkness in the room, but even without proper lighting, I would know that face anywhere. That voice too. Roman? I asked. My voice was scratchy, like I had been screaming too much. I saw his lips move into a smile. It's good to see you again, Crystal. I quickly sat up, immediately flinching when I did. There was a faint ache in my chest. You okay? Roman asked, leaning forward and touching my face in concern. Yeah. I didn't mind the pain, after all. It paled in comparison to the gut-wrenching explosiveness that it had been during the actual moment of the rejection. I was just mesmerized by the person sitting in front of me. It felt too unreal, like he was a ghost or a figment of my imagination. This didn't feel real. Roman, where did you come from? I looked around. I was back in Kat's in my room. I don't know how I had gotten here. In fact, I couldn't remember a thing from after everything went black. But this still didn't make sense. Roman couldn't be here, so how was he here? He took his hand off my cheek and smiled weakly. I told you I would take care of it. He took my hands in his and got up. Come on. I was so dazed that I complied without thinking about it. I felt the fabric of my gown drop as I put my feet on the ground. The rejection. Tristan telling me he didn't need me for the plan. The ball. How was this all happening? My head felt like it was spinning. Roman, wait. I spoke, coming to my senses. He turned to look at me. Listen, Crystal, we don't have time. I promise I'll explain later, but for now we need to go. He spoke in a low voice. Wait. I held on to his hand. How did you get in? Where's everyone? I could see creases form on Roman's forehead as he frowned. You mean the little group Tristan assigned to capture me? He asked bitterly. I would say they're preoccupied. He laughed a humorless laugh. I froze. How did you? It's okay. I don't hold it against you. He spoke softly to me, rubbing my arm. Roman. I clung to his arm as if I was afraid this was indeed a dream, like he might disappear. What's going on? I asked. Roman suddenly put his hand on my mouth. You might want to keep it down. He spoke in a low voice, nodding towards the window. I pushed back from him and slowly walked to the window. I stood at the side before peeking outside. There were about half a dozen guys moving around wearing the pack army uniforms. I turned to look back at Roman. Looks like the alpha isn't taking any chances with his Luna, huh? I could hear the sarcasm in his voice. You don't know the whole story. I told him in a level voice, refusing to feel ashamed like I had cheated or lied. Doesn't he matter? We don't have time for this right now. His voice became a bit more impatient. I saw him look away from me. As I said, you can always tell when Roman is upset, because when Roman is upset, he tries too hard not to show it. But this time I stood my ground. I wasn't going to just let him tell me what to do with no explanation. Excuse me, but you don't have the right to just come here and whisk me out of bed and expect me to follow you without question. A few days ago, I wasn't even sure if I would ever see you again. I tried to yell as quietly as I could. You were gone, Roman. Why, you just left me. I felt my voice crack. Oh, baby. He sighed as he moved closer. He cupped my face. The things I did. I had to do them. I told you my past is complicated, but I never meant for you to get involved. What was it all a lie? Who you are or were or what we had? I asked in a small voice, honestly terrified for the answer. Or was it all just a front? Roman's features softened. Honestly, I didn't know I would fall for you. He confessed. I pulled away from him immediately and stepped back, feeling betrayed. So it had been planned out all along. I tried not to show how hurt I was, but I wasn't nearly strong enough for that. Roman looked at the door nervously before turning back to me. I wondered if he could tell how broken I was. Can we talk about this later, Crystal? He spoke hurriedly. I stared at him incredulously. How can you expect me to trust you when I don't even know the real you? Roman stepped forward quicker than I had expected. I backed away instinctively until my back hit the wall. He got close. Too close. Before I would have been comfortable and maybe even liked the proximity, but now I could feel my heart beating fast. I was scared. You do know me. He growled. I gulped. His face softened when he saw my expression. You might be the only person who does. He added. I just silently watched him. I didn't know about you and Tristan at first. All Teresa told me is that I had to befriend you. To keep you safe. I froze, temporarily shocked. My mom told you that. Roman, how is my mother involved in all this? Roman suddenly pressed on his ear. Yes. Of course they didn't. Not yet. I'm working on it. I'm on my way. He pressed his ear again and looked at me. We need to go now. He tried to reach for my hand but I pulled back. Answer my questions, Roman. He now looked beyond frustrated. I don't have time, Crystal, later. He tried to grab for me again. He narrowed his eyes at me. You want to talk about honesty, Crystal? Let's talk about you keeping a whole other man hidden. I had to pretend and look the other way while my girlfriend snuck around with another freaking guy. I wasn't sneaking around with him. I spoke defensively. So what? You didn't have various private meetings with him when you thought no one was looking. My eyes widened. He didn't understand the whole story. That was clear, but that's not what upset me the most. You were following me. Even then you were spying on me. Roman just clenched his jaw. That's beside the point. That is the point, Roman. You lived a whole secret life. You invaded my privacy and lied to all of us. And you think that was easy? I couldn't even get jealous of my girlfriend being with another guy. I wasn't with Tristan. I was with you. I loved you. I spoke forcefully. Loved. Roman stared at me and I could see the hurt on his face. I stopped. I want to love you. Then love me. He spoke, stepping closer to me. His voice pleading. Trust me. I rested my face on his chest. I felt tears prick at my eyes. You know I want to row. I felt his hand brush back some of my hair. You're the only person in this world who has ever truly been mine. I can't lose you. He whispered and I heard his voice crack. Please choose me, Crystal. Come with me. I suddenly heard a scream and jumped with a start. Is that Aunt Sarah? I asked. I turned to look at Roman. You said they weren't here. I yelled. Roman clenched his jaw. They're not supposed to be. Something is wrong. He pressed on his ear. I've been compromised. Initiate Plan B. Yes, she's secure. My eyes widened and I turned to rush towards the door. Roman was faster than me. He grabbed onto my arm and pushed me back, causing me to stumble and fall on my butt. He rushed towards the door and locked it. I felt my heart beat faster as I stared up at Roman for the first time in genuine fear. He looked back at me. His voice now deadly serious. We need to go now, Crystal. He tried to step closer to me. I picked up one of Kat's tennis rackets which was on the floor. For once, Kat's messiness was coming in handy. I raised it at him. He looked offended. Are you serious right now? I scooted back on the floor. Stay away from me. I yelled. Crystal. He tried to move closer but I quickly rose, stumbling a bit but still holding on to the racket. You're scared of me now. Is that it? He yelled. At that moment I saw the door handle turn. Someone was trying to get in. Crystal. Uncle Victor yelled. Crystal. Don't. Roman warned me. Uncle Vic. I tried to scream but he was in front of me in a matter of seconds with his hand over my mouth. I'm trying to help you, Crystal. I used all the strength I could muster to push away from him. My family is down there. I yelled at him. They are not the ones in danger. You are. He yelled. We heard a loud sound and the next thing I knew, the door had been broken down. Uncle Victor emerged, his eyes glowing. Roman. He growled angrily. I'm guessing you're not happy to see me either, Mr. B. Roman spoke dryly. Get away from her. He yelled. Roman rolled his eyes. Uncle Victor was about to pounce on him but in a blink of an eye, he was tackled to the ground by someone in the Silvercrest soldiers' uniforms. I screamed as the person pressed a needle into Uncle Victor's arm, making him go limp. The girl looked up at Roman and smirked. Took you long enough. Roman spoke impatiently. The girl cocked her head to the side. She had tan skin and glossy dark hair cut short. Well, it's really hard when there are so many people on the do not kill list. I felt a pit form in my stomach when I heard the word kill. I looked at Uncle Victor and ran towards him, shoving the girl with everything I had. What did you do? I yelled. She stared at me almost in amusement and I had a feeling I was next. But instead of doing anything, She looked back at Roman. This her? She raised her brows. Yeah. Roman responded gruffly. She looked back at me. This time when I got a closer look, I saw that she had forest green eyes and her dark hair was styled in a pixie cut. Not much strength behind that push, but we can work on it. She commented. Let's just go already. Roman spoke, walking closer. The guards? He asked. The girl smiled. May they rest in peace. I felt bile rise up to my throat immediately. No. The other Bensons? Roman asked in a quiet voice, like he was afraid of the answer. As I said, I followed the do not kill list. The kids weren't here. I've sent Deshawn and Tony out to check the manor and the ball for the oldest one. But the mother is taking a nap, just like her dear husband. I felt a little relieved at that neither Parker, Hazel nor Kat were around right now. It meant they were safe, even if it was temporarily. No one would be able to get into the manor with all the security, and Kat was in a very crowded place. But that didn't take away from the fact that I was still in dangerous company, as well as my aunt and my uncle. I looked down at Uncle Victor. I couldn't just run and abandon him. He was still breathing. That was evident. Roman. My voice cracked. He looked at me and I could see the worry and concern on his face. It almost made him look like my old Roman. Stop this, I whispered. Before Roman could speak, the girl stepped in front of me. She scoffed. We came all this way to rescue her and she can't even give us a little thank you. Screw you. I screamed at her. Her face fell. David, would you please control your little mark before I have to tell Teresa I smacked her kid? David. Roman sighed. He walked towards me. I backed away instantly. Roman frowned. Hey, I know you're a little scared. I asked hysterically. You come here, endanger my family, and freaking shove me what? He asked in confusion, then he seemed to remember. Oh God, Crystal, I'm really sorry about that. Just stop this, Roman. Stop. I begged. Whatever you're doing. It feels wrong. You just don't know the full story. Once you do, you'll understand. He said calmly. Okay, lover boy, wrap this up, we need to get going. The woman spoke. If you need help. She lifted the syringe she had used on Uncle Victor. Roman rolled his eyes. Put that away. Okay. She spoke, giving me a sinister smile. But if you're not down with her in the next 10 minutes, I'm taking matters into my own hands. She stepped over Uncle Victor and crouched down to him. What are you doing? I screamed, lunging at her. Her reflexes were lightning quick and she rolled me over her back. I landed on the floor with a thud and pain shooting up my back. Vanessa! Roman yelled. I had hit my head as well and I winced in pain as I sat up. Roman knelt in front of me, looking at me in concern. Please, I barely touched her. She smirked. I glared and my anger fueled me to get up again, but Roman kept me down. He turned to this Vanessa person and spoke to her. Just load the Bensons into the vehicle. Look who thinks they're the boss now. I'm sorry, do you want Teresa to find out about what happened here? She scowled. Captain. She replied dryly before throwing Uncle Victor's arm over her and hoisting him up. Hey! I screamed again as I tried to escape Roman's grip, but he held me in place. All I could do was watch helplessly as she basically dragged my uncle out of the room. He looked at me and sighed. He reached out to touch my face, but I scooted back. He frowned and then just sat on the floor, his eyes facing somewhere else. Remember the first time we met? He asked. It was after my first day working on the bell tower with Mr. B. I didn't respond. Was he really trying to make small talk right now? You were wearing a green dress. He looked at me. Remember that? It had flowers on it. You were reading Americana. You hated the ending. I refused to meet his eyes, but I couldn't help but feel impressed. All this time I had thought that day had been important to me, but he remembered the details of it as well. Mr. B introduced us and you looked at me. I knew who you were immediately. Why? Because my mother sent you. I spat. He didn't seem deterred by my tone. He only smiled. You look exactly like her, Chrissy. He commented. So all this time you pretended to be clueless when I talked to you about her. When I cried in your arms and spoke about how much I missed her. Believe me. It was hard, but I had to pretend. He spoke. I just stared at him in disbelief, not really believing any of this was happening at the moment. I pushed myself to my feet and paced around, rubbing my hands down my face. Is she behind this? Is she your boss? The one who made you steal from Silvercrest? I demanded. Your mother. She's a phenomenal woman. She has power, but honestly, she has always been more of a mother to me than my boss. I froze and stared at Roman. Are we siblings? His face wrinkled in disgust as he got up as well. EW. No. He walked towards me and slowly, as if scared I would push him away again, took my hand in his and intertwined our fingers. He held them up and smiled as he stared at them. I also felt my heart warm at the feeling of a fond memory. Trust me, I wouldn't think of you the way I do if we were. And let's just say your uncle would happily run me over if he knew. He cracked a very Roman-like smile at me, an infectious one that I couldn't help but return. So,
I started, David, he.
Roman smiled weakly. My real birth name. Roman represents strength and power, both things I needed for my task in Woodfell. But David, it means beloved. King David did a lot of terrible things in the Bible. I spoke in a soft voice, making sure to look him in the eye. He was also a man after God's heart. Roman spoke. Worthy of redemption. Murder is, you can't come back from that, Roman. I spoke firmly. Roman's face grew dark. Tristan and the other Silvercrests slaughtered hundreds of your people without mercy. He spoke angrily. I immediately let go of his hand. My people. Roman shut his eyes as if he had just let something slip. I stepped back from him. So you are working for the Van Cliffs. Roman shrugged like it was nothing. What? My mother too. I asked. I could feel myself shaking. What had she done? Gone back to them after she had left me and Uncle Victor. Listen, she'll explain everything to you when I take you to her. He tried to speak. Roman, you know that they're the bad guys, right? Silvercrest lies. He spat. The Melroses and the entire Union have always been jealous of the Van Cliffs and their power. I stayed frozen. This angry person wasn't Roman. This man wasn't my Roman. How many people have you killed before? I asked shakily. Roman looked at me but didn't say a word. Not even close to the number Tristan has. I'm not talking about Tristan. I screamed. You should be. He yelled back. I'm not the monster here. He is, and you need to see that. You tried to kill his brother. I yelled. A war strategy that he wouldn't have hesitated to use if the tables had been turned. Roman retaliated. I was taken aback by the fact that he didn't even bother to deny it this time. What war are you fighting, Ro? This isn't right. Roman laughed dryly. You think he cares about you? He's just using you to get to me. You used me too. I love you. I protected you. If they knew the truth, you would be dead by now. He screamed. What truth? I asked in confusion. I heard the feet of someone running, and then the Vanessa girl re-emerged looking panicked. Time's up, kid. We have a problem. She told Roman. What's wrong? Roman asked, getting serious. Our men at the location are saying the little surprise for the Alpha didn't work. The Beta took all the hits. She reported. Damn it. Roman cursed. What? I yelled. I pulled Roman's arm to make him face me. What did you do to Tristan? Roman looked irritated and stared into the distance, seeming thoughtful. Nothing apparently. Roman. I threw myself at him and hit him in the chest constantly. You tried to kill him. Roman stopped me by grabbing me by the arms and pulling me closer to him. That would be mercy. More than he will ever deserve. My eyes widened when I heard the hatred in his voice. He loosened his hold on me and turned to Vanessa. What's his location? Don't go acting like a hero now. The girl warned. As much as I would like to put down the mutt, we need an escape plan. He won't let us leave with Roman stopped himself. He looked at me briefly before turning back around to address Vanessa. I don't know what came over me, but that was the only window of opportunity one saw. Wasting no time, I bolted out of the room. Crystal. I heard Roman call before I heard a growl and the two following me. My goal was to find Uncle Victor and Aunt Sarah, hoping I would be able to wake them up so that we could escape, but the minute I got down the stairs, there were two very unfamiliar men standing in the living room. They were wearing the Silvercrest uniform, but I already knew that they weren't Silvercrest soldiers. Roman and Vanessa caught up with me. Vanessa gave me a look that could kill. You little... Roman pulled me into him. Don't do that. You hear me? I can't protect you if you run away. He barked at me. I tried to pull out of his hold, but he just gripped me tighter. Will you stop fighting? I'm only trying to help, Crystal. I want to take you to your mother. That's what you've been wanting, isn't it? I still struggled in his hold. Why, you're hurting me. I whimpered. I don't even think Roman realized how much strength he had behind his grip. He quickly loosened his hold. His hands moved to cup my face and bring it closer to his. Listen to me, Crystal. It's me. You need to trust me, you need to come with me. Trust that I would never hurt you. I wanted to believe him. Some part of me even believed that he might have thought that was true, but he had hurt me already, without even realizing it. David, let's go, Vanessa yelled. The uncle and his mate are already in the car. Alpha Ornyx said. Alpha Tristan survived. Vanessa told him in frustration. If he finds us here, we are dead. I can take Tristan. Roman spoke through gritted teeth. Vanessa scoffed. You know what, go ahead and run to your death. I for one will follow the orders we were given and not die tonight. She tried to reach for me, but Roman just stepped in front of me. Fine. He spoke, staring down at her. But no one touches her but me. Those were Teresa's orders. Vanessa rolled her eyes. Whatever. Let's just go. She gestured to the men to follow her as she rushed out the door. Roman threw me over his shoulder and held me in place. I screamed and hit his back even though I knew it was hopeless. There was a dark SUV parked outside that could easily have been a Silvercrest vehicle. Vanessa looked at the men and nodded. You know what to do. No detours, no interruptions if you get caught. Cut off your own tongue if you have to. The men nodded before turning and exploding into massive balls of fur. I looked up as they ran in different directions, and that's when I saw the bodies of the soldiers lying around all bloody, and I immediately felt sick. Roman tossed me into the passenger seat and turned on the child lock before slamming the door shut. Before running around and getting in through the passenger side, Vanessa turned the keys in the ignition. Ian said we should exit through the west. It's the least guarded at the moment, and she can cause a distraction long enough for us to get out unnoticed. Okay, just drive. Roman yelled. I looked around the vehicle praying there was something I could use or some way to get myself out. That's when I looked behind and saw Uncle Victor and Aunt Sarah in the back, passed out. I gasped and immediately got on my knees and reached back to try and shake them both awake. Then the car suddenly stopped and I fell backwards, hitting my head on Roman's seat. What the Roman yelled with a groan as he too had lurched forward. I turned to see what was going on. Vanessa had her hands gripped around the steering wheel as she stared ahead at something. When I looked up, I saw a dark gray wolf growling at the SUV. Megie. Roman let out a breath, his eyes widening. Great, another of your exes who I have to deal with. Vanessa rolled her eyes as she reached for the handle. Roman placed his hand on hers, stopping her. No, I can talk to her. Vanessa turned to face him and glare. She made her decision. Roman looked uncertain and conflicted. He hesitated. Just get Crystal to the base. I'll handle Meg. He started to get out of the car. At that moment my eyes found something. The syringe. It looked like the one she had used on Uncle Victor. I quickly grabbed it and hid it in the layers of my dress. Hey Dave. The Vanessa woman warned. Do what needs to be done, or you're getting your ass reported. She threatened. Roman just gave her a steely look. He looked to the back at me. I'll catch up with you later. He told me gently. I watched as Roman left feeling confused about who this wolf he was going to talk to was. But I couldn't worry about that now. I finally had a plan. Meg, you don't have to do this. I heard Roman's voice outside. Vanessa muttered something under her breath before changing the gear shift of the SUV, but before she could start driving, I took the opportunity and dug the needle into her shoulder. I heard her scream and didn't waste time in summoning all my werewolf strength to kick open the door. Adrenaline must have kicked in because it immediately broke open. I jumped out and at that moment I heard a loud growl. I turned to see that Roman had shifted into his dark-furred wolf and was now charging at the other wolf. He was distracted. Good. I rushed to the front seat where Vanessa was passed out. I grabbed the keys from the ignition and pressed the button to open the trunk. I rushed back and my aunt and uncle were still out cold. I shook them both. Come on guys, you need to wake up. I begged. Neither of them moved and I felt all the more hopeless. I couldn't leave them. I wouldn't. An idea struck me and I couldn't believe I hadn't thought of it immediately. I closed the trunk and ran back to the front seat. I very ungracefully pulled Vanessa out, which was easy because she was pretty petite. I hoped it hurt as much as it looked when she hit the ground. I jumped into the driver's seat and stuck the keys into the ignition. I wasn't a good driver, but today I would do whatever it took. I turned the keys until the engine started up. I was about to reverse, but then I saw Roman's wolf get tossed aside by the other gray one. I gasped. Even though he got up immediately, he still looked hurt, but in all honesty the gray one looked much worse. It was even limping slightly. I didn't know who that wolf was, but something tugged in my chest. Could I just leave Roman? In a minute of indecision, I hit the gas and shocked myself when I lurched toward. Roman looked up at the vehicle in alert, and so did the other wolf, who I had succeeded in temporarily separating from Roman by driving in between them. I stopped and rolled down the windows. "Remember our plan, Roman?" I screamed, not knowing how much time I had bought. "Leave Woodfell. Leave everyone who has never wanted us. Find our own place." Roman's wolf stopped to look at me. I felt tears rolling down my face. We could have had that. In that moment Roman shifted back. I quickly locked the doors. "We still can," he told me. I shook my head at him. "I don't even know you anymore." He looked right at me, and I saw the confidence and certainty that Roman always carried. "Yes, you do. You just don't realize it with everything going on. Crystal, I love you. And I know deep down inside, past the fear, you know it too." I shook my head and refused to get sucked in. I was about to make my escape. Save my cousin's parents. I wasn't going to blow it. I raised the windows as I said, "Bye, Roman." I stepped on the accelerator before he could say anything else. Looking into the rearview mirror, I saw him shift back just as the gray wolf resumed its attack on him. I drove even if tears blurred my sight, and I kept climbing on overgrown roots. My only goal to get to a public area, but I hadn't even gotten to the main roads when a large brown wolf jumped in my way. I screamed and stepped on the brakes. It looked up at me, and I felt myself let out more tears. "Tristan." His intense green eyes greeted me. I could see the question in his eyes. "Are you okay?" I simply nodded at him. Another wolf with darker fur than his emerged beside him, and I saw him nod in it. Tristan sped past me in the opposite direction while the other wolf remained. I knew where he was going, and all I could do was rest my head on the steering wheel and ball. "𝐶𝐿𝐬. Hey, Hazel poked her head into the room. "Dinner's ready. And Dad cooked turkey," she announced. "It looks like it's gonna taste like rubber, but he said if I get you to come down, I get to have a sleepover at Virginia's this weekend." I gave Hazel a small smile. I shifted where I sat by the only window of the room. "Sorry, Hayes," I muttered. "Not tonight." She frowned, and I could tell she was disappointed, but she didn't push. None of the Bensons did. Not even Kat, who I could tell was getting more and more impatient with my reluctance to talk about what had happened. Hazel ran up to me suddenly and wrapped her arms around me. I had been receiving more and more hugs from her lately. I wasn't complaining, they were always welcome. Hazel didn't know exactly what had happened the night of the AAP ball. And none of us were planning on telling the Benson kids any of the specifics. All we told them was the truth we thought they deserved and could manage. Roman had come back, and we were almost taken away, me and their parents. That's why there were guards not only around the house all the time, but they were around when they went to school and all around town for their safety. My wolf teeth came in. She spoke to me in a low tone. "You're gonna miss me shocking Mum to death by ripping apart the turkey." I wanted to laugh, I really did, but laughing had become so difficult for me lately. I let out a low sound that I figured would be good enough. When Hazel stepped back, she placed her hand on mine. "I'll sneak up an ice cream sandwich for you later, okay?" I gave her a smile. I didn't want to tell her that food had been the last thing on my mind, but I wanted to give her hope that I was feeling better, so I just nodded. Hazel left, and not even a second later, Uncle Victor walked through the door, leading me to believe that he had been listening in on the conversation. "Hey, baby girl," he greeted. "Hey," I spoke in a quiet voice. He had been coming in to talk to me every day since the incident. The first week was the worst. Aunt Sarah had even suggested therapy. I think that's what scared me into putting in the effort to leave the room more often, even if it was only to show the others that I was still alive. But now we made small talk, and occasionally I opened up about that night and what I was still afraid of. But I never said too much. I told him things in bits and pieces, that's as much as I could handle. "I made turkey." He spoke in a half-enthusiastic tone. I gave him a weak smile. "So I heard. I bet it's really good. Gordon Ramsay would be jealous. He spoke with a firm nod. I shook my head but smiled at that. He grabbed the swivel chair from the study desk and rolled it over so that he could sit in front of me.
So,
how was your day? He asked. He always asked as if I didn't spend majority of my days in this very room. When I didn't respond, Uncle Victor just kept talking. Well, I went to work today and some guy spat the words 𝐻𝐻𝐿 at me. I quickly looked up at him, horrified by his words. Uncle Victor had fought so hard to remove the Van Cleef stain from his name, especially when he became a Silvercrest, but all my actions had done was bring that stain back, bigger and more noticeable than before. I'm so sorry. I told him genuinely. He shrugged. The guy tripped and fell in that pond by Rotator Park right after he said that, so it actually wasn't that bad. He spoke with a wide grin on his face. I didn't smile, because it wasn't funny to me. The pain I constantly brought to the people I cared about was getting too much, and I honestly didn't know how he bared with me anymore. How anyone bared with me anymore. I looked out the window, down at the ground where 3 men had been slaughtered trying to protect me. The other 3 had barely made it, but they were still hurt really badly. All that was on me. And it was all because of the 2 people I had trusted most in the world. Hey kiddo, talk to me. Uncle Victor spoke softly. I wanted to talk to him. I really did. But it felt like everything I tried to say got stuck in my throat. It was all too much. As I said, I couldn't get out much without completely breaking down. I heard Michael Melrose came by. Uncle Victor spoke. You didn't want to see him. On Monday it had been both the twins. I couldn't face them either, so I told Uncle Victor not to let them up. Joshua had gotten mad and started yelling about how I owed Tristan even one visit. Uncle Victor made him leave, of course. Today it had been Michael. He had come alone with a basket of cookies. I couldn't see him either. Yeah, he wanted me to call Tristan. I told him. Kat had passed on the message. Uncle Victor looked at me sympathetically. Have you changed your mind about talking to him? I already knew he meant Tristan. I felt tears prick at my eyes as I remembered the last conversation we had after the funeral. The problem wasn't that I didn't want to talk to him. That's what people didn't get. The problem was that he didn't want to talk to me. The way he had looked at me that day. It's the first time he had ever looked at me that way, like he officially didn't want anything to do with me anymore. I had been resisting the mating bond for so long that I thought I would be relieved when Tristan finally accepted it as well. But now he had, and I don't know why it broke me so much to know that I had finally pushed Tristan away in an irretrievable way. How is he? I knew Uncle Victor had seen him more than once since the incident because of the investigation. Uncle Victor didn't respond immediately. Death is never easy, baby girl, for anyone to deal with. I think he feels responsible because he shouldn't feel responsible. I spoke, my voice cracking. It's all my fault. Uncle Victor moved closer. Don't say that, Crystal. What happened that night to those soldiers, to Beta Bridget? They came for me, Uncle Victor. I snapped. I felt tears running down my face. And people got hurt and died, and now everyone hates me even more, and now he hates me and Uncle Victor got up and sat beside me and wrapped his arms around me. I let him hold me as I sobbed into his shoulder. Who are these people? I asked through my tears. The Roman I knew would never end. I thought I know, baby, I know. Uncle Victor cooed as he smoothed down my hair, which Kat had down into cornrows for me just the night before. I wanted to ask how they could possibly be behind these horrible things. I wanted to talk about how kind and good they both had always been. But these days in my room made me think about both Roman and my mother in a way I never thought I would. It made me see things I had previously ignored. The darkness I had always brushed away. My mother. She had always been strength and confidence. She had always been funny and so sure of herself. Whenever she would walk into a room, people would notice her because she was the kind of beautiful that couldn't go unnoticed. My dad, being the complete opposite, was all too used to it. In fact, he always stared at her in awe when she would do something as simple as talk. I once heard him telling one of his work friends how he, himself, wondered how he scored such a magnificent woman. He even equated it to the nerd in high school getting the most popular girl. When Roman spoke about my mother that night, I knew immediately, without a doubt, that he was talking about the same woman. He spoke about her the way everyone spoke about her. Like she was the most special thing they had ever witnessed. My mother was special. I adored her, but even as a young girl, I saw the fierceness in her entire being and could never quite make sense of it. My mother wasn't gentle. Maybe that's why I always went to her when I needed protection. Not that she was aggressive either, but there are times that not-so-gentleness came out and genuinely scared me. When someone made fun of me at school, when one of my dad's co-workers, especially the men who constantly tried to flirt with her, would blatantly disrespect or try to undermine my father. My dad was a man who had long since stopped caring about what people said about him, so he would always ignore bullies from work. But my mother never let it go, and I always saw the anger in her eyes when it happened. Then there was Roman. Much like my mother, fiercely protective, strong, confident. But there was anger in Roman too. Anger and resentment that I had always written off as being justified. Anger that I tried to pacify but never actively tried to take away. Because I had just accepted that it was a part of him. When I had calmed down enough to pull away from Uncle Victor, he let me lie down in my bed and he tucked me in. It had been this way since the night of the ball. Not all nights ended in tears, but most of them did. I cried myself to sleep again. Kat came into the room around 11 p.m. and the sound of her shuffling around is what woke me up. "Oh good, you're up," she said, and I begun to suspect that she had intentionally made so much noise. She got into bed with me. She had been doing that a lot lately. "So you'll never believe what happened today at school." Kat, much like Uncle Victor, insisted on telling me about their days. Maybe my therapist had told them that was a good way to get me to open up. Kat went on about how tight security was at school, and how no one messed with her because of the bodyguard that Tristan had appointed to watch her. He had appointed bodyguards for everyone in the family apparently. It was needed now that we knew the Van Cliffs weren't only after me anymore. She spoke about how some people wanted to hang out with her and Chris now because they were so associated to the attacks, but how some were giving them some major side-eye for the same reason. After everything, Tristan had been forced to be transparent and had to tell everyone that the Van Cliffs had been behind the attacks on the pack. I knew everyone was on edge and tossing blame everywhere. At Tristan for letting this happen, at Roman, at the Bensons for having Van Cliff blood, and especially at me. It made me grateful that I hadn't been to school in a while. Chris had been by to visit a few times. Thankfully, he never made me speak either. He sat with me and played board games or tried to tutor me in the schoolwork I was missing. He was by far the most peaceful company, even if he pretty much ranted the whole time. It's like he understood the trauma I had gone through without even being there. But I could tell he shared the betrayal I did. Or at least a semblance of it. He, like me, still had hope in Roman. No matter how minute. Kat went on to talk about how Courtney had gotten into another fight. She had been getting in trouble more and more lately. It's a wonder how they hadn't suspended her yet. Not that I wished that upon her because of our enmity. No. I just didn't think it was wise or helpful for her to be back in school so soon after her sister. After what happened, Kat let me fall asleep after some time. But she didn't leave the bed. She never did. She always stayed close, holding me. Sometimes I wondered if it was more for my comfort or for hers. Kat was brave, but she still got scared. She hadn't been here with everything that had happened, but I knew that, like me, she was afraid of what would have happened if she had been here. Or if Hazel or Parker had been here. Or even if we hadn't managed to escape. What would have happened if she had gotten back from the ball and I wasn't here? What if she had gotten back and her parents were gone? I had tried to apologize to Kat because I felt guilty for endangering everyone, but she wouldn't hear it. None of the Bensons would. But I knew better. It was all my fault. And I know if Bridget could, she would tell me that right now. But she couldn't. And that was my fault too. Next time we'll do something special. Roman spoke softly as he brought my hand, which was in his, to his lips and placed a soft kiss on it. I lifted my head from where it was laying on his chest and looked at him incredulously. "You're kidding, right?" I asked. Roman looked down at me, giving me both a good view up his nose and also into his eyes. "No." He spoke, smiling slightly. I rolled my eyes and pushed myself off him before sitting up beside him. I hit him playfully on the arm. "You can be really annoying sometimes, Roman," I whined. Roman looked amused as he sat up as well, causing the truck to creak a little. "What?" he asked. I pouted and gestured around. We were seated in the back of Roman's truck, and you could see the remnants of what had been the best birthday ever. Aunt Sarah, Kat and Hazel had helped him decorate it with my favorite flowers, and a whole bunch of multicolored balloons. He had also gone out and gotten all my favorite snacks and beverages along with my favorite candy and of course popcorn so that I would have more than enough of a selection for the actual birthday surprise. It was our own personal drive and movie set up. I didn't think it was even possible to drive up to our hill. But of course Roman had known a secret route that a car could use the entire time. Boy made me hike up there numerous times for nothing. We watched the first Twilight movie. Roman hadn't wanted to watch it. He, like everyone here, frowned upon anything that humans made that was supposed to represent werewolves. Taylor Lautner though. But today Roman watched it with me. I could watch this movie a million times, so of course I enjoyed it. Roman just pretended to, making a comment about why a lamb would be stupid enough to fall for a lion in the first place. Thankfully the first movie didn't have werewolf scenes, so I didn't get to see Taylor Lautner take off his shirt and Roman didn't get to complain as much. All in all, it had been perfect, but of course my overachieving boyfriend didn't see it that way. How do you do such an amazing thing for me and say stuff like, "It could be better"? I spoke, imitating his voice. Roman grinned at me. First of all, I sound way sexier than that, and second of all, I didn't say it could be better, I said we'd do something special next time. I rolled my eyes. That's my point, Roman. This is special. I didn't think I would ever meet someone who would go out of their way for me like this. Okay, then it will be even more special. Roman told me as he took my hands and pulled me closer. I squealed as he pulled me to his chest and pushed us back down into a sleeping position with me laying on his chest again, and his arms wrapped around me. Look at the sky. He spoke softly. Woodfell has the best views. I looked and of course the sky was full of stars and it looked brilliant. It was also a full moon tonight, which made things all the more better. You deserve something that special. He spoke. The stars. I laughed. No. He spoke. The moon. I leaned in closer to him and tried to sync my breathing with his. His chest rose and fell steadily and I wanted to freeze this moment with him. He seemed relaxed. He was hardly ever this relaxed. There was always something, his foster parents, bullies troubling his friends, AP stress. Roman wasn't a happy person. It was horrible for me to say such a thing, but it was true. He wasn't miserable either, don't get me wrong. There was just a part of him that always seemed angry, too serious. Like he was held on to his problems with an iron fist. But then there were times, rare ones like these, where he would loosen his hold on his problems and just be. That was my favorite version of Roman. And whenever he showed up, I tried to enjoy him as much as I could. What if I told you that you mean more to me than the moon? I asked in a small voice. Roman was only older by a year and some months, but sometimes I felt like that loser younger kid he felt sorry for. So I didn't know if it was okay to say some of the things that I said to him without coming off as a total dork. I felt Roman tense up. He didn't say anything for a while and I immediately felt my face heat up. Had that been too much? I wanted to facepalm myself right there and then. You know, the first time I watched Twilight I got a terrible brain freeze from my slushie. I blurted out, just trying to desperately change the topic. Roman cleared his throat. Oh yeah, who did you go with? To see the movie, I mean. I don't know whether I was relieved that it had worked or disappointed. Tucker. I spoke. Roman looked down at me. Tucker. Who? You mean that human champ who was your first boyfriend? I poked Roman in the ribs. Shut up, you didn't even know him. Tucker was nice. Tucker was nice. He was one of those guys who simply went through life without a care in the world. I didn't even know what relationships meant at 13, but I guess he had been my boyfriend in the middle school sense. We went out a few times, always group things with his older brother chaperoning. It was always fun. He was a funny guy. That was before Woodfell and the craziness of finding out I was a werewolf, of course. Tucker represented normal. I guess that's why I treasured the memories I had with him so much. Whatever. I still know he can't hold a flame to me. Roman teased. No one can hold a flame to you. I thought to myself without actually saying it out loud. If only he knew. He took me to my first ever dance, you know? I stated matter-of-factly. Yeah. Roman spoke dismissively. I giggled, enjoying making him a little jealous. I wore this really pretty blue dress that my mum and I had found online. I continued, trying to sound as enchanted as possible. He looked so handsome in his matching suit. He came over and my dad took pictures and my mum threatened him, of course. Roman snorted out a laugh. I looked up at him. He waved me off. Sorry, go on. I'm just laughing because it really sounds like something she might do. I looked at Roman in confusion. What? Roman stopped laughing. He gave me an easy smile. You know, from the stories you've told me about your mom. She sounds really tough. Yeah, she is. I spoke. In fact, if she were here, she would have sat Roman down and made him explain in immense detail what his plans were for us tonight, including locations and time and everything. But she wasn't here, was she? I think Roman sensed how my mood suddenly dampened because at that moment he nudged me. Hey, did Tucker ever take you dancing? He asked. I smiled. He was a horrible dancer and stepped on my foot like 3 times the one time we danced that night. Roman sat up suddenly, pulling me with him. He then leaned over and grabbed his phone and played a very familiar song. I beamed at him. Is that Kat might have mentioned you liked it? He stood up on the bed on the truck and it creaked again. He looked down at me and held out his hand. I can't promise not to step on your feet. I rolled my eyes but took his hand and let him pull me up. He placed his arms around my waist and let me wrap mine around his shoulders as he pulled me closer and softly swayed. The song lyrics that I knew all too well played in the background. You gave me a shoulder when I needed it, you showed me love when I wasn't feeling it. You helped me fight when I was giving in, and you made me laugh when I was losing it. 'Cause you are the reason why I'm still hanging on, 'cause you are the reason why my head is still above water, and if I could, I'd get you the moon and give it to you. And if death was coming for you, I'd give my life for you. I don't know how long we'd been swaying, but Roman leaned in and whispered to me, the moon has nothing on you, Crystal. I smiled and held him tighter. Before I could say anything else, the song stopped abruptly as Roman's phone began to ring. He quickly pulled away from me and took the phone, cutting the call immediately. I rose my brows at him. Who was that? He forced a smile. Just Sal. Probably wants money or something. He restarted the song. Now where were we? I let Roman hold me again and we commenced our swaying, but this time I could tell that the tension was back. The relaxed Roman had disappeared again. And I should have been more worried than I had been that night. I woke up before Kat. It was a Saturday and I knew Uncle Victor and Aunt Sarah were probably downstairs reading the Bible. They always got up early on Saturdays to do so. That's why I knew this was the perfect time. I had wanted to tell Kat first, but I had a feeling telling Uncle Victor and Aunt Sarah first was the more respectful thing to do. They definitely looked shocked when they saw me join them. They had both been standing, looking at each other like they had been in a deep conversation. Hey, sweetie. Aunt Sarah greeted softly. I decided not to beat around the bush. I'm turning 18 next week, I announced. Before Uncle Victor could say anything, I kept going. That makes me a legal adult. It means I can be on my own now. Hold on, Uncle Victor interrupted. I don't want to live in Woodfell anymore. I blurted out. I heard someone clear their throat and I froze as the familiar figure emerged from the kitchen accompanied by Peter and another man I didn't recognize. Aunt Sarah sighed. Sweetie, Alpha Tristan came by. My knees felt weak. I stared at Tristan. He looked like him but not like him. His skin was pale, only highlighting the dark circles around his eyes. He stood stiffly and just stared at me blankly. I missed the looks of concern that he would give me when he thought I wasn't looking. I missed him actually caring about me. I didn't know why he was here, but a part of me was overwhelmed with joy that I got to see him again, while the other was just reminded of what I had taken from him that night, and I wanted to run away. Uncle Victor stepped forward. Crystal. He started seriously. It's about time you knew something that... He stopped and looked at Tristan briefly before looking back at me. Something really important about your mother. Excellent. It was a no-brainer that I wouldn't be riding with Tristan. So Uncle Victor suggesting that we drive behind them in his pickup saved the awkwardness of anyone outrightly saying that it would be best if I wasn't in such close proximity to Tristan. We left the rest of the Benson kids in a cloud of confusion. One that was surrounding me as well at the moment. In all honesty, there was something Uncle Victor had to tell me about my mother, and for some reason, we couldn't be in the house when he did. Anxiety ate at me and I just wished he would blurt it out already. But another part of me willed myself to understand that there was a reason we were heading to HQ for this information to be disclosed. Honestly, part of me didn't even want to know what it could be. My view of two of my favorite people in this world had already been horribly marred, and I just couldn't take more bombshells that would change the way I would see my mother forever. I wiped my hands on my jeans and stared at the black SUV that Tristan was currently in. I wondered if he hated me. Part of me knew that Tristan could never truly hate me, but I knew it was possible for him to despise me. or hold some resentment. Bridget wasn't beside him because of me. The pack was in chaos because of me and lives had been lost. You okay, kiddo? Uncle Victor asked from beside me. Yeah, I turned to look at him. Is this gonna hurt? This news as well because I stopped myself before I could say what I was thinking. I was scared, completely and utterly terrified of more heartache. Uncle Victor responded by putting his hand on mine and squeezing. I just want you to know that whatever happens, you've got me. Always. Hey, kiddo. I didn't know what that meant, but I nodded anyway. Of course I knew Uncle Victor would always be there for me, but at what point was he going to finally accept that I was a destructive presence? Before I got here, his life and his family's was so peaceful. Uncle Victor, about me moving away from Woodfell, let's talk about that later, baby girl. He spoke, patting my hand before refocusing on the road. I could tell something was bothering him just by his body language, and I knew somehow a lot of it had to do with the conversation we were about to have. Hey old man, relax, those gray hairs are gonna get you. I teased. Uncle Victor smiled but weakly, and I could have sworn I saw tears forming in his eyes. Hey, want me to put on some of Kirk Franklin's greatest hits? I asked, sounding enthused. I didn't like seeing Uncle Victor sad. And I knew how he handled sadness. He pushed it away. His it and locked it tight and went off to be by himself. It's how he had reacted when we found out Roman had been a spy. Now that I think about it, Roman handled sadness that way too. I knew Roman was sad or upset when he suddenly chose to be on his own. Solitude was the answer to heightened emotions for him. Even when he got too happy, he would push it down and try to suppress it. It's only now that I realize that it must have been a Van Cliff thing. Maybe that's what they had been taught to do. Uncle Victor had met Aunt Sarah, his soulmate, someone who brought light and love into his life. He had learned to be at peace spiritually, so in a lot of ways, the effects of Van Cliff ways weren't too intense on him. But then there was Roman. The Roman I had thought I could call mine. So sad and broken in ways I knew I would never understand even when I had met him. Roman acted like he didn't have a soul in the world or even a God to speak to, and that always saddened me even more. Even when you felt alone in this world, surely you could be alone with God. More than 20 years ago, Teresa Benson and Victor Benson escaped the Shadow Pack and lived as fugitives in the lower part of Manhattan. Captain Park spoke. We were in a room at HQ that felt like a conference room but much smaller. Uncle Victor and I sat at the table in the center facing Captain Park, who stood in front of the room like we were students. I looked at my uncle, confused about why she was telling me this when he already had. I know this already. I spoke. Captain Park looked at me with a stern expression on her face. When she had greeted us at the entrance of the building, I could tell that she hadn't been too happy to see me. I had hurt their alpha in this pack. Once again, I had been reduced to one of the most hated people in this pack. You know part of the story, not all of it. This time Captain Park looked directly at Uncle Victor. I turned to face him as well. What's that supposed to mean? Uncle Victor looked down at his hands. Why don't we let Victor fill in his niece on the rest? Tristan spoke. He stood at the very back, his arms crossed over his chest. Honestly, I hadn't been expecting him to stay in the room. I guess what I was about to find out was serious enough for him to have to stay and bear being in the same room as me. Very well. Captain Park spoke smoothly as she tossed a folder in between us. It had T.Swan printed on it. Teresa Swan. But this time no omissions. Uncle Victor narrowed his eyes at her. I didn't omit anything. I just told Crystal what I knew to be true at the time. Uncle Victor. I spoke softly. What's that supposed to mean? Uncle Victor sighed and reached out to take my hands. Crystal, your mother and I did escape the Shadow Pack. We did escape the Van Cliffs. At least that's what I thought. I furrowed my brows. Uncle Victor sighed before sucking in a deep breath. Teresa got us out of Heathlands. She kept us hidden and I never had to do much but keep my head down. Those were her instructions to me. She took care of the money and the housing. She always told me not to ask her too many questions about where the money was coming from, or why no one had tracked us yet. And you never once got suspicious? Captain Park asked, accusation in her tone. Uncle Victor stared directly at her. She was my sister, she took care of me. We had escaped Ornyx at that point, that's all that mattered. Tell Crystal about your parents. Captain Park continued, not missing a beat. Uncle Victor clenched his jaw. this time not meeting my eyes. They were commanders in Ornyx's army. He spoke stiffly. What? I gasped. I immediately turned to look at Tristan, wondering how this made him feel or look at us. The Shadowpacks were their greatest enemy. It was bad enough that their blood ran through us. Now we knew that my grandparents had been leaders in the army that had hurt so many of his people. Tristan's expression didn't change, and he didn't even meet my gaze. This is what you wanted to tell me? I asked Uncle Victor. Did this new evidence make us seem suspicious? Did it make us possible accomplices all over again? That was ridiculous. I turned to Captain Park. So what? Uncle Victor walked away from the Van Cliffs. My mother, I don't know, maybe she decided to go back, but my uncle remained here and started a family. He has never done anything wrong. Who his parents are shouldn't make you look at him differently. I spoke fiercely. Captain Park looked completely unimpressed by my little speech. We knew who the Bensons were when we let Victor in. They were killed in battle before the war ended. Captain Park spoke. I turned to see Uncle Victor's reaction. As horrible as the Shadowpack sounded, they were still his parents. That's not the news you wanted to tell me? I asked. Uncle Victor lowered his gaze again and shook his head. No. He shifted his legs underneath the table. Crystal, your mother got me out of the Shadowpack, but I don't think she ever left. What? I asked in shock, pulling out of his hold. That doesn't even make any sense. My mom lived with me and my dad for 14 years. Our life was normal. She didn't even tell us that she was a werewolf. Teresa was good at keeping secrets. Uncle Victor spoke. I thought about my mother and how she would call us Van Cliff girls like we were in a secret club. When I got here, Uncle Victor immediately made it clear that I shouldn't even utter the term. Something that had seemed like a loving bond between us had turned sour, and it was getting much worse. Then does that mean my dad, your father, is probably the only innocent person in all this? Tristan spoke up. I furrowed my brows at him in confusion. A little relieved that he had actually spoken, and looked at me. How would you know that? You said Tristan told me about how you asked him to find your father right after you did. Uncle Victor spoke. I told him to lie to you and say that he couldn't find him. My eyes widened. What? I yelled. So you do know where he is? I asked Tristan. Tristan nodded. He never moved, Crystal. I shot up, not because I wanted to go anywhere, but because I just didn't want to sit anymore or be still. I started pacing. You both lied to me about my father. I yelled. All this time I had thought they had both abandoned me. That they were together enjoying life without their burden of a daughter. I asked him not to. Uncle Victor told me. Why? I screamed at him, feeling tears prick at my eyes. I had lost my mother and thought I had lost my father as well, but all this time he was back at our house. Because your mother asked me not to. Uncle Victor spoke. And you listened to her. I asked, betrayed. My mother leaving me here and telling me that she'd be back and never coming back hurt. But my father. I had always assumed she hadn't told him, and then there was a part of me that wondered if it had been his idea. If maybe my mom had told him about our werewolf heritage and he had decided that he wanted no part of it. No part of us. Until 2 weeks ago, I had no reason to doubt Teresa. Uncle Victor spoke. She had always taken care of me, and I knew how much she loved you. Initially, the reason I thought she had left you with me and disappeared was because your father was a bad guy. Abusive, maybe. My eyes widened at my uncle. My dad could never hurt a fly. My father was a history professor who adored my mother. He was the opposite of a violent person. A pacifist through and through. Anyone who met him would know that immediately. How was I supposed to know that, baby girl? I didn't know the guy. I had never even met him. Uncle Victor tried to reason. This time I did wipe away a tear that had escaped. I couldn't do this. I couldn't face my uncle or look at him the same. I turned to Tristan. So you found him? Did you talk to him? Tristan didn't budge. We didn't make contact, but... Tristan looked at Uncle Victor as if seeking approval. No. I want the whole truth now. From you. I thought I saw Tristan's face soften. We didn't make contact. We didn't engage, but... I think your mother had been lying to him as well. The man was in pretty bad shape. He had filed multiple missing persons cases for both you and your mother, but the station didn't qualify his wife running off with her daughter as that. They just thought your mother had decided to leave him. My heart shattered. My father thought we had abandoned him. He was all alone thinking that. We would never. I would never leave him. I never wanted to leave in the first place. Another tear slid down my cheek. I know. Tristan spoke gently. I quickly wiped my eyes and sniffled. I want to see him, I want to talk to him. I looked around the room desperately, begging everyone with my eyes to get me to my father as soon as possible. We have bigger issues to deal with first, Miss Swan. Captain Park spoke. Please take a seat. What, there was more? I looked at Tristan and he nodded. I settled back down. Uncle Victor had a pained expression on his face. I was right in thinking one thing, Crystal, your father is a bad guy. Uncle Victor spoke. I felt myself get angry. No, he isn't. You don't even know him. He's not that father, Crystal. Uncle Victor sighed. Your real biological father. I froze and looked around the room. My real father. Was this a joke? Terrence Swan is my real biological father. I spoke slowly. Uncle Victor gave me a sympathetic look. No, he isn't. This time it was Tristan who spoke. I looked at him in confusion. He started walking forward. Some things didn't add up when the Shadow Pack wolves started coming for you. Uncle Victor spoke. And I didn't tell you the entire truth about your mother and Xavier Van Cleef. Yes, he adored her beyond reason, but the feelings weren't completely unreciprocated. When your mother started using him, it was just supposed to be that. Her using him to get us a way out, but I think along the way, she developed feelings. I felt like everyone could hear how loudly my heart was beating at this point. What are you trying to say? The werewolves that broke in were Shadow Pack wolves, all right, but they were runaways. Captain Park spoke. I turned my attention to her. They are part of some kind of resistance against Ornyx. My head was spinning now. Ornyx Van Cleef is dead. As I said it, I knew it wasn't true. Roman and that Vanessa girl had referred to an alpha Ornyx. He wasn't dead and the Shadow Pack hadn't been destroyed. Ornyx is alive and well according to the rogues. Captain Park spoke. Tristan stood next to her now and I saw him clench his fists. So is his son Xavier Van Cleef your father? I felt all the energy drain from my body. No. I spoke almost in a whisper. You guys are mistaken. My father is Terrence Swan. My voice rose an octave. Maybe my mother was cheating on him, but my father is Terrence Swan. He's my father. Uncle Victor tried to reach out for me, but I moved back. He's my father. I snapped. Uncle Victor looked defeated. Captain Park just glanced at Tristan. Tristan sighed and stepped forward towards me. The rogues in lockup told us what they know. You're part of the Van Cleef family. He spoke in a level voice. No. I spoke firmly, shaking my head. No, I am not. I interrogated them myself the night before the ball. Tristan spoke. So, they must be lying. I screamed. Tristan walked behind his desk and took out an envelope. He walked back to me and held it out. We did a DNA test against Terrence Swan and we confirmed that there's no way he could be your father. You're lying. I didn't mean to yell, but it was upsetting me why he would be untruthful about something this serious. If you had found out before the ball, you would have told me. Why didn't you tell me then, huh? Tristan looked at Uncle Victor. He told me. Uncle Victor spoke with a sigh. I told him that we couldn't let you find out. I stared my uncle. More lies. I turned back to Tristan. Was that why? I asked Tristan to reject you so that you wouldn't be caught in a Melrose Van Cleef war. So that you would be safe. Uncle Victor told me. Wait a minute. Uncle Victor was the reason Tristan rejected me that night. I didn't want you to be involved. Uncle Victor continued. I stood up and ran my hands through my hair in frustration. No, you're lying. You're all lying. My head was spinning. This was too much. When Roman told you 7 rogues had infiltrated the pack area, it wasn't a lie. Captain Park added. You met the 7th one. Megie Carter. The wolf that Roman had fought with that night. I hadn't seen her since, but I knew that she had been captured. She confirmed that the reason they had snuck in was to retrieve you. To make sure Ornyx never got to you and used you against Tristan. You're officially his #1 weapon against this pack because of what you mean to me. Tristan spoke in a quiet voice. I tried to take in deep breaths and even out my breathing. These were lies. Why were they still telling lies? Megie was trained with Roman desire to become a spy at a young age, but her and her parents joined the resistance against Ornyx instead. Captain Park explained. I can't. I sucked in a deep breath to even my shaky voice to no avail. But I'm a halfling. The room was quiet. Tristan walked towards me. He stopped right in front of me and reached out to finger my necklace. Crystal. He spoke. Not saying my name but what the necklace was made of. Perfect for housing poison discreetly. I frowned at him. What? It's a strong ancient poison called 𝐊𝐢𝐬. Tristan spoke. Lost to generations of werewolves but apparently not the Van Cliffs. What are you talking about? I asked. Trapped like this, in crystal and in such a small amount, it's been penetrating through your skin for years in small dosages, inhibiting your full werewolf potential. How would you even know that? I asked Tristan. I recognized the scent because it's what they used to poison Bridget. I felt my heart ache for him as bitterness took over his voice. Tristan, I started, stopping when I realized I didn't know what to say. I looked down at my necklace. My mother told me never to take it off. This was all true. No. I spoke. I lost all my energy and next thing I knew Tristan was holding me up. I wrapped my arms around him and just rested my head on his chest. I didn't know what I felt anymore. Quite honestly, at this point I was just numb. I thought I knew my mother, until I found out she's been hiding my true identity. Now, I have to face the fact that I might be a weapon the enemy uses to destroy Tristan. 49. Tristan. I shot up quickly, getting ready to jump into action. But as soon as my eyes adjusted to the light, I realized there was no threat. It was just Courtney. The blonde girl furrowed her brows at me. Okay. Chill. She spoke, holding her hands up. I just came to tell you that my mom wants to know if you're going to be having lunch with us. I felt my body begin to relax, and it's only then that I realized how tense I was. Or rather, how tense I had been. I couldn't sleep in my house for a month after my father was murdered. And now I couldn't even feel at peace in my own pack. Once again, Ornyx had stolen that from me. He had stolen it from my entire pack. I looked at my watch and sighed. Tell her thanks, but I should be going. I have a meeting I have to get to. I spoke as I got up and picked up my jacket from the back of my chair. I turned around to look at Bridget, who looked peaceful in her bed. You would even believe she was sleeping if it wasn't for the machine she was attached to keeping her alive. Courtney leaned against the doorframe and looked at her older sister. You know, if you keep coming here every day, you're going to give my mum the wrong idea. She already believes you and Bridge are soulmates. There was humor in Courtney's voice as she made quotation marks in the air when she said soulmates, but we both knew Bridget's mother had been trying to set us up since we hit puberty. I used to find it funny until I realized that Bridget actually had feelings for me. Then it just became uncomfortable. Bridget's mother had always put pressure on her to marry well and provide for the family. Bridget was never the type who believed she needed a man in her life to make her happy, so she worked hard and got a good job instead. You'd think her mother would be happy having her daughter be the second most powerful person in this pack, but she still constantly bothered her about not getting a husband. Why aren't you in school anyway? I asked Courtney, changing the topic. Courtney rolled her eyes. I got suspended, remember? I had almost forgotten. The school had actually called my office to inform me of Courtney's suspension, seeing as to how she would have to be suspended from my apprenticeship program as well. You really shouldn't be starting fights at school, you know? I told her, knowing Bridget would have lost her head if she heard Courtney had been suspended for fighting. So I've been told. Courtney muttered irritably. You know, there are bigger things to worry about than me starting a stupid fight at school. The Van Cliffs are back. I need to be training for war. I looked at Courtney. Never say that. There is no war. I told her sternly. I worked too hard. We all did. We sacrificed so much so that no one else in Woodfell would ever have to experience war again. Tristan. Courtney spoke in a small voice. Ornyx Van Cliff is back. I walked towards Courtney and placed a hand on her shoulder. That's my problem, okay? Not yours or anyone else's. Courtney looked away from me stubbornly. Something Bridget used to do when we were younger. My sister is dying right in front of me, and you're telling me there's nothing I can do about it. She spoke bitterly. I'm telling you to trust me. I'll take care of everything. I told her. I didn't know how I could look Bridget's little sister in the eye and promise I would take care of everything after I had already failed to protect Bridget. My own beta. My oldest and closest friend. But that's what I had to do. That's what I had to say. I was the alpha and it was my job. Alpha Tristan. May showed up at the door holding my phone. 5 more minutes. I told her gruffly, knowing this hour I took from my schedule each day to see Bridget did more harm than good to my other priorities. Tell whoever it is that I'm preoccupied. May looked hesitant. Finally, she just blurted it out. It's Ornyx. He just sent a message. I froze. What? Crystal. Sue. Ornyx Van Cliff, one of the deadliest alphas in the history of werewolves, is your grandpappy. Christopher asked, slowly looking at me, then Kat, then me again. Do not call that monster grandpappy. It almost humanizes him. Kat spoke with a roll of her eyes as she continued rummaging Chris' closet for God knows what. Sorry, but this is the most insane thing I've heard. So that makes you? Chris pointed at me. His granddaughter. I asked, trying the words out, seeing if they fit. A man who had caused havoc and distraction was my grandfather. Nice. Chris ran a hand down his face. And Roman, he's been working for the Van Cliffs all this time. Keep up, Christopher. Kat yelled impatiently as she fished more clothing out of his closet. And your mom? Christopher frowned at me. I gripped the necklace that still hung around my neck, wondering why I was still wearing it. Maybe I was scared to take it off. That would make everything too real. Yep. I sighed. Chris leaned back, looking exhausted, as if all this information was too overwhelming for him. So imagine how I felt when all that had been poured on me. Damn, there was. He spoke. I just looked at the floor, not knowing what to say or do anymore. I had grown up on lies. My mom didn't tell me about my werewolf heritage. She didn't tell me about who my real father was. Hell, she probably didn't tell my dad who my real father was. He had lived his life believing that I was his. That we were some stupid big happy family. Wow. Chris let out, his eyes still wide. So what now? That was a good question. I don't know. I muttered. What did you do after finding out something like this that greatly affected your identity? I just know I need to see my dad. I told him. Chris hesitated. Which one? Obviously not the evil one. Kat spoke in a dull tone as she finally re-emerged, throwing on Chris' red hoodie. What? She shrugged at him before joining us, where we sat on the floor of his room. I was cold. Looks good on you, was all Chris said, and I couldn't help but notice the shy smile on his face. Red always looks good on me, was Kat's response. She turned to face me. I can't believe my dad kept this from you. There was disgust in her words. I sighed. He was just trying to protect me. I had spent a long time in bed last night just trying to figure out who to be mad at about this entire ordeal. But was being mad at my uncle or Tristan really justified? A part of me believed it was. They knew my dad had been looking for me, and they both knew how much I had wanted to find him, yet they kept us away from each other. And when they found out that Xavier Van Cliff is my real father, they kept that from me too. They didn't trust me enough with the truth. I could defend them all I wanted because I knew what they would both do to protect me, but it didn't stop me from feeling hurt. And look how well that turned out. Kat muttered. I didn't know what she meant. I was safe. I was still alive. Innocent people weren't. Chris let out a sigh. I still can't believe that, Roman. I just thought maybe he would turn out not to be a spy. That this would be some huge misunderstanding. Well, sorry to break it to you, but you're a fool if you believe that. Kat spoke. For some reason I still couldn't sit down and listen to anyone speak ill of Roman like that. I knew how Chris felt because I felt the exact same way. I wanted all to be a huge misunderstanding with Roman. I wanted everyone to be wrong about him. I wanted everyone to see the Roman I knew. I wanted the Roman I knew back. He seemed different. I spoke in a small voice. Different how? Chris asked in concern. I thought back to the night I had seen Roman. He was still him, but I don't know. Angrier. I almost shivered when I thought about how he had spoken about how Tristan deserved to suffer. That was Roman. The real Roman. Does that mean I never really knew my mother either? Of course not. The woman I knew, or thought I knew, would never have left me or lied to me about my father. Roman was always angry before. Kat muttered in a low voice. He was always grumpy. Moody even. Not angry. Chris spoke defensively. No. He was angry. He hated Woodfell. If anything, we should have seen it coming. Kat muttered. Chris looked like he was about to say something, but I interrupted him. I thought he loved me. I spoke. I felt tears prick at my eyes. Or at least cared enough. I looked Roman in the eyes that night. I hoped he would get into that car with me. Leave with me, have what we had always wanted. But I knew that whatever cause the Van Cliffs had was what he had chosen. We might never know why Roman did what he did, but at least now we know the truth. Kat spoke, placing her hand on my knee. Now all I want to know is what's going to happen to me. I spoke. Kat and Chris looked at me in confusion. What's that supposed to mean? Kat asked. I'm part of the Van Cliff family. When people here find out, they're going to want my head on a spike. Tristan won't let that happen. Kat spoke immediately. I haven't had a proper conversation with Tristan since the incident. I spoke. He just told me to stay put while they come up with a plan. Even yesterday he had given me comfort, but that's it. I don't know if I was mistaken, but I had seen it in his eyes. He wanted to hold me for longer. But he didn't. He let go and just told me I could call him if I needed anything. He let go. That's what hurt the most. He let go. It's not like the plan involved him holding on, but I don't know. I wanted him to. That probably made me selfish, but I wanted someone to hold on to me. Someone to still want me. Still, you're his mate. Kat continued. I muttered. Kat and Chris shared a look. Either way, Alpha Tristan is a good guy. He'll keep all of us safe. Chris spoke. Ornyx killed his parents, right? I asked. Kat swallowed. Not directly, but yeah. Ornyx hurt lots of people in this pack, right? I continued. Kat just nodded. I can't stay, guys. I need to leave Woodfell. I told them firmly. Chrissy, you're our family and this is your home. Kat told me. No. It isn't. It never was. Kat didn't say anything and I knew it was because she knew I was right. But, where are you going to go? Chris asked. I don't know. I admitted. To be with my father, hopefully. But I just can't be here anymore. I was surprised to see Kat suddenly wipe a tear from her eyes. Kat. I spoke, moving in to wrap an arm around her. This isn't fair. She spoke. You're my best friend and you're a freaking good person. None of this should be happening to you. I just held Kat and wondered if I was a good person. I tried to be, but I was just as flawed as everyone else. Chris had been silent, but I saw him getting emotional as well. I didn't want to say goodbye to either of them. They were some of the best parts of Woodfell. I only pulled away from Kat when I heard my phone begin to ring. I'm not a wimp or anything, so if either of you mentioned I cried today, you're dead. Kat warned us. I smiled weakly before picking up my phone. It was an unknown number, so I just assumed it was someone from Tristan's office calling to give me feedback. But the minute I heard the voice, I knew who it was immediately. Hey. The voice greeted. Roman. Kat and Chris immediately perked up, looking at me in concern. Crystal, give me the phone. Kat demanded. I turned around, ignoring her. What do you want? I spat, creating distance from Kat and Chris. Crystal, hang up now or so God help me, Kat spoke. 𝐿𝐲𝐬. Okay, I see you're still mad. Roman spoke with a sigh. I almost laughed. You're kidding me, right? Crystal. I'm calling the guards. Kat spoke in a threatening tone. I didn't say anything to her. I didn't know what to. I wanted to be mad at Roman. How dare he call me so casually after what happened? But another part of me was washed in relief. Is that Kat? He asked, sounding amused. Roman, we're getting the guards now. I told him, trying not to let my mind take me to a Roman who didn't exist anymore. Go ahead. He spoke breezily. He wasn't worried in the least, and I understood why. It would be easy to scream and have the guards who had escorted us to Chris' house rush in. But then again, what good would it do? It was just a phone call. Why are you calling? I asked, ignoring the murderous and panicked looks Kat and Chris were giving me respectively. Just looking out for you as usual. Roman spoke, his tone gentle. Almost like my old Roman. Crystal, I'm calling Dad. Kat spoke, taking out her phone. But by the hesitant look on her face, I knew that she knew just as well as I did that that wouldn't do anything. I raised a hand to stop her and took the phone away from my ear, putting it on speakerphone so that Kat and Chris could hear. What are you talking about, Roman? I asked. He was silent for a while and I couldn't help but look around Chris' room, wondering if he could see us right now. Remember the first time we almost had sex? I immediately felt my face get warm and regretted putting my phone on speaker. Kat's eyes widened and her jaw dropped at me. Chris looked at the phone, then at me, then at the phone again. I really regretted putting my phone on speakerphone. Why are you bringing that up? I asked, my voice cracking slightly. Roman chuckled lightly, and I could just imagine him giving me one of those amused looks he would give me when I felt abashed. As if it gave him an edge and made him more superior. As if my innocence made me cute. Of course I remembered that day. I remembered everything that happened with him, big and small. I had initiated things that day in his apartment. I had bought the condoms and made sure we were alone. I had wanted to have sex with him because I thought that would make us feel closer. Because I thought that would close the gap of the distance I had been feeling with him lately. That if I gave him my body, he would never let me go. Remember what I told you that day? Roman continued. His voice as gentle as it had been that same afternoon in his room. I didn't answer immediately. Partly because I was embarrassed at even having to talk about this in front of my friends, but also because it felt like a trick. Why would he bring up our most intimate moments? You told me that you didn't want to rush things. That all good things are worth waiting for. I spoke in a small voice. For a second I wasn't in Chris' room. I was in Roman's just a few months ago. Looking into his hazel eyes and falling even more deeply in love. Exactly. I could practically hear the smile in his voice. I've waited so long to see you again. And it might not have gone the way I planned the first time, but I know we'll be together again, baby. That's what I had wanted in the first place. He didn't even know how badly I had wanted that. But after everything that had happened, I just couldn't want that anymore. I'm glad we didn't sleep together that night. I spoke, trying to remove all the emotion from my voice. Trying to make the words hurt. What? Roman asked in shock, obviously not expecting those words. Then I would have had to deal with the fact that I had been intimate with someone who lied to me. Someone I thought I knew, a monster. I didn't even mean to add the last part. All I knew is that I wanted him to hurt like I had been hurting. I'm not a monster, Crystal, you're living with the monsters and you can't even freaking see that I'm just trying to help you. He yelled angrily. I flinched back, not expecting that tone from him. But then again, why was I surprised? The Roman I had known wasn't real and I needed to accept that. I freaking love you, Crystal. Me. Not Tristan. Me. He will never. There was suddenly a shuffling sound and then I heard a voice that I hadn't heard in 4 years. That's enough, David. I froze as I heard more shuffling, then the voice was directed at me and sent a chill down my spine. Hello, baby. I gulped. Mum. 𝐿𝐻, Mum. Hi, baby. I would recognize that voice anywhere. It was a voice that once brought me comfort. That once soothed me when I was in distress. A voice I associated with capability, love, reliance. But now the voice just honestly frightened me. I didn't know what to do or say for a minute. Kat and Chris looked equally as stunned. Finally I just cleared my throat and tried to make my voice sound as firm as possible. Mum, why are you calling? I asked. Oh, that's no way to talk to your mother, sweetie. She spoke in a stern voice. The same one she would use when she was scolding me when I was younger. Before I would have been afraid. But now I was just angry. My mother isn't some woman who would lie to me about everything in my life. I didn't think I would get emotional. I was angry, yes, but I was also incredibly hurt. I heard a sigh. I don't know what you've heard, Crystal, but you shouldn't believe anything the Silvercrests tell you. I can explain everything. I almost scoffed. That's all everyone had been doing. And I was so sick and tired of it. I don't want your explanations. Bye. Wait, sweetie. She spoke, stopping me from cutting the call. You might not want to hear anything that David or I have to say, but we're just calling to warn you. Warn me about what? I asked skeptically, knowing this could just be a ruse to get me to stay on the call. Oh, sweetie, life's about to get a little more complicated for you. At that moment the door burst open and I saw Tristan storm in with Peter, May and 2 guards behind him. I saw Chris' mum come in as well and immediately go for her son. Who are you talking to? Tristan demanded, grabbing my phone from me. The minute he did, the call ended. Who was that? Tristan asked. I looked around, still trying to process how he could have known about the call. Roman and my mum. Tristan turned to look at Peter and May, who both looked concerned. Let's go. I'm taking you home, he told me, spinning around without another question. He stopped in front of Mrs. Rodriguez and Chris. Notify me immediately if Roman tries to make contact. He told Chris, who just nodded his head, looking fearful. If this was a different situation, Kat and I would have teased him endlessly for the way he remained in his mother's arms. I'll have security planted outside your door, ma'am, he told Mrs. Rodriguez with a nod. Thank you, Alpha. She responded with a curt bow. Come on. May waved Kat and I forward urgently. Kat and I looked at each other briefly before rushing after Tristan and his crew, who had already walked out of the room. "Captain Park on the phone for you," Peter told Tristan, handing him a phone. Tristan grabbed it and placed it to his ear. "I don't care," he growled. The sound caused me to jump a little. "I want whoever leaked that video found and brought to me." I looked at Kat to see if she looked just as confused as I did. "What video?" she mouthed, and I just shrugged. "Don't call me until you have answers," Tristan barked. "Alpha, the Southern Wall Defense is on the phone for you," May spoke, coming forward with another phone. We had gotten outside, where I saw more guards, all dressed in the army uniform, and 3 more vehicles other than the one we had arrived in. "Take care of it." Tristan waved her off. "Murray and Dlamini," he called. 2 soldiers rushed forward. "You're on the Rodriguez's watch. Watch their backs," he told them. "Yes, Alpha," they responded. Tristan went to bark more orders at a couple of soldiers. "Peter, what's going on?" I asked in confusion. I had seen Tristan in alpha mode before, and something had definitely triggered it. Peter had a worried look on his face. He opened his mouth to say something, but at that moment, Tristan yelled his name and called him over. "I need you at HQ. Gather the council. I'll be with you after I take care of Crystal and the Bensons," he told them. Now I was really confused. "Take care of me and the Bensons? May, you're with me," he yelled, calling over May, who was talking to some soldiers in the distance. He turned to me and gestured towards one of the vehicles. "Come on," he spoke. Kat and I didn't hesitate as he opened one of the doors for us. We both got in. "Luna," the driver turned to greet me. I looked forward and was surprised to see Raphael. I just stared at him, not really knowing what to say. I was too aware of the fact that Raphael here didn't like me one bit. And in our last encounter, Tristan had even gotten involved, making it all the more worse. Thankfully, at the moment, May hopped into the passenger seat beside Raphael and Tristan got into the vehicle beside me. "The public keeps calling in," May spoke, typing something away on the phone she held. "At this rate, we'll have a mob outside the manor in the next 30 minutes. Raphael spoke. "Where are my brothers?" Tristan asked, ignoring Raphael. "Safe. At the manor," May responded. "Though Joshua wants to be at HQ helping. All the apprentices do, Alpha. This is way above what they're prepared for. They're just kids. They stay out of this," Tristan responded. "For now, let's work on damage control." "Damage control?" Raphael scoffed. "Ornyx just dropped a bomb on the whole town and you're thinking about damage control? With all due respect, Alpha, trying to bury this will make you look weak. And that's what he wants." I looked at Tristan. "Ornyx." Tristan clenched his jaw, avoiding my gaze. "I'm not trying to bury anything. I just want to do this the right way. Ornyx wants me to fight fire with fire. I'm not giving him that satisfaction," he responded. "Okay, was he really just going to ignore me? He wants a reaction, Tristan." Raphael spoke. "He still sees you as a boy. Show him you're not. Show him that he can't just mess with your pack and get away with it. What do you suggest I do? Play into his hands and start a war?" Tristan growled angrily. Raphael remained silent. "No, we lost thousands of werewolves last time. I'm not letting that happen again." "May, have you sent the letter to the Union?" "Yes, Alpha. It's going through werewolf affairs right now," she responded. "Good eye, Tristan," I screamed. The car grew silent. Kat looked at me in confusion, so did Raphael and May. Tristan furrowed his brows at me. At first, he didn't look too pleased at being interrupted, but then his face softened when he saw the agitated expression on mine. "What the heck is going on?" I asked in a calmer voice but with the same urgency. For a minute, Tristan didn't say anything. He just faced the front and clenched his fist. "Show her." His words were directed at May. May speedily pressed some buttons on the phone she held before handing it over to me. I looked down at the screen. It was a video recording. A man sat at a desk smirking at the camera. "Ornyx Van Cliff." Kat gasped. I looked back at the video, honestly shocked. I didn't know what I had been picturing when I thought of what Ornyx Van Cliff would have looked like. Definitely not your typical grandfather. And he definitely didn't look like one. He had short, tightly coiled black hair with many bushes of gray showing and a closely cut beard to add. Ornyx must have been in his mid or late 70s from what I knew about the town's history. But he could easily deceive anyone into thinking he was more than 10 years younger. But that was common among werewolves. They didn't age like humans. What is this? I asked, honestly afraid of the answer I would get. Press play. Was all Tristan said. I looked at Kat, who just looked at me expectantly. I took in a deep breath before complying. Greetings, Silvercrest Pack. He spoke. There was a smug look on the man's face that made him seem all the more dangerous. I know most of you will be surprised to see me, but believe me, your eyes aren't playing tricks on you. It is I, Ornyx Van Cliff, alive and well. A chill went down my spine when he said those words. I looked at Tristan to see his reaction, but he only clenched his fist tighter. Take this video message as proof that your alphas failed to beat me. 3 generations of Melrose alphas failed at this one simple task. His tone was almost mocking. I killed Jonathan Melrose. I killed Jean Melrose, and I'm going to kill your current child of an alpha. It felt like the tension in the car grew with just those words. I found myself looking at Tristan again, this time in more concern over him than I've ever felt before. The war didn't destroy me, it only wounded me. Forced me into what some might call hiding. But that's not how I see it. I wasn't hiding. I never was. I was recuperating, reassembling, plotting. You believed I was gone, but all I was doing was planning on a way to come back bigger and better. Stronger. I planted a spy in your territory, and none of you were the least bit wiser. Your alpha let me slip through his cracks once again. He let out a laugh. Pathetic. If anything, consider what I'm doing a favor. People like Tristan Melrose and the Werewolf Union have made a mockery of werewolves for too long, forcing us to hide our true nature, making us appear weak. Werewolves were never meant to hide or be tame. We're predators, superior beings who are faster and stronger. All humans deserve to bow down to us. I'm here to make things right again. I'm here to take back what's rightfully mine. Starting with the territory the Werewolf Union stole from me. And of course, he paused and then grinned right at the camera. My darling granddaughter, who Alpha Tristan has graciously been keeping safe for me. You may know her as Crystal Swan, but from now on you have the honor of knowing her real name, Valencia Van Cliff. For some reason it felt like he was talking right at me when he said those words. Oh my gosh. Kat whispered. I swallowed. Well, at least I now knew what my real name was. 𝐶𝐬. You can't keep sneaking around to see her. I heard my mother speak in hushed voices. I sat down on the carpet in front of the coffee table coloring. 8-year-old me was pretty much in my own world. Not really paying attention to anything other than my drawing. Not the water that was running out of the faucet that my mother had left open in the kitchen. Not the ticking of the vintage clock that had belonged to my great-grandfather. And I was definitely not paying attention to my mother's pacing in the kitchen as she spoke on the phone. I wasn't paying attention, but my subconscious still picked up some of the words she whispered to whoever was on the other end. I'm serious. She's just a kid. She doesn't even know you. No. It's too soon. What if she gets scared? She might. She's going to tell her father. That's what she believes. The front door to our apartment swung open. I immediately perked up and beamed when I saw my father walk in with his briefcase in hand. Daddy. I cheered. Hey, sweetie. He set down his briefcase just in time for me to run up to him so that he could lift me and carry me. Did you get bigger? He asked in a teasing voice. I giggled. Daddy. You saw me this morning. That was 4 hours ago, darling. It's a really long time in daddy time. Hey honey, you're back early. I hadn't even heard my mother approach us. Her cell phone nowhere in sight. My lectures got canceled for the day. The school was having their sports thing. Remember? I told you about that. He responded as he set me down and walked over to place a kiss on my mother's cheek. Oh right. I must have forgotten. My mother responded. He looked at her. You okay? You look kind of pale. Oh, I'm fine. She responded quickly. Since you're back early, we could have an early lunch, just the 3 of us. Oh, that sounds great. We could go out to... My mother responded quickly. Let's just stay and we could order in. I don't really feel like getting dressed and leaving the house. She gave him a charming smile. We could watch one of your stupid Harry Potter movies. Harry Potter is not stupid. I yelped. Yes, Mum, Harry Potter is not stupid. My father spoke, placing his hand on his chest, feigning offense. My mother rolled her eyes. Yeah, whatever. I'm going to order lunch. Something organic for you and your daughter. She placed a kiss on my father's cheek. And pizza for me. Hey. Dad and I both yelled at the same time, albeit for different reasons. My father because he believed junk food shouldn't enter our bodies because they are temples. And me because I really wanted pizza as well. Just go set up while I order the food. My mother told us dismissively, "Aye, Captain." My dad responded before picking me up and carrying me to the living room where my crayons were scattered all over. "You're one busy lady." He whistled before picking up my drawing. I saw his face furrow in confusion as he studied it. Kiddo. What is this?" I suddenly froze when I remembered the promise I made to my mother about not telling my father certain things. What I had been drawing had in fact been the wolf I kept seeing in my dreams. The big black one with the bright red eyes. "What is it, Crystal?" "It looks kind of like a wolf." He spoke, turning the paper around. "It is.
𝐿𝐢𝐧𝐿.
He looked at me in concern. "That's an interesting choice. Why did you choose to draw this, love? What are we talking about?" My mother suddenly appeared from the kitchen, forcing a smile. My father set down the paper and smiled at me. "Why don't you finish up here, hun?" I nodded silently, giving my mother an apologetic look. I felt incredibly guilty for breaking our Van Cleef girls' pact. I didn't hear their entire conversations, but I heard things like, "child therapist," "weird," "creepy," from my father, and my mother's voice rising as she said things like, "my daughter. Nothing wrong. Perfectly normal." Needless to say, we didn't watch that movie that night. I'm here to take back what's rightfully mine. Starting with the territory the Werewolf Union stole from me. And of course, my darling granddaughter who Alpha Tristan has graciously been keeping safe for me. You may know her as Crystal Swan, but from now on you have the honor of knowing her real name, Valencia Van Cleef. Uncle Victor looked away from the phone that the video was playing from. He furrowed his brows and I could tell how disturbed he looked. "He really is back." Uncle Victor spoke. "And more demented than ever." Peter commented from where he stood in the Benson kitchen. "I'm sure you understand why I need to move you out of this house as soon as possible," Tristan told them. Aunt Sarah looked at Uncle Victor with a frown. "They've already infiltrated the house once," May reminded them. I shuddered at the memory. "Where are we going to go?" Uncle Victor asked. "The manor." Tristan responded easily. "You'll be safe there. But we'll be putting you and your family in danger." I spoke up. Tristan looked up at me. "No one will get through," he assured me. I wanted to remind him that his own father had been murdered in the manor. It was clear that Ornyx was looking for me. And from the last failed mission, it showed that they wanted Aunt Sarah and Uncle Victor as well as the other Bensons as well. We would only be putting Tristan and his brothers in more danger. Not to mention everyone else who lived with him. An image of the bloody corpses of his soldiers flashed through my mind. "What about Crystal?" Uncle Victor asked. "The whole town knows that she's Ornyx's granddaughter now. They won't take lightly to the news." I looked at Tristan, Peter and May. They obviously knew that it was true. "Let me handle my people." Tristan spoke as he stood up. Uncle Victor stood up as well, looking at Tristan seriously. "I know you think that you have everything under control, Alpha, but Ornyx isn't a fool. He knows his game. Take it from me. Trust me, I know." Tristan replied. "No, you don't." Uncle Victor insisted. He sighed. "We're trained to be soldiers in the Shadow Pack. From childhood, we're brainwashed to be committed to our Alpha, to die for him if need be. That's why I'm not surprised that Roman was able to become a spy so young. All Shadow Pack members have blind allegiance to the Van Cleef family. The Silvercrest Pack has allegiance to the Melrose family too," Raphael spoke. He was standing in the back of the room and he had been quiet so far. "Not like the Shadow Pack. Trust me." Uncle Victor spoke. Ornyx could tell a pack member to cut off his tongue, and he would do it without question. If there had been a mole in the Shadow Pack, he would have had his or her head on a spike right now. Tristan was silent for a while. He clenched his fist. "What do you suggest?" he asked slowly. Uncle Victor looked back at Tristan. "Listen, son, I'm not here to teach you how to run your pack. But if you're going to go head-on against Ornyx, you're going to need some inside information. My suggestion: use the rogues you captured in Roman's X. Wait. Hold on a minute." "What?" I asked. They were all quiet and it was evident that there was something I didn't know. "Roman's X." I asked, knowing that there was no way Uncle Victor was referring to me. I thought we were all past the secret keeping. I told them. Tristan was the one to speak. Her name is Megie Carter. We told you about her and you met her. Well, kind of. My mind took me back to that dreadful night. Megie. She's the wolf who had fought Roman that night. The spy turned enemy of the Van Cliffs. I hadn't known what to make of her at the time, and honestly, she hadn't really been my concern either. All I had known is that she had provided the necessary distraction for me to escape. And according to Tristan, she had given them some information on the Van Cliffs. She's Roman's ex. I asked in shock. How? Kat asked in confusion. The same question played through my mind. I had been Roman's first real girlfriend. She's from the Shadow Pack, and she's a part of the rogues that infiltrated the pack. That's as far as we have established. Peter explained. I knew this already though. But she's still in lockup. I asked. Yes. Tristan responded. So she's an enemy of the Van Cliffs. I spoke, looking around the room. Doesn't that make them friends? They claim to be deserters of the Shadow Pack, but I wouldn't exactly call them friends. Tristan spoke. This girl, she fought Roman. I saw it. I spoke. That doesn't mean a thing. We still don't know what her agenda is. Tristan argued. Well, right now her and the other rogues are your only connection to Ornyx and the Van Cliffs. Don't you think you should enlist their help? I asked. I'm an alpha. I'm not going to ask for help from my prisoners. Tristan scoffed at the very suggestion. I folded my arms across my chest and fixed him with a serious look. You saw the video, Tristan. Ornyx has promised to kill you. Swallow your pride. I snapped. The room was silent again. Tristan stared at me quietly. Could I have a minute alone with Crystal, please? He ordered in a low voice. His apprentices and Raphael immediately complied, turning to walk out the kitchen. Kat followed as well. I saw Aunt Sarah tugging on Uncle Victor's arm. He's the only one who seemed reluctant to follow the Alpha's order. I nodded at him, telling him it was okay. He reluctantly got up and left with Aunt Sarah. The minute everyone was gone, I turned on Tristan. Why are you being so stubborn? I snapped. Tristan stood up and walked around the island towards me. I'm not being stubborn, I'm being alpha. And alphas are not weak. They don't act impulsively out of fear. Well, I think you should be afraid. I countered. Ornyx is alive and he is coming for you. You underestimate me. Tristan spoke. No. I told him breathlessly. I just don't want you to die. My voice cracked when I said the last part. Tristan's face softened. He sucked in a deep breath. I know people look down on me for being a boy alpha. But what everyone needs to understand is that I've been training for this my entire life. I can take Ornyx. He spoke the last part with a desperate determination. Like he wasn't just trying to convince me but himself as well. What if you can't? I spoke in a small voice. Then you die and the pack loses their alpha. Michael and Joshua lose their brother. Tristan clenched his jaw. I'm not going to fail. He spoke. I sighed. I know you want everyone to see you and respect you like they did your mother. And I know you want to defeat Ornyx, but Tristan, you're not being smart about this. Tristan looked amused. How would you know that I'm not being smart when you don't even know what my plan is? 'Cause I know you. I told him. He was right, I didn't know what his plan was, but I could see where this was going judging by his behavior. So far Ornyx has had the upper hand. He has been playing mind tricks on you, sending Roman in to infiltrate the pack. Even if he couldn't plan for us to become mates, he was obviously behind having my mother bring me here. You are so desperate to prove something to your pack and to Ornyx that you're letting him provoke you into getting into a fight that you won't win. Not like this anyway. Tristan let out a humorless laugh. Oh, you want to talk about people being desperate to prove something? He took a step closer to me and nodded down at me. Why do you still have that necklace on, Crystal? My hand unconsciously flew up to finger the chain. Even after finding out the necklace was poisoning me, I still hadn't taken it off. I'll tell you why, because you're scared. Scared of having everyone finally see the real you. The one that's more powerful than anyone could have thought. He spoke. I scoffed. Please. No, don't deny it. We shared an empathy link, remember? I learned that you feel most afraid in situations where have the chance to show the world your potential. You avoid the spotlight at all costs because that's what your mother programmed you to do. I felt mad at Tristan for assuming things. You didn't know anything about my mom Tristan, and just because we were mates for a hot minute, it doesn't mean you know me like that. Tristan's face grew serious. We were mates for barely a month, but as far as caring about you, being aware of you, I've done that since I found you. That's the difference between us. I never rejected the mating bond. Yes, you did. I spoke my mind going back to the night of the ball. It still stung to think about it. That's because I had to. He spoke, his voice suddenly lower. I wasn't going to make you be with me any longer. It wasn't fair to either of us. Besides, you already made your choice and I respected it. Saying I didn't want you to kill Roman wasn't be choosing him. I spoke defensively. What about now? After what he did to you and your family, would you let me kill him? Tristan asked. I hesitated, and that seemed enough for Tristan. I thought so. He spat at me. He turned away, but I marched after him. I grabbed his shoulder. He spun on me, catching me off guard for a second. Me not wanting you to kill someone has nothing to do with love. If anything, it's based on morality. And according to morality, Roman doesn't deserve to pay for killing my soldiers. For hurting Bridget? Tristan asked. I saw the anger in his eyes. You kill him and you become like him. I spoke softly. You were right. I didn't recognize that Roman. There were bits and pieces of him, but I saw something else in him that night. Something dark and scary. It frightened me. And I'm afraid that if you play into Ornyx's hands, you're going to come back in bits and pieces too. And there are so many people who still need the kind and compassionate Tristan. You're a good man. Don't let Ornyx turn you into one of his monsters. Tristan had calmed down now, but I still saw his chest heaving slightly. He looked down into my eyes. My mother used to tell me that above all, I should treasure peace and harmony in my pack. My people have had that since the war ended. I need to make sure it stays that way. Whatever it takes. What are you going to do then? What's your plan? I asked. I saw Tristan hesitate, and I wondered if he was trying to decide if he could trust me or not. Ornyx is a man of tradition. He's trigger-happy, but he respects the laws of old. I'm going to challenge him. One-on-one combat. My eyes widened. My werewolf history was a lot rusty, but I knew what duels between alphas meant. He takes over the pack when you die. I told him. Tristan rolled his eyes. There you go again with underestimating me. I'm not going to lose or die. Tristan, he's more experienced. I yelled. How was he not seeing how stupid he was? And I'm not weak. He responded. I clenched my fists. Tristan, don't do this. There has to be another way. This is the only way that prevents unnecessary bloodshed. He replied. You can't do this. I spoke again. Think of the pack, of your brothers. They lose you if you die. Then I guess I just won't die. Tristan responded in an exhausted tone. He was tired of this conversation, but I wasn't. Bridget would agree with me if she were here, and you know it. I saw Tristan tense up, and I immediately regretted bringing his beta up. Yeah, I bet she would. He spoke quietly. But she can't say anything to this because of what they did to her. I'm going to make sure Ornyx pays with his life. He turned to leave, and I was getting desperate. I wanted to cry. Every step he took getting closer to the door felt alarmingly loud. Like if he walked out and left, I wouldn't see him ever again. Tristan, wait. He stopped in his tracks and turned around. Don't do this. I begged. He let out a sigh. I know what I'm doing, Crystal. I know you don't believe me, but I do. It's not that I don't believe you. I whispered. I just don't want to lose you. For a moment he just stared at me. I decided a long time ago that I wasn't going to let fear dictate my life. You shouldn't either. You can start by getting rid of that necklace. With that he left, walking out and leaving me hopeless. 𝐊𝐤 was just a little noise. But it was enough to send me shooting out of bed. I turned to my side and saw Kat fast asleep next to me. She hadn't even flinched, and I wondered how that was possible. Falling asleep back home after the incident had been just as difficult. The smallest thing from Kat snoring to Parker dropping a Lego woke me up. But it had gotten easier as time passed by. But now we were in a new house. A house that I hadn't come to know like the back of my hand. I heard the shuffling again, and my heart started to beat faster. I thought about the panic buttons all over the house strategically placed. I thought about the dozens of cameras, and I thought about the trained soldiers standing outside. The point of a safe house was that it was supposed to be safe. So why did I still feel on edge? Why did I think someone could still have broken in with the soldiers that were guarding us standing just outside? Oh, that's right, because it hadn't stopped Roman last time. I carefully got out of bed even though I knew Cat wouldn't budge. There were 5 bedrooms in this place and we could have each gotten our own. And you would think Cat would have rushed to pick the biggest and claim it. She never felt shy to tell me how much she had enjoyed having her own room before I came about. I knew it wasn't coming from a bad place. She had just enjoyed having her own space. But when we got here, she moved into the room I chose and now we were back to sharing a bed. I guess she still believed I needed comfort after all that had happened. And honestly, I agreed. I slipped on my slippers and slowly headed out of the room. The shuffling was still there all right. Maybe I should have just moved aside the painting on the wall and pressed the panic button there, but I didn't. I really don't know why I didn't. After spending so much time contemplating what I should have done differently with Roman to prevent so much disaster, you would think I would be smarter. But no. I was going headfirst into danger. All I could think about was the Bensons safely tucked away in their beds slumbering. If someone was here, I needed to make sure that they would take me, not them. I established that the sound was coming from the kitchen. I walked thorough down the stairs and went down the hallway. Now I was sure that someone was moving in there. I leaned over the doorframe and peeked in. I sighed in relief when I saw Aunt Sarah's blonde locks. Hey, I greeted. She spun around from where she had been rummaging through a cupboard. Oh, Crystal. Baby, I didn't hear you come down. She spoke. Sorry for scaring you. I apologized as I slid into a stool at the island table. Couldn't sleep either. Aunt Sarah ran her hand through her hair. She walked around the island and slid into a stool beside me. No, she admitted with a sigh. I guess I'm just too used to our house. I looked at the cupboard she had open and smiled to myself. So you came down here to organize. I saw her cheeks tint pink. Well, I had to do something or I was going to go crazy just sitting up in that room awake all night. She spoke sounding a little defensive. I laughed and she smiled at me. How are you holding up, kiddo? It was a question I had been receiving on the daily from her. And I knew she didn't want the typical answer. I feel like everything is just floating. And I just can't grasp any of it. I told her. Everything that was happening just felt so out of my control. I couldn't talk sense into Roman like I had wanted. Ornyx was another untouchable story, and now Tristan wanted to run into fire and there was nothing I could say to stop him. Does this have something to do with that argument you had with Tristan? She asked gently. Of course they had all heard. Werewolf hearing. Ornyx will kill him. I told Aunt Sarah. I hadn't even met Ornyx, but I saw his soldiers, I saw Roman and I saw that Vanessa girl and I saw how they didn't hesitate. How lightning fast their actions were. How lethal. If they were that dangerous. What more, they're alpha. You don't know that. Aunt Sarah spoke as she reached out to place her hand on mine. Yes, I do. Ornyx is a cold-blooded killer and Tristan. He's kind and he's honorable and noble. That's not a fair fight. The person playing dirty always wins. I told her. I think you're forgetting something very important, sweetie. I looked up at her in confusion and she took my hand in both of hers. At the end of the day, Ornyx and Tristan will fight for power. But there is something way bigger than both Ornyx and Tristan. Someone actually. I sighed when I realized what she was talking about. God. You know, in the Holy Scriptures it says, fret not thyself because of evil men. Neither be thou envious at the wicked, for there shall be no reward to the evil man, the candle of the wicked shall be put out. She recited. I know you're worried that Tristan will get hurt, but at the end of the day, truth, justice, love, all these things lie in a light that can never be put out. The light shines in the darkness and the darkness cannot fathom. I spoke. Aunt Sarah smiled proudly. She patted my hand. Everything will be okay. You just have to have a little faith. I didn't know what to say. Sitting back and doing nothing was difficult. I wanted to help. To do something to save Tristan myself. I fingered my necklace and I saw Aunt Sarah's eyes dart to it. Crystal, I've been meaning to talk to you about that necklace. She spoke. I dropped my hand and looked up at her, thinking back to the argument with Tristan. I know you think I should take it off. Aunt Sarah frowned. Why haven't you? I thought about the first time I had put it on. What it symbolized. I can't seem to bring myself to do it. I admitted to her. I feel like once I finally have it off, the connection I have with my mother will be severed. Baby, I did not meet your mother and I can't speak to what kind of woman she was, but I've heard so much from your father. She seems like she is a very protective woman. I nodded. That's exactly who she is or was. She was always there for me and my dad. Aunt Sarah smiled slightly. You really miss them, don't you? I felt my eyes get watery. I do. And I just think about how things will never be the same with us. I'm truly sorry about that, baby. But I'm not sorry that your mother brought you here to be with us. Your uncle always believed she decided to bring you here for a reason. Maybe it's not what we thought, but you are a blessing to this family. And we all love you dearly. I smiled at her. And I love you all too. I just hate the problems that I brought upon everyone. Oh hush. Every family has problems, Crystal. You just have to figure out how to deal with them. Together. I sighed and looked out the window. The moon was partially hidden behind some clouds. Hazel's gonna miss the changing ceremony. Tomorrow there would be a full moon. Full moons were a time of celebration for werewolves. Most of our ceremonies were celebrated on the nights of full moons. Hazel looked like she was on the brink of completing the ceremony. All she needed was tomorrow night to trigger it. Then we'll do it here. The four of us. Aunt Sarah spoke. And I knew that she meant Kat, Hazel, herself and I. I hadn't attended the 𝐊𝐤𝐽𝐻 changing ceremony during my first change. Felt awkward. I wasn't one of them and that was evident. Besides, I had seen Uncle Victor's wolf and I knew that mine wouldn't be the same brown coat as the other 𝐊𝐤𝐽𝐻 wolves. I would stick out like a sore thumb. That's why I had gone through it with Aunt Sarah to guide me in the privacy of our own backyard. And the night had been magnificent. I had never in my life felt so free. Do you think I changed so late because of this? I asked, gesturing to my necklace. Aunt Sarah frowned. I don't know much about 𝐊𝐿𝐬, but my mother used to work with herbs. I do think it can delay your changes as well. She spoke softly. I thought back to my fainting spells in high school. I always wondered why Kat described her changing in a way that was so different to hers. She had always talked of the process as effortlessly. I had to push to get my wolf out. I always thought it was because I was half human. I don't know what's going to happen, dear. Tomorrow is a mystery to me. But I do know that I have hope. And I trust that God will take care of everything. We need just to be still. Now come on, we should get some rest. I looked out at the hidden moon. Be still. Have trust. God, I don't want to lose Tristan. Please, please help me. Crystal, look. Look. I'm the king of the world. I smiled at the sight of Parker as he ran up the hill. I am definitely not looking forward to his changing ceremony. Aunt Sarah spoke, sighing as she came up behind me. Hurry up, slowpokes. Parker held up his hands as if he was flying as he ran in circles. None of us are. I muttered. I turned around and could see our safe house in the distance. It was pretty far off from town, so the area was secluded enough. Aunt Sarah and I were just scouting it out in order to ensure that we would have a nice private area for Hazel's shift tonight. It was so quiet and peaceful out here that you would even be convinced that the rest of the world didn't exist. That no one was trying to kill anyone and that there was no threat of war. Mummy! Mummy! Look! Cars! Parker screamed. I looked down the mountain and surely, in the distance, I could see familiar black vehicles approaching. The safe hose was deep enough in the thick of the woods that vehicles couldn't get through if they tried. So they had to park out in the distance and navigate on foot. It was secluded and hidden. Probably Tristan. Aunt Sarah spoke when she saw the look on my face. I nodded even though I was still on edge. I thought about how Roman and his friends had acquired 𝐊𝐤𝐽𝐻 pack uniforms. What would stop them from acquiring their vehicles? I tried to put my mind at ease by telling myself that there were highly trained soldiers all around the house. We headed down the hill, going back to the house, Parker treating it as a race, of course. When we were close, I urged myself to relax when I heard Tristan's voice. But it wasn't the only one. I heard a light feminine laugh that I knew definitely didn't belong to Tristan. I looked at Aunt Sarah in confusion and she seemed just as clueless. When we got to the front, I immediately spotted two unfamiliar faces in a uniform that definitely didn't belong to the 𝐊𝐤𝐽𝐻 pack talking to Rick. I immediately felt my guard go up. Uncle Rick. Parker ran towards the guard. I almost reached out to grab him and pull him back, but Aunt Sarah placed a hand on my shoulder before I could. It's okay, that's the Calhoun pack uniform. She spoke as way of explanation. I focused on the badges on their uniforms and realized that it was the Calhoun pack symbol. Crystal, Mrs. Benson. May spoke, coming up behind us and offering a kind smile. She looked up at the two soldiers. Sorry for barging in like this, but you have a visitor, Crystal. May spoke. I furrowed my brows. A visitor? Someone who very much wanted to meet you. May spoke as if that explained everything. Without another word, she walked into the house. I gave Aunt Sarah a confused look and glanced at the Calhoun Park soldiers before following May inside. She walked into the kitchen. Kat rushed up to me from where she had been seated in the living room with Hazel. Dude, you'll never believe who's here. She whispered quickly. She seemed too giddy. Crystal Swan. I spun around at the unfamiliar voice only to see a face that I did in fact recognize. Jasmine Stone. Daughter of the Alpha of the Calhoun Pack. And she knew my name. Tristan came up behind her. And my mind was instantly taken back to the night of the AP ball last year when she came as Tristan's date. I hadn't even spoken to her then. Just stared and envied from afar. Crystal, this is Jasmine. I know who she is. I spoke, cutting him off. The real question was, why was she here? Tristan looked somewhat shocked. Okay. Jazz wanted to meet you. Jazz. The beautiful dark-haired lady smiled at me. I'm in town for the full moon festival tomorrow. She explained. And of course the union meetings. Union meetings? I asked in confusion. The alphas of the Werewolf Union are convening here for an emergency meeting. Tristan explained. Jazz turned to look at Tristan with a frown. I thought you would have told her. Tristan didn't meet my eyes. I already explained the situation to you, Jazz. Jasmine turned to look at me. She was so pretty. Oh right. That. Well, I'd like to say I've heard a lot, Crystal, but in all honesty, I don't think I've heard as much as I would have liked. She smiled as if it was meant to be a joke. What did she want to hear? Why was Jasmine Stone even interested in me? What was this about? I looked at Tristan, hoping for answers, but if he had them, he didn't show. She suddenly looked behind me. Hi, she outstretched her hand to Aunt Sarah. I'm Jasmine, you must be Kat and Hazel's mom. Yes, I am, and it's so lovely to meet you, Jasmine. I've heard so much. Aunt Sarah spoke. I looked at her in confusion. She had. Okay. Tristan spoke. Now that you've all met, we can leave. He told Jasmine, giving her a pointed look. I frowned. So this is what it had come to. Him just popping in and out. We couldn't even be in the same room anymore. Not yet. Jasmine spoke. She turned her attention on me. I would like to talk to Crystal. Tristan looked uncomfortable. Well, she's right here. Alone. Jasmine spoke, giving me a smile. Okay, what had I done now? 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬, it's so nice out here. Jasmine spoke as she walked ahead of me out into the clearing of the backyard. I simply watched her. This gorgeous lady who was basically royalty considering she was an alpha's daughter. I didn't know her and she didn't know me. So her asking for a private audience was confusing to say the least. She turned around, her long dark hair fling in the wind and her forest green eyes settling on me. You know, I once backpacked through Europe and met this pack that we preferred not to live in houses. They were all about living in nature and letting their wolf sides dominate. I lived among them for a couple of months and it was so liberating. She shut her eyes, sucked in a deep breath and let out a satisfied sigh. When I went back home, I was so restless for so long. I had gotten used to being in the wild and living on instinct alone. I was starting to wonder where she was going with this, but I didn't want to be rude by telling her to get to the point. We live in such close proximity to humans that we often forget to let our wolves have their moment in the sun once in a while. She muttered, and I wondered if she was still talking to me or to herself. After being quiet for what felt like minutes, she opened her eyes again. I can't imagine what it was like for you suppressing your true nature and living among humans for so long. I was caught off guard but also relieved. Something directed at me. It wasn't so bad actually. I had friends and my family. My dad at least. He was human and normal. Jasmine frowned slightly. I'm sorry that your whole world had to come crushing down in more ways than one. I suddenly wondered how much Tristan had told this stranger about me. I felt weird. My life story with all its twists and turns and tragedies was still my life. I had the right to disclose who got to know my secrets. How much do you know? I asked warily. Oh sorry. She spoke, seeming genuinely apologetic. I know what it's like to have your life studied and lived under a microscope. Trust me, my dad has been having me supervised and watched since I was born. You still haven't answered my question. I spoke. Jasmine gave me a half-hearted smile. About everything, I suppose. Again, I'm sorry, but there's a file on you and it's in my job description to snoop. Came out before I could even control myself. The same way I had gotten mad about Joshua reading my file is the same way I was mad at this person I didn't even know knowing so many personal details. Jasmine let out a small breath. I guess Tristan really didn't tell you much about me. I'm an Interpack ambassador. I'm in a department of ambassadors under the union who deal with issues that affect the packs under the union. And you, Crystal Swan, are a hot topic for us right now. I looked at Jasmine. She didn't look any older than Tristan. I didn't know if I believed that she had such an important sounding job. As if she sensed my skepticism, she reached into her jacket pocket and took out a card. It was actually an ID. It has the Werewolf Union logo and her picture and details. Promise I'd check out. Ask anyone. I handed her back the ID. So what are you here to do? Interrogate me? I asked dryly. God knows I had had enough of that. No. But I do want to talk. I do want to get to know Tristan's mate. If anything, we should have met ages ago if Tristan hadn't been so quiet about you. I flinched at the word. We're not mates anymore. I explained. I felt a tingling feeling in my chest, as if the after effects of the rejection were coming to haunt me. I know that too. Jasmine spoke. If she knew it, then why did she bring it up? Tristan explained the entire fiasco. He seemed to tell you a lot. Okay, this time I had meant to be snarky. Jasmine simply shrugged, seemingly unbothered by my tone. Comes with the territory. We've only known each other our whole lives after all. We even stayed at the same base camp once when the war got particularly heavy. Being a kid and seeing your parents go to fight, and not knowing if they'll come back created some deep bonds that could not be broken if we tried. She spoke casually. I eyed her. You've known each other your whole lives. Jasmine nodded. Him, Peter, Lydia, Bridget, and I. We were the unbreakable quartet. Who's Lydia? I asked, knowing I had never heard the name. Jasmine's smile grew smaller. Well, almost unbreakable. Tristan didn't tell you about Lydia. She seemed to be under the impression that Tristan had a lot of personal conversations. If they were such good friends, she should have known that our relationship wasn't like that. I shook my head.
𝐨𝐴𝐺𝐻.
Well, I can't blame him. It's difficult for any of us to talk about her. Lydia Reese was the firstborn daughter of Javi Reese, alpha of the Reese pack before his brother Carlos Reese took over. And she was the bravest person I had ever met. She's not with us anymore, I guess. Jasmine's frown deepened. She was only 15 when she enlisted for the army. Like Tristan, she wanted to fight for her people, and she had already lost her father by then, which made her alpha. She died a hero. I wanted to hug Jasmine right then. If I knew her better, I might have. Yet another person Tristan had lost because of Ornyx. Yet another young person they had all lost. You would have liked her. Jasmine spoke, forcing a laugh. I assume you met Bridget. Well, picture someone 10 times more intense than Bridget with wild red hair. And you would have Lydia. She was something. Half the boys our age were either scared or utterly in love with her. Even Tristan had a little crush, which was brave of him considering he was 2 years younger than her. I always thought that if those two didn't find their mates, they would get married and unite their packs. Jasmine's smile faded. But we don't always get what we want, I suppose. Lydia's gone, Bridge. We don't even know if she'll make it, and now it's just the 3 of us. I'm sorry about that. I told her. Especially since I still blamed myself for Bridget. Jasmine furrowed her brows. Don't be. You being here. It's a good thing. Call me a hopeless romantic, but my wish for all my friends has always been that they would find their mates. After all they've been through. They deserve that. Tristan isn't my mate. I spoke, desperate to make it clear. Not anymore. He couldn't even bear to be in the same room as me. Jasmine didn't respond immediately. Do you want to be with him? I didn't expect that question. I don't think I had ever gotten that question. It doesn't really matter. Jasmine pursed her lips. Tristan told me about your tumultuous relationship. That was one way to put it. Then he told you that he rejected me. I spoke, folding my arms across my chest. I was so ready for this conversation to be over. Yeah, but you rejected him first, to be fair. I couldn't say anything to defend myself. What would I say? Is hurt more? I didn't know that. Bridget had told me that day at HQ that I never truly understood the feeling of rejection, and now I did. It hurt like hell, and it especially ached when he was around. Magnets meant to attract, now bound to repel. I'm not telling you this to hurt you, she added. The mating bond usually isn't too complicated. I've heard of mates who don't even have a sexual attraction. Their relationship is purely platonic, and they even see other people. For years people have confused the mating bond for that because that's what it usually equates to. But really, the mating bond helps you find love, in the purest form. Someone you can't live without. That's why I wanted to talk to you. I know that your relationship with Tristan isn't the best right now. Did he tell you that? I asked. Did he tell everyone about how I had messed up his life? And his pack? It wouldn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that you two can barely look at each other. Jasmine spoke. No one expects you guys to get together and get married. But I think you should at least consider fixing this relationship, so that you don't have to live in pain for the rest of your lives. Neither of you deserve that. I didn't know this Jasmine, but she seemed sincere. Or at least I don't think she had any ulterior motives. Turns out I wasn't so good at telling when people were lying to me. I've hurt him. I told her.
𝐨𝐸 sighed.
He doesn't see it that way. He thinks he ruined your life. I scoffed. Right. Wow, you two really have communication issues. Jasmine might have been Tristan's bestie, or whatever, but she didn't know or understand anything that had happened here in the past weeks. What do you want, Crystal? What? I asked. She took a step closer to me. Tonight we celebrate the full moon festival. A celebration so sacred that even Ornyx himself wouldn't dare to disrespect it. It's the 6th full moon in the year. Halfway through, and we choose to commemorate it by being our true selves. I knew about the festival. I had never been to one because I could never be my true self as long as I lived in Woodfell. That's why I found my answer easier than I thought. What I want is to leave Woodfell. Jasmine's face showed that she clearly wasn't expecting that answer. And Tristan? She asked. I didn't know what to say. It's not like he wanted me here anyway. Did he tell you his plan? That he plans on challenging Ornyx? Yeah, he did. And you're okay with it? Jasmine looked surprised and somewhat disgusted. Of course not. But there's nothing I can do. Especially not here. I'm practically in hiding. There's always something you can do. She spoke. I just need you to be willing. I furrowed my brows, not understanding what she was asking of me. Tristan can't go after Ornyx. You and I can both agree to that. I think I know a way in which I can stop it. But I need you. So tell me, Crystal, are you willing to help? I watched Tristan leave, filled with fear and uncertainty. He promises to come back. But I can sense that our time is running out. I promise I will come back. 49. Lying to Tristan was becoming easier and easier, and I was ashamed to admit it. Jasmine had left with him only to come back alone with her guards an hour later. Just like we had discussed. Next thing I knew, we were driving to HQ. Tristan's gonna figure out what we're doing. I spoke aloud. Even though I had no problem going against Tristan's wishes this time around, doesn't mean I wasn't nervous about it. I was freaking out on the inside. And let's face it, the outside too. I was anxiously wringing my hands and kept focusing on the trees that we bypassed outside, hoping it would momentarily distract me from the nerves that were making my stomach churn. I know he is. Jasmine spoke. I just hope it will be too late by the time he tries to stop us. She was scrolling through something on her phone, looking all businesslike. I sucked in a deep breath, my heart was racing in my chest. Jasmine put her phone down and looked at me. You need to relax, Crystal. That's easy for you to say. I spoke out, my agitation coming off as anger. Tristan's gonna forgive you. I've already done a lot of things to break his trust. Jasmine frowned. Tristan will always care for you, Crystal. Jasmine hadn't been around when everything was going. I don't know how much Tristan told her, but I knew she couldn't possibly know everything unless he opened his mind to her. The pain that existed was deep-rooted in his soldiers getting killed, in Roman managing to get the best of him, in the man who was responsible for his parents' death being alive. And it all just came back to me. The girl who was supposed to be by his side, but who instead was in love with one of his biggest enemies. Jasmine couldn't understand, no matter how much she tried. When we got to HQ, Jasmine turned to look at me. We're gonna use the back. She told both me and the driver. Having the 𝐋𝐮𝐬 and newly discovered granddaughter of the pack's biggest enemy walking through the door definitely wasn't a good look, I agreed. There's a back entrance. I asked Jasmine. I was mostly wondering how she knew about this. She wasn't a Silvercrest. There's always another entrance. Jasmine shrugged. We got out of the vehicle and she gave the driver instructions to wait for us and remain inconspicuous. HQ was in the middle of nowhere. So I wasn't surprised when he ended up navigating through trees, me following Jasmine who seemed to know where she was going. All the while I was nervous. What if there were cameras that would alert them that we were here? Or trip wires or something? I refused to believe HQ was this easy to sneak around. But mostly I was nervous about Tristan catching us. I had messed things up with him already, and even though I was doing this to help him, I knew that he wouldn't see it this way. Here we go. Jasmine suddenly announced when we got to the back wall. Before I could ask what she meant because there was nothing there, she reached out and swept away a thick covering of bush. A staircase going down into the dark that I hadn't noticed before became visible. Come on, Jasmine told me, not wasting any time as she descended. I followed her, all the while wondering if I had a gullibility problem, going along with a stranger's plan just because she had said it would help Tristan. I stared at Jasmine's back, her dark hair sweeping it, and wondered if she seemed like the traitorous type. What did the traitorous type even look like anyway? How do you even know about this entrance? I asked Jasmine. We were down in a dark hallway. She used her phone torch for light as she continued down. I'm an alpha's daughter, was her explanation. As if she sensed how much that answer wasn't satisfactory, she turned to grin at me. I forget that your time as Luna was limited. You'll come to realize that there are levels of clearance among the packs. They're the people who have power and the people who have the actual power. I furrowed my brows at her. She looked away from me and kept walking. Think about it, Crystal, why didn't you know about werewolves until you realized you were one? How do cities of werewolves exist and humans are none the wiser? I assumed it was a rhetoric question. The population of humans in Woodfell that I knew of was one. Chris' mum. And she was only here because of her mate. Werewolves have a rich history. We've existed alongside humans for years. When we went into hiding, there were some entrusted with the job of protecting our secrets. Such people aren't elected, they inherit these secrets and hence the power. Families like the Melroses, the Stones, Calhounds, were they type of people who know how to infiltrate human organizations, make it seem like werewolf territories aren't even on maps, keep secret prisoners underground. As she said that, the hallway opened up and became much wider, branching out into 2 doors. We went through the one on the left, which also had a retina scanner. We walked out into another hallway with doors extending on either side of the fairly narrow hallway. I looked around. To say the least, I was shocked. Why have secret prisons though? I asked. Crime levels in Woodfell were extremely low, they could be non-existent. Everyone here was like some big family and the alpha was supposed to be like the father. So if anyone has problems, they went to him. Jasmine pressed in a code on one of the doors. Because sometimes it's safer for the public not to know what kind of prisoners we're keeping here. She held the door open for me. After you. I stared at her momentarily before pushing myself to move. This was what we agreed on after all. When I walked in, I don't know what I had been expecting. But the view wasn't as scary as I had been anticipating. A girl sat on the floor in the corner. Her head hung down, causing her matted curls to fall across her face, creating a curtain. You better be here to kill me, she muttered. Unfortunately, today isn't your lucky day. Jasmine closed the door behind her. The girl slowly raised her head. Her eyes had dark circles around them, and they landed on me. They widened slightly. Valencia Van Cliff. She spoke, her voice scratchy. I felt uncomfortable under her scrutinizing glare. It's Crystal, I told her. Valencia wasn't my name. It never was. She scoffed. Whatever. I watched as she shakily brought herself to her feet. Her lips were dry and she looked like she hadn't slept in days. She walked up to the glass, stopping and staring at me. I tried not to show how freaked out I was, but hell. I was wondering when you'd show up. She spoke, cocking her head to the side. Did your alpha mate finally let you out to play? I narrowed my eyes at her. We had a deal, Megan. Jasmine spoke, stepping forward. You said you would talk if I brought Crystal, well here she is. 𝐶𝐿, the girl responded gruffly. And I know a deal's a deal. But maybe you can get me some water first. It would make it a lot easier if my throat didn't feel like freaking sandpaper. She spoke sarcastically. Jasmine rolled her eyes. I'll be right back, she told me before turning to leave. The Megie girl turned to look at me again. You don't seem to talk much, she spoke. I sucked in a breath. Jasmine had told me about the situation. The rogues weren't speaking at all. And this Megie girl was the only one willing to talk. But only if I was there. Of course Tristan hadn't told me that. He was probably determined to keep me as far from this as possible. I didn't know how to do interrogations. Maybe if I had spent enough time in the AAP I would have learned a thing or two. But the truth is I had no idea how to go about this. I didn't know this girl. She had indirectly saved me, but I didn't know if that had been intentional or not. Say something. The girl spoke impatiently when I remained silent. Truth is, I didn't know what to say. Do you only talk when they're around? She scoffed. Are you really that hell-bent on hiding behind them? I wouldn't rely on that if I were you, because once Ornyx gets you, not even Tristan Melrose will be able to save you. I kept a straight face, trying not to show any emotion. Why did you fight Roman that night? I asked. There should have been a number of other questions I could have asked, but that's the one I was most curious about, to be honest. The Megie girl smiled in amusement. What can I say? David knows how to drive any girl crazy enough to want to kill him. She spoke. She leaned closer to the class as if she was trying to get through. It was nothing personal, our beliefs just don't align anymore. We had different missions and we were in each other's way. Your mission was to retrieve me. I told her, figuring that much from what Tristan had said. Megie folded her arms across her chest. I guess our missions were similar after all. She outstretched her hand to lean on the glass. She looked tired and weak. We both meant to capture you, just for different reasons. I knew why Roman had wanted me. What was your reason? I asked her. She was silent for a while, just staring at my face. You're such a bitch, you know that. I was taken aback by the sudden bitterness in her tone. Excuse me. She laughed humorlessly. I looked at the door nervously, wondering where Jasmine was, because Miss Megie here was starting to creep me out. For years I was basically Ornyx's puppet. My parents willingly gave me up when I was only 6 so that I could be trained to be one of his spies. I spent 11 years committed to him and whatever he wanted me to do. When I finally escaped and joined the resistance, I thought things would be better. Your mother gave me hope. My mother? I asked in confusion. Megie didn't look too pleased at being interrupted, and I probably should have been letting her rant to get more information. My mother is part of the resistance against Ornyx? I asked. No, of course not. Megie spat at me. She's Xavier's freaking wife. But she's also the only person who ever came close to escaping the Shadow Pack. She chose to return. My heart shattered. My mother chose to go back to those monsters. Why would she do that? Leave my father and me for them? She kept me safe though. She kept all of us safe. She was the closest thing to a mother any of us had. I stared at Megie in confusion. What was she saying? How did you know my mother? I asked. The timeline just didn't add up. When would my mother have had the time to go back and forth between being my mom and raising murderous spy children? The door reopened. Jasmine stepped in with water in a plastic cup. Okay, here's your water. Jasmine spoke as she opened a latch and placed the cup through a small window. I wouldn't get used to this luxury, by the way. You need to remember that you're still a prisoner. I watched as Megie shakily lifted the cup to her lips. I tried to keep a straight face, but I was incredibly disturbed. Were they starving the prisoners down here? I knew Megie hadn't even been in here as long as the others. So if she was in this state, what did the others look like? Did I miss anything? Jasmine asked, and the question was directed at me. I didn't answer, I just walked up to the glass. How did you know my mother? I asked more forcefully. Megie smirked. There's that Van Cleef spark I was waiting for. I'm not a Van Cleef. I spoke again. Jasmine placed her hands on my shoulders, pulling me back. Hey, you need to relax. She wants you to get worked up. Don't let her get to you. I looked at Megie and saw the smug look on her face. Why don't you let me take over for now? Jasmine spoke. You promised I would get my answers as well. I told her. And you will. She insisted. But Tristan first, right? I sighed. That's why we were here primarily. I nodded. Jasmine stepped forward, folding her arms across her chest. Megie, in spirit of our deal, why don't we get things started? Hold up, princess. Megie spoke as she set the cup down. Bringing Ornyx's daughter here was only half the agreement. Jasmine cocked her head to the side. Excuse me. You have my people locked up. I want them and myself released. Unfortunately, I don't have that authority, sweetheart. Jasmine spoke sarcastically. Megie's brown eyes turned to me. But she does. I was taken aback. Me. You're the Luna, aren't you? She asked as if it was obvious. Get your mate to let me and my people go. In exchange, we dish all the dirt on Roman. Clearly someone hadn't got the memo about me being dropped. Before I could even open my mouth, Jasmine spoke up. Not gonna happen. The least we can do is ask for leniency. Your wolves infiltrated 𝐊𝐤𝐽 territory, tried to attack the Luna, attempted to murder the Alpha's brother. That wasn't us. Megie snapped. Her eyes were wild and the anger on her face was apparent. Ornyx's soldier went after Joshua. We snuck into the 𝐊𝐤𝐽 territory, yes. But that was afterwards. We wanted the Luna, but we weren't going to forcibly drag her out of here. You saw that? Megie looked at me, her eyes pleading. I remembered how all I had to do was ask the wolf if it had been here for me. And then your Alpha came along and almost killed Nathan. She spoke angrily. I remembered how Tristan hadn't hesitated to go for the throat. But he was still alive the last time I saw him. The Alpha was protecting his Luna from a perceived attack. Jasmine spoke defensively, not giving me a chance to speak. For goodness sake, she wasn't even there. And I guess she was on board with pretending I was still the Luna. Perceived threat. Megie scoffed. That's the problem with you all. The Werewolf Union. When Ornyx rebelled, you all shut us out. Declared us the enemy. But did it ever occur to you that some of us had no choice? That some of us would want out? Was only child. There was so much emotion in her voice. I thought of Roman. He must have been around the same age as Megie when he started training as well. At such a young age, he had been fed their agenda. It was probably implanted in his brain if he was still so dedicated to it today. When I looked at Jasmine, I saw her falter as well. Her calm and collected demeanor seemed to be faltering. You should have saved us. Megie spat at her. When the war ended, you should have rescued us. Not isolate us, leave us lost and pack less. If anything, Ornyx's rise is your fault. Jasmine swallowed. Ornyx was perceived as a monster among the packs of the Union. But what if that was also the case for his people? What if there were more like Uncle Victor? People who wanted out but were too afraid to leave. And you, Megie, turned to me. You have no idea how lucky you are that you didn't grow up in that place. With those monsters. You know. Your mother spoke of you often. About how kind you were, kind and generous. She actually had hope that when you became Alpha of the Shadow Pack, things would be better. And now here you are, in a place of privilege. We came to you for help and you had your mate lock us up like a pack of wild dogs. Your own people. What kind of Luna are you? Her words stung and I found myself feeling more guilty than imaginable. I thought back to how that wolf in the woods hadn't hurt me. And maybe if I had a few minutes before Tristan had showed up. What's going on here? I turned to see Tristan at the door, glaring at both Jasmine and I. Busted. 𝐿. The car pulled up to the safe house. It was way more silent than I had thought it would be. One of Jasmine's guards had been driving. She sat in between Tristan and I. And in a funny way, I felt like she was shielding me from the full extent of his anger. I didn't wait when the car pulled up and jumped out immediately. Tristan followed not a second later. I heard Jasmine say something but he shut her down. The beginning of the ride had begun with Jasmine trying to tell Tristan that it had all been her idea. That she was completely within her rights by interviewing Megie. Tristan didn't say anything. And that was the scariest part. He burned with betrayal. I didn't need an empathy link to be able to figure out that much. But I had known he wouldn't like this the minute I had agreed to it. I had done it for him even though I knew he wouldn't see it that way. Don't run away from me, Crystal. I heard his voice in a growl as it stopped me in my tracks to seek refuge in the house. I spun around and saw him standing there, looking furious. I let out a breath. Jasmine had gotten out of the car now as well. I don't know what you want me to say. I spoke in a quiet voice. I was just trying to help. Van Cliffs are trained to lie and deceive. There's a reason I didn't want you talking to Megie. You should have listened to me. Why don't you ever listen to me? He raised his voice slightly. Tristan, Jasmine spoke calmly. We did what we thought was. I really don't want to hear it, Jazz. He growled at her. I froze. I didn't recognize this Tristan. I had never seen him this mad. I heard the front door open. Uncle Victor stepped out. He looked around curiously and I could tell he was concerned about the raised voice. Crystal, get in now. He told me. I looked back at Tristan. He was clearly still fuming. I opened my mouth to say something. Now, Crystal. Uncle Victor ordered. I looked at him, then back at Tristan again. There were words in his eyes that I felt I needed to decipher. I'm beefing up security. You need to stay here where you're safe and not go wandering around. Tristan spoke. He spun around. I don't know why I had been expecting screaming. When was I gonna learn that that wasn't the type of man Tristan was? Tristan. I spoke in a small voice. He stopped. He didn't want to talk to me. He didn't even want to look at me. That was clear. He was losing his patience and the smart thing would have been to let him leave with Jasmine. But I just couldn't. Not like this. He continued walking towards the car. Tristan. I spoke in a louder voice. This time my voice cracked. He stopped. Don't go. I spoke. He stood still for a few seconds. He then turned around and this time I saw something else entirely. I saw exhaustion. Let's talk. I begged. Crystal, it's late. I heard Uncle Victor speak. You can do this tomorrow. The full moon festival is about to begin and Tristan needs to be there to lead the shift. I didn't pay my uncle any mind. I just stared at Tristan. I felt like a child begging their parent not to leave them. And maybe it was my abandonment issues speaking, but I was so fed up with watching people walk away from me. Especially since now I knew that I may never see them again. 5 minutes. Tristan spoke gruffly. My heart, which felt clenched before, felt free now. I felt like I could breathe a little better. I turned to Uncle Victor. I just need a few minutes of privacy. I could tell that he didn't want to leave me alone with Tristan at the moment. But I also hoped he could hear how desperate I was. Uncle Victor sighed. Fine. 5 minutes. I turned back to Tristan and nodded towards the back. I led the way hoping he would follow. His footsteps were heard a few seconds late and it brought me relief. What is it, Crystal? He asked once we were in the backyard. The sun was just going down, exuding pretty pink-orange lighting in the sky. I thought about my words carefully before I spoke them. I sucked in a deep breath. Ever since I got here, you've done all you can to try and protect me. Is it so hard to believe that Jasmine and I did what we did because we were trying to do the same for you? Tristan didn't say anything. For a second I thought he would just turn around and leave. Do you want me to be honest, Crystal? He asked and I was relieved when he finally spoke. There's nothing I want more. I told him. He took a step towards me. I swallowed hard. There was some distance between us but his action felt invasive. I believe Jasmine had a lot of things in mind when she supposedly came up with this plan. I think she had her pack in mind. I think she had my pack in mind. I think she had me in mind. She hates Ornyx as much as I do. Sometimes that clouds her judgment and I understand that, but you... I felt like he was about to stab me with words. Tristan sighed and ran a hand down his face. I don't know what to expect from you anymore, Crystal. There is so much that I still wonder about you. I'm not saying you did this with bad intentions. I'm just saying you didn't do this for me. But I did. I spoke up as I stepped closer. I was desperate for him to see me. To hear me. Jasmine and I wanted to find another way for you to beat Ornyx. And we figured going to Megie was our best shot. She was a soldier in his army. One of his personal spies. She's bound to know something. And you would have gotten those answers too already if you just swallowed your pride and... My pack doesn't trust a word that comes out of Van Cliff's mouth. We never have. He snapped. His voice was filled with hate and bitterness. I shrunk back. Wow. I spoke. Tristan's expression softened when he seemed to realize what he had just said. That's not what I meant, Crystal. He spoke. We're being honest, right? I spoke. I didn't know why the anger started rising in me so suddenly, but it did. Tristan nodded. I'm a Van Cliff. I spoke. You imprinted on a Van Cliff, Tristan. And that alone makes me tainted. It's yet another reason we would never work. I don't know how this mating thing works, but it's been a joke from the beginning. There's so many reasons we shouldn't be together. The odds have always been stacked against us. But that has never stopped me from caring about you. All I need you to do now is believe it. I told him. Please. The odds aren't stacked against us, Crystal. You are. He spoke. What? I've always wanted you. Regardless of who you are, I've always wanted you. But you. I'm not mad. You get to make your own choices, and that's something I'll never take away from you. Something I'll always fight for you to have. I wish I hadn't spent so much time fighting for something I would never have. Tristan looked at the ground. I'm not mad at you for having opinions. You're always going to be entitled to those. I'm mad at you for going behind my back. This relationship. For both our sanity has to be kept as it should have been in the beginning. I'm the alpha of this pack. And you're part of my pack. And I will care for you and protect you as I do anyone else in this pack. But I need you to fall in line. I need you to respect me and my decisions, Crystal. He spoke firmly, giving me a glimpse of Alpha Tristan. I swallowed and took a step forward. No. Tristan looked irritated. Crystal, if this is going to work. I don't know what pushed me to do what I did next. All I knew is that one minute I was standing still, the next my lips were pressed to his. I kissed Tristan. And for a second I thought he was kissing back. That's until I felt him pull me away. He stared at me, stunned. I was breathing heavily. I hugged myself, not able to believe that I had just done that. Crystal, I can't watch you die. I just can't. I blurted out. Tristan looked at the ground. He shook his head. I don't want this if it's going to be like this. He spoke. I frowned. It isn't. I don't want you to sell your love to me to get me to do what you want me to do. It freaking hurts, Crystal. I felt tears roll down my cheeks. I don't want to hurt you. Then what was that kiss about? He demanded. What was the kiss about? Exactly. He spoke with an exhausted sigh. He turned around. Tristan. I whispered. Enough, Crystal. He spoke. Enough. With that he turned and left. 𝐿𝐼, do you remember the first time you fell in love? I do. His name was Roman, and I'm pretty sure I fell head first. Roman was everything I needed in a time when I felt like everything was slipping away. I had moved to a new town without either of the people I had spent my entire life with. Forced to live this new life with family I had just met. In a world I didn't understand. Let me tell you something about love. It's supposed to be gentle, it's supposed to be kind. You're supposed to feel at home, at peace in that person's arms even though chaos may surround you. I loved Roman. Maybe that love made me overlook all the red flags, but I definitely did love him. But here's the thing, I met Tristan. And the idea of a soulmate would have been enchanting before everything that happened. Before I had been dumped in Woodfell, I would have probably embraced the idea and accepted it with open arms. But how do you just suddenly fall in love with someone you just met? I met Tristan after things had begun with Roman. With Roman, it took some time to establish trust and safety. I was skeptical of new people in this new place. And especially this handsome man who seemed so taken with me. I didn't think I deserved that love and attention. But I opened myself to it because honestly I needed it. When I met Tristan that day in the woods, I immediately felt like I had my person. I immediately felt like I could be safe. Keep in mind that I met this man in all his nudity, and still, some part of me was certain that he wouldn't hurt me. Ever. And that terrified the hell out of me. I already had a boyfriend, maybe that's why I spent so many years resisting the bond, resisting Tristan. Or maybe it was fear. The feeling I got when I met Tristan that first time was too good to be true. And I definitely didn't feel like I deserved that. Hey. I looked up and saw Kat walking up to me. I was seated on the steps of the back porch, watching Aunt Sarah give Hazel the customary shifting talk. It's almost time, she announced, nodding up at the hill Hazel and Aunt Sarah stood on. I got up and stared at the moon. Tristan would probably be starting the ceremony soon. I'm ready, I told Kat. Since Hazel wouldn't be able to have her first shift with the other wolves her age, we decided us girls would do it together right here. We obviously wouldn't be able to get far with the circumstances of the safe house, but there was enough wood area that I'm sure she would still be able to enjoy. Great. Hazel is a bit nervous, and it probably didn't help that I lied to her about her ears getting bigger once she completely shifts for the first time. Kat spoke with a smirk. I rolled my eyes at her. You're terrible. I know. Kat shrugged. Kat walked up to stand beside me. She looked up at the moon with me. What happened? She asked. I looked at her wondering if she was doing that annoying cousin thing where she read my mind. With Alpha Tristan. He seemed mad when he left. She elaborated. I frowned thinking back to what had transpired just hours ago. He was. I felt tears prick at my eyes. Kissed him. I whispered. Kat's head shot to look at me.
𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐧𝐑𝐿.
I sighed. Probably shouldn't have. Kat turned so that she was facing me completely now. Let me get this straight. You kissed our Alpha, your mate. And he was mad. I guess it did sound kind of confusing. I don't know, Kat, I guess it was the timing. The reason. What do you mean, the reason? Kat still looked confused. I sucked in a deep breath. We were talking. I was pleading with him not to challenge Ornyx. And I don't know, I guess he saw the kiss as a form of manipulation. Kat looked thoughtful. Was it? I stared at her in offense. No, of course it wasn't. She shifted. I don't know, Crystal. Your entire relationship with Tristan seems to be based on you needing things from him and him instantly jumping to do your will. What? No, it's never been like that. I spoke defensively. You asking him to help find your parents after you rejected him. That wasn't like that, He had to train your boyfriend in his AAP and pretend like everything was okay. He declared you as his mate to protect you from the aforementioned boyfriend. He endured a fake relationship even though it hurt him and you still lied to him about. Stop it. I snapped. I'm not using Tristan. It's never been my intention for any of this to happen. But it did, Chrissy. Kat spoke gently. I get why he would be mad after that kiss. After all that, it's hard to believe that it would be genuine. But it was. I yelled. Tears started streaming down my face. It was. I do. Kat remained serious, her face stern. You do what? She asked, folding her arms across her chest. I do care about him. I do love him. I was sobbing now. Everything I had been holding in came rushing out and I couldn't control it. Kat wrapped me in her arms. I buried my head in her chest. Then why'd it take so long for you to admit that to yourself? She whispered. I was still sniffling when I pulled away from her. I don't know. I admitted. Chrissy, she put her hand on my shoulder. You know of all people how life can change in a blink of an eye. We can't afford to not be honest with the people we love. Because one minute they're there and the next Kat sighed. Things happen. I don't know if he even wants me anymore. Not after everything that has happened. I told her. I had put Tristan through so much and there was no denying that. I had taken him down a roller coaster of emotions, and I didn't know if he even saw the same girl he had wanted as a mate. Well, you'll never know if you never try. Kat shrugged. I thought about her words. I thought about how everything I seemed to be slipping away from me, and I really didn't want Tristan to be one of those things. How will I even get him to speak to me again? I asked. He had seemed absolutely done with me when he had left. How was I going to come back from that? Kat smirked. Cousin, it's the full moon. Every werewolf is at their peak. Hormones are all over their damn place. You only need to whisper and he'll pick up on it. Kat was right about us being at our peak during the full moon. The question was if Tristan would even come if I called. He always did, but would it be the same this time? There was a time, after I met Tristan, when all I could do was think about him, even when I was with Ro. And I just didn't know what to do with that cat. I wasn't obsessed with him. It was more like I was enchanted by him. And I felt so guilty about it. Because of Roman. Kat asked. I sighed. No. I admitted already feeling bad about my answer. Because for the first time since my mother left me here, there was no part of me that wanted to leave Tristan and go back home. Kat tucked her hair behind her ear, not seeming to judge in the least. That's the mating bond, cuz. Dad describes it the same way. He picked up on Mum's scent and suddenly, there was nothing in this world that could keep him from her. Not even the thought of leaving his own sister terrified him. Or entering the territory of a pack that had been his own enemy for decades. You can fight it all you want, but deep down it will always find you. Kat spoke. I'm not saying you have to be with him. That's always been a misconception of the bond. He doesn't own you, neither do you own him. It's just a bond unlike any other meant exclusively for the two of you. Sure, in the olden days it was a sign that you were supposed to pop out that person's babies, but now, you get to decide what that relationship will mean for you. Closing each other out. That's only gonna hurt you for the rest of your lives. I thought about my back and forths with Tristan. How no matter how hard I tried, I found myself with him. Whether it was the universe or ourselves bringing each other together, I didn't know. "Hey ladies," Aunt Sarah called out. I could see her waving at us in the distance. "She's ready. Coming, Mom," Kat called back. She then turned to look at me. "You know, I could always tell, Mom, that you had somewhere to be." I knew what Kat wanted me to do. Call Tristan. Tell him the truth about the feelings I had been suppressing for God knows how long. Heck, that's what I wanted to do as well. But there had been too much damage done. Too many opportunities missed. So much messing up on my part. "No," I said out loud. I saw Kat's face drop. "Let's go be there for Hazel." I stepped down the stairs of the porch feeling Kat's disappointed gaze. I didn't turn back because I was afraid that she would see my tears. That was awesome. Hazel squealed. She was covered in a towel. We had roamed the woods as best as we could in our wolf forms. I had the entire eastern woods to roam when I shifted, so I felt really bad about Hazel having to go around in circles around these backwoods on her first shift. But nonetheless, my ever-bubbly cousin was glowing. Her honey-highlighted curls lay curly and wet from the shower she just had. "Glad the nerves wore off. We were wondering if you would keep us waiting all night." Kat responded as she walked into the room in a t-shirt and sweats, also straight out of the shower. Hazel stuck her tongue out at Kat. Aunt Sarah shook her head at her oldest daughter. "Catherine." Catherine rolled her eyes. "I'm just kidding. Congratulations on your first shift, sis." She spoke as she walked over to wrap Hazel in a hug. I smiled at the sight. Hazel had been nervous about the shift, so it took a lot of patience and encouragement from us to get her to finally do it. I got up and walked over to hug Hazel as well, and place a kiss on top of her head. "You were perfect." "Thanks, Crystal." She beamed at me. She plopped down on the love seat in the foyer. The boys were fast asleep by the time we got back. I guess we had been out longer than I had thought. "Can we do it again?" Hazel asked, all bubbly. Aunt Sarah's eyes widened. She walked over to Hazel and wrapped her in her arms. "Aren't you exhausted, sweetie?" "No," Hazel responded. I laughed. I could only imagine how much adrenaline she had. Being in your wolf form for the first time was an exhilarating feeling. "Okay, maybe next time then, sweetie. We're still in hiding. We can't really risk roaming around every single day," Aunt Sarah told her. Hazel's face dropped. I couldn't believe I was taking this away from her as well. Just like I had taken away the family's chance to celebrate the full moon festival with their pack. "Hey Chrissy," Kat called. I didn't realize that I had been lost in thought. "How'd it feel?" Kat asked. I didn't realize what she was talking about until I dig into my pocket and took out my necklace. I ran my thumb over the crystal. Like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. I admitted. I didn't realize how much I struggled with shifting until I took the necklace off for the first time since my mother had given it to me. My heart ached all the more. This small token was a reminder that everything I had known was a lie. What mother would give her daughter poison? "I'm so proud of you, baby." Aunt Sarah walked over and wrapped me in a hug. "We all are." Hazel chirped, running up to hug me as well. "I guess we're doing this whole group hugging thing." Kat sighed but joined us anyway. I embraced all three girls. My mom might have let me down, but I knew they never would. They were here. And I appreciated it so much. We heard the doorbell, and that's what caused us to pull away from each other. My eyes and Aunt Sarah's were watery. Probably one of the guards. She spoke. I saw her wipe away a quick tear before she walked away. "So what should we do now?" Hazel chirped. It was well past midnight, but I was also still very much awake. "How about Crystal?" Aunt Sarah came back in. She looked nervous. "Tristan is outside." I shared a nervous look with Kat, but she just nodded. My heart raced. He was here. Why was he here? Surely he wasn't mad again. Some part of me didn't even care. I was just glad that he was here. "I'll be back," I told everyone before heading out the door. As I walked past Aunt Sarah, she held on to my hand. She looked me right in the eye. "Please, Crystal, no more impulsive and dangerous decisions." I knew that she was talking about my decision to leave with Jasmine and go see Megie. I nodded. "Okay." I stepped out the door and headed for the front door. My palms were getting sweaty, and I tried to remember a time I was this nervous to see Tristan. Probably the first few weeks after I had rejected him. When I opened the door, Tristan was leaning against the pillar at the end of the porch. I didn't see any car and I wondered if he had gotten here in his wolf form. My suspicions gained momentum when I saw how stuffy he looked. His hair, his wrinkled t-shirt and shorts like they had been picked from God knows where and just thrown on. Hi. I couldn't express how relieved I was to see him. Questions ran through my mind. Had he left the festival? He was the alpha. The festival ran until the moon disappeared, and he was obligated to be there the entire time. Why was he here? Had something happened? Had Megie spoken? Tristan just stared at me and I wondered if he was still mad. There were no guards in sight like they usually were, and I wondered if he had asked them to give us privacy. The thought scared me. Tristan pushed himself off the pillar. Did I wake you? He asked. His voice monotone. He was mad. It took some time for me to find my words. No. His eyes drifted to my neck. He furrowed his brows. Where's your necklace? He asked, seeming concerned. I looked down, my hand rising to my bare upper chest. I had on a PJ top and matching shorts. I took it off. I responded after clearing my throat. Tristan was silent. He then took a step forward. Then another. I grew all the more nervous. Something had shifted. I could tell. No, I could feel it. His hands traced my neck. I immediately felt goosebumps at his touch, and I wondered if Tristan had ever touched me. If he had, it had never been like this. It had never felt like this. Finally, he whispered. His voice was a whisper and I could feel his cool breath on my face. He dropped his hands and I immediately felt the absence. Even if his touch had been light, my skin felt like it was burning. Tristan looked up at me. He looked into my eyes and I saw it. Hunger. I felt it. The full moon was out and the bond had never felt so real. Maybe it was the absence of the necklace finally letting me be my full self. Or maybe it was the acceptance, but I wanted him. The attraction was primal, it was raw, it was natural. One of your rules. Tristan begun, his voice low. It was the most attractive thing I had ever heard in the moment. Was that I should never have to tell you what to do. He spoke. I gulped. It felt like every single fiber in me was igniting. So I'll just have to ask nicely. He spoke. He appeared to be desperately fighting something back. I appeared to be desperately hiding something back. My breath hitched. I couldn't find the words to speak. You kissed me earlier. Tristan stated matter-of-factly. That wasn't fair. He raised a hand and it looked like he wanted to caress my face, but he quickly dropped it before he could. I felt a rush of disappointment. I don't want to kiss you and have it not be real, Crystal. I never want to kiss you and not have it be real. It was real. I stammered out. Tristan took a step back. I felt myself deflate. You don't seem sure. I heard the disappointment in his voice. I am. I choked out. I would break down if he didn't believe me. I desperately wanted him to see that I was telling the truth. Tristan took 2 more steps back, then stood still. Every step made my heart ache. Would I be rejected once again? Prove it. I almost missed the words. But once they registered, I didn't let anything stop me. I rushed up to Tristan and nothing was keeping me away from him this time. I jumped into his arms. We were so close that I felt like I could feel everything that was happening within him. His heart beat against mine. It was exhilarating and also sensual. At first he simply cupped my face, caressing it, and stared into my eyes. The look in his eyes was of pure want, of pure savoring. Never again. He whispered. I didn't know what he meant, but before I could ask, he pressed his lips against mine. The kiss was of total depravity, something that should have happened years ago and was finally here. I came up for air reluctantly each time. I wanted to breathe in his air. I wanted him. I wanted him. His hands moved to my waist as he pulled me in closer, if that was even possible. I love you. I said the words hastily but coherently. Tristan froze. He looked into my eyes and didn't say anything. I felt myself start to panic. He's here. He spoke. He suddenly pulled away from me. I desperately wanted to pull him back, but he was quick, swift even. He turned around and quickly jumped off the rail of the terrace. I didn't get what was happening until I saw the shadow. A huge black wolf appeared. Its eyes gleaming. My eyes widened. Roman. The wolf was basically blending into the shadows. It would have been easy to miss anywhere. Tristan stared at it and I heard a low growl leave Roman. The wolf looked at me and I wondered which emotion was stronger. hate for Tristan or hurt by me. I suddenly felt the impulse to wipe Tristan off of me. You thought you were clever, Roman Desiree. Tristan spoke. The wolf simply growled threateningly. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to get in between them. This wouldn't end well. Someone would die. I knew you wouldn't be able to stay away from her. Tristan spoke in a level tone. You never have. He walked around Roman, keeping his distance. I always suspected you had your ways of sneaking into my territory. All this time, you've been slipping in from right underneath me and I've been missing it. Tristan spoke. I felt the tension rising. Tristan, he's mad. Stop it. I spoke, walking down the stairs. I didn't trust that Tristan would be able to shift quickly enough before Roman decided to attack. And we all know who would have the upper hand here. I'm not afraid of him. Tristan spoke, staring directly at Roman. I saw the movement. Roman was about to pounce. I ran into the space between them before he could. Please don't. I begged the brown-eyed wolf. Move, Crystal. Tristan ordered. No. I yelled at him. I turned back to look at Roman. He looked murderous. Don't. I whispered. Please. I didn't know if I was making things worse by pleading for Tristan. Crystal. Tristan barked. I heard footsteps, but I didn't turn to see who had come to the door. I wasn't going to let anyone get hurt. Not Tristan, not Roman, and not my family. Ro, look at me. Please, I heard it. The trigger, Roman falling to the ground. I screamed as one of the soldiers emerged from a tree. Roman was on the ground. I knew that I was screaming, but I couldn't even hear myself or anyone else. I wanted to rush to his body, but I felt strong arms hold me back. No, no, no. I screamed. Roman twitched on the ground as the guards I had assumed Tristan had sent away slowly emerged one by one. Oh, bro. I felt tears steaming down my face. Let go of me. I screamed as I watched them come to pick up his fallen form. I couldn't stop my heart from racing, and I was worried that anyone within 10 feet of me would be able to hear it. My palms felt clammy and I felt like I had to stop and remind myself how to breathe every few minutes. In other words, I was freaking out. Crystal, you need to calm down. Uncle Victor told me from where he was seated at the empty conference table. It was so like Tristan to dump us so far away where we couldn't do anything. How can I calm down? I snapped. Aro is out there and for all I know he's dying and they're letting him. Uncle Victor folded his arms across his chest. It was a tranquilizer dart. Trust me, he's not dying. He spoke in a level tone. All I could picture was seeing him drop to the ground, helpless. And I couldn't do anything. I walked up to Uncle Victor. What are they going to do to him? I asked. I was frantic and scared and most importantly worried. Uncle Victor sighed. To be honest with you, baby, I don't know. And I don't think either of us have the clearance for that. Clearance? I asked. It's Roman. Uncle Victor rose. Yes, Crystal, it's Roman. The same Roman who spied on the Silvercrest pack, participated in the attempted assassination of the Alpha's brother, tried to kidnap you and our family, the same Roman who admitted to being in cohorts with Ornyx Van Cliff and the Shadow Pack, and the same Roman who lied to our faces for years. I felt tears form in my eyes. But Crystal. Uncle Victor put his hands on my shoulders. The only reason we're even here is because you wouldn't let Tristan leave without you. What happens to Roman isn't up to you or me. It's up to him and his council. I had basically clanged to Tristan, screaming at him to let me see Roman, to try and help him. How I ended up in that SUV beside him is a blur to me, and how Uncle Victor came to is also something I don't remember happening. All I remember was not wanting to leave Roman alone. So much good that did me. The first thing Tristan did was order his guards to throw me in here. Listen, baby girl. Uncle Victor spoke. I know you might still care about Roman, but he's shown you who he is. You need to believe that and let Tristan do his job. This isn't about you or Roman or Tristan. This is about a looming war and stopping Ornyx. He was right. This had become bigger than some petty live triangle long ago. But how could they all expect me to just sit back and not care what happened to Roman? The door swung open. Tristan walked in, followed by Nia, May, Raphael, and Captain Park. I rushed to him immediately. Thank goodness we've been here for like an hour. I told Tristan irritably. Captain Park looked less than amused, but I ignored her. How is he? My question was directed at Tristan. Tristan kept his expression blank. Okay, now wasn't the time for his nonchalance. Tell me, Tristan. I begged. Please. I added in a small voice that was almost a whisper. Tristan's eyes didn't meet mine. Roman Desiree is fine. Captain Park spoke. It's interesting just how concerned you are about our enemy, Miss Swan. May looked at the ground and I saw how Nia and Raphael tried to hide their expressions as well. Tristan clenched his jaw. Still not a word. I looked at all of them. Fine. I spoke. I'm concerned about whether he lives or dies. I confessed. I know it's wrong but nothing. Tristan spoke in a low growl. The room suddenly felt more silent. I heard Uncle Victor's footsteps as he came closer. Maybe it's time for us to leave. He spoke. I agree. Tristan grumbled. He looked over his shoulder. May get them no. I spoke out. Captain Park seemed appalled. Crystal Uncle Victor started. No. I spoke again. I'm staying here. I walked back to the table and slumped into a chair. I'll sleep here if I have to. You will do no such thing, young lady. Uncle Victor spoke. I turned and looked up at Tristan. You're not pushing me away this time. For a minute Tristan just stared. Then he sucked in a deep breath. May I have a moment alone with Crystal? He spoke. No one argued. Tristan shot them one glance and they all begun to vacate the room. Uncle Victor tried to hover protectively but Captain Park simply ushered him out along with everyone. Once the door closed, the tension seemed more deafening than ever. I heard Tristan's footsteps as he walked around the other side of the table. I'm really not in the mood to argue with you tonight. He started. Well, I'm all geared up. I shot back. And I don't plan on giving up either, so you might want to gear up. Tristan narrowed his eyes at me. Do you have any idea how hard you're making things? He yelled, rushing to stick beside the traitor's side. What the hell do you think that looks like to everyone? I didn't respond because I honestly had nothing to say in my own defense. I just couldn't leave Roman for dead like that and still be okay afterwards. Tristan was right, I was trying to protect the man that tried to kidnap my family and the man who was currently working for the enemy. And I knew it was wrong but I just couldn't stomach the thought of them hurting him. Tristan let out a humorless laugh. Now you have nothing to say. I focused on the wall beside him. Anything but him. Tristan slammed his hand on the desk. I jumped slightly. Answer my question, Crystal. I kept my lips pressed together. I couldn't answer the question. Fine. Tristan pulled back a chair but didn't sit. Screw everyone else, how do you think it looks to me? How do you think I feel, Crystal? Those words alone were enough to make me soften, and for the first time since I heard the shot I looked at Tristan. Really looked at him and didn't just see Tristan. I saw my mate. It's not like that. I told him. He simply shook his head. How many times have I heard that? It's always like that when Roman gets involved. It's always like that with you and me. I'm here at your convenience. With that he started walking away. His words felt like a slap. I got up and rushed after him. I grabbed his arm. He stopped but didn't turn around. Hey. No it isn't. I yelled. He shook my arm off of him then turned around. Everyone was right, Crystal. When it comes to you I lose all sense. All logical thinking goes out the window. Because you're all that matters to me. Tristan. And I already told you, I can't keep hurting myself by choosing this one-sided relationship. He looked like he was about to leave, but I grabbed him and pushed him against the wall. He looked shocked by the action. Hell, I was shocked by the action. And by my strength. I said I love you. I reminded him my mind going back to that moment. I said I loved you and you freaking jumped off the terrace rail like Spider-Man, so don't say this is one-sided. That kiss, all of that was real. It's never been more real. I told him. I felt him shift in my hold. Might want to lay off the force there. He spoke, sounding like he was struggling to speak. Oh my gosh. I released the hand that I had pressed against his chest. Sorry. I muttered as I stepped back. Tristan rubbed his chest. I'm sorry about not saying it back, but I was a bit preoccupied. I folded my arms across his chest. What even was that, Tristan? Was that the only reason you came? To set that trap for Roman? Suddenly our moment gained a whole new perspective. Was Tristan there to see me or was he there to trap Roman? To be fair, the trap had been put in place the minute I put you in that safe house. Roman showing up when he did. I got wind of some strange activity in the woods next to the safe house and I just knew. Oh my gosh. I spoke, tears pricking my eyes. That's why you kissed me, isn't it? You wanted him to see. Hold up, you kissed me. He spoke. Doesn't matter. I yelled. You knew he would be watching. So what if he was watching? So what if anyone was watching? It doesn't change how I feel, but it seems it does for you. He shot back. Why do you keep spinning this on me? Because it all comes down to you. Tristan yelled. He took in a breath as if to steady himself. Listen, Crystal, I've been in this from day one. I've always wanted you, but I don't want to be your second choice my entire life. You're not. I told him. Tristan opened his mouth, then closed it again. It took a minute for him to say something else. Then why does it always feel like I have to fight for your attention, for your love? You accepted the mating bond just a few hours ago, and now Roman is in the picture, and I feel like we're about to go back to square one. I stared at Tristan. I don't know what to tell you. If you want to hear me say I don't care about Roman anymore. I'm sorry, that's a lie. I can't tell you that because I can't make all I feel for him just disappear. Tristan looked hurt, but he tried to mask it. Noted. He scoffed. I reached out and took his hand before he could leave. But that doesn't change what I feel for you either, or what I said earlier. Tristan looked down at our connected hands, and I feared he would pull away. But he didn't. He was right, I had a hold on him. I had for some time, and it just wasn't fair anymore. Tristan, I've been trying to fight the bond since I met you. Because of Roman. Because of my own insecurities. But my point is, it's been my fault that we've had this back and forth for years. I sighed. You're so amazing. Whenever I look at you, I see a man always pushing to do his best. For the ones he loves, for his pack. I love that about you. I love that you always choose light, and that you're not afraid to fight for what's right. If this period has taught me anything, it's that I don't want to waste any more time pretending I don't want to be with you. Making up excuses and sabotaging us constantly. I want you. No excuses, no apologies. Tristan's other hand shifted to my cheek. He caressed it. When I said, never again, I meant this. If you gave me another chance to love you, I would do it with every fiber in me. I smiled at Tristan. And this time I won't hold back either. A frown suddenly took over Tristan's face. I'm not going to lie and say this will get easier. In fact, I'm almost certain it's about to get really messy. I nodded stiffly. The timing couldn't be worse. But when had it ever been good? I was holding Tristan now. I didn't want to let go. I didn't want to lose him. As I said, no excuses. I whispered. I stood on my tippy toes and pressed my lips against him. There was so much going on. Things we couldn't control or stop. But we were both here right now. And I wasn't going to waste any more time. Look who's back. I opened my eyes and almost screamed when I saw Joshua Melrose leaning against a wall, looking at me. I shot up and looked around myself at the unfamiliar room. It didn't take long to identify the place as my guest room at the Melrose Manor. Josh. I turned to see Michael walking in as well, marching towards his brother. I told you not to. Good morning, Crystal. Joshua spoke, cutting off whatever Michael was about to say. I lifted the covers up to my chest. What are you two doing here? I asked nervously. Flashes of Tristan telling me we should get some rest at the manor played through my mind. I had been more exhausted than I had thought in agreeing to this. I had probably fallen asleep in the car. So much for staying with Roman. It's our house. Joshua responded snarkily. Josh, come on. Mikey hissed, tugging on his brother's arm. He gave me a forced smile. We just came by to say good morning, Crystal, and welcome. What are you doing in our house? Joshua detached himself from Michael and stepped closer to the bed. I looked at Joshua, immediately noticing how not happy he looked to see me. Well, I did refuse to see him the last time we were in the same vicinity. That was also the time he came by begging me to talk to Tristan. Something I had refused to do. And now I was here. In his house. Well, Tristan, it's honestly none of our business. Michael spoke, moving forward and grabbing his brother's arm again. Yeah, it is. Joshua argued, pulling away from Mikey again. What's going on in here? I had never been so relieved to see Tristan. He appeared at the door, walking in and looking at his brothers in confusion. Nothing. Mikey responded quickly. We were just leaving tea. No, we weren't. Joshua spun on his older brother. He walked right up to him, looking him directly in the eye. Why's she here? Joshua asked, his tone bitter and angry. Tristan folded his arms across his chest. If he was mad, he didn't show it. I brought her here. He asked in a level tone. Why? Joshua asked. Okay, so Joshua clearly didn't want me in his house. Because she's my mate. Tristan answered easily. And because I'm the alpha and your older brother. I can bring in whoever I want. Joshua let out a hollow laugh. Your mate. He spoke the word like it was a joke. Where was your mate when you were falling apart and needed her? She wouldn't even leave her house and now you just bring her into ours. Tristan clenched his jaw. Watch your mouth, Josh. Or what? Joshua yelled. I mean, clearly there are no such things as consequences anymore. Especially if Crystal's here. With that he stormed out of the room. Michael opened his mouth then closed it. He pointed in the direction Josh had just gone. I'm gonna go talk to him. He then rushed after his brother. Tristan sighed then lighted his hands to rub his temple. I saw the frustration clear on his face. He turned to look at me and I saw him force a smile. Hey, how do you sleep? He asked as he stepped closer, coming to sit beside me on the bed. I wasn't uncomfortable by his proximity, more like incredibly aware of it. The hypersensitivity that came with the bond was back. Surprisingly well. I responded sitting up straighter. I reached out to take Tristan's hand. Some part of me, ingrained in my fiber, just wanted to be close to him. That's good. Tristan muttered. He reached forward tentatively as if asking for permission. I leaned forward letting my face rest in his hand. I was worried you'd be up all night. I was enjoying the contact an unreasonable amount. I even shut my eyes. Me too. I'm starting to suspect you drugged me so that I'd fall asleep and leave HQ. No. I just asked nicely. Tristan spoke in a low voice that made my stomach tighten. I opened my eyes and found him just staring at me. It's then that I noticed his bloodshot eyes and the dark circles underneath them. Did you get any rest? I asked. Tristan gave me a weak smile and dropped his hand. I immediately felt the absence. I just came over to drop you off. I had to head back to HQ. I frowned. My eyes darted to my hands as I asked the next question. Is he talking? Not yet. Tristan replied bluntly. I risked it and looked up at him, but he didn't look mad. He didn't have any emotion on his face actually. Do you think he will? I asked again, trying to be very careful. I knew that I was treading on a sensitive subject. Doubt it. Tristan responded monotonously. I was getting frustrated by his short answers and I knew that he could tell. What's gonna happen with him? I can't discuss that with you, Crystal. Tristan spoke. I gripped the comforter. Anita insisted I bring you down for breakfast. You should eat something before I take you back to the safe house. Tristan spoke as he stood up. Wait, what? I'm coming with you. I spoke. No, you're not. Tristan responded without missing a beat. You shouldn't have even be there in the first place. Tristan, I just want to see him. That's not gonna happen. There was a mini stare down as we looked at each other silently waiting for the other to break. I'm not about to have a fight about Roman this early in the morning. He turned and started heading out. I sighed. Hey, don't go. I begged. I gotta get back to HQ. Tristan spoke. He was wearing the army uniform, looking official and serious. Okay, just 5 more minutes. I pleaded. I'm not going to talk to you about Roman. Tristan spoke impatiently. I shrugged. Then I won't ask. I tried to appear indifferent, but it was hard and I knew he could tell. Roman was back in Woodfell. I had wanted that for the longest time. But now he was in captivity and I had no idea what was happening to him. And it was driving me crazy and making me anxious. But on the other hand, I had just started this thing with Tristan. Finally accepted the bond. And without the necklace, it just felt more intense than I could imagine. And I didn't want to ruin the good and steady state we were in. We can talk about something else. I tried. About 𝐊𝐤𝐧𝐠'𝐬. Tristan spoke. But he'll come around eventually. So don't worry about that. And I think a lot of it has to do with him not feeling in control. He wants to help. They all do, the kids in the AAP, but I won't let them. The AAP seemed like a lifetime ago, yet it had only been a few weeks. In a lot of ways, that's what had started all this. He's probably just worried about you. I told Tristan. Like I am. I said the last part in a small voice. Tristan huffed. He finally came back to sit beside me. I'll be fine. I have one of Ornyx's spies in my hold. That's a good thing. Could change the game. Does that mean you're not planning on challenging Ornyx anymore? I asked. Because that was the only way I would believe that he would be fine. Crystal. Believe it or not, but I don't always have all the answers. He spoke. I believe it. He smiled, his dimples prominent. I need to do what I have to do to win this. But why did he have to go out there and get himself killed for it? I don't want you to. I spoke. If I had better words to ask Tristan to stay and not do this, I would. Tristan took one of my hands in his. My beautiful, beautiful mate. You're perfect, you know that. I pulled my hands from his. Why aren't you taking me seriously? I asked angrily. Couldn't he tell that I was upset? I could ask you the same thing. He muttered. He got this faraway look on his face. I just wish my mum was here. I could really use her guidance with everything that's going on. My eyes widened in interest. Tristan didn't talk about her much less bring her up willingly. A sad smile came over his face. When I was younger, I resented all the extra training she would make me do. All the other kids got to go out and play, and I had to learn a bunch of constitutional laws and accompany her and pack diplomats to various meetings. I didn't get it then, but it was all to prepare me for my role as alpha. Problem is, she forgot to give me her mind. Hey, I think you're an awesome alpha. I spoke as I touched his face, feeling the stubble of a growing beard. I wondered if this was okay. Tristan and I had just begun, and I didn't know whether getting handsy so soon was okay with him. He leaned into my hold and shut his eyes for a second like I had earlier. I'm also the youngest. It's hard to gain respect, and I need more help than I care to admit from those around me who are older. They see me as a kid they watched grow up. It makes it hard to make them see me as an alpha. I mean, it's hard enough to get you to respect my decisions. He chuckled lightly. I didn't smile. I just scooted closer to him. Have you ever considered not being the alpha? If Tristan stepped down right now, it would help ease a lot of my worries. Tristan stared at nothing. I did. Once. Right after my father was murdered. We hadn't even buried him, and everyone was talking about how I had to step up. It was the middle of a war, and a pack can't go without a leader, but I guess I had known that the day would come. My mother had been preparing me since I could walk. But I just didn't dream it would be so early. I mean, I had just lost my parents. I was lost. I had hardly figured out who I was, and everyone expected me to lead them. Tristan shook his head. I almost abdicated. I didn't want the title that had claimed my parents' lives. But then I remembered all I had been taught. I thought about everyone who had looked up to my mother. All the people who had followed her. I couldn't just abandon them. We were all afraid. But we couldn't give up. I couldn't give up because then it would have been all for nothing and Ornyx would have won. I looked up at Tristan, feeling a whole new wave of admiration. I felt selfish for even asking him what I had asked him. But a part of me wanted to be selfish because all I wanted was for him to be okay after all this. The pack's lucky to have you, I told him. Tristan picked up my hands and placed light kisses on my knuckles. And I'm ever so blessed to have you, Crystal Swan. I didn't want to point out that that wasn't actually my name. It was as fake as everything my mother had told me. If it makes you feel any better, I don't plan on dying. He spoke, his tone light. I just frowned. When this is all over, I'll come back to you. And we'll focus on us. He spoke. Make up for all that lost time. Promise? I asked. He hesitated. He didn't respond but simply gave me a smile. You should get something to eat, my Luna. I swallowed hard. I had begged so many people not to leave me in this life. I was tired of it. Why couldn't he just stay? Be here with me. Please. Tristan stood up. I better go. My team won't be amused about me being with you when there's a war looming. I watched as he started for the door. I'm just gonna take a quick shower. I'll see you downstairs. I watched Tristan leave. My heart seemed to be beating with the same words. Don't let him die. Tristan has been captured, and the whole pack is rudderless, in urgent need of a new leader. But at this critical moment, who would have expected the long-lost Bridget to suddenly appear? Her pale face and resolute gaze making one wonder what she has been through, and how she will lead the pack through this difficult time. When I got out of the shower, I found a fresh set of clothes laid out on the bed. Tristan had probably had someone leave them here. It was a pair of jeans and a stylish white blouse. Probably May's choosing. I got dressed. There wasn't much I could do about my hair. It had been a crazy past few days and I had neglected sleeping with a satin scarf on or at least braiding it down. I bunched it all up and tied it up, determined to sort it out when I got back to the safe house. I left the guest room and immediately felt lost in the Melrose Manor. I had been here a handful of times, but still, the magnificence of the place always got to me. It was the same guest room I had been given before, so I easily found my way to Tristan's room. I knocked lightly on the door. I didn't need a response to know Tristan was in there. I could feel him. The door swung open and Jasmine came into view. "Oh, hello there," she greeted with a somewhat mischievous smile. "Hi," I responded. The last time I had seen Jasmine was when Tristan was mad at the both of us for going against him. I guess that wasn't a thing anymore. Tristan spoke. Jasmine stood aside and let me walk in. Peter sat at a computer at Tristan's desk. Tristan was in another corner talking on his phone, looking frustrated and concentrating with wrinkles forming on his forehead. "Boss man is just finalizing a few things. He'll be right with you." Jasmine spoke breezily before she walked over to stand behind Peter, who only looked up briefly to give me a nod of acknowledgement. I felt out of place and completely useless. Everyone seemed to be working tirelessly to prevent this war, and me, the Luna, I had no idea what my place even was in all this other than being a distraction to Tristan. I heard Tristan let out a sigh as he got off his phone. He ran a hand down his face. "Mary wants accounts on my prisoners. She says we can't keep them locked up without letting the justice system have a go at them too," he announced. "Well, we've got nothing from them yet." Jasmine spoke. "Yeah, and we need a report to present to the W meeting tomorrow." Perked up. "The union is meeting?" I asked. They all turned to look at me as if just realizing I was there. "I'm gonna take Crystal home and meet you guys at HQ in a bit," Tristan told them. "Pete, stall with justice for me. I need at least 48 more hours and get Captain Park down in the cells as soon as possible. We're getting desperate." "Got it. Probably gonna piss off a lot of them though." Peter spoke as he got up and started gathering the stuff on the table. "When are they never mad?" Jasmine spoke with a roll of her eyes and a playful smile. "Bridge wouldn't have had a problem bossing the oldies around." "Yeah." Peter spoke with a tired laugh. I looked at Tristan and he was quiet, his face straight. I could tell Peter and Jasmine noticed the change in the room as well. Jasmine turned and looked at me. She gave me a raised brow look and then nodded at Tristan. "Oh wait, was I supposed to? Right, of course I'm his mate." I could practically feel the sadness coursing through him. "We'll see you later, T," Peter announced as he and Jasmine walked out the room. Tristan turned to look at me, his business face on. "You ready?" he asked me monotonously. I walked up to him, watching to see if he wanted me close by. When he didn't shift, I took his hands in mine. "Do you want to talk about her?" Tristan was quiet for a long time. Bridget and I weren't close to being friends, but her and Tristan were. They were best friends. She was his confidant, his partner. He was used to being with her all the time, and now she just wasn't here. I honestly wondered if Tristan had even taken the time to process that with all that was going on. In a twisted way, him losing Bridget, a constant in his life, was the same as how I had lost Roman. So to some extent I could understand the gap he probably felt in his heart right now. "Not really." He spoke, pulling one hand away from mine and caressing my cheek. He dropped his hands too soon and walked away. "I gotta get you home so that I can get back to work. Are you ready?" he asked. He was clearly avoiding talking about his feelings, and even if I knew how unhealthy that was, I wasn't willing to push him. "Yeah. You don't have to escort me home. You could just ask someone to do it." Tristan emerged from his closet now in a pair of black combat boots. "I don't trust just anyone with you." He spoke as if that should have been obvious. I looked at Tristan's desk and saw all the scrolls of paper scattered around. There was a board up with various slips and notes pinned on. "You really have been busy," I spoke. My childishness seemed all the more apparent to me. I had my own agendas in wanting to keep an eye on Roman, but in that I was constantly posing a distraction to Tristan, who was doing important work. "Yeah, well, I doubt Ornyx is getting any sleep either." I looked at Tristan's exhausted face. For all we knew, this was one of Ornyx's tactics to get into his head. Psychological warfare. Well, if it was definitely working. Tristan's phone rang. He picked it up and frowned. He looked up at me. Could you give me a sec? I nodded. I'll wait outside. I turned to leave the room figuring I could wait for him downstairs, maybe talk to Anita and ask about Lady Melrose who I hadn't seen in a while. Well, that came as no surprise. With everything that had been happening and also considering the last time I had seen her, she had found out that Tristan and I had been faking our entire relationship. She has genuinely took me in and cared for me. I could only imagine how betrayed she must have felt. She wouldn't be the first Melrose to shun me. Speaking of, I paused outside a wide-open door in the hallway. I didn't mean to pry, but I couldn't help it once I saw it. The folder. The black folder that Captain Park had once showed me. The letters in bold on top of it. ROMAN. The black folder sat on a neatly made bed. Without thinking too much of it, I pushed the door open and walked in. It didn't occur to me to pay attention to anything else in the bedroom except that folder. I walked up to it slowly like it was calling out to me. I was just about to reach out for it when I heard the floor creak behind me. I jumped and spun around seeing Mikey standing there. He looked at me and then the folder and then me again. It isn't what it looks like. He blurted out. I opened my mouth to say something but never got the chance to. Crystal. Tristan's voice came from down the hall. Crap. Mikey pretty much dived towards his bed, knocking the folder onto the floor just as Tristan stepped in. Mikey struck a pose on the bed in an attempt to be overly casual. There you are. Tristan looked at Mikey and seemed confused. What are you doing? He asked. Oh, just chilling. Mikey spoke, forcing a smile at his big brother. Tristan furrowed his brows, but if he had questions, he decided not to ask. His attention shifted to me. Hey, I'm sorry but something came up. I have to go. He sounded panicked. Or as panicked as he was allowing us to see. Mikey sat up. What's wrong? Tristan looked at him and I thought I saw sadness cross his features. I just need to take care of something quickly. He turned to me. You'll have to stay here a bit longer. I'll let your uncle and aunt know where you are, but just stay out for now. I frowned and stepped forward. Tristan, what's going on? Tristan didn't say anything. He simply stepped forward and placed a kiss on my forehead. I'll be back as soon as I can. He started backing away. Mikey, you and Josh look out for each other and Anita. Mikey rose, seeming confused as Tristan turned and rushed out. I spun on Michael. What's going on? I asked in concern. Michael pursed his lips, staring at the now empty doorway in concern. I don't know. But it can't be good. Should we start with the folder? And why you have it? I asked. Michael was walking down the hall quickly while I followed, trying to keep up. I just like brushing up on my facts. Michael called back. I scoffed. A more believable lie, please. Will you just drop it? He asked in exasperation. No. I yelled. It was one thing for him and Joshua to go through my folder without my knowledge. Now they were going through Roman's. Something was up. Tell me or I'll tell Tristan. I blurted out. Michael stopped and I bumped into him. He turned around and sighed. Why'd you gotta play that card? I folded my arms across my chest, trying to seem tough, but the truth was I was anything but that. And blackmail really wasn't my game. Michael sighed. Look, I have the folder for research purposes. Research? You mean like how you and Joshua researched me? Come on, Mikey, I'm not stupid. You looked into my file when you suspected I was working with Roman. Now you have his and he's a prisoner here, so there's obviously weight. Roman has been captured. Mikey asked. I immediately shut up. Wait, did he not know that? No. I spoke quickly. If Tristan didn't even tell his own brothers about Roman, then it was probably meant to be a secret. Damn it. Some Luna I was. Giving out secrets just like this. Did you see him? Michael pressed. What has he said? I wanted to fix this desperately. If Tristan didn't trust me with information before, he definitely wouldn't now. Hey, what's going on? Joshua showed up and one of my biggest not fans behind him. Michael turned around. Roman's been captured. Crystal saw it. He spoke, sounding almost excited. Bea turned and narrowed her eyes at me. Now we don't have to waste time with dead ends in that folder. You told her about the folder? Joshua asked, sounding upset. No. She found it. Michael spoke defensively. How did she find it? I told you to hide it. He hissed at his brother. Maybe my hiding spot wasn't the best, but you're not listening. Crystal knows stuff. She can help us with tracking the mole. Wait. I didn't say that. And hold up. Did he say the mole? You guys have been trying to find the mole? I asked. No. Joshua spoke bluntly. Michael turned around. Yes. Mikey. Joshua hissed, but Michael stepped forward. We have. We've been scheming footage we could find, looking at every possible suspect, trying to peek through Tristan's files when he isn't looking because we think finding the mole will put us at least 10 steps ahead of Ornyx. That's it. B spoke, pulling Mikey back by his shoulder. Last time you'll ever be included in a secret mission. Mikey looked at B and Joshua. Come on. She obviously has insight, and who better to help than her? She can't be trusted. B yelled. I hated that they were discussing me right in my presence. Hey, all I want to do is help Tristan as well, and he's sidelining me just like he is you guys. Joshua let out a humorless laugh. Oh, now you want to help my brother. He stepped forward. Tell me, Crystal, where were you when you got his men killed and he was in a bad place? We begged you to help then and you weren't there. And now you think you can just show up and we'll trust you not to hurt him again. I would never. But you did. Joshua spat. He clenched his fists and stiffened. I once told you that I knew you couldn't really hurt Tristan because that would mean hurting yourself too. But I take that back. You're sadistic and selfish and you do not deserve my brother. At all. His words felt like shards of glass had cut into my skin. I didn't get in many fights or confrontations. And when I did, I usually had Kat or Roman by my side. Going through this journey, I had learned that people weren't always going to be there to fight my battles. Not my aunt or uncle, not Roman, not Tristan. That's why I didn't allow Joshua to turn around and leave. I'm sorry. I spoke in a small voice. Joshua looked down at me, his nostrils flaring. You're right. I hugged myself as I said this. Tristan went above and beyond for me. He risked his life and put his neck on the line for me, and I disappointed him more times than I would like to admit. From lying to him to not trusting that he had my best interests in mind. But that doesn't mean I don't love him. I do. And it took me way too long to realize that. Listen, Joshua, you don't have to trust me. But you can trust this. I love your brother, and at this point, I'm willing to do anything to keep him safe. From your family. This time it was B who spoke. She also stepped forward. Because those are our enemies, Valencia Van Cliff. The use of that name unsettled me. But I knew this is what she wanted. A reaction. I'm aware of who the enemies are. I spoke. B looked at me, head to toe as if she were unimpressed. B turned to Joshua. I don't trust her. But Mikey is right. If we're going to find the mole, she could have some insight. If not, B turned to me, we get to prove to Tristan that we were right about her this whole time. It felt like she was keeping me in a chokehold with hold. She was staring. I tried not to let her intimidate me. Fine. Joshua spoke gruffly. Let's show her what we have so far. LV. My palms were sweaty, my heart was racing, my mind was in overdrive. I looked around at all the guards standing outside the station. They were all here for me and I knew it. But it just didn't make sense. I hadn't even done anything wrong. Neither had Roman. This must have been a huge misunderstanding. They weren't letting me see Uncle Victor. But I could hear him outside arguing with literally everyone, and anyone who had played a role in taking me out of our home, and basically dragging me here. I wiped my hands on my jeans for the 5th time since I had entered the office. I kept looking at the door. Waiting. Ro would walk in any minute now. They would see that this had all been some huge misunderstanding. He hadn't stolen anything like they had said. Those files they spoke of must have just been misplaced. Everything was okay. Roman wasn't a traitor. He wasn't a spy. He wasn't any of the things these people had been calling him. It was all so ridiculous. I think I would have noticed if I was dating a spy. The door swung open and I sighed in relief when I saw my uncle walk in, Captain Park behind him. I rose and embraced Uncle Victor. What's going on? I asked, my voice shaky. Everyone here was treating me like I had killed someone or committed some atrocious crime. Everything will be okay, baby. He spoke, whispering into my ear. He then pulled away and his eyes focused on Captain Park, who had walked around and was standing behind her desk now. I can't believe you're treating a kid this way. Crystal will be a legal adult soon, Mr. Benson. And if you think the Silvercrest Pact takes matters of treason lightly, you're greatly mistaken. Uncle Victor narrowed his eyes at Captain Park. I didn't commit treason. I sputtered out. Captain Park zeroed in on me as if just remembering I was there. Then you won't mind answering a few questions. I looked at Uncle Victor. I didn't do anything wrong. I spoke. If they wanted me to answer a few questions, I could do that. I know, but... He looked at Captain Park. I need someone here to defend you, so that they don't use your words against you. Roman didn't do anything either. I spoke up. He could have. Uncle Victor frowned, putting an arm on my shoulder. Defending Mr. Desiree isn't doing you any favors, Miss Swan. Captain Park spoke. You're accusing him of breaking into the Alpha's premises and stealing top-secret information. I told her. Do you even have proof? I knew I shouldn't have been questioning such a high-ranking official, but I couldn't help it. I was so worked up, scared, and confused. Captain Park leaned over, placing her foot on the table and raising her pants. There was a deep scratch there which explained her slight limp when she had entered. I grimaced at it. I was there. She spoke. My hand flew to my mouth. No. Roman wouldn't. The Alpha is here. One of the guards announced to Captain Park. Next thing I knew, Tristan was walking in, Bridget behind him. His face looked like it meant business. He walked around to his desk, not making eye contact with anyone. Not even me. Leave us, he ordered. Captain Park looked at him, her eyes narrowed. Excuse me, Alpha, but I'm taking over the questioning. He spoke, sitting down in his chair. And I suppose you think it's fitting to break protocol. Yes, I do. I am the Alpha. He spoke, his voice carrying authority. Captain Park looked insulted. Now leave, all of you. His eyes landed on Uncle Victor, who stubbornly stood behind me. Bridget placed her hand on his shoulder. You can't do this. Crystal's a minor, she needs. Tristan rose, slamming his hands on the desk. I don't owe you any explanation. He growled. Someone has betrayed me and my pack, and I won't stop until I find out who's responsible. I felt myself start to shake in fear. I'll escort you out, Bridget told Uncle Victor. It wasn't a question. I'll be outside, baby. Uncle Victor reassured me. He gave Tristan one last angry look before leaving with Bridget. Captain Park did the same, not turning around to say anything more or do anything else. But her eyes did find mine, and I spotted an intense dislike. When the door closed, I looked at Tristan. I had never seen him like this, and I was frightened. What would he do to me? Tristan's head slowly rose to meet mine. I'm only going to ask you this once, Crystal. He seemed to be fighting to control his rage. And don't lie to me, because I'll know if you're lying. I placed my hand on my other arm, feeling the chills again and my blood run cold. Did you have any idea about what Roman was doing? Wow. I spoke as I looked around the Melrose basement. Josh and Mikey had definitely been busy. There were tables all around, boards set out with various photos and notes pinned up, sort of like the one Tristan had, but not nearly as organized. There were folders strewn around all over. I stopped at one. It had the name Kimberly's son on it. I turned to look at Mikey. Kim. Michael walked forward, taking the folder from me. We've been looking into everyone. And by everyone I mean everyone. And the people who were in the AAP with Roman felt like a good start. I thought about Kim and the major encounters I had had with her. They hadn't been many. I remember her not knowing Roman and I were dating and how upset he had seemed by it. I remember her at the AAP ball trying to score a dance with him. And she had also been one of his first partners in the program. But I couldn't see the peppy, popular cheerleader being a mole. But then again, I knew not to judge a book by its cover by now. So what do you have so far? I asked, turning to look at the twins and B. Joshua stepped forward towards one of the boards. As Mikey said, we started off with the people Roman spent the most time with. I walked up to the board. Right there at the top was a picture of me. Immediately below, Kat and Chris followed. I turned to look at Josh. Really? B came up beside him. If there's anything the AAP taught us, it's not to leave a stone unturned. She smirked. I turned away, ignoring her comment. I looked back at the board. Surely all the people Roman had been in AAP with were on the board. Sal and Millie as well. Roman's foster parents were barely even part of his life. I told them. When the entire investigation started, they hadn't even shown up except when they were supposed to. And they had no problem bad-mouthing Roman to everyone. Yet, Josh spoke, staring at the photos. We ruled them out as well. They had no real motive and they don't exactly fit the bill. They're sketchy, but they're not smart enough to be the moles. B spoke bluntly. So who are the prime suspects? I asked curiously. B smirked at me. You mean other than yourself? I narrowed my eyes at her. Joshua came in between us as if blocking us from each other's view would help keep the peace. So here's the thing. He begun explaining. Whoever was the mole must have been someone who knew Roman. They didn't have to interact with him publicly, but they had to be around him enough. And they had to be someone with enough power to get Roman in and out of 𝐿𝐺𝐵 territory without raising any red flags. Josh added. I stared at the board looking at the suspects. We were all people who had thought we had known him. We were the people he spent the most time with. In fact, if you asked anyone on this board who Roman spent the most time with, we'd all point at each other. They had to be a part of his life somehow. I muttered. There's something very biased about this list. Oh, here she goes. B spoke, rolling her eyes. No. I spoke, pointing at it. Don't you realize that everyone on this list are people Roman interacted with publicly? People he wanted to be seen with. Joshua looked at the photos with a sort of renewed concentration. He controlled the narrative with all these people. Exactly. I spoke, excited that someone was getting it. If I was the mole, helping Roman with getting in and out of 𝐿𝐺𝐵 and feeding him intel, of course I wouldn't want to be known as a public known acquaintance of his. I'd have to be someone no one would even consider. Someone no one would have their eyes on. During the trials and investigations I was watched 24/7. That alone ruled me out of any foul play. They were always watching me. You have a point. Mikey spoke. We've been trying to assimilate data from what we already knew about Roman when he got caught. But what if we're missing the bigger picture? What if the mole only became operational when this all started? So we would have to look at the very first attack. B spoke as she spun around and walked towards the table, picking up a folder and opening it. We all followed her. She had what looked like a report from that day. I didn't even want to know how they had gotten their hands on this. The wolf that attacked Josh was obviously Shadowpack. I looked at the description, dark coat, brown eyes. It definitely fit the description. Are there any records of where it could have come in from? I asked. No. Josh spoke. I stared at the report. It was written that I was the one with him when it happened and then the others had found us. Wait a minute. I spoke. What about the second attack? Do you have the report on that one? I could only steal one at the time without anyone noticing. Mikey spoke. It didn't matter anyway. We had 4 witnesses standing right here. Remember how 𝐿𝐺𝐵 taught us that when looking for suspects, more often than not you have to search for the common denominators. Joshua looked at me as if wondering where I was going with this. Think about it. I told them. The first attack. Who found us first? I turned to Josh with this question. He furrowed his brows. B. Courtney Allison, who was leading them. I clarified. Instructor Raphael. B spoke in a smaller voice. Why was he so close to the scene in the first place? I asked. His response time had been quick. Too quick. He's our instructor. He's supposed to be close by. Joshua spoke defensively. Close enough to rescue us but not to hear the Alpha's little brother getting attacked. I asked. This shut Joshua up. He pursed his lips, still not looking happy with my conclusion. Okay. What about the second attack? I asked. Unless those wolves knew my scent, they wouldn't have known which car I was in. Raphael's was in front of us, yet we got the brunt of it all. Joshua was quiet. He looked thoughtful. They came after us after Instructor Raphael left his vehicle. B spoke. They hardly even touched him. Mikey muttered. Joshua slammed his hand on the desk. You're all being ridiculous. Raphael fought alongside Tristan in the war. He looked out for him. He looked out for us. Why would he do all that only to turn against us now? War changes people. B spoke in a low voice. My dad came back half the man he was. Your dad came back a drunk who hated humans and halflings. Josh snapped. Raphael came back a hero. B clenched her jaw. It was clear she was upset now. Josh's face softened. B didn't even listen to anything he said before spinning around and leaving. Joshua looked like he was about to go after her, but Mikey stopped him. Hey, we still need to figure this out. He spoke gently. Joshua huffed before walking over to another table. It's not him. Let's find another damn suspect. He spoke as he started sorting through papers aggressively. Mikey sighed. He closed the report. Ralph's been there for all of us since we were kids. Just wouldn't make sense for it to be him. Michael explained calmly. I nodded even though I didn't completely agree. I had two people who had been there for me betray my trust so far. I had learned the hard way that sometimes the people closest to you could be the villains the entire time. But I didn't want to push. I had obviously struck a nerve in the twins. If they didn't believe it was Raphael, I would give them the benefit of the doubt. But that didn't mean I was completely ruling him out. Raphael had clearly disliked me from day one. That alone seemed like a pretty good cover. We continued skimming through all the info the twins had. I didn't share anything about Megie. Honestly, even just thinking of my one encounter with her put me in a state of unease. I couldn't even imagine the things she must have gone through to have gotten her in that state. I thought of what she had told me. How she had called me selfish for turning my back on my people. But that's the thing, I didn't even know these people. We had been going through notes and scenarios for what felt like hours before I decided to take a break. I walked up to the kitchen wanting some water. I was shocked to find Bea seated there. Honestly, I had thought by now she would have left. Hey, I greeted quietly. She looked up, a scowl on her face as if me greeting her was an insult. I shook my head out of it. I wasn't here to start an argument with her. I needed to help Mikey and Josh figure out who the mole was so that we could help Tristan. You ruin everything, you know. I heard her speak. Everywhere you go, chaos follows. I froze at the sink. Her words struck me in a way I hadn't been expecting. Without thinking, I spun around. What's your problem with me anyway? I asked. Bea got up from where she had been sitting behind the island, as if she had been waiting for this moment. Yeah, well, I had to. I wasn't shy and scared little Crystal anymore. Where do you want me to start? She asked with a sneer. I slammed the cup on the island, walking closer to her. I have never done anything wrong to you. Bea scoffed and rolled her eyes. Course you haven't. No, I haven't. I spoke more firmly. You and Courtney have hated me since day one. And why? Because you thought I was a halfling. That's a really crappy reason to not like someone. Because they're different. Well, now you know I'm not a halfling. I'm a fully fledged wolf just like you. Just like Courtney. So please enlighten me on the new reason you hate me. Bea balled her hands into fists and I could see her fighting her anger. I was on guard as well, willing to let my wolf come out if it came to that. I have never done anything wrong to you. And you hated me anyway. I repeated. I just want to know why you're so bitter. I then remembered something. What Joshua had said down in the basement about Bea's father. It's about your dad, isn't it? Mentioning her father just seemed to make her more mad. I sighed. What happened to your father that made you hate humans so much? My voice was softer now. Because to be honest, I didn't want to hold on to hate like Bea seemed to have done with me. I didn't want to hurt someone else because of it. I'm not going to stand here and be disrespected by the likes of you. I don't owe you an explanation. Bea spat at me. Her words triggered something in me. Bea, wait. I called before she could leave. I stared at her, my eyes wide. I know who the mole is. 𝐊𝐬𝐬. Tristan, what happened? I growled as I walked into the prison hallway. I looked around at the chaos. Some of my men were down. There was blood splattered on the floor. I sucked in a deep breath, trying hard not to think about where or who it had come from. How did this happen? I demanded. Peter left my side to rush to the computer, typing furiously. Looks like the security footage was deleted. He announced. Nia walked up to me. A limp in her step and her shirt was torn on the sleeve. Captain Park was beside her, holding her up. Alpha. She spoke. I'm sorry. She spoke up. I saw her wince in pain, but I refused to show any emotion. What's the damage? I demanded. 3 guards injured, 1 dead. I didn't ask who because I didn't need to have an emotional reaction right now. Who was on guard? I yelled. Who let this happen? It was during the shift change, Alpha. It was clearly thought out. This was planned and we were caught. Captain Park narrowed her eyes. With all due respect, Alpha, you're the one who left HQ shortly after a high-risk prisoner was brought in. Where were you? I tried to control my anger. As much as I hated the fact that she was embarrassing me in front of my soldiers, she was right. We had just brought in a high-risk prisoner, and I had chosen to leave and take Crystal to my home. I should have been here. I looked around at the faces around me. All people I had let down. How many escaped? I asked, ignoring Captain Park. All of them, Alpha. Nia reported. All the rogues except Roman Desiree. I stiffened. My hands balled into fists. Of course. Where's Raph? I asked. Leading the hunt. Alpha. Nia spoke. Send more men to help him. I spoke. I want every one of them brought back to me. Yes, Alpha. Nia spoke. She hesitated. Dead or alive? I looked at Captain Park. She simply nodded. By any means necessary. I spoke. This was war now. My people could be in danger. I needed to regain control as soon as possible. I started marching to the one cell I knew was still occupied. Peter called after me. I could hear his footsteps behind me, but I didn't stop. Not even for a second. I punched into the code and walked into the room. He sat with his back against the wall. I looked at him through the glass wall that contained him. Upon hearing me, Roman lifted his head. His eyes had dark circles around them and he looked pale, but he still managed to grin. Well, if it isn't the mighty Alpha Tristan. He let out a cough and then switched to use his other arm to support him, but it still trembled with obvious weakness. What's going on out there? Sounds like a party. My eyes remained fixed on him, my blood was boiling. Turn off the wolfsbane. I ordered. What? Peter spoke from behind me. You heard me. I growled. Peter walked over to the control panel and shut off the vents that had been slowly depositing small, diluted amounts of wolfsbane gas into Roman's cell to weaken him. There's a reason he was in this cell particularly. It was reserved for the worst of the worst. And in my opinion he fit the bill. Open it. I ordered. This time Peter didn't ask any questions and I knew he had plenty. The cell door clicked open and I walked through. I walked up to Roman and he eyed me curiously. I kicked him hard in the stomach. Roman coughed, groaning slightly in pain. Then he chuckled. Kicking a man while he's down. Not very valiant of you, Alpha. I leaned down and grabbed him by his shirt, pulling him up. I brought my face close to his. Cut the crap, Desiree. I growled. Not my name, but okay. I threw my hand back and punched him hard across the face, immediately drawing blood from his nose. Roman winced in pain and kept his eyes shut. Yeah, that was a good one. He muttered. I lifted him by his shirt, bringing him closer. What the hell do you think you're doing? I don't know what you're talking about. Roman answered, his words barely audible. I threw him to the ground hard before kicking him in the face. He let out a groan. You orchestrated that escape. Roman's lip was busted now. Escape. He struggled to speak. Whatever do you mean? I growled. My wolf was this close to coming out. I will maul you to death, Roman. Don't test me. I yelled. Roman weakly pulled himself up. He touched his bloody lip with his fingers before looking at the redness. Now what would Crystal say? I felt my heat race. How dare he use her name? I grabbed him by his shirt again, this time using it to lift him up against the wall. I'm not playing. I spoke, my voice low. Roman looked at something behind me and smiled. I turned and found Peter staring at me, poorly masked disapproval clear on his face. Captain Park was there too, along with Nia and some other guards. Get out. I yelled. Not because I needed privacy, but because I wasn't ready for my people to see the monster I would have to become. Captain Park nodded at everyone else to vacate. She's the only one who remained. She didn't say a word, as if this is the me she had been waiting for. The Alpha who got things done when they needed to be done. And at this point I knew it was right. My hand shifted to grip Roman's neck, using that alone to hold him up. I'm only going to ask you this one more time. Who helped you? How did you do this? Roman was gasping for breath, weakly clawing at my arm. In that moment I wondered if I could do it. Just end him here and now. Crystal asked me if I would. At the time I didn't know the answer. Now the animal in me didn't have a doubt in my mind. Tristan. I heard Captain Park's voice. Let him speak. She ordered. I breathed out through my nostrils, looking at Roman, whose eyes were become larger and his struggles weaker. I loosened my hold on him and let him drop to the ground. He coughed out and heaved in deep breaths in and out. I walked away, trying to control the tremble in my hand. Would I really have done it? I leaned against the glass, putting some distance between Roman and myself as he tried to catch his breath. You. He coughed again. You know. What has always been your problem, Tristan Melrose? He looked up, hatred and anger in his bloodshot eyes. You've never known how to listen. He heaved out again. You've You've always been a shell of a man. Never quite nearly as good. As good as your mother or your grandfather or anyone who has ever wielded the Melrose name. I looked at Roman unmoved, unfazed. He was clearly just grasping now. I must have bruised his ego. You're pathetic, he continued, parading around as an alpha. Pathetic. You've never been nearly good enough for anyone. Not Crystal and definitely not this pack. I scowled at him. Everyone sees you for the pathetic and weak shit you are. You're wasting your breath. I spoke in a level voice. Roman was breathing heavily. Bloodlust rested in his eye, and I had no doubt that if he had full strength we wouldn't even be having this conversation right now. The only thing I had let myself forget is that I had always known Roman's weakness. And I knew exactly how to make him spill. Crystal seems to like me just fine, I commented. Roman's features burned with rage. He heaved more heavy breaths. I could see him trembling to get himself up. Why, you're weak. I'm the one who's weak, I asked, looking at the man who could barely lift himself up. Roman shakily brought a hand to wipe the blood on his nose. To my surprise, he still smiled. Crystal deserves a man who won't let her down. I no longer felt comfortable using Crystal as ammunition in this. This wasn't about her. Or him. This was about one person. Where's Ornyx? Tell me and I might show you mercy. Roman looked at me again with pure hatred. Ornyx didn't raise me to be weak. I have never feared death. Too bad your parents weren't raised the way I was. Maybe they wouldn't have begged for their lives like a couple of... I walked up to Roman, kicking him again in the stomach. He fell to ground, laughing. There he is. He spoke, his voice hoarse now. The emotional coward. You wouldn't stand a chance against me in a fair fight. I'm not entertaining your bull anymore. If you don't talk, you face the consequences. I knelt down next to him. How did you orchestrate this escape? Where is Ornyx? Roman looked up at the ceiling blankly. He smiled. You're a joke. He spoke in a whisper again. And everyone around you sees it. I huffed. This wasn't working. I stood up and turned to tell Captain Park we needed a different strategy. I was shocked to find her already in the cell with me. I'm sorry, Alpha. She spoke. I furrowed my brows. But David is right. She took something out. I realized too late that it was a syringe. You are weak. She came at me with the sharp needle. I dodged her advances in time. My eyes widened. You. I spoke. Betrayal flooded my mind. It went into overdrive. It couldn't be. Captain Park charged towards me again. This time grabbing me roughly by the neck and pinning me to the wall. About time. I heard Roman mutter. I looked into the eyes that had served my mother. That had watched me grow. That had served me. Now they just seemed empty. How could you? I spat out. Her face remained blank. I'm afraid a new dawn is upon us. And you're not a part of it. She stuck the syringe into my neck, and the next thing I knew, there was darkness.
𝐊𝐢𝐬.
I felt like everyone's eyes were on me. Each step I took as we got closer and closer to the building screamed out that something was wrong. I looked around and saw the well-oiled clock I had come to know in shambles. Soldiers were running around, various people yelling orders. There were more. More soldiers. More of the council members. The more I looked, the more I saw that there were more and more important people present. I felt a sick feeling in the pit of my stomach. Everywhere I looked there were people talking, yelling, but no one paid attention to Joshua, Mike B, or me. That's how I knew something was seriously wrong. Joshua grabbed a soldier who was rushing away by the arm. What's going on? He demanded. The soldier looked bewildered and then ready to snap. But then he seemed to realize who had stopped him and his face softened. The Alpha has been taken. He spoke. I felt like someone had punched me in the gut. Mikey let out a small croak sound and stumbled back. B was there to steady and hold him. Joshua was still for some time, so still I thought he had frozen up. Taken by who? Taken where? He suddenly demanded, grabbing the soldier by the shoulders. His grip looked too tight to not hurt. I looked around hoping that the soldier had been mistaken, that Tristan was here somewhere. But even I knew he wasn't. I couldn't feel him. Not even a little bit. I could hear Josh still yelling at the soldier. I spun in circles, my mind on overdrive, the panic slowly setting in. I felt like someone had taken something from me. Stolen from right underneath me. Tristan. I found myself saying his name, calling out to him like that would help. Tristan. Croaked out. I saw Mikey sinking, struggling to hold him up and calling out for Josh. Crystal. I saw Jasmine's face, her long dark hair pulled back behind her, fully suited up in a different soldier's uniform from the Silvercrest one. She walked up to us. Crystal, Josh, Mikey, you shouldn't be here. She let out. Her eyes were tinged red, but the look she held was one of a leader. It meant business. Where's my brother, Jasmine? Where's my brother? Josh demanded. I stayed in my position. I could picture myself in Joshua's shoes, being as frantic as he was demanding Tristan's whereabouts, but I just couldn't move. Jasmine let out a breath. Her eyes turned to me. Then, Mikey, tell us. I heard Michael speak. I thought I saw Jasmine's eyes become watery. She blinked quickly before clearing her throat. I guess you should come with me. After all, we have a power vacuum now. She spoke. What do you mean by that? Joshua asked. Jasmine fixed her eyes on Joshua and stared long and hard. She then turned to look at me. I'm saying our alpha's gone. And the law states one of you has to take over. The alpha is my mate. The alpha is my mate. It didn't matter how many times I repeated it to myself. None of it seemed to make sense to me. But then why couldn't I get him out of my mind? Why did I keep thinking about him each and every second? Why did I feel the need to memorize every single strand of hair in his head just to run my hands through it and then do it again? Why did I want to get up right now and walk all the way to him? Just so that I could be with him, next to him, beside him. To feel the air that he breathed. What's wrong with Crystal? I suddenly perked up when I heard Hazel speak. I hadn't even noticed her enter the room. She stood in her little yellow tutu and 2 buns by the edge of my bed. Kat, who was sitting on the floor painting her nails black, looked up at home curiously. She then rolled her eyes and turned her attention back to her toes. She's in love, Hayes would not recommend. For a minute I panicked. How did Kat know? How could she have known unless she followed me into the forest? I then relaxed when I realized she hadn't been talking about Tristan but Roman. Hazel climbed into my bed. She sat cross-legged in front of me, a cute smile on her face. Are you Crystal? Are you in love? She asked with the innocence that only an 8-year-old could still truly have. I hesitated, not really knowing how to answer that, but also not wanting to disappoint Hazel. Think so, yeah. Hazel looked elated. Mum says the love of your life would do anything to save you. Like Shane and Mulan. Life's not a fairy tale, Hayes. Kat called out, sounding grumpy. Hazel frowned. I reached forward and tugged on one of her escaped curls. I would totally kick butt to save you. I whispered to her. She brightened up again, looking less like Kat now and more like her father. She leaned in as if to tell me a secret. I would do the same for you. Maybe not Kat. I giggled and she laughed along. Could we please have some order? Jasmine yelled at the grumbling adults. Could we please have someone who's actually from this pack supervising this meeting? Someone shot back. Jasmine looked taken aback by the words. She looked like she was about to snap when Raphael stepped up, putting a hand on her shoulder. The rules call for an impartial witness. He explained, sounding surprisingly calm considering nothing but chaos currently filled the room we sat in. I was one of the 3 people seated on the chair, feeling like I was on trial all over again before the officials in front of me. The only difference was that Mikey was seated right next to me and Joshua stood beside him, a hard look on his face. Mikey, on the other hand, simply looked distraught and tired, his eyes on the ground. Where's you father, girl? A lady I recognized as Mary, the Justice Wing leader, called out. He and all the other alphas and their representatives are on their way. Jasmine spoke back. This time Raphael wasn't quick enough to hold her back. But if any of you feel I'm not as competent as him, then go ahead and leave. She yelled, slamming her hand on a table. An older man scoffed. Fine. Jasmine's mouth hung open, looking offended. We don't need an outsider child telling us what to do. Another man spoke. Excuse me, your alpha is missing, and might I remind you that your chief of security also turned out to be a mole. She yelled angrily. Sounds to me like you need some outsider help. We need someone with experience, not a girl who barely saw blood during the war. Another lady yelled. I saw Jasmine clench her fists. Enough with being led by children, that's what got us into this mess in the first place. The same lady spoke. Without warning, Joshua jumped to his feet, looking furious. Are you calling my brother incompetent, Roger? The older man stood up as well, looking like he was ready to take on Joshua. Are you talking to me, boy? He asked. I would be careful if I were you. Joshua continued. You might as well be talking to your new alpha. The man scoffed. Do you want to challenge me, is that it? Joshua continued. The Roger man moved forward quicker than I was expecting. How Peter leaped into action to hold him back was a mystery to me. Meanwhile, Raphael and Mikey had also gotten to their feet, holding Joshua back. Josh. I heard Jasmine hiss, and she stepped up in front of him and gripped his arm. She whispered something in his ear and I saw him relax. She pushed himself out of Raphael and his brother's hold and went back to leaning against the wall. Michael let out a huff. Listen, everyone. He yelled, a deep growl accompanying it. I was surprised by it, never having heard Michael put that much force behind his voice before. I could tell I wasn't the only one. The room seemed to have been stunned silent. He walked forward and placed his palms against the table. I had been expecting to see a strong and confident man take over, but Mikey just looked exhausted, like he could drop any moment now. My brother has been taken. You're alpha. I thought I heard his voice crack slightly. By the enemy. Mikey stopped, and just for a second I thought he would break down, but to my shock he kept talking. Protocol says we need to select a new alpha before we can make any further decisions. Now, personally, I don't give a damn who the new alpha is going to be as long as they help us find Tristan. So will everyone just act mature for a second so that we can actually move forward? He spoke. He leaned back and let out a hard breath, his nostrils flaring. He then turned around and walked back calmly to slump into his seat. The room was still silent, as if no one knew what to say after that. Then someone spoke. Well, the new alpha definitely won't be the Van Cliff over there. There was so much hate behind his words I felt like I had been slapped directly in the face. The chattering started all over again. Mikey turned to look at me with a frown. He tried to say something to the group, but his voice was drowned out. I gripped my chair and felt my heart pounding. All I wanted to do was cry. All I wanted to do was disappear. Maybe we should evacuate the Luna. I heard Jasmine say to Peter and Raphael in concern. I felt myself sinking. I looked at the door wondering if I could just dart out, but then it swung open. At first I thought my eyes were deceiving me, and I could tell I wasn't the only one. More and more people quietened down until the room was silent when we saw Lady Melrose walk in, ever graceful. But it wasn't her who had caught everyone's attention, it was the person she was assisting. Bridget's blonde hair, usually tied back behind her, was a wild mess on her head. Her face was pale, her eyes dark. Her lips looked so chapped that I wondered when was the last time she had had something to drink. She looked up at all of us, her blue eyes piercing into everyone. She wore a white robe over what looked like pajamas. The hand that wasn't around Lady Melrose for support was at her side, holding on. I know what you're thinking. Her voice was horsey and scratchy. The bitch isn't dead. I blinked twice. With the way she looked, she could have been a ghost. The first person to move was Jasmine as she rushed over to the blonde and wrapped her arms around her, squeezing her in a hug. I saw Bridget flinch, and this made Jasmine let go of her. Peter rushed forward as well. Bridge. He spoke, his voice a whisper as if he couldn't believe it. I found myself rising to my feet. I didn't even realize I had been doing it. Bridget's eyes found me. She didn't say anything. I stood aside and she nodded. She let go of Lady Melrose. Jasmine was quick to take over, leading her to where I was standing. For a minute Bridget just looked at me. Then she gestured for Jasmine to place her in my seat. I watched as she did it. A guilt fresher and newer from what I had been feeling all this time arose the minute I had seen Bridget. She didn't have to say anything this time for me to know that it was all my fault. Someone brought a seat for Lady Melrose, putting it in the corner not too far from where Joshua stood. She sat in it and nodded at me in acknowledgement. The guilt deepened, and I could only imagine what everyone in here must have been thinking. From Lady Melrose to Bridget and probably even Jasmine. I should have been taken. Not Tristan, me. But they had him. They had him, and I didn't even want my mind to drift to whatever they might have been doing to him. What's the agenda? Bridget asked, looking at Jasmine as if this was a normal and average meeting. As if the whole pack hadn't just been turned around. Jasmine cleared her throat, and I could see her fighting her emotions. Probably having to remind herself that someone she had grown up with wasn't in the arms of ruthless murders. That her other friend, who everyone had pretty much written off as dead, was here now. That she wasn't also just a kid like the rest of us. The Werewolf Act number 27 states that I'm the sudden absence of an alpha. The following may fill the vacuum until proper inheritance might be re-established: his offspring, his Luna, his beta, or his immediate sibling. Bridget nodded curtly. She then turned to look at everyone else. I'm taking the mantle. She spoke with finality. Joshua sat up. He looked like he was about to protest, but one look from Bridget shut him up. I knew everyone wanted to say what I was thinking. She could barely walk on her own. She still looked like death. How was she going to be the alpha? But no one spoke. And Bridget didn't ask. She looked around the room. Is that all, or can I get to saving our alpha in this pack? She asked. I stood in awe. The power, the authority. No doubt in her words or face. Why don't we confront the obvious problem before us? The man who had argued with Joshua spoke. His eyes then turned to me in a glare. I felt exposed again, offered for persecution. And it didn't help that the just-appointed judge already hated my guts. I looked at Bridget and I could only imagine how deep her hate went now. She licked her badly cracked lips, her eyes still on mine. And what would the problem be, Roger? She asked slowly. Her voice taunted me, and I could only imagine how much she was thinking of finally doing the things she had always wanted to do to me. Make me suffer in the way she had always said I deserved. We can't have a Van Cliff among us. He spoke. A few other murmured in agreement. She's not a Van Cliff. Michael spoke up. At least not where it counts. I wanted to show gratitude to him, but his words might as well have added fuel to the fire. More voice grew and became louder in protest. I flinched. They all wanted my head. And Tristan wasn't here to save me anymore. Enough. Bridget's voice wasn't as loud, but it seemed to carry enough weight. The room quietened down. She leaned back in the chair, her eyes facing straight ahead. Crystal Swan. She spoke. I looked at her, my senses on alert. I glanced at the door again. Maybe I could make it out before they tore me apart limb from limb. It seems the majority want a witch hunt. She spoke slowly, as if savoring each and every word. Speak. I looked at her confused. Speak. She repeated herself. I could tell she didn't intend on doing it again. I looked at everyone again. Lady Melrose sat still, ramrod straight in her posture as she watched me with a straight face. My legs felt like jelly. Peter stood to the side, his arms behind his back. He nodded at me. It was ever so slight, ever so subtle, but I could see the encouragement in it. I stepped forward, hoping I didn't fall. I searched the crowd as if I would find something I had been searching for since I came to Silvercrest. But I had lived here long enough to know that it wasn't here. To know how much I was nothing but an outsider to these people. I swallowed hard. I knew my next words could even mean life or death, imprisonment or freedom, but there's only one thing I could say right now. I live Tristan. It came out sure, my voice didn't waver, which surprised me considering how frightened I was. I cleared my throat. I love him with every fiber in my body. I continued. No one said a thing. That wasn't enough for them. Their alpha had been taken by my grandfather, my ex-boyfriend. That wasn't enough. The first time Tristan claimed me, I'll admit, it wasn't under true feelings of the bond. I mean, his feelings were true, and I hadn't decided who I wanted Tristan to be. But he still protected me. He still loved me just as he loved this pack and all his people. I turned to look at Michael. He looked ready to cry. Like he was really fighting to keep everything in. Tristan has done nothing but fight for all of you. He's done nothing but fight for me, and I know you all see me as an outsider and as the enemy, but I can promise you I'm not. I stand with Tristan. I will do anything to get him back. Even sacrifice myself. Then do it. A voice spoke. Another agreed. Yeah. Let's trade the Van Cliff for our alpha. An uproar of agreement followed. I gulped and stumbled backwards, part of me thinking someone would step forward and grab me any moment now. But I found that I didn't actually care. If I could trade myself for Tristan right now, I would. Without a doubt or second thought. That I was sure of. Silence. Silence. Bridget croaked out. She turned to look at me. No emotion was written on her face. No one is handing in the Luna. She spoke. I immediately begun to hear protests. I said no one is handing in the Luna. She repeated, her voice louder. She looked around, dating someone to question her. Except this time someone did. No offense, Beta. It was the Roger guy again. But if you're going to be alpha, I'm not. Bridget spoke icily. Tristan is. I'm only filling in for him until we get him back, and believe me, I'll have a list of all those who were ready to throw his Luna under the bus prepared for him. She looked around, and for the first time I saw actual fear in everyone's eyes. Bridget gestured for Jasmine to step forward. Jasmine rushed over to help her up. We're putting the pack on lockdown, Bridget announced. The Calhoun Alpha arrives in a couple of hours, I'm told, but still live meetings with the rest of the Union commence now. Look alive, people, they took one of our own. Not just anyone, our Alpha war has officially been declared. Chills ran down my spine at her words. The one thing Tristan had been dreading the most had begun. Jasmine started helping Bridget towards the door. But she stopped and turned to look at me. What are you waiting for, Luna? She asked. Bridget struggles with her alpha pride, refusing to admit weakness even as she's on the verge of collapse, while her pack's survival and her own hangs in the balance. What will it take to make her accept the help she desperately needs?
𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐧.
I saw Bridget wince as Jasmine helped set her down on Tristan's bed. You really shouldn't be up. Jasmine spoke, looking half concerned and half angry. Bridget waved her off as she lifted her legs onto the bed as well. It was so obvious that she was in pain. Not just from her facial expressions but from her looks in general. She had taken on an ashy gray color. I was no doctor, but that was clearly not good at all. I found one, Peter announced as he walked into the room with one of those automated wheelchairs. Lady Melrose was behind him. Bridget stared at the contraption. I'm not using that, she spoke in disgust. Like hell you aren't. Peter spoke, and I don't think I had ever seen him so authoritative. Bridget turned her blue eyes on him. You can barely walk, Jasmine pointed out. I will not be seen as an invalid, Bridget argued. The alpha is a symbol of power. Oh, give me a break. Lady Melrose spoke as she walked towards the bed. And you think you'll be seen as weak for wanting help? Do yourself a favor, dear, and stop acting like a man. Peter and Raphael shared a look as if trying to decide whether or not they were offended. Bridget clenched her jaw. I don't know who else could be a mole. If there still is one or two, the first thing they'll report to Ornyx is that I am in a wheelchair. He'll attack in seconds. Let him. Jasmine scoffed. My dad and his army will back you up, and so will the other packs. I can't ask the other packs to send in their men so soon. Bridget spoke as she tried to adjust her position. May rushed forward to place a pillow behind her. This is Tristan, Jasmine argued as she balled up her fists. You don't think I know that? Bridget snapped. For the first time I saw the emotion in her eyes, and I can't believe that I had forgotten for even a second how much Tristan meant to Bridget. If anything, there wasn't a soul alive better equipped to get him back. Or another soul better equipped to take care of what he had left behind, his pack, his brothers, me. That's the only reason I believed I was still here. Bridget was honoring Tristan in every way possible. It's the only reason I had survived that witch hunt back at HQ. Because let's face it, Bridget hadn't suddenly started caring about me. Bridget sucked in a deep breath. We can't think with our emotions here. We have to be smart like Tristan would have been. Ornyx knows what he was doing when he took Tristan, otherwise why not just have Roman kill him then and there? I gulped as I remembered Roman's part in all of this. What had I been thinking? That he would comply like a good little boy and everything would be okay again. That he had something redeemable still in him. He's playing mind games, Raphael growled. That's Ornyx. He's a sadistic bastard. So how do we get around that? How do we beat him at his own game and get Tristan back? I heard the panic in Jasmine's eyes before I saw her face. Again, I was underestimating how much Tristan meant to everyone in this room. How far they were willing to go for him. We don't. Bridget spoke, looking at the wall opposite her with a straight face. We don't because we're not playing Ornyx's game. Raphael folded his hands across his chest and looked at her attentively. In fact, everyone was, and once again Bridget was proving that she was a born leader. He wants our first instinct to be to go for Tristan, to negotiate for him. If Captain Park was his informant, she would know how much any of the likely next alphas loved Tristan. How much we would all want him back. Bridget was right, me, her, Joshua, Mike and Lady Melrose. If any of us had taken up the title of alpha, The first thing we would do was try to get him back. So what are you saying we don't get Tristan back? May asked in worry. No. Bridget spoke immediately. She's saying we have to beat Ornyx at his own game. Raphael spoke quietly. He looked thoughtful. I worked special ops during the war. I know how to get in, infiltrate enemy camps without getting caught. Bridget nodded at him. That will come in handy, but not for Tristan. Because our main goal isn't his retrieval right now. What? My voice was the loudest and everyone seemed to just realize I was present. Bridget gave me a sharp look. Going for Tristan is what he expects. He's ready for that. So we're just going to leave him there. I argued. All I had heard were terrible things about the Shadow Pack. And now that Tristan was in their hands, I couldn't imagine what they were doing to him. They could have already killed him. Bridget spoke, trying to make her voice monotonous, but I could see right through the emotion she was trying to disguise. I saw Jasmine look at the ground and shut her eyes tightly. We could send our best in, but believe me, Ornyx will be waiting. He knows our moves too well. I was at a loss of words. All the energy I had depleting. She of all people couldn't be giving up on Tristan. Then we devise another plan. I spoke desperately. Something that will catch him off guard and get Tristan back. Ornyx has thrown the first punch. Bridget spoke forcefully. He has initiated this war and he wants us to fight fire with fire. That's the very thing Tristan was dreading. I'm not sending our soldiers blindly into a war that Ornyx has obviously been preparing years for. Raphael sighed. He has Captain Park on his side. I don't know how long he has her, but either way he knows our manpower, our weaponry, our strategy. You're right, we can't win this one if we play directly into his arms. Then find a way to win. Lady Melrose spoke up. She got to her feet and straightened her scarf. My grandson is out there. And that bastard Ornyx is probably torturing him as we speak. Find a way to win, and when you're done I want his head. I can do my best, but at this point we also have to consider seniority. Bridget spoke. She looked at Jasmine. Your dad is leader of the Union right now. This isn't just a Silvercrest pack issue. All the Werewolf Union packs have a say in how to handle Ornyx. Lady Melrose placed a hand on her hip. Then tell him I demand my grandson back. I don't care who freaking sits at the head of that table. I want Tristan back. She sounded surprisingly calm, which made things even more scary as she turned to leave the room, but not before giving me a small nod that was very easy to translate. Make it happen. We heard the door close behind her. I'll gladly do the decapitation myself. Raphael spoke. Bridget sighed. No suicide missions, guys. I mean it. Suicide and willing to die for our alpha are two different things. Peter spoke. Bridget looked exhausted, and I wasn't just saying that because of her appearance. She looked drained. Listen, everyone. She spoke as she looked around. You are the only people I can still trust. That's why you're in this room. Bridget's eyes met mine, but only for a second before she looked away. I blinked. Did she really mean that? Did she count me in as one of her trusted people? That's why I'm going to be honest with you about everything. Tristan has been taken. I don't know what Ornyx plans on doing to him. Whether he wants to keep him alive and torture him or torture us by having us not know what will happen. I refuse to be a pawn in his game or let anyone else be. We're going to take down Ornyx and we'll make sure he doesn't see it coming. But for now, Raph, I need you to secure this pack. Nothing but thorough filtration through the walls. Form a barricade if you need to. The town is going into lockdown. Make sure all the residents have what they need. The only people I want still patrolling should be my soldiers, and if any suspicious activity is detected, I want it reported to me immediately. Raphael and Jasmine nodded. They then shared a look of mutual understanding. Whatever you say, Alpha. Raphael spoke. I'll get Nia and the rest. Nia stays with the twins. I want them guarded at all times. We're not losing any more Melroses. Bridget spoke. Raphael nodded slowly and somberly. It was a heavy and sad thought that so many of Tristan's family had been lost to Ornyx, and it was now possible that more could be lost as well. Pete. Bridget spoke in a more level voice. From now on you have to be my correspondent. You have a way with words. I need you to communicate with the pack what's going on in a way that won't raise panic. Peter scoffed. No disrespect, Bridge, but I'm a trained fighter, not a mouthpiece. I want to help. Bridget gave me a quick look. She had been so quiet that I had almost forgotten she was here. I get that, but your job is important too. You won't just be a messenger. You'll be the link between me and the rest of the alphas and the council. Peter pursed his lips. He studied Bridget as if not completely believing her. I looked at May and couldn't help but wonder if Bridget didn't want Peter in the action because she was protecting both her friends. May from worrying and Peter from getting hurt or worse, killed. I can't just be a glorified secretary while everyone puts their lives on the line, Bridge. I'm your alpha, Peter. You will do what I tell you to. Bridget was in no state to be putting up such a fight, but she definitely tried. Peter clenched his jaw. Okay, alpha. He spoke before turning to leave. May sighed as she looked after him. Bridget nodded at her. Go. Talk to him. May complied as she turned in that very direction, but she then paused and looked at Bridget with folded arms. Bridge, as much as I don't want him on the front lines, you know he isn't going to stop. Pete can be almost as stubborn as you. Yeah, well, I'm alpha, so he has to listen to me. She spoke. May let out a light sigh. She shook her head slightly before turning to leave, giving me a small nod in the process. I pushed myself forward. This is ridiculous. I spoke. What exactly is ridiculous? Bridget asked slowly and calmly. I let out a huff. Tristan is out there and we're not. I spoke. I was aware that I wasn't sounding eloquent or powerful. It wasn't exactly giving Luna. And honestly, if I had been the one to take over, I'm pretty sure the whole pack would have been doomed. I already told you you're trying to be smart because you think that's what Tristan would want. I spoke, moving closer to her. But I don't really care about what Tristan would want right now. I just want him safe and sound and with the people he loves. Crystal. I already made it clear that outsmarting Ornyx is next to impossible. Then let's not outsmart him. I spoke. Use me. Some of the council members had a point. You can use me as a bargaining chip. Bridget was silent for a second and I was scared that she would just shut me down again. You think I haven't considered that? She spoke in a lower voice. I was shocked. I know it had been my idea, but I guess I hadn't really been expecting it to have been crossing Bridget's mind as well. She got to her feet. Something I didn't think was a good idea. She just looked paler. Her blonde hair sticking to her face. It's immoral and horrible, and I know Tristan would hate me for it, but yes, Crystal, I did consider using you as a bargaining chip for Tristan. I swallowed. Her voice was low and weak, but I was still afraid. Do you know why I haven't? Because I love Tristan and he loves me. And you and this entire pack. Even if we used you to get him back, do you think he would ever be happy again? I thought of me begging Tristan not to challenge Ornyx and how he had been so determined. For Tristan, it had never been about himself. It had been about Joshua and Mikey and his grandmother. About his parents' legacy and his friends and his pack. And me. He was the most selfless man I knew, and of all people he didn't deserve this. I'm not gonna stop trying. Yeah, well, I don't expect you to, princess. Bridget muttered. She clutched her side as she limped to Tristan's dresser. She stared at a framed picture of his parents. Bridget. I started slowly. Are you dying? Bridget turned to me, flinching slightly in pain and the small action. She was using the dresser for support. What do you think? She asked. I stared at her hands that didn't look strong enough to do anything. Poison usually requires an antidote. She muttered. I frowned. My mother had been poisoning me slowly with the very poison that had been meant to hurt Tristan. Bridget had taken the bullets for him. And the effects were showing. You were in a coma. I told her. How did you wake up? The corners of Bridget's lips turned down. She looked away from me. I felt him sever our link. Bridget spoke quietly. I had almost forgotten that Bridget and Tristan's minds had been linked. It gave me the shock I needed to get back up. She explained. I frowned. The rejection had been one of the most painful things I had ever experienced. I could somehow relate to what Bridget was going through. Wait. I spoke, realization hitting me. If Tristan is alive, I think I know how to get in touch with him. Bridget looked at me in confusion. How? I'm his mate. I spoke, never being so happy to say that. We can link minds. Ornyx is still going to kill him. My eyes fluttered open and I became very aware of the pounding in my head. It felt like someone had hit me with a sledgehammer. I tried to move but soon realized that my hands were chained to the floor while my legs were chained together. I looked down at my torn up and blood-stained t-shirt. Because that's not the plan. Tristan needs to stay alive. I looked up and found the sources of the voices. There was a woman facing away from me. She was tall and had a slender figure. She had a big fro which extended to her shoulders. I blinked and focused on the person she was talking to. It would take a long time for me to forget Roman's voice or stance. I thought the plan was to take out the alpha. Ornyx said once that was done, he could reclaim Silvercrest. David, Ornyx doesn't have to explain his ways to anyone. You just have to be patient and see what he does like the rest of us. There was silence from both of them for a second. He's keeping you in the dark too, isn't he? David, he still wants Crystal. And you know him, he won't stop till he gets her. If Tristan is still alive when that happens, she's gonna try and save him. And how do you think that will go for her? Are you really going to lecture me on how I should take care of my daughter, David? I heard the woman snap. I flinched. The pounding in my head made it hard to see or think. But it was clear who they were talking about, and I didn't have to guess to know who the woman was. I'm worried, I heard Roman say. And I told you don't worry about it. I have everything handled. More silence. What is it? Crystal's mother asked. Megie's ex. I shifted slightly, causing the chains to make a clinking sound. The woman turned around as both her and Roman turned their attention to me. I saw Teresa Benson's face come into view. A face that I had only seen in pictures thus far, but I would still recognize it anywhere because of the similarities to Crystal. Roman came up behind her. There you are. The woman spoke as she crouched down. Crystal's face was more round and I felt like it made her features look softer. Teresa's face was longer and her features were more striking, I guess. More intimidating. But nonetheless it was easy to tell that she was definitely her daughter. Tristan Melrose. She spoke. The words played on her lips as she studied me in interest. Watching me carefully. For what? I didn't know. I've been dying to meet you. She continued. I let out a cough and winced as the small action intensified the throbbing in my head. Wish I could say the same. I spat. Teresa smiled as if she was amused. I see my daughter has a thing for the sharp-tongued men as well. She got back to her feet. I saw Roman roll his eyes. Crystal has actual taste. He spoke. Now don't be jealous, David. Teresa spoke. She walked to the side as if she wanted to see me from another angle. I saw her fold her arms across her chest. Jealous of him. Roman, or should I say David, scoffed. I've always been amused by the frailty of men's egos. Teresa spoke with a smirk. My daughter sure knows how to pick them. The daughter you abandoned. I let out my voice coming out through gritted teeth. It just occurred to me that maybe I should have been panicking more. I didn't know where I was. From what I could tell, it was a dilapidated room with stone walls which were unpainted. No windows and one door. I couldn't hear anything outside. I had nothing to give me a clue on my location. My body was in pain and my head felt like it was about to explode. Teresa looked at me. The look is something I should have definitely been frightened of, but I just stared back. Narrowing my eyes, she walked over to me. Her leather boots hitting the floor. She crouched down again. This time close enough that her face was inches away from me. She suddenly pulled on the chain around my neck, roughly yanking my face closer to her. I let out a yell. Listen to me, Tristan Melrose, you don't know me. Or what I'm capable of. My baby girl might have a soft spot for you, but that doesn't make you safe. She let go of the chain, giving me a push so that I fell back, hitting my head against the stone wall. I winced. I definitely felt that one in my skull. Teresa walked to where Roman was standing before turning back to me. You've been captured, Alpha. I'm sure you're well versed with the rules of war to know that this means the Shadow Pack has ground to determine victory. Your pack will have to choose a replacement, Alpha. And whoever that person will be has the option of relenting or keeping up the war effort. But I can promise you Ornyx will get them and kill them as well. I gritted my teeth. I wouldn't give either of them the satisfaction of knowing how much pain I was in. When there was a power vacuum, there was a select group of people who were eligible to take the Alpha's spot. My beta would have been an obvious choice, but that was a non-starter. Other family members. Ideally Mikey or Joshua or even my grandmother. There was also the chief of my army, Captain Park. The freaking traitor. And of course, does that include Crystal? The look Teresa gave me was enough to let me know that I had definitely hit a nerve. She shot me a murderous look. I saw Roman try to keep a straight face, but from how his expression faltered slightly, I could tell that it had to do with the conversation I had just overheard. Teresa's hard look melted and she smiled. Bold of you to try and play mind games with me, Alpha. Looking at the position you're in right now, you really should be more careful with someone who has the keys to your life. I watched Teresa. Am I to believe you're the one pulling the strings here? Teresa folded her arms across her chest. If you want to see Ornyx that badly, all you have to do is ask. She cocked her head to the side, grinning. Unfortunately for you, he's a little preoccupied at the moment. I fought the urge to scoff. I'm sure the bastard was somewhere plotting the perfect death for me. It must have been poetic for him in some sick way to get to kill 3 generations of Melroses. I looked at Teresa, then Roman. You both proudly serve a man who readily murders and tortures innocents. A man who wishes to enslave the world. I had learned Ornyx's twisted manifesto when I was a boy. He didn't agree with the Werewolf Union's pledge of secrecy. He wanted humans to find out about us. He considered himself superior. He considered all werewolves superior. It's the basic law of nature. Roman spoke. We're faster and stronger. We're the dominant species. He explained. So that gives you the right to rule over others. I asked in disgust. The problem with you is that you have always been so small-minded. He told me. The idea isn't to enslave humans. We just want to establish ourselves as the superior species. I let out a laugh. It seemed to infuriate Roman. You're an idiot if you think that's all Ornyx plans to do. You were in my AAP, you learnt about tyrants. About men who consider themselves gods. They want people to bow to them. They want to be worshipped. That's what Ornyx wants. He wants to rule over everyone. He wants to control them. Roman stepped forward. All your AAP ever did was spread lies about the Shadow Pack. The pack you and the entire Union labeled as the enemy. You shunned us, exiled us. We could have died out. I could see the anger in Roman's eyes as he moved closer. I kept my jaw tightened. So sorry, Alpha, but your little attempt at converting us isn't going to work. It's a little too late for all of that. I knew that my chances of getting out of here alive were slim to none, but I sure as hell wasn't going down without taking or at least trying to take Ornyx down. The bastard just needed to show his face and I needed to convince him to duel me. That probably wouldn't be too hard considering his naturally violent nature. His pride also probably wouldn't let him back off. The only thing that hurt was that I wouldn't get to see Crystal again. Now boys, Teresa spoke, we're not here to indoctrinate each other. She looked at Roman and nodded. We're here to get your official surrender. Surrender Alpha Tristan and your people will be spared. I looked at Teresa. You honestly expect me to believe that? Ornyx's very nature bred violence. He hated my pack especially and what we stood for. And I was supposed to believe that all I had to do was kiss his ass and my people would be safe. A noble leader would look out for his own people first. Roman spoke. I looked at him in disgust. You're one to talk about nobility. You paraded in my pack as a spy. Lied to everyone around you including the girl you claim to love. I love Crystal more than you ever will, jackass. He spat at me. Teresa held him back. Don't let him get to you, David. She hissed. She looked him in the eye. You know better. Roman relaxed and stepped back. But his glare on me never ceased. I smiled to myself, which seemed to infuriate him more. Teresa breathed a small sigh. Your answer, Alpha Tristan. I looked at her. They looked alike, but that's where the resemblance ended. My people will never bow down to Ornyx. I spat. I turned to look at Roman. And even if I die, at least it will be with the knowledge that I was the one Crystal loved in the end. Roman's face darkened even more. I leaned against the wall and shut my eyes. An indication that I was done talking. Tell Ornyx that if he wants to ask me something he should come his damn self. I heard Teresa let out another breath. So be it. David, let's go. I heard footsteps. When I opened my eyes, I was alone again in the dim room. After what felt like some hours had passed, I heard the sound of heavy chains. I looked up to see 2 guards walking in, this time dragging a girl. I immediately recognized her. In spite of the cuts and bruises on her face that almost disfigured her. It was Megie, one of the rogues I had captured. She was thrown onto the floor a few feet away from me. She groaned weakly. The guards attacked her chains to the ones of the walls like they had me before turning to leave. I turned to look at her. Her head rolled back in a way that looked like she had no control over it. But she soon turned and found my eyes. Alpha Tristan. She muttered. There was no particular emotion on her face or in her voice when she said my name. I know she had been in a bad state with the way we were keeping her in the prisons, but if it's possible, she looked even worse. I narrowed my eyes at her. Her clothes were torn and bloody as well. Her limbs lay limp beside her. Why did they do this to you? I asked, wondering why they would hurt their own in such a way. Or imprison her. Megie looked at me with hatred. Some of her short hair was flying wild while the rest stuck to her face with blood. I told you I wasn't freaking working for Ornyx. She spoke bitterly. I pursed my lips. She had said that her and the other rogues we had captured with her were part of some resistance. Of course I didn't believe them. I knew all Shadow Pact members to be raised to be loyal to Ornyx and the Van Cleef family. Megie tried to turn her head, but she didn't seem to have enough strength to do so. Or maybe she was just in too much pain. And now has killed all my family and my friends. She muttered, looking off into nothing. A pang of guilt hit me. I opened my mouth, not knowing what to say. My mother had always told me to follow my instinct. And my instinct had told me not to trust a single Shadow Pack wolf. She had infiltrated my pack. Come after my Luna. But didn't try to hurt her. I looked at Megie. Too weak to do anything. In even worse of a state than I was. Crystal told me to speak to them. To use them for information by striking a deal. I had refused because I was convinced she would just dupe me. Try to hurt my pack the way so many of her people had done in the past. But I was wrong. Don't feel bad. She spoke. She then let out a weak laugh. We're next. She let out a laugh again. But this time it got interrupted by a fit of coughs. When she recovered, she turned to me. I saw a ghost of a smile on her face. I just hope they kill you first so that I can watch. That will be enough justice for me. She seemed to muster all the strength she had left to say those words. I leaned against the wall and looked away, trying to ignore her. Alex, I'm happy for you. I wanted to practice saying it in the mirror as many times as I could, but I didn't know how I could mean it anymore. Roman had always wanted to join the AAP. And now he was in it, and I wanted to be happy for him, and I was at first, but now I was watching him work closely with Tristan, and I didn't know how to be okay with that. My phone beeped and I looked down at it where it sat on the bed. I walked over. I had a new message from an unknown number. Outback. You have 5 minutes. I immediately knew who it was. I sighed. I looked at myself in the mirror one more time before turning to rush out the room, lest His Royal Highness chew me out for wasting his precious royal time. Crystal. Come color with me. Parker called when he saw me rush past the dining room. I paused briefly. Aunt Helen, who was seated at the table with her son going through some papers, looked up at me above her glasses curiously. In a minute, but I'm just gonna take out the trash. You're not in trash duty today. Aunt Helen spoke. I shrugged. Thought I'd give Kat a break. I lied, already backing away, hoping she wouldn't get too suspicious about my behavior. I grabbed the black bag and lifted it out the house. I stepped off the porch, walking around the house to the back. Silvercrest had more wood than actual livable areas. I don't think many humans would be able to live in such a place. Almost every house was in the middle, trees and forestry. The only places in proper view were the main town areas and the school. I dropped the trash bag in the main bin before rushing towards the back forest, where the trees got thicker as you went deeper. The Benson house lay in a pretty central area, but that didn't mean there was much around us. Our closest neighbors were still a few miles apart. The main road was about 10 minutes away. I walked deeper quietly and slowly when I realized it was too silent. I tried to use my enhanced hearing to detect anything. Birds, small animals. But it was quite but for the wind blowing at the trees. And then I heard it. A loud thud and feet landing on the ground. I gasped and spun around. Tristan stood before me in a navy blue t-shirt and gray shorts. I told myself to calm down as he straightened. I folded my arms across my chest. You hide in trees now. Tristan didn't look the slightest but amused. He stared at me blankly. Why'd you call me? He asked. I shifted slightly. I rubbed my arm with the other one. Right. Rejected mate awkwardness. Of course I hadn't spoken to Tristan in a while. We weren't even supposed to be talking, but for some reason I always seemed to have a reason to call on him. And I just know he was getting tired of getting new burner phones. I sucked in a deep breath. I wanted to talk. Tristan looked at me, looking mildly disgusted. Could I blame him? This series of us always establishing it would be the last time we communicated and me always calling him back because I still had something to say would be annoying enough for anyone. You look nice. I spoke. Honestly, I was just trying to play nice and be friendly. I still didn't know the proper way to address or talk to Tristan. Would this be our life now? Him looking at me like a stranger? Would we pretend to be strangers until it became true? Isn't that what I had wanted? I did reject the bond after all. But it's not like it made anything easier. Tristan had no sign of emotion on his face, but his voice clearly told me that his patience was wearing thin. Now I know you did not call me all the way here to tell me that. He sounded slightly angry. No. I sucked in a deep breath. No. I spoke firmly, remembering exactly why I had contacted him. And if anything, he didn't have the right to be mad. What are you doing, Tristan? I asked, letting out a breath. He raised his brows at me, expecting me to elaborate. Roman, the AAP. Why are you being so mean to him? I asked. Tristan let out a hearty breath. It took a few seconds for me to realize he was chuckling. A hollow, sarcastic chuckle. He looked up at me, shaking his head. You've got to be kidding me, that's why I'm here. I felt mad. He was laughing. I was serious and he found it funny. Well, yeah. He keeps talking about how the alpha is always on him and giving him a hard time. I spoke defensively. Roman wasn't one to complain. He had long since accepted that his Silvercrest life wouldn't be one filled with the luxury of fairness. But when he spoke about his treatment from Tristan, it made me sad that he felt victimized and bullied by someone who was supposed to be our leader. Someone who was supposed to be my mate. I know we weren't together and I definitely didn't know how the mating bond was even decided by nature or whatever. But still, I felt responsible for it. Especially since I believed the only reason Roman was getting this treatment was because of me. Well, it's a hard program. He shouldn't have applied if he knew he wouldn't be able to handle the pressure. Tristan spoke lazily. I narrowed my eyes at him. Why was he being so casual and nonchalant? Roman can handle it. I snapped back. But it's no secret that you're being too hard on him and singling him out. Honestly, Tristan. Could you be any more obvious? Don't you think people will get suspicious of our secret? Your secret? Tristan spoke quietly. I'm not hiding anything. He looked up at me, right into my eyes, and it felt like his green orbs were trying to piece mine with guilt. I shifted uncomfortably. And I'm not singling out your little boyfriend. Maybe if he stopped being so emotional and did the work. Oh my gosh, Tristan, stop it. I yelled in frustration. That was an obvious lie. All I'm asking is that you stop bullying Roman, that's all. Tristan shook his head. He looked like he was trying to gather up patience. I'm not bullying anyone. He spoke more angrily. Yes, you are. I argued in frustration. What makes you think that? Roman told me. I replied. Tristan let out another humorless and hollow laugh. Why would I bully him? Crystal. What do I have to prove? I opened my mouth but then closed it again. What was I gonna say? Because of me. I balled up my fists and urged myself to remain calm. Just knock it off, okay? I'm not gonna say it again. To my surprise, Tristan grinned lazily. He walked towards me slowly, deliberately. He stopped a few feet in front of me and folded his arms across his chest, accentuating his biceps. Or what? He asked, mocking me, challenging me. I could feel my blood boiling as I glared at him. You're unbelievable. I yelled before turning to leave. Tristan quickly caught up with me and took my hand in his, stopping me. I quickly looked down at the contact. I was alarmed by the sensation. It felt like I was burning just by him touching me. I don't know if he felt it too, but he quickly let go. He looked away from me. I'm not bullying your baby boyfriend. He spoke gruffly. I swallowed. He seems to think so. I spoke in a low voice. Roman wouldn't just complain about Tristan if there was nothing to complain about. Tristan let out a huff. Listen, if you want me to back off, I will. But I don't treat Roman any differently from everyone else. The AAP is supposed to be tough. Like everything else here. I snapped. Tristan was quiet. It's only when I looked up at him that I saw him watching me. What do you mean by that? He asked, his tone not angry or sarcastic or anything but serious. I could say a lot about how I had been bullied, about how the curriculum was so different, or how I had been put in a baby P class. I was an athlete by any means, but come on. I was so frustrated by everything that was going on. A lot has changed for me since I moved here, okay? I spoke in a whisper. It's a lot different from living with humans. Tristan's face seemed to soften. He looked at the ground. If you want, I can talk to Headmaster Forbes. He can talk to the teachers. They can take it easy on you or give you some extra lessons if you want. I looked up at Tristan and blinked. It never really occurred to me that my mate was basically the mayor or president around here. My soulmate was the most powerful guy around these parts. The only power my last boyfriend ever had was that he got free tickets at the movie theater he worked at. I could probably get anything I wanted for free if I just asked. And once again, when I looked at Tristan, I wondered why I had been chosen for him.
No.
I spoke. I can work harder to bring up my grades. I spoke. I couldn't do much to change my physical inability but studying. I could study. A few months ago, I didn't even know this place existed. I muttered as I looked around. Tristan nodded slowly. He placed a hand in his pocket. Maybe if you did. He trailed off, not finishing his sentence. He then cleared his throat and straightened. That's all, I should go. I looked at him, his mood had clearly changed. He turned to start walking away. Maybe if I had known. Maybe if I had known, we would have had a chance. Art. I yelled in frustration before getting to my feet. I ran my hand through my hair as I started pacing. She failed. Again. Bridget spoke, sounding extremely unimpressed. She sat on a chair on the other side of Tristan's room. Jasmine stood beside her watching me. She had a slight frown on her face and I couldn't tell if it was sympathy for me, or if she just thought I was extremely pathetic. I stopped and looked at Bridget. One more try. I pleaded. Bridget leaned over in the chair, putting her head in her hand. She had gotten really good at not flinching every time she did that, which I found extremely impressive considering she wasn't starting to look any better. If anything, she was looking worse. Maybe we should take a break. Get some rest. Jasmine suggested. Every minute we spend not trying to contact Tristan is a minute more Ornyx could be torturing or hurting him. I spoke. Bridget reached out for Jasmine to help her get to her feet. She had been practicing walking on her own, but I knew it was coming with a lot of pain. So as long as people outside the immediate circle weren't around, she asked for help. Jasmine helped her to her feet. Bridget looked at me. And ever minute I spend watching all your failed attempts to contact him is time I could be spending preparing my pack for war. Which is what's going on, in case I have to remind you. I deflated. I turned to look at the spot on the carpet I had been sitting and trying to meditate to see if I could open my mind to Tristan. It was supposed to be nearly impossible. But not for mates. Especially if those mates were the Alpha and Luna. I have a meeting with my army commanders. Bridget spoke gruffly. You can stay here and keep trying. I had been trying. But I didn't even know the first thing to do. I had heard about opening your mind to someone and forming a mind link, but I had never really thought about ever doing it myself. Not even with Roman, even though there were many times I wished I could read his mind. I knew the link required a certain level of intimacy, and I was starting to fear that I just never truly established that with Tristan. I'm just trying to help and do my part. I called after Bridget. Her and Jasmine stopped. Jasmine turned to me. I could tell she was tired as well. She was working just as hard as Bridget to make sure the chaos that was about to hit wouldn't be too hard. When I saw Jasmine and Peter and Bridget, I was filled with a kind of admiration. They all seemed so wired and joined in all this. Even though Bridget had Peter taking on a different role from what he wanted, I could tell they were all working so hard to avoid what Tristan had always dreaded the most. He wasn't here yet, they were working like they got orders from him directly. And that kind of friendship is something I never really noticed Tristan had. All this time when I would think about Tristan, I pictured an elusive guy. Some king in a castle that I wasn't allowed into. He had always seemed so unattainable, that even when I felt the bond for the first time, I had believed that it was some kind of scam that couldn't be true. Until we kissed. Tristan had been within arm's reach all this time, but only had been in my arms for a short while. I hadn't truly gotten to love him the way I had feared, and now I was beginning to think I might never. Well, it's too bad the whole pack hates you. Bridget spoke. Ouch. Bridge. Jasmine scolded. I should have been more hurt, but it's not like that wasn't something I didn't already know. Bridget sighed. I just mean Ornyx sent an entire video announcing you as his kin. You already have a bad track record with Roman, and now Tristan's gone. She paused. The waters are still now, but you should keep your head low and not stir anything up lest we have a riot. I'm not stirring anything up, I argued. I just want to help. Bridget rolled her eyes. What are you gonna do, Crystal? I couldn't say anything and she knew it. Because really there was nothing I could do. I didn't have their training. I had grown up around humans. It was a different ballgame altogether. The one thing I could do wasn't working. I felt so useless in all this. But I just wanted to find him. I just wanted him back. I thought so. Bridget spoke. Jasmine gave me a sympathetic look before turning to leave with Bridget. I sighed and sunk down onto the carpet. I buried my face into my hands. All I wanted to do was scream out in frustration. But that wouldn't do anything to help. I looked up when I heard the door creak open. I saw Nana Francesca walk in. I couldn't hide my shock upon seeing her. I quickly scrambled to my feet. I knew that Bridget had ordered her transfer back to the manor for safety reasons, but I guess I hadn't expected her to seek me out. I didn't know where I stood with Lady Melrose since the night of the ball when it was revealed that Tristan and I hadn't actually been true mates. I could imagine that kind of lie hadn't exactly given me points in her books. Which I hated, to be honest, because Lady Melrose was one of the few people who had been on my team. Lady Melrose, hi. I didn't know what else to say in the moment. The elderly lady looked around my room as if scrutinizing it. It's not like I had done much or anything actually to change it since I moved in. She then turned back to me. Dindy pursed her lips. There are two things I absolutely cannot stand in this life, Crystal. She started sternly. I flinched even though she hadn't even said anything damaging yet. Her tone itself spoke volumes. That's liars and traitors. She stepped up to me, her form seemed stiff and her demeanor unforgiving. I wanted to open my mouth and say something, but I realized that this would go a lot better if I didn't, and just let her get whatever it was off her chest. I seem to be surrounded by both lately. She continued. I sucked in a deep breath and looked at the ground as I waited for the final blow. Captain Park was one of my oldest friends. She spoke. I looked back up at Lady Melrose. Huh. She walked over and sat down on my bed. It's then that I realized that for the first time in my life, I was seeing Lady Melrose not put together. Her usually shiny hair looked dry and was let loose to her shoulders, reminding me that the silver in her hair represented so many years that she had been on this earth. Her face seemed droopy and tired. I studied the woman, for the first time truly acknowledging that she had lost a husband, a daughter and now possibly a grandson to Ornyx. Back then a lot of people didn't believe a woman should head security. I vouched for her. Freaking traitor. I got her to where she was. I made sure she was respected in my husband's regime. I watched Lady Melrose not knowing if I should say anything. The elderly woman didn't even seem to be talking to me per se. If anything, it felt like she was just trying to sort out her thoughts and I just happened to be there. I've never been one to trust easily. She continued. But I trusted her. It was so clear that she was beyond hurt by this betrayal. I didn't know where to move closer to offer comfort or not. In the end, I decided to stay put. Do you know why she could have done it? Captain Park was a decorated army general. She had been beside 3 generations of alphas. Why she had chosen to be disloyal now boggled my mind, and I could tell it had left a lot of Tristan's people just as shocked. Lady Melrose looked me right in the eye and shrugged. I don't know. Power, I suppose. Greediness is the most poisonous thing you come across when you want to get to the top. Trust me, I was Luna. I saw it all the time around the men and women who surrounded my husband. She paused a bit. Is that why you pretended to love my grandson, Crystal? She asked. I was taken aback by the question. She didn't even seem mad. If anything, the question was so monotonous it carried no emotion. This time I did move forward. Lady Melrose. I wasn't pretending to. I sucked in a deep breath. She had been there when I had said this in the meeting to elect the new alpha, but I guess I hadn't told the whole story. It was pretend at first. Tristan claimed me to protect me. But I promise. I walked up to her and surprised even myself by getting on my knees so that I could look her in the eye. I didn't care what majority of Woodfell thought, but I cared what she did. She had accepted me from the beginning, halfling and all. She had vouched and rooted for me. It's only now that I realized I had been very wrong in not giving her of all people an explanation. I didn't realize how much I did love Tristan. I don't know, maybe it was because Roman was in the picture or because of the necklace because I was scared, but I spent a long time fighting and resisting the bond. Time I truly regret. But I promise you, I have never had any bad intentions when it came to being close to Tristan. Lady Melrose was quiet. She stared blankly at me, and for a moment I wondered if she had even heard me. I know. She finally spoke. I looked up at her. She knew. Well, then why was I on my knees? Please, child, you really think you could have fooled me? You're as cunning as a cow. I would have seen you coming a mile away. I looked at her, not knowing whether to be offended or not. Lady Melrose lifted her head, and I once again remembered that even though she wasn't her usual put-together self, she was still Silvercrest royalty. Get up. She tugged on my hands, bringing me up from the floor to sit beside her. I looked at her, but she was still looking straight ahead as if I wasn't there. Everyone thinks I'm old and weak now. Jean had guards tailing me all the time. Tristan too. They both always wanted me supervised and watched like some fragile old lady. Tristan just wanted you safe. I spoke. I couldn't speak for his mother, but I knew how much Tristan cared about his family. Lady Melrose scoffed. Tristan and his mother were both self-righteous fools. They both had this inbred need to save the world, thinking it was their destiny. What crap. I had long since thought I had gotten over getting shocked by what Lady Melrose said. But apparently not. They didn't get it from me, I'll tell you that. She spoke. If I hadn't married Trevor and become Luna, believe me, I would still be able to afford a yacht and private jet out there. Wait, Silvercrest had yachts and private jets. Lady Melrose suddenly became sad. But my mate just had to turn out to be the hero type. I told Trevor when Lucien murdered all those alphas that he didn't have to continue fighting. That he didn't need to be brave and stupid. She sighed. But I should have known he'd never listen. He formed the Union instead. He started this whole chain. The Van Cliffs versus the Melroses. If he hadn't blatantly stood against them, he wouldn't have been such a huge target. But if he hadn't done what he had done, the Silvercrest pack probably wouldn't exist. I spoke. None of the other Union packs would have existed. The Van Cliffs would have won. Or maybe some other unfortunate block would have decided to play the hero. Lady Melrose spoke. Maybe someone else would have risen up. Ever think of that? There's an abundance of good in the world, Crystal. Maybe some other sucker would have led the revolution, the Calhounds and their lazy butts maybe. My husband wouldn't have had to die a martyr. My daughter wouldn't have felt the obligation to honor him and suffer the same fate. My grandson, she chalked on her words. I put my hand on her shoulder, feeling like it was the right thing to do. We'll get Tristan back. I didn't know whether to believe my words. But I just didn't know what would become of me if I didn't. How? She snapped at me. How are you bloody going to do that? I tried not to be offended by her outburst. Nana Francesca was hurting. I don't know. I admitted. Bridget's words echoed in my head. What could I do? But I won't stop trying. Promised her. Lady Melrose stood up. She smoothed over her blouse. You better hope so, dear. She spoke, seeming more composed. The first time I met you, I told you that these people couldn't touch you because you were their queen. Well, that's not going to be the case when they realize their alpha might not be coming back. She turned away without another word, leaving me feeling more exposed than I had before. The nightmare this time was more gruesome than before. This time I saw Ornyx, and he was in a dark room with Tristan. He morphed into a huge scary beast and devoured him right before my eyes. I shot up in a cold sweat, breathing heavily. When I looked out the window, I realized it was raining. I rushed towards the open window and shut it, locking it in the process. My heart was still trying to remember how to beat properly when I got back into bed. I looked at the digital clock beside me. It was 2 in the morning. I tossed and turned in bed. I heard thunder and the rain become harsher as the drops beat against the window. I had never really minded storms. Hazel did though. Whenever the weather was this harsh, especially at night, she would make excuses to sleep in mine and Kat's room. Kat would always get irritated, but I guess I had never really minded. Before the Bensons, I had been an only child. Having 3 new siblings wasn't exactly something I had been opposed to, even if sharing a bed with Hazel meant no personal space whatsoever. I sighed as I thought about the Bensons. In a lot of ways they were my adoptive family, and they had taken me when they hadn't needed to. Not only that, they had welcomed me with open arms. I only came to realize how much I had taken that for granted as I lay in this bed alone. No Hazel to knock in the middle of the night and ask if she could join. Or Aunt Sarah peeking in to see if Kat and I were warm enough. I got out of bed, my feet guiding me more than my mind. I wouldn't be able to sleep if I tried. Not with all the nightmares my mind seemed to have in store. My feet guided me to Tristan's room. It might have been creepy, but all I wanted to do was be close to something that reminded me of him. Just being around his scent would be enough. When I got to the door of his room, I wasn't expecting to find it already open. My steps slowed when I heard the unmistakable sound of quiet sobbing. I walked to the edge of the door. I peeked in and saw a head of blonde hair seated on the bed, hunched over something. It was obvious it was Bridget. She held something in her hands, but I couldn't make out what it was. I don't think I'd be able to anyway. My mind was too busy processing that the almighty and powerful Bridget was bawling her eyes out. If this had been any other situation, I would have sworn it must have been some freak blip in the universe's order. Bridget could not have tears or be capable of shedding them, if anything. I could think of all the reasons why this sight before me defied nature in so many ways. But to be honest, all I wanted to do was walk into the room and sob with her. I tore my eyes away from Bridget before I indeed begun bawling. I wandered down the hallway fighting back my own tears. I didn't know why, but I found myself getting furious at Bridget. Why was she crying? Why was she crying? Was she giving up? Tristan wasn't dead. We were going to save him. We had to. So why was she crying? I found myself in the hallway that held the different framed photographs of Tristan and his family. My eyes fixed on a younger Tristan in his mother's arms. "You're not dead," I whispered to myself. "I'm not gonna let that happen. Promise." Bridget's faced with an impossible decision: follow Tristan's orders to abandon him or defy him and risk everything to save the Alpha. As the pack's acting leader, what path will she choose, and can she live with the consequences? 𝐿𝐥𝐸 Tristan. My mother always told me that whenever I felt lost, the best compass in the world was my heart. It was just some sappy way of telling me that when I didn't know which direction to go, I should always trust my gut. I scoffed out a laugh as I looked around the cave cell I was in. Guess I missed the lesson on what to do when you're beaten up and broken, chained to the wall in your biggest enemy's territory. "What's wrong with you?" I heard Megie speak, looking disgusted. She had picked up a rock and was drawing lines on the ground with the little movement she could muster up. I leaned my head against the stone, ignoring her as I looked up at nothing. There was very little light in here, but not absolutely nothing that I couldn't tell we weren't underground. I don't know how long we had been here, but so far the cave hadn't gotten completely pitch black. I looked at the narrow entrance the guards had walked in and exited through when bringing in Megie. If I was to make a guess, it led straight outside somewhere. I couldn't tell why Ornyx would put us in what seemed like a less than secure holding, but it's all that made sense to me at the moment. But then again, it wasn't like Megie and I were escaping anytime soon. Each of us were weak, and at this point I think even Crystal's little cousin Parker could take me in a fight. So I guess it was a good prison in a very sadistic way. If I had been at my full strength, I could see myself escaping in a heartbeat. But then there was also the fact that I had to consider what waited outside for me. Maybe Ornyx had a whole army guarding this place. Either way, stumbling into the unknown was just as dangerous. "You look like your mind is extra busy." Megie spoke. I looked up and realized she was studying me. I watched the ceiling instead of looking at her. "Maybe it is," I muttered. I heard her scoff. "Don't. Whatever it is, don't. They'll catch you before you make it 2 feet. I lowered my head to see that she was still scrapping lines onto the ground. "Where is he?" I asked her. I saw her freeze. Her grip tightened on the rock. It had a sharp end from all the scraping, I guess. "You want to meet His Highness?" she asked sarcastically, but I couldn't help but pick up the tension in her voice. My chains made a clanging sound as I shifted to sit up. I had been on the ground for so long, everything hurt and felt stiff. Why bring me here if he didn't want to torture me? Why waste the opportunity now that he has me? I had been wondering about this the whole time. The war had been between the Shadow Pack and the Union, but everyone knew it was no secret that this had all begun with my grandfather and Lucien Van Cleef. And since then, the bad blood between Van Cleefs and Melroses ran deeper than with any other packs. Ornyx had a direct descendant of the Melrose clan in his grasp, And yet he hadn't come to rub it in my face how easy it had been to capture me. He sure had a lot to say over that video, but here I was right now and he hadn't even come to gloat. I didn't know whether to be offended or terrified of what he must have had planned. Don't you worry your pretty little head about that. He's probably just planning the perfect death. It has to be poetic after all these years. And public. I imagine he'll do a live stream for Crystal and the rest of your pack. I gritted my teeth as I leaned back again and stared at the ceiling. I tried to ignore Megie and her words, which I knew were just aimed at hurting me or trying to make me afraid. And I hated to admit it, but I was afraid. Not of Ornyx, but of what he would make my family endure. I wasn't the last standing Melrose. When he was done with me, he would go for my brothers. Maybe even my grandmother. I clenched my hands into fists. I was supposed to protect them. I quickly perked up when I heard footsteps. I thought something was finally happening. They hadn't done anything to me yet. Being here not knowing what time of the day it was or what was happening was torture enough. Roman walked into the space. I clenched my jaw. Looks like there was going to be some action after all. Roman, to my surprise, simply gave me a brief glare before walking towards Megie. He had a glass of what looked like water in his hands as he knelt down before her. Hey. He spoke softly. I couldn't make out their facial expressions clearly, but I could tell Megie was scowling at Roman. She glanced at the up he held distastefully. If you were gonna bring me a bribe, maybe you should be offering something stronger. I heard Roman sigh. She was stubborn for sure. My lips were so dry I felt like I could peel them off. I knew she must have been in the same state. I don't know how long it had been, but neither of us had food or water. I went to him. Roman spoke in a low voice, obviously not wanting me to listen. But that was kind of impossible in this setting. I've begged for an audience for you. All you have to do is, does being a little bitch make you feel something, David? She asked calmly. I saw a slight smile on her face and couldn't help but snicker. Roman turned and shot me a deathly glare. I simply smiled and looked ahead. He turned back to Megie. Will you stop being so stubborn? He hissed. You mean brave? She spat back. She was obviously as drained of energy as I was, yet she still put force behind her words. Something you will never be. Roman was quiet for a second. The next thing I heard was the sound of glass shattering. I looked up to see that Roman had stood up and was looking down at her. The glass of water a mess not too far away. I'm offering you a chance. If you beg for leniency, then maybe Ornyx will see reason. Then I can kiss his ass again and continue worshipping him, acting like he isn't pure evil. Megie, Roman hissed. He looked around as if someone would hear them, but I was the only other person here. I'm not doing that. Megie spoke stubbornly. I'd rather die with my dignity than go back on everything I've worked for. Roman let out a scoff. Everything you've worked for? Look where you are, Meg. Do you really feel accomplished? All your resistance friends are dead and you're next. Roman took in a deep breath. He got on one knee and looked her in the eyes. Just stop being so stupid and let me help. I could hear the plea in his voice as he stared at her. I'd rather die with honor. Megie spoke in almost a whisper this time. Roman got up. He tugged on his hair in frustration. Goodness, Meg. You really think I can just sit here and watch you die? You really think Teresa can? Megie, to my surprise, simply let out a laugh. Oh, Teresa, huh? Roman was so still he seemed frozen until he spoke again. She raised us to be her husband's family's little pets. Megie spoke. She leaned forward as far as the chains would let her. The minute they're done with us, they just toss us away. She cares about you still even after what you did. He yelled at her. You could have been killed on the spot with the other resistance members, but she vouched for you. You should have killed me then, David. She spoke breezily. I would have died besides my real friends. Roman stared at her for a few seconds without saying anything. He then seemed to come back to his senses. I'm gonna leave now. Give you a bit more time to reconsider. He spoke. His eyes met mine briefly as he turned to leave. With how fast he pulled them away, it became very clear to me that I hadn't been in his mind at all when he had come here. This wasn't about us or our bad blood at all. David, Megie called in a softer voice. Roman paused. He turned around slowly and I could see the hope in his eyes. When her voice cracked a little, she cleared it. When it does happen, the execution. She seemed to be fighting back tears. I watched as she swallowed hard. Make sure my family isn't there. I saw Roman's face drop instantly. Was he fighting back tears? He turned away quickly and walked off, leaving me wondering what kind of relationship I had been witnessing. 𝐿𝐥𝐲 this time when I shot up in bed, I could feel my heart racing. It was beating so quickly I felt like it would fail at any minute. I threw my legs out of bed and realized I was sweating like crazy. I quickly grabbed a robe and sunk down on the carpet. When I looked at the clock, it was 2 a.m. I sighed. Constant nights of insomnia and night terrors were only getting worse. I just wanted to call home, but for obvious security reasons my phone had been taken away and was being monitored by analysts in case Roman tried to call. I scoffed. As if he would. I made my way out of the room. Feeling closed off and alone was making me feel so much worse. But so was roaming around Tristan's home with him not here. I made my way to the kitchen. I hadn't been expecting to see anyone, so when I saw Joshua, my first instinct was to turn around and go to my room. I was constantly in a state of anxiety, worry, fatigue, and panic. And a Joshua showdown is among the last things I needed. He was sitting by the island nursing a beer bottle, which I'm sure Anita wouldn't approve of at all. I decided to just ignore him, hoping he would extend the same courtesy. I walked over to grab a cup so that I could get some water to drink. You've really got some nerve. I fought the urge to groan out loud. I slowly stopped my journey to the sink and turned to look at him. What is it now? Joshua stood up. He looked at me. You shouldn't even be staying here. He spoke. I folded my arms. The way I saw it, Joshua was going to keep dumping all his hate and anger on me. I had two options: let him and understand that he was just sad and beaten up about his brother, or, oh, I'm sorry, would you prefer me in Ornyx's post? Probably seated by his right-hand side like the perfect little devil spawn I am. Or I don't know, maybe I should be in the Silvercrest cells getting tortured for being born. Joshua clenched his jaw at me. Playing the victim won't help you. Then what will? I asked in exasperation as I threw my hands in the air. I was tired and angry and sad. All those emotions were bubbling inside me. And all this that Joshua wanted to add to my plate wasn't helping at all. He didn't say anything immediately, so I took the opportunity. Damn it, it was my turn to talk. What's gonna help me, Joshua? Tell me, since you know so much about me and my character and my intentions. If your intentions were pure, Tristan wouldn't be in this mess. He growled. I let out a humorless laugh and shook my head. There it is. There it freaking is. Joshua, I did not kidnap Tristan. I did not make him imprint on me, and I did not cause any of this to happen. I yelled. It's like Joshua had gotten so used to seeing me back down that he didn't know how to respond to me raising my voice. Good. It's about time I did. Look at yourself, aren't you tired of bullying me? Bullying you? He asked incredulously. Yes, Joshua, bullying me, blaming me for everything must be so easy, but it doesn't make it right. I spoke forcefully. I couldn't control the tears that formed in my eyes. Really doesn't. I added in a whisper. Joshua was quiet for a second. He looked at me. Since you came into our lives, things changed. He spoke. When I came into Woodfell, I was a scared, confused, and lost 14-year-old. I didn't know anyone here, and I didn't know who or what I was. My family, Tristan and Roman, were the only people who never judged me for that. Yet people like you, I never bullied you. He snapped as if he were personally offended by that statement in particular. No, but you let your girlfriend and her best friend do so. You sat back and you were a spectator to all of it. You knew it was happening and you turned the other cheek. Joshua shook his head. Bea has her own crap to deal with. You don't know her or her history. And you don't know mine. I spoke, my voice low. There was a pause and there was something heavy in the air. We were both silent for a while. Hot tears streamed down my face and I didn't even try to wipe them away. I was just so tired. You read my file and you made up your mind about who I was right there and then. I spoke. My voice was surprisingly calm and level. I didn't do anything and I didn't deserve any of that, and deep down you must know that. Joshua didn't respond to my relief. So, I spoke as I took a step back. Hate me all you want, but I just needed to tell you once and for all how much of horrible and immature thing it is to hate on someone just because you're angry or you feel out of control or you think I stole your brother's attention from you. I just do whatever you want, Joshua. I turned to leave. In a funny way, it felt like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. I wanted to walk back to my room, but I made a detour instead and ended up in Tristan's. I collapsed in his bed and got under the covers, hugging them to my body. It didn't take too long for me to start sobbing. I suddenly completely understood Bridget. How could you be in here with such a huge missing piece? It hurt. Physically hurt, and I just couldn't take it. I took in his scent on his sheets and tried to retain as much of it as I could. You have to come back, Tristan. I whispered to the room as if he would hear me. Please. I thought about all the time Tristan and I wasted. I thought about little things like how we had never been on a date or how we didn't even have any pictures together. I couldn't lose him right before I had even gotten a chance to love him. There's so much I didn't even know about him. What was his favorite color? Favorite food? If he could go anywhere in the world, where would it be? If you asked all these things about Roman, I would answer in seconds. I can't believe I spent so much time loving someone whose heart had so much darkness and hate. What did that even say about me that I had chosen Roman over Tristan? I turned to his bedside table and opened the drawer. The first thing that caught my eye was a small black box on top of a photograph. At first I hesitated because going through Tristan's stuff didn't feel right in the least. But I still found myself taking it out and opening it. My heart immediately stopped when I saw that it was a necklace. I know it seems presumptuous, but I immediately knew that it was meant for me. It was almost exactly like the one my mother had gotten me. Except Tristan's was a white crystal crescent. And also, unlike my mother's, this one had another gem. A diamond right above the moon. I felt myself tear up some more. I picked up the photograph that was underneath. It was clear that it was of younger versions of Tristan and the twins. The twins were on either side of their brother, squishing their faces against his, and Tristan was in the center looking irritated. Learning to love Tristan meant learning to love what he loved. Or at least appreciate them. And his brothers were a major part of that. He loved this pack in his family. And it felt so unfair that it had been taken away from him. It made me angry, made me physically shake with anger that this human being who was nothing but good was going through this. I got off Tristan's bed. I put the necklace in my pocket and took the photograph. I went back downstairs and was glad to see Joshua still seated in the kitchen. I sucked in a deep breath and walked up to him. We don't have to like each other to save someone we both love. I spoke out loud, standing on the other side of the island. He looked up at me, his face blank. I slid the photograph towards him. First he didn't react. And for a minute I thought he might just ignore me. But then he reached out and took it. His face concocted into one of sadness the minute he saw it. I thought he might break down crying. But Joshua simply swallowed hard and slid the photo away. Stubborn. Of course. I walked around the island until I was standing in front of him. I know Bridget and everyone else have been dismissing you and not letting you help. They've been doing the same to me. I spoke. He still looked straight ahead and not at me. Joshua. I snapped. He turned slowly, rolling his eyes. What? I could hear the spite in his voice. Put your differences aside for Tristan, Crystal. He's all that matters right now. I sucked in a deep breath. Bridget told me that in order to create a mind link, you need a close and intimate connection to the person. Other than the alpha, no one can create a mind link on will. And I thought that me being Tristan's mate would be enough to connect to him. But he's probably miles away, and I don't know if what we have is enough. I hated to admit it. My voice got small and I looked at the ground. That was the hardest part to admit because I literally had one job. That Joshua spoke, his voice low. He looked up at me and I only realized then how bloodshot his eyes were. Or he's dead. His words sent my heart dropping to the ground. I marched closer to Joshua. I bent down to look him in the eyes. Don't you ever say that again. Joshua looked away, but not before I saw the tear in his eye. I couldn't deny that I had been thinking about the same thing. Ornyx had released a video telling the entire Woodfell I was his daughter, and that he was going to kill Tristan. But he had Tristan now and he was silent. It didn't make sense. But I refused to think of Tristan as. I didn't even want to go there. I pulled back. If you won't help me, I'm sure Mikey will. I told Joshua. He could stay in his mopey phase as long as he wanted. I was done with sitting around while Bridget and everyone weren't even sleeping as they searched for him. I turned to leave. Wait. I heard Joshua speak. I let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, this would work a lot better with him there. I turned around. What do you have in mind? He asked. Mikey. Joshua yelled. We both stood on either side of the bed of the sleeping teen. He shifted in bed. Go away, Josh. I looked at Mikey's bed, which was full of files and plans and stuff I really don't think he should have had. One file literally read confidential. He barely had any space to actually sleep. Mikey! Joshua yelled again, this time nudging him. Michael waved him off. Go away. Joshua sighed. In a swift motion, he pulled Mikey's pillow from under him. Mikey shot up looking ready to fight. You little heathen saw me. Crystal. Hey. He spoke. I waved awkwardly. Michael turned to look at his brother, then me. Then his brother again. Confusion set into his features, but then a smile grew. We're about to save tea, aren't we? I looked at Joshua. Now this is the attitude he should be having. Joshua looked back at me. Crystal has an idea. A few minutes later, we were on the floor of Tristan's room sitting cross-legged in a circle. I set down the photograph of Tristan and his brothers in the center of the room. I looked at the twins. Mikey frowned at the photo. Joshua looked indifferent, and I knew he must have been hiding his real emotions. I've been trying to create a mind link with Tristan. I spoke. Mikey looked at me and I could tell he was expectant. It broke my heart to let him down. So far I've been unsuccessful. I spoke. Mikey looked dejected. But I realized that maybe my bond with Tristan might not be enough. I spoke. Even the second time saying it out loud hurt. I looked at the brothers. But I was thinking. Maybe, just maybe if we tried together, you want us to form a mind link together? Mikey asked in confusion. He looked at Joshua as if he were shocked that he was on board with this. I know. I spoke. It's super rare, but I've read about it in your history books. It's not impossible. I could see the skepticism on Mikey's face. Mikey, I know. I repeated. But this is much better than not doing anything. You two have your bond and I'm Tristan's mate. He's your brother. I can't think of more of a better connection. Mikey sighed. I don't want to be the pessimistic one. That's usually Josh's thing. But you do realize that creating this link means we all have to open our minds to each other. Joshua and I looked at each other. I knew he was basically aiming this at me. Him and Joshua already had their bond. I was the one they had to worry about. I nodded. I know. They would know my deepest, darkest thoughts. Everything that went on in my mind, all my secrets spilled. And I would know theirs. I looked at them both. But I'm willing to do whatever it takes. No matter how uncomfortable and embarrassing. Joshua sat up straight. Me too. He spoke with determination in his voice. Mikey looked at both of us. He then nodded. I'm in. I nodded at him and held out my hands to both of them. They took them. I could tell we were all nervous. If this didn't work, I didn't know what I would do. Just saying. Mikey spoke suddenly. If you see a memory of me peeing in a pool or two, I can explain, Mikey. Joshua groaned. Okay. Mikey spoke. Close your eyes. I instructed. They did so. Just think about him. Think about your love for him. And how desperate you are to find him. I spoke. We have to establish the link first. Joshua spoke. Crystal. You have to open your mind to us. He spoke. Just relax and offer everything up to us. Mikey spoke softly. It's gonna feel uncomfortable and invasive, especially coming from both of us, but you're gonna get through it. Just let it flow, let it happen. I nodded. I sucked in a deep breath and tried to get rid of all of the tension and just let go. For what felt like minutes, I tried to follow Mikey's instruction. I was starting to get frustrated when nothing was happening. And then it did. I felt like I had been jolted awake. Come back here. Tristan's gone and I feel so useless because I can't do anything about it. Of course they didn't want me to take over as alpha. I'm freaking useless. Tristan saw it. Everyone sees it. I was hit with so many emotions at once: anger, pain, sadness. I felt tears sliding down my cheek and I couldn't help but let out a cry of agony. Don't server the link. Joshua instructed. I opened my eyes for a second and saw him wince. Just as I was receiving from them, I was giving. It felt like someone was poking my mind. They knew it all. They knew everything. My mom, my dad, Roman, my feelings for Tristan. I felt like they were seeing me at all stages of my life. The pain of my first heartbreak, getting shipped here, bonding with my father, Roman betraying me, Tristan getting abducted. Felt like 1,000 cuts. Mikey let out a loud groan and I heard him moan and whimper. Joshua sobbed. I felt myself start crying again when I was taken back to a younger Joshua and Mikey finding out their parents were dead. I felt like my heart would tear apart. No. I found myself yelling when a young Joshua tried to run to his father's room. The memories and feelings kept bouncing between us. It was so much. It was so intense. I was getting so tired I didn't know how long I could hold on. Okay. The bond is set. Mikey yelled. Think about focus on Tristan. With all this I had almost forgotten why we were here. But I shifted my thoughts. I focused on him and him alone. The one person who looked at me like I could do no wrong. The person who always chose me no matter what. Crystal. I gasped. Tristan. 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐬 Crystal. At first I was paralyzed for a second. Seeing him. Seeing his face, hearing his voice. Felt like a dream. A dream come true. Tristan. I breathed out as I sprinted over to him. He caught me right as I jumped into his hands. I opened my eyes alarmed. His arms were clearly around me but I couldn't feel anything. I pulled back and stared around at the black walls around us. It sent shock waves through me reminding me of what this was. Mind spaces are crappy like that. Tristan explained when he saw my reaction. I can't feel you. I spoke, my voice cracked as I tried to hold his hand but once again, the contact was made but otherwise. Nothing. Tristan rubbed his thumb over my hand. Physically, no. Mentally, yes. Otherwise we wouldn't be here. He looked at me as if he couldn't believe I was here. Heck, I couldn't believe I was here. I should have known you would find a way to reach me. He spoke with a proud smile. My heart was heavy and I was overwhelmed with emotions. I was relieved that I had finally succeeded. This proved that he wasn't dead. But was he on the brink of it? He looked horrible. His eyes were sunken, his skin looked gray. He looked weak. A far comparison to the strong Tristan I was used to. Believe it or not, it was a team effort. Tristan rose his brows at me. It's a long story, Josh, Mikey and I. We formed like a mind link and bonded and now. I'm here. Tristan shook his head like he didn't understand any of this. Well. He let out a humorless laugh. It took this long but you finally followed that rule. Rule? I asked. Crystal needs to try to get along with my brothers. He reminded me. I frowned. The conditions we had come up with. It all seemed like a lifetime ago when we sat on that porch swing. Things were so different to what they were now. Tristan, where are you? We're gonna save you. I spoke as I moved closer and took his hands in mine, holding them to my chest. There was no feeling behind the action, but with the way he looked at me, you'd think I had offered him all the warmth in the world. How are my brothers? I shook my head in confusion. Mikey and Joshua are okay. But we need to know where you are, Tristan. Tristan sighed. He looked around the darkness that surrounded us. My mind isn't as strong as it should be. Otherwise, I promise you, we would be having this meeting in a better setting. He gave me a small smile. I frowned and walked towards him. Didn't he know just seeing him was enough for me? Tell me where you are, Tristan. We'll come get you. Tristan looked at me. He placed a hand on my cheek and smiled. It hurt so much that I couldn't feel him. I don't know, Crystal. And I've had a lot of time to think. I don't know if sending people in to retrieve me is a good idea. Your focus right now should be on taking down Ornyx. That's where the Union's efforts should be going. Not on a rescue mission. I stared at Tristan. At first I just shook my head, then I stood back. His hand dropping. Excuse me. Cries. Are you really asking me to give up on you? He sighed. This is not about me, it's bigger than me. It is about you. I yelled. Don't be upset. Tristan spoke, his voice surprisingly calm. You're not gonna start this martyr nonsense with me, Tristan. Not now. Not when everyone needs you back, not when I need you back. I looked at him desperately, hoping he would see that I wasn't playing one bit about this. The place we were in suddenly felt shaky. I looked around frantically. What's going on? Tristan sighed. The mind link is breaking. Wait, what? I asked, my voice panicky. Tristan frowned as he looked around as well. Mind links aren't easy to keep up at long distances. The fact that we've carried on this long is probably because you, Josh and Mikey are doing this together. I gripped Tristan. I don't want to go. I don't want to leave you. Tristan frowned. He placed his hand on my cheek. Who's the acting alpha? He asked. Bridget. I responded. Tristan looked shocked. Bridge. It didn't occur to me that the last time he saw her, she had been unconscious. Tristan shook himself out of it. Tell her to focus on taking Ornyx down. He spoke quickly as everything became even more shaky. Tell her she needs to cut off the head and everything will follow. Tell her to follow my father's plan. Not my mother's. Tristan, I spoke desperately. I don't even know where you are or if you're okay. I mean, have they hurt you? I didn't know if the Tristan I was seeing was the real him, or just a subconscious form he had conjured up. I couldn't tell if he was bloody and beaten up or if he had any scars. Crystal, I need you to focus. He demanded, his alpha voice coming out. This is important. I felt my eyes water. I knew that. I knew people's lives were on the line. And I was hearing Tristan for the first time in a long time and looking past my selfish thoughts for once. I wanted to save him so badly. But he wanted to save everyone else. And I couldn't be so blind by my love for him that I didn't see the logic behind his words. I'll tell Bridget. I spoke hurriedly. But Tristan. Slowly, everything around us started disappearing. I looked at him as he started to fade away too. I'm not giving up on you. I whispered, and then he was gone. I opened her eyes. I was on the floor in Tristan's room. I heard a groan and turned to see Mikey clutching his head. Does anyone else feel like they've been hit across the head with a frying pan? I looked at Josh and saw that he was also wincing in pain as he sat up. They both looked the way I felt. My head was killing me. It felt like a throbbing and aching pain was consuming me. It's the bond. Joshua spoke. Took a lot out of us. He explained. But why didn't anything happen? Mikey asked, confused. Joshua looked at the ground just as perplexed. It hurt for me to think. But my hand went to my cheek. Something did. I spoke. Both brothers looked up at me. What? Joshua asked. I knew that her conversation with Tristan had felt more like a dream than anything else. But I knew for a fact it hadn't been one. It had all been real. I looked at Mikey and Josh. I saw him, I spoke to him. It worked. Mikey looked shocked. Joshua looked deep in thought. Are you sure? He asked. Certain. I nodded firmly. This isn't something I would ever make up. Joshua got to his feet, a hand on his head. She must have been the only one he let in. He spoke. He looked at me. I was sure he looked offended even though he tried hard not to show it. What did he say? He asked gruffly. I thought back to my conversation with Tristan. He said, to not make him a priority. To not try to save him. How was I supposed to tell his brothers that? He told me I have to get a message to Bridget. What message? Mike asked. I swallowed before pushing myself to my feet. I'll tell you on the way, come on. Tristan. What did you just do? When I came to, I found Megie staring right at me. The rock she kept scraping the ground with gripped in her hand. My hand found my head and I groaned slightly. I knew my mental state was probably on its way to deteriorating, but I'm quite sure Crystal just formed a mind link with me. Tristan. Megie hissed at me. Could you not yell for a second? I groaned again as I leaned my head back. She narrowed her eyes at me. I'm right, aren't I? You just formed a mind link. She spoke impatiently. I shut my eyes as I tried to think of Crystal. It might have just been in my mind, but I still wanted the memory of her to linger forever. I heard footsteps. My eyes opened. I was expecting Roman again, but this time it was Teresa. 2 guards flanked her. She walked right up to me, only sparing a glance at Megie, who looked away from her and at the ground. Teresa cocked her head to the side as she studied me. Ready to surrender, Alpha? She asked. I looked up at her, hoping she could see the pure hatred in my eyes. How someone like her had given birth to someone like Crystal was beyond me. I spat at her feet. It narrowly reached her shoe, but she didn't flinch. She simply placed a hand on her hip. Very well then. She stepped back and gestured to the guards. They both advanced on me. I tensed up and clenched the chains around my hands. The first one stopped right in front on me. I clenched my jaw. He was wearing the Van Cleef uniform and had a mask on. Weird Van Cleef soldiers called. The Punishers dressed like this. They were usually responsible for torturing whoever Ornyx wanted to feel pain. Just hearing about them had caused me numerous nightmares when I was younger. So now, looking up at one in the flesh, I wondered what Ornyx had in store for me. For some reason I knew he wouldn't kill me. Not this easily. Not this soon. Up. The sensation of the first guard's fist hitting me in the jaw sent my head slamming into the stone wall behind me. I barely had time to recover before the other stepped up and kicked me hard in the stomach. I felt like all the air had been knocked out of me as I hunched over and coughed out. I breathed heavily even though the slightest movement hurt like hell. When I looked up, I was seeing double. I saw Teresa crouched down in front of me. That's all you got," I spat out as I continued heaving. She shook her head and smirked. "Oh baby, this was just a warm-up. We're gonna let Ornyx take care of the rest." I felt like my ability to process and keep up was lagging when she mentioned Ornyx. The minute it registered, I felt my chains being undone and I felt myself being hoisted up by either guard. Having been chained to the ground for so long, I almost forgot what it felt like to walk, and not to mention having nothing to eat the past few days, I had no energy to really use my legs, so for the most part I was being dragged. Teresa paused. She turned, but not to look at me. She stared at Megie. Her hard look melted into a slightly soft one. She sucked in a deep breath. "If you don't reconsider your actions and prepare an apology for Ornyx, you're next." I couldn't see Megie, but I definitely heard the spite in her voice. "Don't act like you care now. You might have Roman fooled, but the rest of us know what a crap mother you were. Nathan's dead because of you and this stupid regime you follow." Teresa stood stiff for a few seconds. She then walked towards Megie. This time I forced myself to turn my head despite the pain. She stopped in front of her and crouched down. I don't know what I had been expecting, but the defeating sound that followed the slap Teresa gave Megie was not it. I flinched subconsciously. Megie remained with her head turned for a few seconds. Teresa grabbed her by the side of her face and forced her to turn and look her in the eyes. "Don't you ever say I did nothing for you, you ungrateful child." She spoke in a low and threatening voice. She then stood up straight and straightened the vest she wore before turning and walking away. I heard the click of her boots as she walked ahead of us. I looked away from Megie right before I thought I saw a tear slip out of her eye as the guards dragged me after her. "Don't mind our security measures, Alpha," Teresa started as she continued leading the way. "They might be simple, but they're way more effective than yours. My confirmations were right about us being in a cave. I just hadn't been expecting it to be this long. It felt like we had been walking for at least 5 minutes, with a bunch of elaborate twists and turns before we got to what looked like an entrance. A large stone rock which was rolled away the minute Teresa got close enough. I squinted immediately as a huge gush of sunlight hit me in the face. When my eyes adjusted, I saw activity. Lots of it. People all around, tents, firewood, children. A whole civilization we thought we separated. People stopped what they were doing immediately to watch as we passed. That's when the chants started. The boos were the loud. The insults even louder, but the death wishes, those were deafening. I saw what looked like normal werewolves on the surface. Give or take some things we didn't consider normal in Woodfell. You see, Ornyx and the Shadow Pack were people set in the old ways. So it showed in the simple way they dressed made it easier to shift. As well as their way of life. They believed in going by their primal urges. They still hunted in the wild and built fires. They knew about civilization and the modern way of doing things. Sure, they just preferred the ways of their forefathers. The ways that, according to them, made them stronger. I felt the first impact on my forehead and flinched. A throbbing pain remained, and I knew it must have been a rock that had hit me. Next was something wet on my leg. And from there it escalated as more and more stuff got chucked my way. Most of them were aimed at my face. I felt blood seep down my forehead into my eyes. The chanting got louder and I became aware that more and more people were following. It suddenly occurred to me that I might be being dragged to my execution. It wasn't surprising, I guess, but I hadn't been expecting it so soon. I thought about everyone back home, but then I forced the thoughts away. I didn't want my mind to go to anything negative. I didn't want to know that I might have failed in the one thing my mother had been training me for, destroying Ornyx and keeping the pack safe. Keeping our family safe. Suddenly silence fell upon us. Nothing was hitting my body anymore and the guards had stopped. I felt my breathing slightly ease up and I forced myself to lift my head up. I saw a great oak tree before me. Mounted up and carved into it was something no one would ever mistake, a throne. And atop it sat the one and only Ornyx Van Cliff. "What are you guys doing here?" Bridget asked as Mike, Joshua, and I walked into Tristan's office at HQ. "Sorry, Alpha," the secretary who had let us in spoke. "They said it was urgent." Bridget sighed before getting to her feet, wincing slightly. "It's okay, Natalia. Leave us. The woman nodded and retreated. Bridget turned her eyes on us. My eyes settled on something that wasn't too far from her desk, the wheelchair. I couldn't help but stare. If she had finally accepted the use of the chair, then things must be really bad. I told all three of you to stay at the manor. Bridget snapped as she made her way around the table, flinching in obvious pain all the while. Yeah, well, we didn't listen. Shocker. Mike spoke as he walked up to her and pushed her chair behind her so that she could seat. I'm sure, like me, he could tell how much energy she was using just to remain upright. At first I thought Bridget wouldn't accept the aid, and it looked like she wouldn't for a few seconds too. But eventually she settled down. Bridget's eyes fixed on me. Why do I feel like this is your doing? She asked. It's all our doing. Mike spoke quickly as he sat on the desk in front of her. Trust us, Bridge, you're gonna want to hear us out. Joshua spoke as he stepped forward. Bridget sighed. I have 8 of the most powerful alphas about to commence a meeting right here in a few minutes. This better be good. The alphas of the Union are here. Joshua asked, sounding hopeful. Why weren't we invited to the meeting? Bridget shifted in her seat. You're not part of the war efforts. I already told you that, Joshua. Joshua clenched his fists, obviously not happy about the decision. Why not? He argued. We're as much of heirs to the throne. And T was way younger than both of us before he started taking responsibility in an actual war. Bridget looked like she wanted to be angry, but it looked to me like she didn't have the energy for even that. Joshua, I'm not having this discussion with you again. Now if you don't have anything helpful to tell me, I'm going to ask Raphael to escort you all to the manor, and maybe this time I'll throw in a lock and key. How about that? Roman wasn't under lock and key. He has been training his whole life for this crap, and your idea of protecting us is sheltering us. Joshua yelled. I flinched at his sharp voice. Okay, Joshua Melrose was definitely spiraling. Mikey got up and put his hands on Joshua's chest, pushing him back. Okay, man, maybe you need a little time out. And some glucose, maybe you need a cookie or... Joshua pushed his brother away. You know I'm right. He told Bridget, looking her in the eye. I frowned, suddenly regretting telling the twins about Tristan's message. Joshua had been an impulsive mess before, don't get me wrong, but he was more than erratic now. He was unstable. For what felt like minutes, Joshua and Bridget just stared at each other. Bridget then clenched her jaw. You might not like it, Joshua, but I'm your acting alpha. And I will not be disrespected. She spoke harshly. I looked at Joshua, who was still breathing heavily. Leave my office. What? Now. But. Now, Joshua. The air grew tense. I had heard Tristan speak authoritatively before. This tone was much like that, and something told me the last thing Joshua would want was for Bridget to repeat herself. Josh, just go. Mikey spoke softly. I looked at Joshua. He was tense, his fists still clenched. Fine. He spat before turning to storm out the door, slamming it on the way. The minute he left, it felt like I could breathe again. But it seemed I was the only relieved one. Mikey looked at the closed door with a frown on his face while Bridget was silent, staring at it hard. She then snapped her head to me. Whatever you have to say, say it now. I do not have time to be wasted. She spoke as she turned the wheelchair and started rolling herself towards the desk. I opened my mouth at the same time as Mikey. We looked at each other as if having a mental debate on who should talk. Mikey just nodded at me. I nodded back. We talked to him. I sputtered out. Okay, maybe Mikey should have done the talking. I cleared my throat and turned to Bridget. Tristan. I clarified. We spoke to Tristan. I saw Bridget freeze. She then spun the chair around faster than I thought she was still capable of doing. What? Mikey stepped forward. We contacted T. He repeated, his words obviously carrying more weight than mine because Bridget's face softened. What? Her voice was doubtful now. Hopeful even. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐩. Mindlink. Mikey spoke. It was the most brilliant idea that Crystal had. We really should have thought about it sooner. Bridget looked like she was still trying to process everything. She lifted her hand. Wait. What do you mean you contacted him via Mindlink? How is that even possible? I let out a breath. I figured the reason I wasn't able to communicate with Tristan initially was because our bond wasn't strong enough. Admitting it to myself had been hard enough. Admitting it to Bridget was a whole other level of humiliation. So I figured maybe we needed to strengthen the bond. I explained. by putting together three people who are already connected to T in an intimate way. Mikey spoke. His brothers and his mate. There was no reason for this not to work. Bridget seemed dumbfounded by all this information, like we had slapped her in the face with it all. She then seemed to shake herself out of it. And, you spoke to him. What did he say? She asked urgently. Mikey and I shared a look. I couldn't say it. I wouldn't. He said not to save him. Mikey spoke in a quiet voice. Bridget didn't respond. No, are you kidding me? No. Are you sure that's what he said? She was just still. So still she looked like a statue for a second with her pale skin, lifeless hair and dry lips. When she moved I thought I would get more emotion. Heck, I was hoping for it. God knows Bridget wasn't my favorite person in this world, but I had always imagined her fire and fearlessness. So I don't know, I thought, she of all people would be the one person to stand against Tristan's instructions. But no. She was silent for a while. I saw her gulp. Bridget, I would gladly die for my Alpha. Thompson gulped. As if she could read my mind, she straightened. "'K then. What?" I hadn't realized how loud I was until the words left my mouth. She turned to me as if daring me to say something else. Well, unluckily for her, I had the time today. I stepped towards her. "You're gonna listen to him." She blinked at me. "Are you expecting me not to listen to direct orders from our Alpha?" "Yes," I yelled. "This is Tristan, of course he's gonna tell us not to save him. I know Joshua and I were far from seeing eye to eye, but if he were still in here, he would have agreed 100. I looked at Bridget and could easily see that this could easily end with me getting kicked out of here like Joshua. I bit hard on the inside of my cheek and wondered how Tristan would have handled this situation. But then again, Tristan never really had to handle anything with Bridget. She always listened to him and respected him. That was far from her regard for me. I cleared my throat and stepped forward. "I don't agree with you." Bridget's head snapped up. Her eyes fixed on me and narrowed. "Well, that's too damn bad. I'm the Alpha and I am choosing to respect Tristan's views. Now if that's it, I'll have you three escorted back to the manor." She rolled herself to the table and picked up a file. I looked at Mikey, who seemed dejected. He simply shrugged at me, but his face was clearly crestfallen. I could tell he had a lot on his chest too. But Joshua had already yelled enough for the both of them. I clenched my fists hard and tried to muster up my courage before marching up to the desk. Bridget slowly looked up at me. I held my ground, fighting the urge to back off. "You are the Alpha." I paused. "But I'm the Luna. You get your say, but I get mine too, don't I?" Bridget hated me. That I knew all too well. But the disgust on her face right now was unmatched. "Now you want to be Luna. Now I want to save the man who has always gone far and beyond for me." I didn't waver. Didn't show any uncertainty because there wasn't any. "Look, Tristan once told me the elders were in charge of defining every Luna's role. Tristan and I were mates before he left. Meaning I'm officially the Luna. And I'm ready to have my duties put upon me." Bridget just stared at me. She placed her hands on the desk. "You want to be Luna, huh?" She let out a scoff of a laugh. Okay, Crystal, be the freaking Luna. All I've been trying to do is protect you like Tristan would have wanted, but go ahead. Shove your face entitled to a pack that hates you. All the freaking best with that." I fought to keep my chin up. "Anything it takes, right? Guys." Mikey spoke up. I turned around and saw him holding his phone, staring at something on it. "Ornyx just sent another video. 𝐊𝐢𝐳 7 years ago, he's my son. He's the next Alpha." I sat down, my back against the wall, glad that my father had left the study door slightly open. Enough for me to overhear the conversation going on between him and my mother right now. "Why does he only ever become your son when you need to justify your bad parenting?" My father responded. I could imagine my mother getting infuriated. Slowly but surely and deeply. "Do not call me a bad mother." I heard her hiss. I tried to stay still and quiet and hence invisible. But even I knew I would be able to bolt the minute I heard their footsteps. "Fine, but how does he only become your son whenever we disagree?" I heard something scrape against wood. Probably someone pushing someone aside. "Because he's a Melrose and you aren't. His identity lies in his last name and he will be Alpha next. He's my son because being my son is what makes him matter." I heard my father let out a dry laugh. "Wow, do you even hear yourself? I don't have time for this, Robert. If you want to argue, let's do so after the meeting. Not now. I heard footsteps and was about to brace myself to get up and run, but then they abruptly stopped. You keep avoiding any conversation if it doesn't have something to do with the war. I'm sorry, is there anything more important in this moment? There was silence for a few seconds. This meeting determines how we deal with Ornyx once and for all. My father spoke. We need to discuss your decision, Jean. There's nothing to discuss. I've made up my mind. My mother spoke stubbornly. Jean, the best way to kill a snake is to cut off its head. Ornyx isn't a snake, my mother spat. He's a pest. And so is the rest of the Shadow Pack. It's not an attack, it's an infestation. And we need to eradicate him and his ideals before they spread. Eradicate? Do you hear yourself? My father asked. His voice surprisingly still calm even after the escalation. It wasn't so much angry but disappointed. I'm the alpha. I'll do whatever I can to protect my people. She spoke. Well, make sure not to count my vote. I'm not going to stand with you and commit genocide. That's not what I'm saying. And as my husband, you're supposed to support me. If we can't keep a united front in front of everyone, especially today, will be a joke. How are people supposed to trust me to run this pack if I can't even control my family? We're not yours to be controlled. He let out in frustration. All this, the brutality and no mercy shows. It's part of an old regime that should have died with your father. It's what's prompting Ornyx. He was breathing so heavy I could hear it. Your son's friend just died. What do you think we're teaching him if we show him that you should always return fire with more fire? We're at war, if I may remind you. And Tristan is strong. He always has been. Maybe strength as you see it isn't really strength at all. Especially if it means burying your emotions. We're not animals, we're evolved, so I'm sorry but I disagree with you on this one. You can't. Watch me. We'll be a laughingstock. My mother sputtered desperately. And I'm not here to be your yes man. I know you're alpha and I respect the hell out of that, but I'm telling you. This isn't the way, and if you go through with it, you'll never live with yourself. There was silence for a few seconds. I knew and shouldn't have been eavesdropping, but being so young, and knowing you could only know so much drove me mad. I just want to end this. My mother breathed out. For our sons. For everyone. I know. My father spoke softly. But not like this, Jean. Please, not like this. I'm sorry. But I have no choice. I have to protect my people. And all I ask is that you'll stand with me and be there when this is all said and done. I know the repercussions on everything, including my soul. And I'm going to need someone who can still look at me like I'm still something amazing. Just like you always have. Ornyx. The man before me might as well have been a figment of my imagination all these years. A story my mother told me to scare me. A myth. He barely looked any different. Even in his older age, his body still looked as strong as everyone had said it looked when he was younger. Maybe even stronger. I looked up at the man who had outsmarted and outdone his rank mates to obtain his power. What a lot of people didn't know is that unlike my family, where inheritance of the alpha title had fizzled down to bloodlines, the Shadow Pack had always been about power. About who was the strongest. The fittest survived. The most powerful ruled the pack. Ornyx's conquering had not only been historic and revolutionary, it had changed how the Shadow Pack was perceived entirely in our age. That's why you heard most referring to it as the Van Cliff Pack. Because since they took the reins, weakness became something of an intolerance. Ornyx grinned at me. On my knees before him. The guards stepped back as if they knew I couldn't possibly do anything right now. The crowd watched as they surrounded us. Teresa stood at the bottom of Ornyx's throne. A man and a woman beside her. And not too far from them, Roman, his hands tucked behind his back. Tristan Melrose. Ornyx rose. The crowd of people booed and started yelling for my head yet again. Ornyx raised a hand that silenced them all immediately. Ornyx turned and looked in Teresa's direction, then back at me. He descended his throne slowly. His eyes fixed on me until he got to the bottom. He nodded. Rise, boy. My feet still felt weak. My muscles felt like they hadn't been used in months. But I chose to preserve my dignity. Even though it wouldn't take much to knock me down again, I pushed myself to my feet and looked right into his eyes. The best way to kill a snake is to cut off its head. My father's voice played through my mind. I looked at Ornyx. Looking as strong as ever. As much of the snake he had always been. Werewolves didn't necessarily need weapons, but it would be stupid to neglect them, seeing as to how, unlike older times, we spent most of our time in human form. So it wasn't surprising to me when I saw the blade in a nearby soldier's hands. Almost 6 feet away, but something told me that even if I was lightning fast, I wouldn't be able to get to him, fight him for it, and turn around and strike Ornyx without getting trampled by his security or heck, him himself. "Are you the legacy your people have built their hopes on?" he asked, his voice laced in humor when my legs shook underneath me. I looked up and saw someone with a phone pointed in my direction. Were they recording this? Ornyx walked around me, my eyes refused to follow him. Only a coward would strike from behind, and I had studied Ornyx long enough to know that he was very intentional with his attacks. "He wanted you to know it was him. Are you the boy my daughter chose?" He seemed even more disgusted. I looked at Roman as he stiffened at that statement. I suddenly felt a force on my back, and I felt forward, landing hard on my knees and hands. I heard a chuckle and Ornyx came up in front of me. His boots all I could see. I looked up at him, hoping he could see all the hate I had for him in that look alone. "Pathetic." He spoke. "Even your mother was a better opponent." I gritted my teeth. One strike and the snake was down. I let out a growl and mustered all the strength I could. I pulled back my arm and punched Ornyx straight in the face. I barely had the chance to go in for another hit when I felt myself being held back. I looked up at Ornyx. He was smiling even though there was blood coming out of a small cut on his lip. He took out a handkerchief from his pocket and dabbed on it. "That was cute. Maybe you have your mother's fighting spirit after all." He walked back to his throne but didn't sit down. "My people," he called out, raising his hands. "Did I not promise you redemption?" There were cheers that erupted suddenly as fervor built up in the crowd. "Did I not promise that we would rise from the ashes the werewolf union thought they had buried us under?" There were louder cheers. Ornyx rose his hand and everyone was suddenly quiet again. Just like puppets. He turned to me. "You know what you and your family did, Tristan Melrose. For years I have been biding my time, but now I want everything back that you and the Union took from me and my people." A few people whooped. "Nothing was taken from you, you fucking tyrant. You're a mad radical whose ideals were going to destroy and poison this world." I spat out. Ornyx simply grinned. Spoken by someone who has truly been brainwashed by humans and oppression. "We are the superior species. We shouldn't be hiding. We shouldn't be a myth. Humans mock us when they should respect and fear us. And when I take control, that's exactly what will happen." The guards were still holding me back. I looked up at Ornyx and gritted my teeth. "You will never control anything. And who's going to stop me, you? The joke of an alpha who couldn't even pick out the spies I sent into your domain." He scoffed. He walked around addressing his people. "See how they don't even consider us. None of them do and none of them ever will. They underestimate this pack and our power." "Yeah," a bunch of them yelled. "They left us to rot and die out, but we proved them wrong, didn't we? We proved that the Shadow Pack will always be mightier, stronger, powerful." Cheers erupted. I watched as Ornyx reveled in it. They worshipped him. He turned to me. He lifted his hand again, demanding silence. His eyes settled on me. "Now don't think of me as a heartless man, boy. You are still alive after all. That's called mercy." I glared up at him. I knew Ornyx wouldn't kill me then and there. He wanted to make a show out of it, a spectacle. He wanted everyone to see. That's probably why he was recording. He walked up to me. "I've humiliated you enough, haven't I?" he asked, feigning kindness. "𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐿. If only you had returned the favor to me and my people." Fury burnt within me. I wanted to get up. I wanted to show him the mercy he had exacted on so many of my own. On my parents and my people. I just needed the strength. "I'm giving you a chance, Alpha Tristan." He spoke my title mockingly. "Surrender. Your pack and your territory. And I will show mercy towards you and your people. You shall graciously be incorporated into my new regime." My eyes burned with anger. "Just cut the head off the snake. Cut the head off the snake and this will be over." But even I knew that between the wolfsbane and not having any food or water for days, I wasn't going to put up much of a fight. I would be down in seconds. I felt so useless. So weak. I was supposed to save my people. But look at me. I was able to lift my head, though. And I made sure Ornyx was looking into my eyes when I spoke my next words, fuck you. I spat at his feet. A few gasps of outrage escaped the crowd. Ornyx stood still. He then nodded slowly. Very well, boy. You've made up your mind. So now you die. He spoke the words so simply, like it was an everyday order. He then turned to the person recording and looked into the camera. 𝐿𝐴 your alpha has failed you. But I am a fair man. So I'll give you one more chance. Whoever is bearing the title of alpha right now, I give you the same offer. Surrender and I will show mercy. Don't and prepare to be a myth. You have until midnight. The recording was cut. He gestured to Roman. Roman, who looked a bit taken aback, nodded and stepped forward. Ornyx placed a hand on his shoulder and turned to his people. My son, 𝐊𝐴𝐤𝐵, was mercilessly killed in the war. He spoke. He turned to look at me. By his parents. I looked up and saw Teresa shift. I think it's only right that my new son, the one who obeyed all my orders, sacrificed himself by infiltrating the enemy's pack. He looked at Roman in what I could only describe as pride. It's only right that he gets to do the honor. Cheers erupted. Roman didn't look as smug as I thought he would. His expression was straight and serious. Very little could stop me from fighting back. But that doesn't mean I wasn't going to try. I forced myself to my feet, refusing to die on my knees. Do the honors. Ornyx spoke, patting Roman on the back and gesturing to me before he stepped back. The cheers got louder. Roman watched me. He lifted his chin. I just know this bastard had been waiting for this moment. David. 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 Chants erupted all over. David glanced to the side. It didn't take long for me to realize he was looking at Teresa. Teresa didn't do anything. She too looked on silently and seriously. Roman looked back at me. He walked forward. It's in that moment that I saw it for the first time: hesitation. Fear. He suddenly stopped. And it's then that the cheering died down. Confused murmurs spread. Ornyx looked on, equally as puzzled. Is there something wrong, David? He asked, clearly angry. Roman's eyes fixed on me, and this time I was certain. He couldn't do it. All that big talk and he couldn't do it. I'm not a coward. He suddenly spoke. I'd like to think not. Ornyx spoke. Roman turned around. He then bowed his head. This isn't how I fight my battles. Kicking a man who is already down is no victory. You taught me that, Alpha. Ornyx was silent. I couldn't tell if he approved or disapproved. Besides, Roman added, it wouldn't bring me any honor. Especially since this is the man your granddaughter has chosen, Alpha. I plan to claim her. And if I am to do so, I will do so rightfully and without a doubt by killing the one not worthy of her in a fair battle. Ornyx was still silent. He then let out a chuckle. Well, your rationale is beyond even me. The old ways have been taught to you well, my son. All that is not necessary, though. You have proven yourself plenty. He spoke, then made a pause. But if that's what you will, then I will allow it. We shall let the boy Alpha regain some of his strength if a fair fight is what you wish. But the execution will be done this evening. We could use some entertainment. The cheers were restored louder than ever. Roman turned to glare at me. I glared right back. If a fair fight is what he wanted, a fair fight is what he would get. I flinched when I saw Tristan hit the ground, Ornyx kicking him from the back. Bridget twitched slightly, but other than that showed no emotion. Pathetic. Even your mother was a better opponent. I flinched at the words. I saw Tristan tense up at the words, and right there and then I knew he would do something stupid. I watched as he got up and punched Ornyx. I quickly shut my eyes and looked away before I could see him get taken down again. Stop it. I snapped. Do we really have to watch it again? I asked. Jasmine turned off the screen, and I have a feeling it was because a huge part of her didn't want to watch anymore either. My whole body felt like it was tingling. It felt sick and incomplete. The room was silent for a while. Everyone taking in the clip and trying to process. This is ridiculous. Raphael finally spoke up. He looked at Bridget. Send me in. I'll choose a team of the best. We'll extract Tristan in a matter of hours. Bridget turned to him. She seemed weaker and more exhausted than ever. Her youthful and pretty face taking on more aged characteristics. I'm sorry, Raph. Did you not see the crowd around Ornyx? What makes you think you'd get past all that? We can't just do nothing. Raphael spoke in frustration. I saw the emotion in his eyes. I felt the exact same way. helpless. And it sucked. Because we all knew if the roles were reversed, Tristan would sacrifice himself in a heartbeat for anyone in this room. I looked up at Peter, who was staring blankly at the screen, having not uttered a word. I then looked back at Bridget. Tell them. I told her. She sighed and rolled her eyes. Tell them. I spoke more insistently. Mikey had been dismissed the minute the video had been sent. Bridget couldn't stop either him or Joshua from watching, but she could make sure they were back in the manor and heavily guarded. Tell us what? Jasmine asked, looking at me, then Bridget. Raphael and even Peter turned their attention to us. Bridget didn't speak, so I got up and did so myself. The twins and I contacted Tristan. What? How? Are you serious? I let out a breath, letting them finish with their shock and confusion. Through a mind link, I spoke to him and his being kept as a prisoner. He didn't tell me where he was, but he said we shouldn't prioritize him, and Bridget agrees. Which is crazy, right? We have to prioritize him. We have to save him. Everyone looked at Bridget, and they all seemed to be taking in the information. Forget that. Peter spoke. Of course T isn't going to want to be saved. But I'm with Raph. We can have a special ops team go in just to extract him. Count me in on that. Raphael nodded at Peter in approval. You just have to give the order, Alpha. He spoke. I felt elated that they both agreed with me. I turned to Jasmine, hoping to hear her voice as well. She had blatantly gone against Tristan's orders with me, so it obviously wouldn't be the first time she didn't listen to him. But to my great dismay, she remained silent, just wrapping her arms around herself. A far cry from the authoritative and confident woman I had met. There seemed to be little to no life in her face, and she simply looked solemn and exhausted. Bridget wheeled herself away from her desk. Her phone beeped and she pressed something on it to silence it. You can all stop holding your breaths because I'm not giving that order. She spoke. She headed towards the door. 𝐾𝐜, the union reps are all here. Time to start the meeting. My mouth dropped. Okay, surely she could flat out tell me no. But everyone else, even Peter, was she really not going to listen to anyone but Tristan? Even in this situation, I looked at Raphael. If there was ever a time to argue with Bridget, it would be now. But he was silent. Wow. Just wow. Bridget, come on. I yelled as I hurried after her and Jasmine, placing myself in front of the door, blocking the only exit point. Bridget looked up and shot me a glare. Please. I spoke breathlessly. I didn't have words. Nothing at all to plead my case. It's Tristan. She of all people shouldn't have even hesitated because of this. Bridget watched me for a few seconds. It's then that I saw her lips tug down slightly. Do you really think he's still alive after that? She asked, her voice laced in anger. The silence in the room was unlike any other. Like everyone was holding their breaths. The video had cut just after Ornyx's ultimatum to the new Alpha, i.e. Bridget. We didn't see what happened to Tristan next. But the point is that we saw him. Alive and well. Okay, maybe not well. Clearly weak. Clearly broken and beaten too. But I refused to believe that. He had been there. My Tristan wasn't dead. I refused to believe that. He's not. How could you even say that? I snapped. It couldn't be true. I had just seen him. He wouldn't be taken away from me just like that. I had just seen him. You think I'm stupid. You think I'm speaking from without. I know Ornyx. He's not one to take prisoners. Especially if having them serves him no purpose. Don't say that. I yelled, my voice cracking. Bridget tried to keep a straight face, but I saw her lower lip tremble. I'm just trying to say what no one else wants to accept. She spoke in a low voice. Then it happened. Jasmine let out a cry. She walked away and sat on the sofa, burying her head in her hands as she sobbed. Raphael clenched his hand into a fist and pressed it against his mouth. He let out a loud, agonized groan. Peter turned away from all of us and walked towards the window, his back to it. Me. I was still. Paralyzed. I stared at Tristan's desk. I thought about him in his rightful place. I thought about him holding my hand and fighting for me. I thought about his strength and his courage, and I just refused to mourn a man like that. Because he couldn't be dead. He just couldn't. I'm not accepting that. I told Bridget. I'm sorry, but I'm not. And you're not allowed to either. I told her firmly. She looked up at me. A silent tear left her eye. We're not giving up on him, Bridget. I told her. Not now. She lifted her chin and wiped away the tear. Well, come on. I think the meeting has been held up long enough. 𝐊𝐢𝐳, there are 7 heads of the Werewolf Union and 23 member packs. Bridget spoke as she wheeled herself around the desk in Tristan's office. I nodded attentively. Of course I had learnt all this in werewolf history and the current affair classes, but I didn't want to come off as arrogant. Besides, there's probably a lot Bridget could teach me that I couldn't learn in the classrooms. Like Jasmine had said when she showed me the prisons in the tunnels. Some information was reserved for a select few. And as unbelievable as it was, as Luna, I was officially part of that select few. Silvercrest, Calhoun, Stone, Row, Pine, Redstone and the Step Pack. All of them are sending their representatives today. I don't have time to give you a background on all of them, but here are the ones to look out for. Bridget spoke so quickly, I struggled to digest everything. It wasn't even her fault though. The representatives were currently waiting for a meeting that had been postponed twice now. The first time because me, Josh and Mikey had held up Bridget, and the second being the video. If I could take notes I would, but something told me I didn't need to give everyone a reason to doubt my capabilities or my right to be here overall. Captain Nakamura, the new chief of defense, sat quietly on the couch hearing Bridget speak. He was Captain Park's replacement and I didn't really know much about him. But Peter had assured me that he could be trusted before he had left for some duties that Bridget had given him. I was so used to Tristan's small team of people, I forgot that there were other more experienced and older people who also ran things. Not saying Peter or Raphael or even May were incompetent. It was a known fact that Tristan, being such a young alpha, would also have fairly young people in his circle. Alpha Randall Calhoun, Bridget spoke, showing me a picture on her tablet. Leader of the Union, pompous, arrogant, strong. We might be the most powerful in terms of resources and stability, but the Calhoun pack has the numbers, the manpower and a lot of territory. That he can't control. Captain Nakamura muttered quietly. From the roll of Bridget's eyes I could tell she agreed. You can bet that's who Ornyx will try to hit after he's done with us. She spoke. I looked at the man's picture. A big and burly man with long dark hair braided to the side and striking hazel eyes with tan skin. This is Jasmine's father. I asked, immediately spotting the similarities. Jasmine was really tall with more of a slender but athletic build. But I could see the same features in this man as she had. Bridget nodded. He's the W leader by default. Greatest territory always leads. Stupid old regime rules that we still follow. He'll want to lead the whole expedition and affair. Don't say anything to offend his massive ego, please. Let me and Captain Nakamura handle him. Got it. It's not like I plan on doing much talking anyway. I spoke. The title was to get me in. The only say I wanted to have was the one that would get Tristan home. Next shall be Otaku's Step Pack. Respectable size territory, stable and self-sufficient enough. But Alpha shall be. She hates conflict. Personally ran anti-war propaganda during the last war. She almost pulled out her soldiers from the night mid-battle. She's gonna be a problem in the rallying of fighters. Bridget spoke and I could detect the slight frustration in her voice. She only stayed because of her respect for Jean. Captain Nakamura spoke. Maybe she'll extend the same courtesy to you. Bridget scoffed. Tristan maybe. And that's not even a definite. She's been looking for reasons to pull out of the W for a while. The pack is fine economically, they can make do. The only reason I see her staying is so that she doesn't get attacked personally. She's not fortified enough to ward off attacks. She still needs us. Bridget was quiet for a second, looking deep in thought. I looked at the picture of the woman. An almond-skinned woman with long locks tied above her head in an elegant updo. You could tell she must have been gorgeous when she was younger. Okay, now the row pack, Bridget suddenly continued. A bunch of yes men and followers led by their chief pushover. Captain Nakamura cleared his throat. Bridget rolled her eyes. I mean led by Alpha Michael Crowell. There was a knock at the door. The secretary peeked in. Alpha, the Union is seated and getting impatient. She spoke in a nervous tone. Bridget sighed. She looked up at Captain Nakamura. He got up from the couch he sat on. Now or never. He shrugged. Right. Bridget muttered. She looked lost in thought again for a while. She then looked up at me. You're about to enter the lion's den. Are you sure you still want to do this? She asked. Bridget had no love for me. That's how I knew I needed to take her warning seriously. He doesn't want to be saved, Bridget, and I can't let him do that. I spoke. She shared a look with Captain Nakamura. He walked closer to us and placed his hands behind his back. If Tristan wants us to follow Robert's strategy, we have to respect his decision. But you do know what will happen will still be left to a vote, and if you two are not on the same page, it could bring problems in there. He warned. I furrowed my brows. I had told Bridget about Tristan's last message or order, whatever it was. I hadn't thought much of it at the time. I thought it was just some army talk I wouldn't understand or was privy to be honest. But now I was curious. What's up with that anyway? What was Tristan's dad's strategy? Bridget shifted in her seat. Robert was a pacifist for the most part. It was Captain Nakamura who spoke. I couldn't tell whether or not he was disgusted by the fact. Jean got things done. Their opinions clashed on war, but he still followed her into it regardless. He continued. He didn't want the bloodshed and the brutality of it all, so he came up with a theory. Cut off the head of the snake and end the war. Bridget finished. I furrowed my brows in confusion. The head being Ornyx. Captain Nakamura nodded. Robert believed that if we were to win the war quickly and smoothly without any more casualties, that was the way to go. I was even more perplexed. Then why didn't it happen? Sounds like a great idea. I spoke. I studied a lot about dictators and group thinking. Ornyx was the face of influence here, trying to uphold outdated ways of the past. He had a superiority complex that would surely doom everyone within a mile's radius of him. He needed to be stopped. Getting rid of him got rid of his ideologies, didn't it? It was a controversial idea. Bridget spoke in a lower voice. The Shadow Pack had killed hundreds of our own. People didn't want a quick end, they wanted a battle. They wanted blood. And Alpha Gene agreed. The best way to win a battle is to show how many are left standing. It's an old ideology, but one that still works. One that even someone like Ornyx respected. I shook my head. But he didn't, did he? I remember this part of the history. Alpha Gene might have been leading the pack to victory with her tactics, but the truth was that even though Ornyx was outnumbered, he still kept going so much so that even when Alpha Gene thought she had the upper hand in infiltration his territory, he killed her. Robert wasn't the same after that. Bridget spoke. Any ideas he had on taking Ornyx down swiftly and quickly were thrown out the window. He too wanted blood for what they had done to his wife. That's where the controversy came in. Bridget hesitated. Captain Nakamura nodded at her. Bridget sucked in a deep breath and raised her chin as if preserving dignity. Whose exactly, I didn't completely understand. That's when he had Ornyx's son taken. She spoke, sounding very much like she didn't want to say the words. It was supposed to be a war strategy. We were supposed to use him as leverage. But Robert couldn't control his rage. He murdered him. I let out a surprised gasp. That part was nowhere in the history books. Everyone knows Robert wasn't able to function after Alpha Gene's death. Many believe it was the grief of what had happened. Bridget spoke quietly. In reality, it was that moment. She swallowed hard. He became the very thing he despised. We nearly lost until we reverted to her plan in the end. If Tristan wants me to switch strategies, we're going to have to do a whole lot of convincing. I stilled. According to all this, Xavier Van Cliff was my father. Bridget looked at me, no emotion on her face. I looked at both of them. And Tristan's father murdered him. Just thought you should get a heads up. Bridget spoke as if she hadn't just dropped a major bombshell. I shook my head. There were so many secrets and details that were being thrown at every random moment. How could anyone be left standing after this? I saw that Captain Nakamura and Bridget were watching me carefully now. Wait, do you guys expect me to get mad? I asked. Is this some kind of test? Did they still honestly believe that my allegiance was elsewhere? I stood up. My father is somewhere back at my home, not even knowing where me or my mother are. I didn't even know Xavier Van Cliff. And I didn't know what my mother could have seen in him either. But this wasn't about my connection to the Van Cliffs, and I wish I could scream it out to everyone. I trust Tristan and his judgment. So if you need me to agree with that publicly in there, I will do it. Now can we have this meeting already so that we can save Tristan? Bridget and Captain Nakamura shared a look. Bridget shrugged. I guess you're ready for the fire. All my confidence slightly dissipated when we walked into the conference room. There were 2 sets of 3 chairs on either side of the table. One empty at the head and another occupied by a huge man with dark hair who I instantly recognized as Randall Calhoun, Jasmine's father. And surely enough, Jasmine sat in a chair behind him, looking serious and solemn. I tried not to make eye contact with the others, but I also tried not to look like I was avoiding meeting their eyes. I can't imagine a Luna with no confidence. Peter ushered me to a chair beside Bridget's, which was at the head. The chair was removed and she wheeled herself into the spot. I could tell from everyone's reaction that they were shocked by Bridget's appearance. I mean, I understood. The pack and the whole union was in a state of panic, and not that I doubted Bridget's ability, trust me. I knew her capabilities. But the Bridget I saw now, she looked like a shell of what she once was. It was the poison. It was still working in her body slowly but surely. My apologies for the delay, Alphys. She spoke. I heard a scoff from a woman with red hair flowing around her face streaked with gray. She had the clearest green eyes I had ever seen. Bridget ignored her and looked straight ahead. We can commence, we have no time to waste. My acting beta, Raphael, has given you the rundown. Ornyx is back. Our alpha has been taken and he's threatening war if we don't surrender. I looked at Raphael, who sat in a chair behind Bridget, and then at Peter, who stood silently in the back. I didn't know Raphael was officially the acting beta. I had been expecting it to be Peter. But I guess Raphael was much older and had more experience. Maybe it made more sense. I jumped when I felt the table shake. I looked at the other end where Randall had his fist clenched on the table. Surrender. He barked. Heroes. Ornyx makes a fool of us. He questions our strength. He questions my might. Randall, please, not now. The red-headed woman spoke with a sigh. The Randall man looked at her. He then looked at everyone around the table. We don't need a speech, we need strategy. She told him. Alpha Randall placed his hands on the desk and leaned forward. The strategy is to show him the might of the Calhoun pack, of the whole Union. During the last war, Jean's forces and mine didn't waste the time or energy. Our soldiers are skilled and brave. And they also got slaughtered by the multitudes the last time. I turned and saw a woman with short black tightly coiled hair.
𝐊𝐢𝐬 𝐑𝐞𝐝.
Step pack. She sat ramrod straight with a serious look on her face. Remember that, Randall. So what do you suggest we stay out and wait for Ornyx to strike first? The man I recognized as Alpha Michael spoke. His tone clearly condescending. Alpha Shelby narrowed her eyes at him. I sacrificed too many of my own and went against my own beliefs, and for what? Ornyx to still be alive. So what do we do? Gather around and sing Kumbaya with him. Another man whom I didn't know spoke. I did not come here to be mocked. Alpha Shelby hissed. No, you came here to help. Bridget snapped. The whole room went quiet. She looked around at everyone. You all did. I saw how much she was fighting, showing the pain she experienced by just moving slightly. Just because Silvercrest has been hit first, that doesn't mean you're not all next. Alpha Randall sat back in his seat, moving his massive arms to the armrests. He looked at Bridget and grinned. I've always liked this one. She has never been one to take crap from anyone. Not even those years older. Not even when she looks like actual shit, that Jasmine hissed. But Alpha Randall's smile didn't drop. He looked around the table. My fellow alphas, I do understand that all of us here have very different opinions on how we should run our packs. Alpha Shelby does not want blood. Alpha Carmichael thinks we should strike first. The man who had been disputing Alpha Shelby nodded firmly. Alpha Randall let out a breath and brought his hands together on the table. We are a team. As a union we all decide what is best for the packs collectively. But as individuals we all know I have autonomy when it comes to emergency situations such as these. And right now. His eyes fixed on Bridget, then to my shock they darted to me. He was silent for a few seconds. Right now a fellow alpha was been attacked. One of us, I think it would be improper if we didn't at least hear from the ones who knew Tristan the best. He paused. Everyone turned to look at Bridget. But that's not who Alpha Randall was looking at. You must be the controversial new Luna. He spoke. Everyone's eyes turned to me. I felt like shrinking into myself at the sudden attention. Bridget shifted in her seat. 𝐿𝐹𝐵s, may I introduce Crystal Swan? She spoke. I felt like everyone was studying me, inch by inch trying to find pieces of me to pick apart. 𝐿𝐹 mouth made an then it twisted into a scowl. Ornyx's granddaughter. There was a brief moment of silence. Just a brief moment when I thought everything would be okay. And then it happened. Everyone snapped. This is her. Wait, the stories were true. This isn't right. Why is she here? She should be locked up. Randall, is this a joke? Why is she here? 𝐿𝐹 Randall slammed a fist onto the table, silencing everyone. Silence, he ordered. He looked at me and I couldn't tell what was in his eyes. But I could see the looks in so many others: resentment, curiosity, anger. But his just studied me, almost amused. Was this a joke to him? Was I? This is unacceptable. She has too many ties to the enemy. She shouldn't be here. 𝐿𝐹 spoke. Yet I do. The words left my mouth before I could even think. The room grew silent. I turned to look at Bridget, expecting a "you've done it now" look, but she was only silent. I guess this is what she meant about facing the fire. I swallowed hard and turned to look at the most powerful rulers of the major packs of the Union. I stood up again without much thought. Raphael saw my hesitancy, and it looked like he wanted to face palm himself. Jasmine gave me a small nod. I swallowed again. My name is Crystal Swan. I spoke up. Or at least that's what I've grown up thinking it is. I looked around at everyone's face, hoping no one threw something at my head. I know you've all probably heard your fair share about me. But I can promise you, you don't know me. The granddaughter of Ornyx Van Cliff, I'd say we know enough. The red-headed woman spoke indignantly. I let out a breath. Listen, I have had to defend myself to this entire pack for years, and now I have to defend myself to you, but there's no time. Tristan has been taken, and if we don't get... How do we know you're not leading us into a trap, girl? 𝐿𝐹 asked skeptically. I clenched my fists. I was so frustrated I could scream. We did not have time for this. I wouldn't do that. I love Tristan, I am his Luna. But the pack doesn't recognize you as such. 𝐿𝐹 Randall spoke calmly. In fact, your ascension to the title has been so drowned in controversy it is seen as a joke. I stared at him. My mouth wanted to open and defend myself, but I realized that I didn't know how anymore. Would any of these 7 alpha even believe me? It was unconventional, I agree. You're unconventional. 𝐿𝐹 Randall spoke. Raised among humans, barely understanding our protocols and traditions. You didn't even complete the mating ritual, and you have been aware of Tristan as your mate for how long? I could tell the question was rhetorical. I hung my head, no words to say. I looked at Bridget and she had a stiff expression on her face. This is not a game. 𝐿𝐹 Randall spoke, making me feel like I was just a child who was interrupting serious business. 𝐿𝐹 Tristan took his mother's place and led us to victory. For that we shall always respect him. But right now, I regret to say that we must all assume he is gone. We all watched that video. I saw Jasmine visibly tense up behind her father, obviously fighting to keep a straight face. The Ornyx I knew would never have let him live with all the bad blood he had with his family. Now I am not discounting him, believe me, he was like a son to me. But this is war and we're not going to win by being emotional. So Luna Crystal, or whatever your name may be. It was a pleasure meeting you, but I will dismiss you now. I looked up. What? I wanted to argue. They were counting me out. Removing me entirely. You're dismissed, Crystal. Bridget repeated in a lower but still a firm voice. I looked around. All the alphas looked at me with judgment in their eyes. I felt shaky and weak. Raphael stepped forward. I'll escort you out, come on. He muttered. I had no energy to resist as he led me out. I didn't even glance back. 𝐿𝐼𝐧 Tristan. I know you're there, Tristan. I remained as still as a statue. As if that would dim my father's senses. I was hoping that he wouldn't notice me at first. That I would have enough time to gather my thoughts before I had to face him. Come in, Tristan. He spoke again. I sucked in a deep breath before stepping foot into the room. It was exactly the same but completely unrecognizable at the same time. The bed unmade, clothes strewn all over, files and paper all over the floor. In her absence, it was heavier than ever. I closed the door behind me. My father sat on the floor. He wore an unbuttoned shirt and boxer shorts. His hand gripped an alcohol bottle and his head hung down with his overgrown hair forming a curtain around his face. I didn't know how to look at him anymore. Was I supposed to be sad or disgusted? Yes, my son. He looked nothing like the man who had the right to call me that. I tucked my hands behind my back. I didn't know why I was wearing my uniform in my own house. Maybe I just wanted him to look at me and be reminded that life was happening out there, that the war was going on, that I was way too young to even be wearing this. Status report. I cleared my voice. Our troops are advancing on 𝐊𝐢𝐻𝐻. Brax has gotten a few hits. Some soldiers are stop it. He slurred his words. I sucked in another breath. Our soldiers are badly stop it. He snapped. The bottle slipped out of his hands onto the floor. I watched as the liquid spilt out, staining the carpet. Damn it. He muttered as he pushed himself onto his feet, stumbling slightly. I don't want to hear that. He murmured as he stumbled over to the bed, collapsing short of the mattress. I sighed. I walked over and took his arm, using it to support him as I lifted him onto the bed. He let out a breath when he landed. I watched as he shut his eyes and placed his hand on his stomach. He looked empty. I knelt down before the bed and took his hand in mine. Dad. I watched him open his eyes and just stare at the ceiling. Enough of this. We need you to snap out of it. I need you. He looked at me, his eyes empty. I couldn't even tell if he could recognize me. Joshua and Mikey are scared, Dad. They haven't seen you in 3 days because Anita is scared to send them up here. The pack is scared. We're all mourning, Mom, and we're fighting a war, and Dad, everyone is wondering where you are. Captain Park and I can't keep covering for you. His head rolled to look back at the ceiling. Cut off the head. He murmured. I shut my eyes and opened them again. I let go of his hand and stood to my feet. Dad, I spoke in a firmer and harsher tone, making sure all my words were clear and loud. You have to get up, you're the alpha. We need you. I was never the alpha. He spoke softly. She was. He turned over to the side. A portrait of my mother stared back at us. I tore my eyes away from it. Dad, I pray you never find love. Not like this. Not the kind that will cripple you if it ever leaves you. He spoke. Go, Tristan. I don't want you to see me this way. You're not dead yet. Megie spoke when the guards who brought me here had left. She stared at me suspiciously. But they definitely roughed you up. I was glad I couldn't see myself, but from the look Megie gave me I could tell I wasn't exactly a sight for sore eyes. She looked out at the entrance of the cave. How many were they? She whispered. I shut my eyes tightly before opening them again. Tristan. She snapped. How many guards? I tried to think. Too many. I responded. There was no way either of us could take them on even if we tried. I turned to her. Now you want to escape. My voice dripped with sarcasm. She was quiet for a second. You formed a mind link with someone earlier. If they're coming to rescue you, I want in. I had almost forgotten about that. The conversation I had with Crystal. No one's coming to save me. I muttered. Her jaw fell slack. Some alpha you are. She huffed before leaning her head back on the hard wall. I did the same. I didn't regret what I had told Crystal. But I also didn't forget what I had seen in Roman's eyes. He didn't want to kill me. And I could use that to my advantage. I looked at Megie. I didn't see how I could get out of here. But I decided that the least I could do was try to go out having done one good thing. Take out Ornyx Van Cliff. Crystal, well, that went well. I spoke sarcastically as I slumped down into Tristan's couch, the one in his office. I had never felt so tired and defeated in my life. I just wanted to curl up and close my eyes forever to make it all go away. But of course the ache in my chest would never allow it. The haunting of Tristan would leave me floundering in an eternity of nightmares and pain. This was supposed to be our chance to send the cavalry out to Tristan, and it didn't work. They just refused to listen to me. They just shut me down like everyone in this town always did. The Union has always been ruthless. Raphael spoke quietly. They need to be. Especially in our situation. I looked at him still standing at the door. Yeah, I bet he had no oppositions whatever to a room full of alphas telling me exactly why I don't deserve to be here. Yeah, but their views don't exactly help us get Tristan back, do they? This is bigger than Tristan. Not to me. I thought to myself, but then quickly pushed away the thoughts. Our goal is to figure out how to save the packs from Ornyx. I got up. Well, clearly the pack doesn't want or need my help, so maybe I should just go. Raphael stared at me with a straight face, clearly unopposed. Bridget and Jasmine returned to the room, Captain Nakamura behind them. I was surprised to see Jasmine pushing Bridget's chair this time. I don't know. It's just that the sight of her actually being helped made her look all the more frail. Where are you going? Bridget asked. Before I could answer, she snapped. Sit down. I sighed. Captain Nakamura closed the door behind them. I walked back to the couch and slumped down. What are they going to do? Raphael was the first to speak. Jasmine took Bridget behind the desk. She leaned forward and pulled out a sheet of paper. What do you think? Randall wants all our troops rallied and ready by sundown. I need you to contact the defense wing. Our troops were already rallied. It's just a matter of giving them the go-ahead now. Bridget sucked in a deep breath when she said that. I frowned. All Tristan's attempts on keeping his people from going to war again were about to go down the drain. So that's it. I asked, my voice small. There goes our Tristan window. I didn't want to think of never seeing him again. I didn't want to think of never getting to know him better. I didn't want to ever fathom the idea of my life continuing without the person who fought to keep it safe. Everyone leave except Crystal. Bridget spoke. No one argued. I don't know if I had been expecting them to. The air was somber and bitter. I wasn't the only one thinking about it. The idea of him being gone was heavy on everyone. When Jasmine walked out the door and closed it, Bridget looked at me. That council is the only thing standing in between this pack's extinction and survival. Bridget spoke. So I know you might not agree with them, but they've seen things way more horrific than any of us ever have. I was silent. I didn't need this. I didn't need to hear her explain why we needed to let him go. Even if she made sense, my emotions would never let me see logic in her words. And as acting alpha, I need to do what's best for this pack. She spoke. I looked at my shoes, willing my mind away. I just didn't want to be here right now in this moment. And you, her words had emphasis behind them. No one really regards you, you're a human dweller, the daughter of the enemy. Was she really going to dig the knife in deeper? And that's why no one will think twice about our plan. I looked up at her in confusion. What? She nodded firmly. Follow me. 𝐿𝐥𝐸 Tristan. You can't really sleep when you have a battle ahead of you. I learned that the first time I was told I would have to fight in the war. I was barely 14 and I was scared out of my mind. I thought I would die the minute I stepped onto that battlefield, even though I had been training my whole life for it. I didn't oppose the minute Captain Park suggested it. My mother had been stoic about the entire thing, but deep down I wondered if any bit of her was even the slightest but worried about whether I would come back or not. I was afraid. Fighting alongside way older and experienced soldiers who looked at me, the Luna's son, possibly their next alpha. The pressure was on and it was real. I didn't want to show any weakness. I wanted to be strong and brave like my mother. But when the time came and I didn't even think I could shift, it had been Raphael who had taken me under his wing, shown me the ropes, kept me alive. When you're thrown into battle, your instincts kick in. It's funny what your body will do when it comes to fight or flight. What it chooses is supposed to say a lot about you. But you know what? I've always been sure of one thing. We all fight for life when faced with the threat of death. Cuts should heal faster in normal circumstances. But these weren't normal circumstances. They had stopped pumping me with wolfsbane and had actually brought me more water and food. An attempt to get me stronger for my showdown with Roman, I guess. I didn't want to hold my breath for an opening where they would get me out of my chains again. That would probably only happen when Roman was ready for me. I needed to have the element of surprise on my side. And to do that I needed to get out way before the guards came back. With no concept of time or even windows to look out of, I had no idea how long I had or if I was even strong enough to try and break the chains. But I needed to find the strength. I needed to find a way. I needed to take out Ornyx. His guards would probably take me down seconds after, but as long as he was down, I know I would have done something to leave my people safer. But I needed an ally. I didn't even know the first place to find Ornyx. I didn't know where we were or even how far the camp extended. I didn't know how many men I would have to get past or if there was even any surveillance. Of which I doubted. We were in the middle of nowhere. And Ornyx has never really been one to depend on tech. I turned to look at my only option. She held the same rock in her hand, scratching down on the floor. She didn't even bother sleeping, and that's what worried me. She just fiddled around with that stupid rock. So, I shifted in my position, my back aching with the movement. How long were you a spy in Ornyx army? I asked her. Megie's head turned to look at me. She let out a weak laugh. Impending death making you sentimental, Alpha? She asked. I just tried to remind myself that I needed her help. I'm just trying to understand why you're in here with me instead of being out there being celebrated like a freaking prodigal son like Roman. David, his name is David. She spoke. She remained silent for some time. We all make our choices. What was yours? I asked. She turned to look at me full on, suspicion in her eyes. Why do you suddenly want to know my life story? You weren't all that interested when you captured me and my friends. I shrugged. Because there were more ways to interrogate a person than the conventional. Got something better to do? I asked. Besides, you tried to kill David the first time I met you. Seems like we have the same enemy. She grinned. She shifted. Her hair was now matted and looked more than unruly. I saw youth in her face, but she must have been older than me. Give or take a couple of years. I know you Silvercrest wolves have your self-righteous beliefs. You think you're better than Ornyx and the rest of us because you want to live in isolation where humans can't get to you. But Ornyx has a point. Why should we be the ones to hide? I almost doubled back on this potential allyship. Was she as crazy as him? I believe we should get a chance to walk among humans. She spoke. Without really thinking about it, I scoffed. She turned to look at me. What? Is that different from the sheltered crap you folks learn in Woodfell? You use their tech, learn their ways. You emulate them and demean our kind, we evolve. I corrected. She laughed. Yeah, according to them, living by hunting wasn't something me or my people had done in a long time. We got rid of practices we now considered beneath us because they no longer served us. The mating rituals, for instance, they were way more raunchy in the past than they were now. I think it's crazy. I spoke honestly. Two species together would always bring about a battle of superiority. They would try to hurt us and we, them, it would never work. How do you know that? She challenged. I mean, think about it. Humans hate what's different. Look at their wars, look at their conflict. Like werewolves are the epitome of world peace. She scoffed. Not too long ago you thought your mate was half human. What if she wanted to live among humans? Would you suppress your very nature for the rest of your life because of that? I was silent. Not because I agreed with her, but because I didn't think I could argue with someone who already had her mind set on her radical thoughts. Humans and werewolves mixing was a taboo. It was dangerous, and everything we knew taught us that it was a bad idea. Being reduced to myths among smaller groups was fine to me as long as they left me and my pack alone. So you wanted to live among humans? I asked honestly, wondering if she could be against Ornyx and share in his beliefs. Coexist. She clarified. Not have anyone bow down to us. I believe there's a reason we were created. And I believe there's a lot we can learn from each other. She couldn't possibly think that was possible. That we would just come out to the human race and they'd receive us with open arms. My father believed that too. I couldn't believe I was admitting this. I looked away from her, straight ahead. He was from the Stone Pack. Very different lifestyle from Silvercrest. Different mentalities too. He was intrigued by humans. He didn't anticipate a fight, and even if he did, he believed there wasn't any conflict diplomacy couldn't fix. I and a lot of other people often wondered how a man like my father could end up being my mother's mate. They were as different as day and night. My father mostly a pacifist who would rather sort out issues with words. My mother, a descendant of a long line of alphas who believed the only way to get people to listen was by exerting your power and making your influence known. Megie looked at me. My friends and I and everyone who rebels Ornyx aren't against the Shadow Pack. We're against the Van Cliffs. She spoke. Teresa would feed us this idea that things would get better once her daughter became alpha. Crystal? I asked in confusion. Megie scoffed. Crystal Valencia. Who even cares? She was wrong. I looked ahead. I didn't want to think of Crystal too much while I was in here. Especially considering I would never see her again after I did what I had to do. But something didn't make sense. Why bring Crystal to Woodfell if Ornyx wanted her as an heir? I asked. Why not brainwash her whole life like he had done to his own people? Megie looked at me like I was stupid. Ornyx told Teresa to do it. She spoke. When she ran away, she was pregnant with Valencia. When Ornyx found her, she had to prove her loyalty or be executed. That's when the spy operation was born. Teresa made it seem like it had always been her intention to throw Crystal into the 𝐿𝐻𝐼𝐻 waters, hoping David would indoctrinate her, and they would take down you and your pack from inside. It would have been poetic too. A Van Cliff bringing down a Melrose. But fate had other ideas now, didn't it? Crystal turned out to be my mate. The irony of it all. I looked at the ground. No one could have predicted that happening. Not even Ornyx. So having Roman tell her who she really was would be too risky. Megie nodded and grinned. That's where Captain Park came in. Rage immediately built up in my body when I heard her name uttered. Megie let out a sigh and folded one leg on top of the other. It wasn't hard to get her to turn on you. Or so I hear. Gotta look out for the oldies. They remember their parents' and grandparents' stories about how werewolves have always been the superior species a little too well. She believed the next alpha should be the strongest in the pack. So after your mother, she believed she should have been the automatic choice. I couldn't speak. No words would ever be enough to explain how big of a betrayal Captain Parks had been. My mother had trusted her with her life. My whole family had. She was there when I was born, there when my father died in my house, she was there when I took the alpha title. What's her role here? I asked bitterly. Maybe if she was close by, I could take her out along with Ornyx. Megie shrugged. Above my pay grade. But I suppose if you want to see her again, she'll show up for your execution. She said it so causally you'd think she was scheduling lunch. When did they say that would be, by the way? You were gone a long time and they did rough you up pretty good. And not to mention, judging by the food they gave you, Ornyx still wants you alive for some reason. To torture you. Make you watch your pack go up in flames. He wants Roman to be the one to do it. I spoke. This actually made Megie shut up. I was intrigued by her reaction. In a duel to the death. I added, studying her face closely. She turned away and looked ahead. For a second she was silent. Then she let out a soft laugh. He's gonna love that. She muttered. Finally getting Mummy and Daddy's approval. I furrowed my brows. Think they'll make him take you out as well. A ghost of a smile played on her face. Maybe. As I said, poetic justice. I did try to kill him first. Only fair. Her voice got smaller, her eyes far away. I had a feeling she was about to retreat into herself and I couldn't have that. Why did you try to kill him? I asked. You and David, you were involved romantically, right? I knew I was being too blunt now. That if she was trained as well as I thought she was, she would be able to see right through my questions. I was expecting her to curse me out or scream at me to mind my own business. But instead she let out a soft sigh. All's fair in love and war and, well, I guess it was the distance. Him having to be a whole other person in another park. Barely ever having communication with me. We grew apart. He picked Valencia and me. I picked freedom. She let out a humorless laugh. Even before I had joined the rebels, I knew the only reason I was still fighting for Ornyx's cause was because he was still here. I held on to the hope that maybe with him it would be worth it. But he was holding on to someone else. She looked like there was a bitter taste in her mouth. She let out an angry breath before turning to look at me. Kill him for me, will you? You'll be doing him a favor. The David I knew didn't even believe in all this crap. He was just as scared as the rest of us were. Teresa, Ornyx. They didn't care about any of us when they stripped us from our parents and trained us to be these things. David could have been caught and killed by your pack and neither of them would have blinked. The only reason they even see him as worth anything was because he got close to her. None of this is Crystal's fault. Even now, I felt the need to defend her. Megie gave me a sly smile. Relax, Alpha. She chose you. You win. Her eyes drifted to where my hands were bound. For what it's worth, I guess. I shifted, trying to sit up straighter. It was now or never. You hate Ornyx as much as I do. I spoke. She furrowed her brows. Oh, don't get me wrong, I hate you too. The way I see it, I'm the less of two evils to you. She looked confused. What are you playing at? I know we're not getting out of here alive. I spoke. But we can do one last thing before we die. We can kill Ornyx. Megie's eyes widened in shock, she then burst out laughing. She hunched over, looking out of breath for a second. But she stopped abruptly when she saw my serious expression. He face fell. Crap, you're actually crazy. I scooted slightly. I'll gladly meet my maker if I can have the satisfaction of taking Ornyx with me. Megie didn't make any jokes or give off any sarcastic comment. Her jaw fell slack and she leaned back. Shit. Crystal. I walked into Joshua's room without knocking. He looked up at me. He had been lying down on his bed. Bea beside him with her head on his shoulder. Bea looked up. Oh, look who's here. I'm not here for you. I spoke immediately, marching towards them. I folded my arms across my chest and looked at Joshua. I need to talk to you. I spoke directly, not leaving any room for questions. Bea looked at him as if expecting him to say no. Joshua didn't bother even sitting up. He didn't have to say anything for me to feel his anger towards me. We were still linked after all. He was fiddling with a small metallic object in his hand that I really couldn't make out. Yeah, I bet you do. He spoke lazily. I fought the urge to roll my eyes. I'm serious, Josh. Yeah, me too. Get out, Crystal. He spoke, turning away from me. I dropped my hands to my side. I did not have time for this. Fine, Mikey and I will go and save Tristan ourselves. I turned around and not even 2 seconds later I heard his voice. Wait. When I looked at him, this time he was seated up, his eyes focused on me. What are you talking about? I sucked in a breath. I looked at Bea. It's private actually. Excuse me. Bea looked offended as she leaned forward. I looked at Joshua. This wasn't about petty teen rivalries. This was more serious than all that, and believe it or not, it was actually safer for Bea if she had no clue about any of it. The mind link was 100 still there. I could feel Joshua's conflict, his anxiety, and a little bit of hope. And I knew that he could also tell that I was 100% serious. He turned to his girlfriend. Bea, I'll fill you in later. Bea looked beyond shocked. She looked at me, then at Joshua. Are you kidding me right now? Joshua didn't look like he wanted to argue. In fact, that was the last thing he wanted to do. As I said, this wasn't about petty teen drama, including their relationship. Give us a minute. He spoke with no other explanation. Bea, still looking more than offended, scoffed. Fine, don't talk to me, Josh. I swear I'm so done. She got off his bed, angrily threw her feet into her shoes and started for the door. She slowed and shot me a glare as she walked past me. I looked at her blankly, knowing I had more important things to worry about than her hating me more than she already did. When the door shut and I heard Bea's footsteps disappear, I turned to Joshua. What is it? He asked. I stepped closer. You have access to my mind, why don't you check? Joshua gave me a side grin that held no humor or amusement at all. That would mean you getting access to my mind as well. And trust me, you do not want to know what I think about you right now. I rolled my eyes. Yeah, whatever, I don't even care. Look, the WU is officially preparing for war. They have battle strategies in place, but they've all agreed that Tristan is beyond saving. I felt so much of Joshua's sadness and disappointment wash over me all at once. They almost felt like my own emotions. I tried to clear my head, which is why we're putting together a team to find Tristan, and I told Bridget I wanted you and Mikey in it. Joshua's sadness and feelings of hopelessness immediately spun into shock and an element of elation. He eyed me suspiciously. So what? You want us to thank you, to be grateful that you're giving us what's rightfully ours. I moved closer to Joshua. You have access to my literal mind, Joshua. If you still think I'm holding back, search my mind. Find any ill motives. I was screaming now, but I didn't care. I wasn't supposed to be letting Joshua get to me, but he definitely had a talent for it. I took in a breath, trying to calm myself down. I need you and Mikey to help me contact him. We did it once, and he chose to talk to you. He had a choice and he chose to let you in over us. Suddenly it hit me like a ton of brick. Oh my gosh. I spoke slowly. I threw my hands in the air. That's what all this is really about. You're jealous. Joshua's face darkened. Why would I be jealous of you? I let out a hollow laugh which only seemed to agitate Joshua more. Of course it was Psychology 101. Does it really matter that he loves me too, Josh? I asked. Is it a crime that Tristan might love me just as much as he loves you? Joshua clenched his jaw. I could tell I had hit a nerve. Yes. He seethed. Yes, it does. He threw his legs off his bed and stood up. He pointed an accusatory finger in my face as he stepped closer to me. It does, because we're supposed to come first, Mikey and I. Family is what should matter to him more than his mate. I asked, raising my brows. Joshua obviously wasn't pleased that I had spoken back. He hung back as if just realizing what an offensive stance he had taken. I shook my head at him for the first time, realizing just how young he was. Sure, I was probably only about a year older than him, but that didn't matter. Not in this moment. Because right now, I saw an immaturity that was so self-describable, I couldn't believe I had missed it earlier. I'm sorry you felt like he didn't pay attention to you or Mikey. I spoke, my voice was softer than he deserved. But for you to think even for a second that Tristan doesn't care about you, Josh, he works so hard, does all he does for you. And Mikey. I decided to do something I never would for Joshua Melrose. I stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. He stiffened and looked at me like I was in the wrong place. And boy, did I feel like I was. Tristan once told me he didn't mind missing dinners with you and Mikey if it meant neither of you would ever have to see war again. I know what a toll that must have taken on you, but you need to understand that he always had your best interests at heart. And even if I didn't always agree with your brother, I too had to get over the fact that loving Tristan would always mean getting over sharing him with the entire pack. The same way you look at him for protection, guidance, company, approval. That's the way the entire pack views him. And for good reason too. He's an amazing alpha, an amazing brother too. I took in a breath. And that's why we need to get him back, Josh. Everyone here needs him. Joshua didn't say anything. He looked away. But enough of his emotions sipped into me for me to understand he was fighting back tears. Finally he looked back at me. What do we need to do? I let out a breath, grateful. Tristan never wanted you or Mikey involved in any of this. And I just don't agree with that. Neither does Bridget. If anything, you and or Mikey are going to be the new alphas. You need to know what's going on. Especially since Joshua furrowed his brows. What is it? I swallowed hard. A war is about to break loose. Josh clenched his jaw. That means Ornyx is going through with the promise he made in his video. I sucked in a breath. Yeah. Joshua let out a breath. I'll help you and Mikey contact Tristan. But I can't be part of the rescue team. My face dropped. What? Joshua looked at me seriously. A war is breaking out, Crystal. The pack needs us. It scared me just how much Joshua sounded like his brother just then. I know. I felt guiltier than ever. Tristan had said to forget about him. Those had been his instructions, and some part of me knew that would have been the right thing to do. It's what he would have wanted. But I just couldn't. I was choosing Tristan even over the pack. I had to. Joshua watched my face. It's like he could read my thoughts. Well, he kind of could. He simply nodded at me. I get it. He spoke. 𝐿𝐥𝐸, we need an opening. I spoke as I continued trying to twist the chains that bound my feet. Megie let out a long groan as she hit her head against the stone wall, which looked like it should have hurt, but she didn't even touch. She turned to look at me. You need a reality check. I let out a huff. I had been exerting myself trying to find a way to get these chains off, but I knew I might just finish the little energy the food they had given me had supplied. And I would need that for Ornyx. The wolfsbane was still in my system, but I definitely felt way better. Stronger too. Not at my best, but enough to be able to pick a fight and hopefully win it. You said it yourself, there's no getting out of here. So why don't we go out with purpose? I told her. She let out a breath and looked away. I didn't think convincing Megie would be easy, but we were both sitting here awaiting death. She was a fighter, I could tell that much. And like me, she had nothing to lose. So I didn't get why she was making me work so damn hard for this. I never thought I'd see the day I would team up with a Silvercrest wolf, much less their alpha. I tried to hide my relief, but clearly I failed miserably. Ornyx needs someone to take him down a notch. I still think this is a suicide plan, but I owe it to my family to try. What did you got? She asked me. I sat up straighter, or as straight as I could, with a renewed motivation. My battle to the death with Roman is up soon. We need to get out of these chains before the guards come and get me, and I know you haven't been sharpening that rock for nothing. I spoke, nodding at the object she had been clutching since we got in here. It became obvious with all the scratching that she hadn't been doing it to count the time we were in here, but to forge a weapon. Megie held on more tightly to it as if I may snatch it. It's never going to work. She spoke. Even if we take out the guards who come to fetch you, we'll be overwhelmed once we get out there. We need you in that ring with David. Ornyx will want a front row seat, so he'll be accessible, that I'm sure of. She was right. I would have way more people to fight if I attacked beforehand. So I'm going to have to take out David quickly. You'll have to go for the kill. Megie spoke. No showboating or stalling, you'll need to be ruthless. Like a real shadow pack wolf. I clenched my jaw. If there's something I never wanted to be, it was that. But I needed to fight fire with fire. And that meant doing as the Van Cliffs did. David is still a halfling. He isn't as strong as a full-fledged wolf. Use that. She urged me. I nodded. Then something occurred to me. You're a halfling too. She had no definite scent. Her and the wolves that attacked the second time, none of them did really. None of Ornyx's spies were full-fledged. She explained. We were bred. Human mothers, shadow pack fathers. It was the perfect way to have us infiltrate other packs. I couldn't hide my disgust. I thought Ornyx hated humans. How did? The women never knew anything. They were paid to be surrogates. You'd be surprised by the things they do for money. Megie spoke, sounding more than unimpressed. When we would be born, they would hand us over. And never look back. I saw the look on her face and I could tell this was a touchy subject. One we couldn't even get into if we tried. At least not now. I cleared my throat, getting back to business. Where will you be in all this? I asked. I doubted they would give her a front row seat. She smirked. As I said, I haven't been sharpening this rock for nothing. When everyone's distracted with your duel, I'll sneak out. They haven't been giving me wolfsbane, so I'll be able to shift easily. I'll go for Ornyx. It will take the both of us to take him out. I didn't know if I could trust Megie not to just run off when she got the chance, but it's not like I had a choice. If I'm correct, we're in the southern woods. Megie explained. That was the latest planned site for regrouping. The Shadow Pack had never really found a place to settle. We always moved around like nomads and regrouped once in a while invade any of the Werewolf Union packs detected us. It's not too far from Silvercrest territory either. I fought the urge to grit my teeth. Of course. The southern woods were mostly Jerry Pack territory. The pack was small with a fairly large territory which they left most of untouched. If you were a healthy wolf, it was at most a 3-hour run to Woodfell. Both a safe and convenient distance. Perfect for attack. Which they planned on doing anyway. I should have scoured harder and wider. Maybe I would have found a stray Shadow Pack member. Prevented all of this. If we kill Ornyx, will everyone stand down? I asked. That was the whole basis of the cut the head off theory my father had. Megie furrowed her brows as if she was seriously considering it. If Ornyx dies, automatically the next alpha would be Crystal. I guessed. She frowned. No, actually. Teresa. Technically speaking, Crystal is next in line, but she hasn't earned her spot or sworn her allegiance. I mean, even if she was to automatically claim the throne, Shadowpack rules are the rules of old. She'll need to earn it. Meaning anyone can challenge her and kill her for the title. I winced at the idea. Crystal wouldn't join the Shadowpack. Not willingly anyway. I hoped Bridget would keep her safe, and make sure she never had to go through any of that. What if suddenly everything went back? I felt my body go limp. Suddenly my eyes opened and I wasn't in the cave. I was in a dark room. I saw Crystal materialize in front of me. The relief on her face was evident as she rushed towards me and wrapped her arms around me. For a few seconds she just held me. Hello, my love. I whispered. I couldn't feel her. Not really. But just having her here was more than any dying man could wish for. When I pulled away, I saw her begin to examine me. Are you okay? She asked hurriedly. I'm fine. I told her. I couldn't exactly tell her the truth. I'm okay. She reassured me. I swallowed hard. Everyone else. Her face fell. She let out a breath. We saw the video. I thought Ornyx might have already. I'm okay, Crystal. At least for now. What's going on over there? Did you get my message to Bridget? She nodded. Everyone's preparing for the war. The Union met and I told them about your plan. I let out a breath of relief and placed my hands around her face. Good. They'll need to remain vigilant. Ornyx is determined to tear us all down. They can't give up. No matter what. They must fight like hell. Crystal looked at me wistfully. What does he have planned for you? I debated on what to tell her. I really didn't know what her reaction would be to telling her that I was to fight her ex-boyfriend to the death. Either way, this was probably the last time I would see her and talk to her. I wasn't going to let Roman ruin even that. I'm sorry we couldn't have had more time. I whispered. She shut her eyes tightly, probably fighting back tears. Stop it, Tristan. I need to say this. I insisted. She looked back at me, albeit clearly regretting it. I took both her hands in mine, savoring the moment. Who knew how much longer the mind link would hold? I need you to know that it never mattered to me whether you could be my Luna. Even if I wasn't Alpha Crystal, you know we'd still be fated to be mates. Maybe it would have even been easier without all the politics. But nevertheless, I need you to know I still valued all the time we've had together. And I thank God every day. I love you, Crystal, and I always have and always will. Never forget that. I want you to live your life knowing that. Tears streamed down her face now. I can't let you go. I won't. She spoke. I sighed. We can't help things, my love. Not now. But take heart. Hope will never be lost where there's faith. She ripped her hands away from mine and wiped her face. No, Tristan. I mean it. I'm coming to get you. Stay alive for me. I furrowed my brows in confusion. But just then the room began to shake violently. You're exerting yourself. I told Crystal hurriedly. We had no time. Tell my brothers goodbye, tell them I love them. And give Bridget and the commander this information. Tell them we're in the southern woods. Ornyx plans on attacking at midnight. They must hit him first. Catch him off guard. If they overwhelm him, then there's a chance we can take the upper hand. I'll do as much damage as I can on this end. While I can. Her eyes widened. What? What do you plan on? Suddenly Crystal was gone and I was back in the cave. Megie watched me expectantly. But before she could say anything, the door slammed open and a couple of guards stormed in. Guess it was time. Crystal, my eyes shot open. I pushed the chair I was sitting on back and shot to my feet, but I was immediately overcome by dizziness and fell back down. Someone was by my side, immediately holding me up. Whoa, are you okay, Luna? I looked up and saw that it was Nia. It was harder to hold that link open. Joshua groaned, rubbing his head. Mikey looked a bit disoriented, but he forced himself to focus on me. I placed my hands on the table, trying to stay upright. I refused to sit back down, knowing I had no time to waste. Raphael moved closer to the table as well. The special ops team for this mission included him and Nia, as well as Andrew, Joan and Kurt. Soldiers Nia had promised them were the best of the best. They were all in the room with us, looking at me expectantly. He's still alive, but I don't know how much longer. He's planning something crazy, I just know it. Raphael had a stern look on his face. What did he say exactly? He said that he was being kept in the southern woods, and that I should tell Bridget to attack first. He also said he'd try to do as much damage as he could. What does that mean? Joshua asked. Raphael looked thoughtful. He remained silent, and I had a feeling he knew exactly what Tristan had meant. He turned to Nia. Get this information to Bridget. A location is a huge advantage. We should use it without hesitation. Nia nodded and made sure I was steady before turning to leave. I knew Bridget, Jasmine and the others were busy with war preparations, and I couldn't fault them for not being here. It was so hard to believe that I'm just a matter of hours the Silvercrest pack would be at war. I thought of my family, hoping the safe house would still serve its purpose. Raphael looked at me. We need to get you suited and get on the way. He spoke. If Bridget can have the troops organize a surprise attack, then we might have enough of a distraction to find Tristan. Considering he didn't do anything stupid before then. Keep us posted. Mikey spoke, sounding more serious than I had ever heard him in my life. I'll be working the defense post with the other generals. Raphael nodded in approval. Keep them tight. If by any chance our forces are overwhelmed and the shadows start heading this way, you must evacuate immediately. The Calhounds are the closest and they'll definitely offer refuge. You will still need to fortify Woodfell, though. We can't. I know the battle plans, Raph. I've only studied them since I was 8. Mikey spoke with a sly grin. I couldn't help but smile as well. I wondered if in his attempt to keep his brothers so sheltered, Tristan had forgotten how very competent they actually were. I talked Bridge into putting me in the second wave of forces. Joshua spoke. She can't stop me from fighting for my pack. I knew from my short-lived AAP stint that the second wave was sent in if the first one was getting overwhelmed. Silvercrest usually had 5 waves, with the last being the most desperate collection of soldiers. It comforted me a bit to know that Joshua was in the second rather than the first who got the brunt of it all. If the first could hold them off for long or hopefully even win, they wouldn't need to call for reinforcements and Joshua could be safe here. I knew he had trained all his life, but still. I was determined to bring Tristan back to both his brothers in one piece. And in the off chance that I refused to even consider that I failed, we still needed to preserve the Melrose name and legacy, and Mikey and Josh were it. Raphael stepped forward and put his hand on Joshua's shoulder. His voice was so low I almost missed what he said. Go for the kill. Joshua clenched his jaw and nodded firmly. Gladly. I'm serious, the Shadow Pact doesn't play fair. I don't plan on doing so either. Joshua's tone scared even me. Before I could stop myself, I stepped forward and wrapped my arms around him. I could tell he was in shock about the action, but he slowly placed his hand around me. I looked behind him and gestured for Mikey to join us. He did so and the three of us embraced, the mind link mixing together all our fears and anxiety. When I pulled away, I squeezed Mikey's hand. For Silvercrest. They both nodded. For Silvercrest. They muttered in agreement. With the Silvercrest pack on a covert op to save Tristan, Crystal's faced with a chilling ultimatum: follow her manipulative mother's lead into a dangerous camp, or risk losing the alpha she loves. Can she trust the woman who betrayed her? 𝐿𝐥𝐸 Crystal. The familiar deep voice came from the other end of the call. Hey Uncle Victor. I spoke in a shaky voice. What's wrong? He asked immediately. I sucked in a deep breath. We were at one of the Woodfell army bases and I watched as soldiers loaded the vehicle we would be using for our rescue mission. I walked back into the forest away from the yelling of orders and the commotion. Raphael had said we didn't have much time. We didn't know what Tristan was planning, so we needed to get a move on. But I couldn't leave without saying goodbye to my family. I wasn't sure what I was doing with this whole rescue mission. I didn't have nearly as much training as the other soldiers unless you counted the training I had while in the AAP. And even then, it had been with the poison in my system. Why would anything be wrong? I tried to keep my voice light, but even I knew that wasn't possible in this situation. Uncle Victor sighed. You haven't checked in a while. Yeah, I know, things have been a little crazy over here. I spoke as I tugged on one of my braids. I had tamed it by doing 2 braids which I had decided to tie back. Hair definitely wouldn't be a priority out on the fields. How's everyone? Hazel. Parker. I was clearly trying to stall as I tried to find a way to tell him what was really happening. Crystal, what's going on? Lockdowns are starting. Where are you, Crystal? You should be home with us, your family. I swallowed. Uncle Victor had respected my need to want to be at the Alpha's manor after Tristan had been taken. But I knew he never expected it to be a long-term thing, especially with the environment right now. Luna, I looked up and saw Nia. We leave soon. Who was that? What do they mean by that? Where are you going? I heard Uncle Victor ask as he grew more and more frantic. Uncle Victor, I can know Crystal, you need to come home. Whatever it is, I don't want to hear it. Come home. It's not safe out there. It's Tristan, Uncle Victor. I spoke, trying to be firm, hoping that was explanation enough. Ornyx has him and I need to get him back. I spoke again quickly before he could say anything else. Uncle Victor was quiet, but I knew what he was fighting to say. What are you going to do about it? I need to find him. You would do the same thing for Aunt Sarah. I rushed out the words. My uncle was silent for a few seconds. I heard him suck in a deep breath. You're not going to tell me where you are right now, are you? Or where you're going? I bit my lower lip to stop it shaking. If this didn't go well, I would never see him or the rest of my family ever again. I would never see my dad ever again. I hadn't spoken to him in years and he didn't even know the truth about any of this. He would live forever simply believing my mom and I just left him. I'm sorry. It's kind of supposed to be a secret anyway. But, could you tell Aunt Sarah and Parker, Hazel and Kat that I love them so much? I couldn't bring myself to talk to Kat. To say goodbye to her. I don't even know what reaction would bring on. Would she somehow understand? Because I was doing it for love. Would she hate me for this? Think I was being selfish and reckless? For Chris, somehow it was even harder. I couldn't look him in the eye and tell him that I needed to leave. So I had cowardly sent him a text message of all things. I didn't know what he would think. But I knew, like I had been some part of him still believed in a Roman who didn't exist. Chris hadn't seen him like I had. I was supposed to protect you and keep you safe, Crystal. He spoke clear pain in his voice. I couldn't stop the tear that slid out. I quickly wiped it away. In spite of everything your mother has been sucked into, I was supposed to look out for you. He repeated. You did an awesome job at making me feel like I had a family again. You did your part, Uncle Victor. Now I need to take a stand. Luna, this time Raphael is the one who appeared dressed in a black combat suit. Looking stern. We have to go. Bridget said that protection will still be afforded to you. So just stay in the safe house, okay? Crystal, I shut my eyes tightly. Goodbye, Uncle Victor. I love you so much. I didn't wait for his response before and hung up. I didn't want Raphael to see me cry and think me weaker than he probably already perceived me, so I clenched my hand into a fist, feeling my nails dig into my hand, and forced myself to remain stoic. We had a mission to complete. I walked up to Raphael, seeing that everyone had already boarded the vehicle. Except Nia, who stood at attention watching us seriously. I'm ready, I told him with a firm nod. Raphael had a tablet in his hand which he tapped on and showed me. It was a map of the woods. We're navigating somewhat strange territory. None of us have been in the southern woods in a long time. Bridget had a covert agent give the Jerry pack a warning to stay away and toughen up their border security. I furrowed my brows in concern. This is their territory. Could someone get hurt with us fighting a battle there? Raphael didn't show much emotion, but I could tell he was uncomfortable. Unfortunately, Ornyx chose to camp there, and Tristan was right. We need to use this surprise as an advantage. I'm not part of the first wave, but I know the commander will try to keep as many stragglers away from them. They'll be using this path. He used his finger to trace a route through the woods to a circled area. I don't think Ornyx will be too unprepared, so I told them to be ready in case they meet troops on the way. We need to invade their camp and find Ornyx. Cut off the head. I breathed out. Exactly. Raphael nodded. Our group is going in like this. He traced a path that went round the one the Silvercrest army would be taken and seemed to be hitting the red circle from the back. If Ornyx tries to flee, I have a feeling he'll come through here. Either way, it's our job to find him and kill him. Our army should cause enough chaos for us to move in undetected. They'll get there before us. I asked. Raphael shrugged. No telling. They're moving in their wolf forms. Most of them anyway. We've got a vehicle which we'll have to abandon before we go in. Your connection to Tristan should make it easier to find him. Bridget will give us the signal. But we need to go now. I nodded as I tried to take in all the information. This was really happening. I walked to the back of the vehicle. Heard anything from Bridget yet? Raphael asked. He looked at me. We've been trying to contact her for a final report before we head out. He explained before heading for the front. Nia let out a huff as she shook her head and started tapping on her phone. No, still nothing. I figured Bridget didn't have time to answer any calls while being the badass alpha she was. Besides, she had basically told us that this was an off-the-books mission which she couldn't be involved in. So I wasn't too surprised. Andrew held out his hand so that I could climb into the back of the vehicle, but before I could take it, I heard something between a gasp and a yelp escape Nia's mouth. I turned to look at her, and so did everyone else. She looked like she was drained of color. Her eyes were wide as she stared at the screen. What is it? Raphael asked as he turned to look at her. Nia trembled slightly before swallowing hard, seemingly to compose herself. She finally looked up at us. Alpha. Alpha, Bridget is dead. Tristan, people chanted all around us. Mostly profanities and insults towards me as the guard dragged me to a crowd that had gathered in a circle. Some spat at me, others threw stuff. I tried to ignore them and remain focused on the mission. My eyes squinted to adjust to the sun. The various Shadow Pack members glared and watched me with nothing but hatred in their eyes as I was pushed into the clearing they encircled. I fell to my feet, my knees scraping the ground. I hissed in pain. The yelling seemed to grow only louder, and I heard laughs as well as more mocking. When I looked up, I saw Roman on the other end. He wore nothings but a pair of black shorts and had a single black line painted on his face. Ornyx stood by his side looking like a proud father. Teresa was beside him as well, and I remembered Meggie's comment about her possibly taking over if anything happened to Ornyx. Again, I wondered how she could possibly be Crystal's mother. And as if I couldn't harbor any more hatred, I caught movement in my periphery. I turned and saw none other than Captain Park push her way through the crowd to stand in front. She had a straight look on her face with no emotion at all. I wanted to charge at her right now, rip her to shreds. But unfortunately that wasn't the plan. I turned back just in time to see Ornyx step up into the circle. He lifted a hand, immediately causing silence to fall upon everyone. "My werewolves!" he exclaimed. "We witness history today." His dark eyes landed on me. Today we finally get vindication. We get to witness my son who bravely sacrificed more than anyone has ever done for this pack, tear down our biggest foe. Cheering erupted. I turned to look at Roman. He was still and he simply lifted his chin, silently taking in all the praise. And then Ornyx continued. "They all silenced down, ready to drink in all his crap anxiously. My troops shall march into Silvercrest now, ready to tear his people apart." The cheering was even louder. I turned and glared at Captain Park. She remained focused on her alpha, looking straight ahead and serious. And to add a cherry to this already delicious cake, Ornyx chuckled, and the sound disturbed me all the more. When I turned my attention back on him, I found he was already looking at me. My dear granddaughter, pure shadow pack and heir to my throne. The only remnant of my son shall be retrieved. She made me home with her real family, with the superior species and pack. They cheered, celebrating someone they didn't even know. This time I looked at Teresa, thinking I would see pride, but in a split second I saw her frown. I furrowed my brows. I didn't have time to question what that had meant, because at that moment, Ornyx walked back and patted Roman on the shoulder. Roman gave him a small bow before stepping forward. I tensed, ready for anything. I needed to make quick work of getting rid of Roman. Then I needed to get Ornyx. He stood with no one but Teresa beside him. But I couldn't overlook his hundreds of brainwashed pack members who would probably try to get in between us if they saw what I was trying to do. I did a quick scan around, wondering if Megie had managed to get out of the cave like she had said she would. I might need her to cover me to get to Ornyx. I dragged my bare foot on the ground. I needed to end up on Roman's side of the ring. I would be closer to him. He probably wouldn't be expecting any attack. But then again, this was Ornyx Van Cliff we were talking about. I would need to give it my all. Leave no room for retaliation. In the times of old, Roman spoke as he held out his hand to a man I hadn't noticed had been lingering around. Our ancestors strengthened their bodies as much as their wolves. I realized that what the man was giving Roman was a staff. Not a staff, a spear. The kind our ancestors used back in the day. About a meter long with two sharp ends. I turned and saw a woman approaching me with one as well. At first I took a step back, thinking she would stab me. In the past our ancestors would also line these spears with wolfsbane, awarding whoever was unfortunate to get struck with it a very painful death. She offered the spear to me. I hesitated but took it. I chose trial by sparing to honor the ways of old which our pack and our mighty alpha Ornyx fight to preserve. Roman explained. I turned to him. So we wouldn't be in our wolf forms. I couldn't help but snarl. Megie was right about one thing, Roman was still a halfling. He wouldn't have stood a chance against my wolf, and he probably knew it. Hence this nonsense. I twirled the spear in my hands. No matter, I would still kill him just as quickly. He nodded at me. Tristan Melrose, I challenge you to a duel by sparring. May the best man win. He spoke. Indeed. I put one foot in front of myself and crouched, getting into position. I heard a whistle blow and charged. Crystal the tanker was quiet as we drove through the woods. The sun was setting and I knew we were all shaken by the idea that any time from now Ornyx would strike. But I think we could all agree that the darker news upon us right now was that of Bridget. I couldn't believe she could be dead. Succumbed to the poison, Nia had said. I know Bridget and I didn't see eye to eye, but I was more shattered by the news than I would have expected. Mostly because I had subconsciously begun to think of her as an extension of Tristan. Tristan loved and cared about her. She was his confidant, his second in command, his best friend. In a way I felt like a failure as I thought about how if we rescued him, he wouldn't be coming back to her. I knew things were bad and getting worse for her, but I have to admit that I didn't put much thought into the idea that she could be breathing her last breaths. I wondered if I could have done more had I put my efforts into it or even paid more attention. I mean, the exact same poison had been in my system for years. Maybe I could have developed antibodies that could have helped her. I looked up anxiously at the time. According to Raphael, we had an hour to get to Tristan. I don't know if I would be able to make it there after the army, especially after the news. I clenched my fist knowing Ornyx would probably be more than satisfied with the news. He would consider all of us weak. I was pulled out of my thoughts when I saw Raphael get up and walk over to sit opposite me. Nia had taken over the driving. Joshua and Mikey have officially been appointed as Alpha, he announced as he handed me his tablet. I looked at the screen seeing a paused video of Mikey and Joshua in the manor. I looked back at Raphael. What are they doing? I asked. They were both wearing combat gear, and it was clear that they were standing in Tristan's office at home. They weren't alone though. Alpha Randall stood right behind them, towering over the twins, looking every bit intimidating. Nia let out a breath. They're sending a message out to Ornyx. I pressed play on the video. Good evening, Silvercrest, and greetings to our fellow wolves over in the Shadow Pack camp. I could tell everyone else was listening in with me. We are distressed to hear that our long-term foe, Ornyx, has declared war on us. And not only us. War on the Silvercrest Pack means war on the entire werewolf union. Alpha Randall nodded firmly. We do not take threats lightly. And we do not appreciate anyone threatening the peace the union has fought hard for. The peace my parents and my brother fought hard for. So Ornyx, I saw Joshua's jaw clench, do not expect mercy. With that the video ended. I looked up at Raphael. Why did they do that? I asked, wondering if it was grief that drove them to make the move. Raphael set the tablet down. It's smart. He spoke finally. I didn't know what he meant by that. Ornyx was notorious for going after the alphas of his enemy packs. Joshua and Mikey were Melroses. That fueled his anger more. He wouldn't hesitate. You think they can handle this? I asked Raphael in confusion. They're older than Tristan was when he became Alpha. He spoke. Was that supposed to make things better? I could tell Raphael could see that I was still confused. He leaned forward. Ornyx, if he's even capable of being rattled, needs to be. He'll be planning an attack on his terms, but with the inside tip from Tristan, we get 𝐊𝐤 surprise him. But we still need him 𝐊𝐤 believe he's in control. Mikey and Josh's message makes it seem like we're only accepting his ultimatum. I thought about Ornyx's video and how he had said Tristan or the current Silvercrest Alpha would have 𝐊𝐤 concede to be spared. Neither were backing down. I swallowed as I remembered the sight of Tristan in the video. He'll want Tristan alive. Raphael spoke as if reading my mind. Ornyx is sadistic like that. I wasn't there, but word is Alpha Jean almost bit off his fingers when he had captured her. She wouldn't go calmly. He didn't get the chance to make her suffer. And with what happened to Xavier, I'm sure he has been planning his revenge for years. He'll want a Melrose to feel it. I gulped. That didn't make me feel any better. We should hurry. I spoke. Raphael nodded in agreement. We'll be there within the hour. I just wanted to discuss a part of the plan with you before we get there. I looked at him in confusion. We had already gone through various scenarios and plans A, B, C, and D. It was engraved in my mind. I couldn't risk messing anything up for Tristan. So what more could he want to discuss? Raphael reached out and took out a small glass vial, almost the size of my pinky finger. It had a purple substance in it that I recognized immediately. Emeraudia. It was the same color as my necklace had been. Raphael nodded. We don't know what we'll meet over there, but we know one thing. He leaned back. You won't be a target like the rest of us. I looked up at him. I'm pretty sure the Shadow Pack wouldn't take kindly to me storming in there and demanding my mate. I mean, Ornyx will want you. He explained. He said it in the videos, and it makes sense seeing as to how you're his only living heir that we know of. He'll give you a chance, and if things go sideways with the rest of us and you get close enough to him, you want me to poison him? I asked in shock. Raphael's expression remained serious as he nodded. Even the smallest direct drop is deadly. It's 20 times more potent than wolfsbane. I took the tiny vial from him and studied it closely. And if I can't do it? I felt ashamed even asking that question in a vehicle with people about to risk their lives on a rescue mission I had come up with. Raphael held no sympathy in his eyes. This is war, Luna. There is no room for mercy or sympathy. I clutched the vial in my hand and nodded slowly. This all felt even more real. It was time for battle, and whether I liked it or not, I was in the middle of it. Tristan. The first time I went into battle, Raphael had been there, my big brother in the army if you would like. He taught me that in war there was no room for mercy, no room for hesitation. Especially if you were dealing with the Shadow Pack. Wanna know the funniest thing about war? You're both fighting for what you think is right. And even Ornyx and his extremist views seemed right to him. And that's where I sided with my mother and not my father. There was no reasoning in the moment. No diplomacy, just kill or be killed. And as I started at Roman, I knew he felt the same way. He was breathing heavily. We encircled each other, both glaring and focused. So far neither of us had managed to get in any hits. I was slower and out of it from being a prisoner here. My reflexes were still sharp and instinctual. I was able to evade Roman's spear. He came in hard and hot, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was holding back. Roman had always been full Shadow Pack. He was trained to go in for the kill. I had seen him in my program and I knew that if he had wanted me dead, I would have been a 𝐊𝐤𝐵 by now. He was holding back and I didn't know why. I was slower, not at my best physically. If I was in my wolf form, my senses and strength would have been significantly better, and he must have known that. So why insist on this form of battle? I narrowly missed getting my face scratched off by Roman's blade as he came jumping towards me. I quickly recovered and thrust my own spear at him, but he jumped back quickly. He swiftly jumped to the side and tried to poke me, but I got on the ground and rolled away. I got to my feet immediately as Roman turned around looking angry. The crowd booed and yelled obscenities, but I tried not to listen to them and stay focused. My eyes skimmed the crowd and I saw Ornyx standing scarily still with Teresa by his side as he watched the whole thing with a clenched jaw. I needed to stop the defense game and take care of Roman so that I could handle him. He wouldn't see it coming with the way he had left himself so exposed. A spear to the chest would do just the trick. Roman charged at me again, letting out a cry as he used both hands to propel the spear towards me. This time I didn't move but met him head-on. Using my spear for defense, I held it in front of my body firmly and stopped Roman's attack. Looking a bit off guard, his eyes landed on mine and widened slightly. He knew I was done with the defense game. He tried to lift his spear, no doubt to strike, but I beat him to it and used my own to sweep his from under him, causing him to lose balance. I took the opportunity and kicked him in the chest, sending him backwards. There were gasps that escaped from the crowd. He stumbled but didn't fall. When he looked up, I saw the same fear for a second, but that just melted into a newfound determination. Well, same here, buddy. He didn't understand one thing. I knew him. As I said, I had watched him in my AAP. He held back so much he had gotten used to it. The thing about Roman is that he has a skill that surpassed most of his opponents. He didn't need brute strength when he was as crafty as he was. His two worlds were conflicting against each other, the shadow in him and the silver crest. As much as he never truly was one of us, he had pretended to be long enough to have it imprinted in his body. He had never learned to truly separate the two. Finish him, son. Ornyx ordered. Roman had a fierce look on his face. He growled and charged again, this time coming in harder than ever. He didn't give me the chance to rest as AI was forced into defense with his aggressive offense. The crowd started cheering as I was pushed back by his attacks. Roman left no room for me to strike, so I was forced to let him exert himself. That's until the first blood was drawn. I didn't even feel the cut, but the burning sensation that came after. I looked down for a second and saw the hood seeping from the cut Roman had given me on my foot. The moment of distraction allowed him to swipe my feet from under me, sending me falling on my back. The cheering was defeating now as I felt pain shoot up my back. This is for Crystal. Don't worry, she'll be way safer with me, he whispered as he held up the weapon, aiming for my chest. I let out a growl as I mustered all my strength to kick him back. I quickly got back to my feet, although my left out literally felt like it was on fire now. What had they laced these spears with? I hadn't realized how hard I had kicked Roman, but his spear had gone skidding away from him. Before he could recover it, I ran towards him, charging. I swiped the spear and it created a gash in his cheek. He cried out in pain and fell to his knees. I heard gasps and saw people attempt to rush forward. I kicked Roman in the face and he fell to his back. I stepped up to him, rabid, and placed a foot on his chest. He had blood pouring out his mouth. I was breathing heavily and I could only imagine how wild I looked as I raised the spear, aiming for him. Heart. Enough. I heard a yell. I looked up and saw Ornyx. My foot was still firmly pressed against Roman. You do not interfere in a duel. Those are the rules of old. I hissed at him. Everyone watched anxiously and I wondered if they would stand for their leader. who preached and held the rules of old on a pedestal. I wondered if they would let him break them. Ornyx took off the robe he had been wearing, revealing his pack tattoos on his chest. A proper duel should be among worthy opponents. The boy, he is weak. I held him to a high standard, but his human blood shall always limit him. I looked down at Roman. He looked visibly hurt. If you still wish to kill him, do it. But I should have fought you myself from the beginning. After all, this all begun with our ancestors. He spoke as he entered the ring and grabbed Roman's spear. I looked down at Roman, then up at Teresa, who had a desperate and pleading look on her face. I swallowed hard and took my foot off Roman. He scrambled to his feet. He looked like he planned on charging on me again, but Teresa was immediately at his side, pulling him away. So be it. I spoke, walking away from him and towards the person who was always supposed to be my real challenger. My hand around the spear tightened. I wondered if Megie had managed to get out. I willed myself to stay focused and determined. With or without her, this was the plan, and now he had presented himself willingly. I couldn't let the opportunity go. Your mother was valiant. Ornyx spoke as he marched towards me with determination. There was no foreplay like with Roman. He wasn't about to start playing any games and stall. I mirrored his attitude. All the rage that this man had caused suddenly came spilling into me. He dared to talk about her. She impressed me by not going down easy. He continued, now only feet away from me. Let's see if you shall honor her memory, boy. He made a wide arch with the spear, only narrowly missing my abdomen. Blood pounded in my ears, but I didn't have the chance to breathe because at that moment, the spear came sweeping in again. Ornyx's movements were savage, seeking blood and damage unapologetically. I planted my feet to the ground and started charging again, refusing to be sent into defense again. We sparred so aggressively. I'm surprised the spears didn't break, generations of anger and spite spilling into our actions. Ornyx slashed at my left arm and I let out a yell as he left a gash right on my forearm. I immediately lost strength and fell, landing on my left knee. Between my arm and my leg, I could feel the poison entering my bloodstream, making me slower and weaker. Things weren't looking good for me, but I knew quitting wasn't an option. With my left arm feeling paralyzed, I quickly got to my feet and jumped back just as Ornyx's spear hit the ground where I had just been. I used my right hand to reposition my weapon, testing how it felt. Fighting with one hand gave me a major disadvantage, but if I could strike Ornyx even just once, it would be worth it. Ornyx grinned as he advanced slowly on me, as if he were mocking me. The poison would kill me, and I think he knew that. You refused to die on your knees, boy Alpha. I can respect that. He shrugged. Maybe we could have made a Van Cliff out of you after all. I started feeling weaker and weaker. My courage was dwindling by the second as the poison took on its effects. Yield! Ornyx hissed. My vision slowly started to become blurry. I sucked in a deep breath. Just a few more seconds, Tristan. Go to hell. I spat. Ornyx stepped towards me looking humored. So be it. He spoke with a chuckle. He lifted his spear. After you, I'm going to wipe out the whole Melrose clan, starting with your brothers. At that moment, I found a burst of energy I had been holding back. I swiped at the one open spot Ornyx had left for me in his attack stance. The spear grazed along his abdomen, immediately creating a cut. He was caught off guard and dropped his spear. His hand flew to his stomach as he stared at me in disbelief. A simultaneous gasp escapes the crowd and a dozen soldiers rushed forward. I felt all my strength leave me as I fell down to the floor. I coughed out and saw blood escape with my saliva. Dark spots started appearing in my vision field. I saw Ornyx raise a hand, stopping his soldiers from advancing. He raised his hand and stared at the blood as if in disbelief. The cut obviously hadn't been deep enough to cause too much damage, which was more than I could say for myself. I knew that I was fading. I knew that my time was coming. Ornyx advanced on me, recovering his spear. I waited, holding my breath but staring him right in the eye. And then I heard it. Screams. Suddenly Ornyx was kicked back and I saw Megie standing over me. Ornyx stumbled back but quickly recovered. He scowled at her. You little pest. Megie. No. Roman yelled. Megie grabbed my spear and aimed at Ornyx. I should have killed you a long time ago. Ornyx told her. Likewise. She spoke. I heard some more yells and suddenly there was ruffling all around. I couldn't focus as the world seemed to become more and more out of focus, But I forced myself into a sitting position, immediately feeling dizzy. Megie was fighting Ornyx. All around people had started shuffling, or at least I think they were. I couldn't tell with my mind feeling so fuzzy. 𝐿𝐻 has infiltrated the space. I heard someone yell. I thought I had heard wrong, but then I saw Megie get shoved to the ground. She landed right next to me, hitting her head hard on the ground, but she was still moving. I looked up and saw Ornyx looking down at both of us with nothing but hatred. "Pes," he hissed. His spear came down in a flash, and the only thing I remember was seeing my left leg ooze out blood and then darkness. 𝐿𝐻 get all the women and children into refuge. I heard Teresa yell. There was commotion all around as people ran in different directions trying to get away from something. "Alpha, what should we do?" I struggled to stay conscious. My head felt heavy and my mind was drifting in and out. Ornyx still stood above me. He paid no mind to the wound against his stomach. He was eerily still in the midst of the chaos. His eyes drifted to me, then they looked back to the person who had asked the question. He stuck the spear hard in the ground. "We fight." He spoke easily. "Meet the Silvercrests with as much force as they're bringing to us." His eyes glazed over me. My eyes felt heavier. The pain that shot through where he had stabbed me on my foot had started to fade, which made me even more worried. But everything else in my body was starting to fade too. I struggled to regain consciousness. I tried to turn to see if Megie was still beside me, but at that moment a shadow loomed over me as Ornyx got closer. My eyesight was getting so bad. He appeared as a blurry blob and nothing else. "I'll take care of you later." That's the last thing I heard before something hard hit my head. I gasped as my eyes shot open. Luna. Joan rushed to where I was sitting on a log, kneeling down beside me. Nia and Raphael looked up, as well as Andrew and Kurt. "Well?" Raphael asked. We were in the woods not too far from where the Shadow Pack was supposed to be camped. We had already received word that Silvercrest had managed to launch a surprise attack. We didn't know how it was going yet, but the good news is that Tristan's intel had helped significantly. Now we were just hoping the chaos had been enough to give Tristan some kind of opening to escape. Hence me trying to create a mind link with me just now. "Nothing," I muttered. I could see the looks of disappointments right now. If Tristan was being kept here like he said and I couldn't establish a mind link, then that only pointed to the worst. But I refused to accept that. I would know if he was gone. Or at least I think I would feel it. I stood to my feet. "Maybe if we're closer to the camp." Nia and Raphael shared a look. Raphael then nodded. "Okay. We get close enough, but the point is to be covert. So for now we work in our human forms, which we're all skilled in." He trailed off when he looked at me. He let out a breath before walking towards me. "Maybe you should stay behind, Luna." My eyes widened. What? No. They weren't going to backtrack me now. This was my idea. It was my operation. Nia also stepped forward. "I think what Raphael is trying to say is that it could get really dangerous for you in there. I know what I signed up for." I spoke. Raphael let out an exhausted sigh. "We don't need you getting in the way in case of anything. You don't want to have to protect me." I spoke bluntly, looking him straight in the eye. I knew I wasn't the most experienced going in. That I was well aware of. I took a step towards him. "And this is me saying that you don't have to. I meant what I said about knowing what I signed up for." I looked around at everyone. "And the rest of you do too. The goal was always to save Tristan, not to keep me safe. So let's all do what we came here to do, shall we?" Nia and Raphael shared a look, and I could tell neither of them agreed either. I knew the only true reason they wanted me tucked away while they worked was because they didn't want me. The Luna's blood on their hands. Was I even technically still Luna if Josh and Mikey were the alphas now? I didn't know. But I knew Raphael had never liked me, and I doubted his opinions of me had changed significantly overnight for him to want to prioritize my safety. It was just something he felt was his duty. As Nana Francesca said, if Tristan was their king and they were loyal to him, they had no choice but to treat me as their rightful queen. "Okay, fine." Raphael spoke begrudgingly. He reached into his pocket and took out a walkie-talkie and handed it to me. "For communication," he explained. He turned to the rest. "As I said, we operate in human form for now. Our wolf forms will strengthen our sense, and as much as the surprise attack is already in motion, ours is a covert operation. An extraction. We do what we came to do and we get out. Remember, our duty is to our alpha. Everyone nodded along. Okay. Raphael nodded before turning to walk to the banker. He took out a case that looked really heavy and set it down. When he kicked it open, I edged closer like everyone was doing. I gulped when I saw the guns. Pardon me for being so naive, but I didn't even think werewolves needed to own guns. Sure, they had an army and law enforcement, but as I said, crime in Woodfell was almost non-existent. Raphael reached in and grabbed one. He straightened and handed it to Joan first. He held onto it, looking her right in the eye. I know we have a bad history with guns and humans, but this isn't a fair fight. He looked around at everyone, including me. We'll all do well to remember that. He distributed the guns to everyone but me. I didn't know whether to protest or not. Truth was, I didn't think I even wanted one. But Raphael was right. We were going into Ornyx's territory, and the horror stories I had heard about him should have been enough to get me running to pick up a weapon. I patted my pocket, feeling for the vial that he had given me. Then again, I already had a weapon. You stay behind us, Luna. Nia told me. Any sign of trouble, you make yourself scarce. Ornyx still wants you. Letting him have you would be another loss. I nodded. Stay back and let the experienced soldiers work everything out. Right. Except if I had the chance to grab Tristan, I was definitely going for it. Also, we think you should be the one to shift. Raphael added. You're the only Van Cleef here. You'll be the most inconspicuous. And you'd be able to get away faster. Find a Silvercrest army commander, and get put in their protection. I nodded. Anything I could do to help. The others turned away to allow me to shift. Except Nia. She walked up to me and placed a hand on my shoulder before leaning in to whisper in my ear. Don't give up hope. Your wolf senses will be sharper, so if Tristan is close by, you will be the one to find him. I swallowed hard and nodded. She then turned to give me some space. I slowly stripped off my attire, and before I knew it, I was in my wolf form, ready and geared. Joan carried my clothes in a backpack and we started our trek. I wasn't expecting the trek to go on for so long until we found activity. But the woods seemed to go on forever. When Raphael said we would be stopping a safe distance away, I didn't expect it to be this far. I thought the idea was to be able to make a safe getaway with Tristan. But at this rate, we would have to trek at the very least an hour when we found him. And we needed to make the assumption that he wasn't in any state to turn. As resourceful as Tristan could be, even he couldn't have managed to keep fit as a prisoner of Ornyx's for this long. At first I felt like I was leading everyone blindly, but I figured that if I just kept moving I would pick up something. And after about 30 minutes I did. I could hear the battle in the distance, wolves snarling and growling. But for some reason I couldn't quite pick up Tristan. Raphael told me to stay away from the battlefield even though my instincts wanted to go right there. But then I did pick something up. An all too familiar scent. I immediately perked up and started rushing in the direction. The others wasted no time in following me. We were heading opposite the battlefield, which still obeyed Raphael's instructions. I only became more sure of what I was following as I started to edge closer and closer. I wanted to warn the others, but there was no way of communicating. So instead I stopped briefly and tapped my snout at Raphael's weapon. He nodded in understanding and whipped it out, standing on guard. He signaled for everyone else to be on standby. I edged closer, moving way slower in case of any surprises. Everyone creeped up behind me. It's only when I stepped on a branch and almost gave myself a heart attack that I realized I wasn't being as stealthy as I should have. I turned to the others, trying to tell them it was a false alarm, when I heard a Luna, watch out. Raphael jumped forward and I turned around in time to see him swipe away a knife directed at me. He knocked down the person in black and quickly pressed a gun to their head. I wouldn't if I were you. He spoke in a growl. Nia was immediately by my side. Luna, are you okay? I whimpered. But not because I was in any pain or because I was hurt in any way. It's because I immediately recognized the person on the ground. I turned and rushed to Joan and started tugging on her backpack with my teeth. Joan looked at Raphael in confusion. He furrowed his brows. I think she wants to change. He spoke. I whimpered louder, hoping that would suffice for a yes. Joan nodded. She walked over to the back behind a bush and set my clothes down for me. I shifted back and quickly got dressed. The minute I re-emerged, I rushed back to the scene, finding Raphael still pointing the gun. Don't get too close, Nia warned. I ignored her and pushed past. Crystal, Raphael warned. Relax. I spoke, leaning down to remove the person's mask, exposing a face very similar to mine. I sucked in a breath. It's my mother. A few minutes later, they had my mother's arms tied behind her back. Try to shift and we shoot on sight, Raphael told her. He nodded at Andrew and Joan to remain with her on guard. Raphael walked back to where Nia and I stood. What's the game plan? Nia asked in a low voice as he approached us. He looked at me warily. Protocol is we take her as a hostage. Make her show us where Ornyx and Tristan are. We use her as leverage to get him back. I swallowed hard. I knew they were both watching me, waiting for a response. I looked in her direction. She was scarily silent, looking straight at nothing with no expression on her face. Crystal. Nia spoke my name softly. She tried to kill me. I spoke suddenly, looking at them both. I don't trust her one bit. We do what we have to do to get Tristan back. Has your mother ever tried to rip your throat open? I don't think so. Raphael nodded quietly. We've covered enough ground. Let's take a short break and try to get some information from the hostage before we keep going, he announced for everyone to hear. He looked at me. You don't have to watch. I stared at her. She didn't even bother looking at me. I don't want to. I muttered. I'm gonna take a walk. I mumbled. Nia watched me unsurely. I have my talkie. I spoke, patting my hip. And I won't go far, I assured her. She sighed but nodded. The minute I was out of view from everyone, I allowed myself to sink down on an overgrown tree root. I placed my face in my hands and let silent and hot tears flow down. I don't know if you've ever had your own mother look at you like you're a stranger and straight up try to kill you, but let me tell you something. It leaves you in quite a bit of shock. I tucked my knees to my chest and quickly wiped away the tears. I couldn't let the rest of the team see me this way. I couldn't be seen as sympathizing with her, or worse, as weak. I shut my eyes tightly, urging myself to get at least 10 minutes to be emotional before I would have to get up and go and face her. But that's when I heard the scream. It was loud and piercing and tore through my whole body. I was immediately on my feet. I had never heard my mother scream. At least not like that, but I immediately knew it was her. I immediately spun around, ready to run back in the direction I had come from, but something was stopping me, keeping me glued to the spot. They were torturing her. That's what you did in war. She was the enemy and they needed to get her to talk. The question was I strong enough to see that? The answer came before I even knew that I was backing away, going back to cower in the safe confines of the tree root. I wrapped myself into a hall and pressed my hands to my ears, feeling ever like the coward I was. But what was I supposed to do? In spite of everything, she was still my mother. The woman who raised me and fought for me and my father constantly. She wasn't the best at being the conventional mom, but she had always been ours. That's the woman I knew. And now all that had been marred by all the secrets, the betrayal, the knife. She was a walking, talking version of Teresa Benson, but at the same time I didn't know who that even was anymore. I don't know how long it had been, but I felt a hand on my shoulder, and immediately looked up. Nia's face came into view. She nodded firmly. We have to keep going. I let out a huff and stood up. It must have been getting closer to late afternoon. The sun would be setting soon. Raph wants to cover some ground before sundown, Nia explained as she already started walking. I didn't move. I started to speak, but my voice came out as a croak. Nia turned around in confusion. Is she? I faltered even though I formed the words. Nia frowned. I know she could never sympathize with a Shadow Pact member. It's just how the Silvercrest wolves were wired. But I could tell that to some extent she did empathize with me. She's alive. She spoke. She's leading us to her camp. I furrowed my brows. You trust her? I asked. How would we know that she wasn't leading us into a trap? Straight to Ornyx. Nia sighed. I could tell she was reluctant to say something. What is it? I pressed. It's because of you, she finally confessed. She said that we could trust her because she would never do anything to hurt you. I froze. A dozen emotions ran through me at once. For a moment I felt hope. Then anger. Then just nothing. You believe her? I asked. She almost just ripped my throat open. She said she didn't know it was you, Nia explained. I scoffed. Then I realized something. All those times I wished my mother could have been around to teach me all this werewolf stuff. She was always so strong and confident and put together. I would have fantasies of how much easier life would have been like for me in 𝐿𝐺𝐼𝐻 if she had been there. But she wasn't. Which brought me to the realization. She's never seen me in my wolf form. I spoke in a small voice. Nia nodded. I looked away from her, not wanting her to see me get emotional. Why did that hurt so much? She had given me a necklace to make my life as a werewolf that much harder, yet the idea of her never getting to see me in that form. I don't know, it hurt. I saw how proud Aunt Sarah was at Hazel's changing. It felt selfish that she had probably seen Roman and maybe even that Megie girl go through all that, but never me. She was my mum but chose to be theirs. I let out a breath. I don't think we can trust her. I spoke with finality, looking up at Nia. We don't exactly have many options, Luna. She spoke and I knew she was right. We couldn't keep wandering around for days hoping not to run into the actual battle. We needed direction. And so far I was being a horrible human compass. Fine. I spoke. But we're not going anywhere until I talk to her. When I was younger and I was scared of anything, absolutely anything, I would go to my mom. Not my dad. Not because I had a favorite parent or anything, but because I knew who the fighter was. My mother had always been the fierce one. She was the one who got things done. She was my hero. She would take me in her arms and I knew all the time that whatever was trying to get me didn't stand a chance. I remembered my mother with her hair unapologetically wild. Her form always strong and lean, and I knew I wouldn't see much of a difference now. Her lip was busted and a bruise sat underneath her chin. She was tied to a tree with her hands behind her back and her head held low, most of her fro covering her face. I frowned and almost did a U-turn when she looked up at me. Someone must have hit her in the eye because it was bloodshot. Her eyes followed me, boring into my face. When I stopped a safe distance away, she adjusted her position so that she could sit straighter and stare directly at me. Maybe to actually check if her knife had left a mark or to intimidate me. Either way, I had never been so conflicted to see someone in my life. Mum. I let out. Her lips tore into a small smile. You've grown, my little wolf cub. Her voice was as smooth as ever. Teresa Swan could persuade anyone to do her bidding, to believe what she wanted to believe. Even me. My daughter is here now. I knew she was talking to everyone else, but her eyes were directed at me. She spoke the words with so much compassion and love. It took all I had not to burst into her arms and untie her that second. The rest of you may leave us be. Raphael, who was standing closest to her, his gun poised, scoffed. I looked at him, a plea in my eyes. I need to talk to her alone, Raph. He didn't look surprised by the request. But I knew he didn't approve. He marched up to me, stopping right in front of me to whisper in my ear. You're not trained to withstand manipulation. Especially not from the likes of her. He spoke. When I looked back at my mother, she wiggled her fingers through the ropes and smiled sweetly. I let out a sigh. Believe me. I know. I spoke. But she's lied to me my entire life. I think I know how to tell the difference now. And I promise you that whatever she told you she'll do is most definitely a lie. I looked at her again. She wouldn't give everything up now. There's more to it. Nia nodded. I believe her. Mother-daughter relationships can be messed up, but no one knows you better. Raphael let out a sigh of frustration. What do you two suggest we do? We're already behind schedule. He spoke. I stared at my mother sitting quietly and peacefully. If you walked in on this scene right now, you'd definitely think she was the victim. Let me have a word with her. I spoke again. No one's leaving you alone with her. Raphael spoke. Fine. I sighed. We weren't going to get anywhere if we didn't come to a compromise. But she won't speak freely. I warned. She's restrained. Nia tried to tell Raph. I could see the conflict in his face. On one hand, leaving me alone with her was as big of a risk as he could take. But not leaving me alone could mean sending himself and his team right into a trap. 20 minutes. I begged. 10. He replied sternly. He nodded at Joan, Kurt and Andrew, who were by my mother's side standing at attention. Raphael placed a handheld in my palm. He looked me right in the eye. Don't let her manipulate you. He spoke. I felt the coolness and the heaviness weigh me down. That plus the knots in my stomach were a really bad combination. But I tried to appear braver than I really was and nodded at me. We won't go far. The minute they disappeared, I felt like the woods were that much more populated. All the fighting must have scared most of the animals away, but I could still hear the occasional chirp or scurrying. My mom stared at me with an easy smile on her face, like this was the most normal day in the world. I stepped closer but immediately stopped myself. I didn't know what tricks she had up her sleeves, and I really didn't want to have to use the gun. In the end, I just sat on a rock facing her. "Hi, sweetie." She smiled. "Hey, Mum," I muttered. She shifted, wincing slightly. "These bonds are awfully tight, do you mind?" she asked innocently. I frowned and rolled my eyes. "Mom, let's not do this. Just tell me where Ornyx is." Her eyes widened slightly. "Ornyx? And here I thought you'd want to know where Tristan was." I could tell the mind games had begun. "I know he must have him." I spoke. "I know if we find him, we find Tristan." There was a smug look on my mum's face. She smiled at me. "He's gonna be so happy to finally meet you, you know? You have Xavier's eyes." Those words alone made my blood boil. I was supposed to be keeping everything together, but I couldn't help it. All the betrayal came rushing out. I fought the tears that threatened to spill out. "So you just never loved Dad? It was always this Xavier guy. You just used him." My mum frowned. Her features softened. "Your father was one of the kindest men I ever met. He gives humans a good name. But Crystal, he was never your father. Xavier, he was just as good. If you got to know him." She looked like she was fighting her own emotions. "He let me run away when I got pregnant. Me and Victor. He helped us get away so that you wouldn't have to grow up surrounded by so much violence. He kept me and you hidden from Ornyx. But then when he stopped calling, I knew he was dead. And I knew that it was only a matter of time until Ornyx found out he had another heir. That's why I had to leave you with Victor. I knew you would be safe from him in Silvercrest territory." I furrowed my brows. "Why would you protect me from the person you swore your allegiance to?" She sighed. "I'm always going to be Shadowpack. Not being loyal to my people would be going against my very nature. Ornyx can't rule forever. Things were going to change when Xavier took over. He's not Ornyx. He was always kind and reasonable. And he never wanted you anywhere near your grandfather." I looked at my mother and shook my head. "You say you're not loyal to him, but here you are. What did you want me to do?" she asked in outrage. "Run. Sweetie, your father gave me that opportunity and I gave it to you and your uncle, but once you're Shadowpack, you can never truly escape. Besides, I needed to come back. Not everyone here has the luxury of running. Someone had to protect them. People like Roman and Megie." Her face softened. "Yes, werewolves like Roman and Megie. So you expect me to believe that you stayed for them? That you chose not to be my mother for them?" "No," she argued. "I expect you to believe that I chose my duty. That you can't just pretend issues don't exist because you get the chance to run away. I mean, look at your coat, it's beautiful. It's Shadowpack. It will always be Shadowpack. Ornyx might define us now, but he won't forever. That's why I came back. Because there's still a pack to fight for." "Mom, Ornyx is horrible. Do you hear what he plans on doing?" I asked in outrage. Her lips formed a straight like. "To bring us out of the shadows that we were forced into. Sometimes the biggest visions need the most radical minds. If it wasn't for Ornyx, our people would still be in hiding. We need someone to make the tough decisions. For now, we need Ornyx." I stared at her in disbelief and took a step back. "Do you hear yourself, Mom? You do know that if Ornyx takes over, people like Dad lose their freedom. I realize if he doesn't, our kind stands to go extinct. Werewolves weren't meant to live in secret. The Union, they allow that." "Oh, so we're just have to ignore the slavery part?" I asked sarcastically. "No." She spoke calmly. "Because that's where you come in. You, my dear, you're smart and compassionate like Xavier. He too knew his father had a role to play in all this and you're his legacy. You will be the leader this world needs once Ornyx is done." I let out a scoff of a laugh. "You are crazy." "No. I'm a visionary, Crystal. Our people deserve a future, and the only other way this ends is with us either dead or in cages. Like any parent, I'm putting both your father's and my legacy on you. And what makes you think I would want it?" I asked angrily. Here she was going on and on, basically explaining that she hoped I would be an extension of my father. That she had a plan that involved me. The daughter she abandoned. I didn't care if at the end of the day she thought the ends justified the means. So many people had already gotten hurt. My father, my real father. He was home believing the worst of us. If she thought I was the same little girl she would ask to follow her blindly and listen to everything she said, She had another thing coming for her. She looked me straight in the eye. A few miles away, there's a bunch of women and children who I'm supposed to guide to safety. When I don't go back, they'll assume the worst. They'll be lost and scared, and I know the girl I raised wouldn't let that happen. I faltered. What was she playing at? You could set me free and come with me to them. We'll go on to safety. And when Ornyx wins the wall, you'll get to meet him. He'll be so happy to have you. He'll listen to whatever you say. You will be his most prized possession. I stared at her with my jaw clenched. Be Ornyx's most prized possession. Why would I want that? And Tristan? What would happen to him? Because he's the man that I love. And I want to live the rest of my life with him. She gave me a sympathetic look. Oh, sweetie. No sooner had she spoken did I hear a loud yell. My head snapped to her. What was that? I started hearing gunshots. Oh. She spoke casually. Remember that group of women and children I was supposed to guide? Well, there's a group of very dangerous soldiers that were waiting for us. My eyes widened. Luna. I saw someone running in my direction. It was Raphael with a gash down his face. I gasped. What? Another loud scream filled the air and more gunshots. Raphael was breathing heavily. Ambush. He let out. He turned and gave my mother a harsh look. He gripped my arms. You have to get out of here. My eyes widened. What? No, I'm not leaving the team. He shook his head, seeming at a loss for words. He swallowed hard. Remember your mission, Luna. Go. He can't have you too. At this point, Raphael was pushing me along. I saw my mom struggling with her restraints. Go. Raphael screamed at me. I let my feet carry me as I started running. Crystal. My mother screamed, but I didn't slow down. When I looked back, the last thing I saw was her escaping her restraints and shifting into a large white wolf. Raphael had shifted as well. I ducked when I heard another gunshot, even though it sounded a bit distant. I hid behind a tree, breathing rapidly. This wasn't right. I didn't care what Raphael said. I shouldn't have been running. I should have been fighting alongside them. That gash on his face hadn't looked pretty. But those had also been guns. Real guns. And this was a real battlefield. And I didn't want to die. I didn't want anyone to die. I stepped out of my hiding place. Ah! I screamed when I felt myself being pulled backwards. A hand placed firmly against my mouth. I fought against the person's hold. I got my arm loose enough to throw it back and elbow the person hard. They let go and I quickly escaped. I turned around. Roman. He placed his hand to his side. Ow! He screamed at me. I slowly stood up straight. So many emotions played through my mind at seeing him again after last time. But I wasn't going to make the same mistake twice. Yeah, shocked, huh? I'm much stronger since I took off the necklace. I see that. I noticed the gash on his cheek. Way smaller than what I had seen on Raphael, but he looked ill. The color has drained from his face and he seemed slower. In case you didn't notice, we're in the middle of battle. You could get hurt. He yelled at me as he tried to step forward. I took a quick step back and glared at him. Don't come close to me, Roman. Where's Tristan? At first Roman looked visibly hurt, but then his face darkened. Probably dead last I checked. I felt everything in me shatter. I marched up to Roman, balling my fists furiously. Tell me the truth. I screamed. Roman didn't flinch. He didn't see me as threatening. That was his first mistake. I don't know where he is. He spat. But the last I checked, he was hurt badly enough to not survive that. I gripped his shirt. What did you do to him, Ro? He pulled my hands off him. He got what he deserved. He spoke darkly. Before I could control myself, my hand went across Roman's face hard. Tell me where he is, Roman. Or I swear. He gripped my hands tightly. We're both dead if we stick around here. I heard a yell. Roman pulled me further into the woods, hiding us both behind a tree. I heard footsteps of someone running. I held my breath until I couldn't hear them anymore. My back was pressed against Roman's chest. I pulled away and looked at him, realization hitting me. I furrowed my brows at him. Wait, why are you running? He clenched his jaw. Ro. I spoke. Listen, it's a massacre over there. Going over there is suicide. We need to find your mom and get out of here. My jaw went slack. What did you do? Why are you on the run? I asked. Roman frowned. I know you hate me, but I can't leave you here. Come with me, you'll be safe. I'll keep us safe. We heard footsteps again, but this time we didn't have time to hide. Roman pulled me behind him. A barefoot man with a full beard and a large build appeared. Two guys came up behind him. The biggest one's eyes narrowed on Roman. "Where do you think you're going, General?" he asked. Roman stood in front of me, and it's like the man and his friends only then noticed who I was. "You found her," he spoke. Before I could do anything, Roman gripped my arm tight, restraining me. He nodded firmly. "Yes, I did." I looked at him in disbelief as I struggled in his hold. The man grinned. "Ornyx will be glad to see you, young lady." I looked at Roman. I wanted to beg him not to do this, but it was clear from the look on his face that he had made up his mind. "I can't believe you would do this to me," I whispered. Roman was gripping my arm as he pushed me forward. The men weren't too far behind us. I scoured the woods as we walked, looking for any sign of Raphael or the others, but they were nowhere to be seen. Neither was my mum. "It's either this or we'd both be dead right now," he hissed back. "Why would Ornyx want to kill you?" I asked. "What did you do?" "𝐶H, no more questions, Crystal." I turned to look at him, but he stared straight ahead. It's then that I realized what he was looking at. I gasped at the sight of the dead wolves on the ground. The blood splattered all over. Without meaning to, I scurried closer to Roman. I felt sick to my stomach at the sight. The sun was down and the moon was now completely in view. Torches lit up the area as we passed. People who were moving around, some wounded, some not, stopped when they saw me. We stopped by the opening of a large cave. And for the first time I laid my eyes on Ornyx Van Cleef in person. He was menacing. His build tall and big. His facial hair was salt and pepper. His very presence reeked of intimidation and power. I don't know if I should have been surprised to see my mother by his side. My stomach immediately sank. "Oh no, Raph."
Valencia.
He held his hand out. The man who had found us bowed. "We found her in the woods, Alpha." "Well, the boy found her." Ornyx turned to Roman, who bowed as well. Ornyx's face grew serious when his eyes landed on Roman. "Maybe you're not a complete disgrace, boy," he spoke. He gave him a brief nod. "Go to the medics. The poison will be reaching your heart soon." "Thank you, Alpha." Roman spoke with another bow. My mother gave him a kind smile. He paused when he turned to look at me. "She'll be safe, David." My mother spoke. "She's with her family now." I glared at her. "You're not my family." "Where's Tristan?" I screamed. I felt everyone around tense up. Ornyx stood up straighter. With his hands behind his back, he started walking towards me. Roman rushed to my side. "Alpha, move." He spoke firmly. Only as an alpha could. Roman frowned and bowed away. Ornyx stopped in front of me. My heart was thudding in my chest. I remembered the vial and wondered if I would even get the chance to whip it out. To my surprise, he didn't say anything. He simply stood aside and gestured to the cave. "Take her to see him," he ordered. To say I was shocked was an understatement. And judging by the looks on everyone else's faces, I could tell they thought the same thing. The big man who had found us cleared his throat. "Come on." He started walking towards the cave. I eyed Ornyx skeptically, but he simply nodded. I rushed past him even though this felt like a trick. All I wanted was Tristan. The man led the way with a lamp into the cave. He stopped by a large rock guarded by two of them. He nodded at them to get it out of the way. When it moved, I noticed a form on the ground and I immediately rushed forward. It almost seemed immobile until it let out a groan and turned on its side. I gasped. "Tristan." He lay bloody and weak and small. And most importantly, he had no foot. My hand flew to my mouth. I rushed to his side, tears forming in my eyes. His eyes seemed dead as they stared at me, like they were looking right through me, and I wondered if he could see me. "Hey," I choked out, raising my hands to try and touch him. He immediately flinched. "Tristan." "It's me." I spoke softly, letting my hand lightly tuck away his dirty hair, which was matted with blood. His eyes seemed to focus. "Crystal." He croaked out in disbelief. "Yes," I cried. "Yes, I'm here for you. I'm here with you." Tristan flinched. His eyes widened as he slowly lifted his hand. He placed it on my cheek and I leaned into his hold. He shook his head. "How are you here?" I was overcome with emotion. It was really him. He was here in my arms. I had him. Anger took over me. What had they done to him? I opened my mouth to say something, but then I heard footsteps. I turned and saw Ornyx appear. He nodded at the guards. They started advancing on us. At first I thought they wanted to take Tristan away. I got up, standing over him protectively. He didn't move. He didn't seem like he could. But as I got ready to fight, I was surprised when they gripped my arms instead and lifted me away from Tristan. I screamed, "No, Crystal." I looked back and saw him using his minimal energy to push himself into a sitting position. "Tristan," I screamed. The men were carrying my past Ornyx when I heard him say, "Make him wish it was his last day on Earth." I'm Valencia, caught in the crossfire between two clans. Roman used to be my rock, but now trapped behind enemy lines. I'm up against my mother's schemes and Roman's betrayal. Can I trust him, or do I have to fight alone? 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐷. For hours all I heard was shuffling, movement, yelling, talking. I paced back and forth in the tent I was in. I could see the reflection of the guards positioned all around, just waiting for the moment I tried to make a run for it. I wanted to panic, but I couldn't. I felt jump-started. Tristan was in trouble. They had hurt Tristan and he was in pain. I needed to stop that pain. All my fear about what could have happened to Raphael, Nia and the others needed to go away. I didn't want to act like they didn't matter. They had risked everything by coming here with me. But right now I needed to go into survival mode. Even though when I thought about Ornyx's order, I just wanted to crawl into myself and weep when I thought about all the pain Tristan must have been going through. They already took his foot. I hated to wonder what else they might have done to him. I needed to get him out. The tent door was suddenly pushed open. I backed away quickly, thinking Ornyx was back, but it was only Roman. Not that seeing him was any better. I glared at him. "You jerk," I screamed. He put a finger to his lips as he zipped down the tent door. I didn't care about whatever he wanted to say. I marched up to him and shoved him. "Why'd you bring me back here? Why'd you lie?" I demanded. Roman placed his hands on my shoulders, holding me steady and in place, but I wasn't the same easily controlled Crystal. I pulled out of his hold roughly and gave him a death glare, hoping he knew that I wasn't playing. He raised his hands in defense, looking exhausted already. "Will you stop it, babe? I'm not here to fight you. Don't call me that," I spat. He stood up straighter. He leaned back slightly, studying me from head to toe like he had missed something. "Okay, Valencia." I let out a growl and charged at him, shoving him harder this time. He stumbled backwards and almost tripped. "Get me out of here, Roman. He's the one who got me caught. He's the one who was reveling in the glory of having captured me." Roman clenched his jaw. I could tell he was upset, and as usual trying not to show it. "So that you can go where?" he asked, his tone cold. "To save Tristan. He's as good as dead, Crystal." I charged at him again, but this time he was ready. He grabbed my arm and used my weight against me, spinning me around and pinning my arm behind my back. I was stuck as he grabbed the other, holding them in place. He leaned to whisper into my ear, "If you want to survive, you're gonna have to trust me." "Trust you?" I scoffed as I struggled to get out of his hold. I didn't want him touching me ever again. And it was hard to believe that not too long ago I had wanted nothing but to see him again. "All you've done is prove exactly why I shouldn't," I told him. Roman shifted an arm so that it was now holding my stomach gently as he pulled me closer to him. He wasn't restraining me so much as embracing me now. And I was disgusted. "Breathe, Crystal." He spoke gently. I wanted to hit him, scratch him, hurt him. I wanted him to feel the pain of betrayal that I had gotten from him. But for some reason I felt myself get weak. The anger and frustration was choking me, and I just wanted to fall to the ground and cry. I didn't like feeling this hopeless and powerless. "Screw you," I yelled at Roman. I heard him sigh. I used his moment of weakness to pull myself away from him. I turned around quickly, awaiting a fight. But Roman's arms were limp at his side. He truly just looked tired. He sat down on one of the chairs. I had noticed that most of the Shadowpack wolves slept in their wolf forms out in the wilderness. But a few tents like this were set up around. This one had one of those collapsible tables and a couple of chairs as well as a sleeping bag. I eyed him warily, wondering if this was a trick. Roman looked up at me. His lips tugged down in a slight frown. Do you want to fight me now, Crystal? His tone was weak. Am I officially your enemy? I folded my arms across my chest. I didn't dare go any closer to him. You made yourself one. I spoke. His frown deepened. Why? I followed all the rules. I kept you safe. You lied to me. I argued. You and my mum, you lied. Roman hung his head low. It was for your own good. He spoke in frustration. This time I couldn't decide whether he was talking to me or himself. He seemed at war with his thoughts. What's gonna happen to me? I asked. Roman turned to look at the outline of the tent where the silhouettes of the soldiers still stood. He got up and stepped closer to me. I immediately flinched and retreated. He frowned. I truly come in peace. He spoke holding his hands up. He then dug into the pockets of his cargo pants and brought out a berry granola bar. My eyes immediately widened at it and I knew he could tell exactly what he was doing. You always get cranky when you're hungry. He spoke, trying to give me a small smile that took me back to the Roman I actually knew. He reached out and handed me the bar. I took it, my stomach doing the thinking for me as I ripped it open and immediately indulged. I let out a moan, not realizing how much I had needed this. Roman chuckled. Whoa there, you're gonna give people the wrong idea. He spoke. I glared at him. Did he really think one lousy granola bar fixed all the damage that he had done? Roman's face dropped when he saw that I wasn't having it. He gestured for me to come closer. He pointed at his ear, then the guards. I immediately knew what he was saying. They could hear us. Roman sat down on the sleeping bag and patted the spot next to him. I reluctantly obeyed, taking a seat beside him. Before, just being around him made me relax. Now I was on edge, scared of what he might do. I don't think Ornyx is going to do anything to hurt you. At least not yet. Roman's tone was so low, barely a whisper. If I wasn't a werewolf, I wouldn't have been able to pick up a word he said. He looked around cautiously. You're his heir. And with Teresa vouching for you, you're safe for now. But if you don't fall in line, don't swear allegiance to him. Roman stopped himself as if he didn't even want to think about what would happen. I clenched my fist. I'm never swearing allegiance to that psycho. I kept my voice low, but deep down I didn't care if he or anyone else heard or not. Roman frowned like he was afraid I would say that. Do you even know what's at stake? My life. If Ornyx kills me, that says everything about who he is. And who do you think will care at the end of the day? Roman hissed at me. You're playing the rebel when the smart thing is to play the ally. The Silvercrest pack won't care about you the minute Tristan dies. They won't accept you. You need to do whatever it takes to remain alive. And right now that's switching sides. It doesn't matter what you believe is right or not. I knew my forehead probably looked permanently wrinkled with the look on my face. I hated how he said, when Tristan died. Like it was only a matter of time. Like it wouldn't completely break me. You're the spy here, you might not live by a code but I do. I told him. Roman looked at me offended. He shook his head as his features darkened. Are you kidding me? He shifted and I could tell that he was trying to keep himself from shaking. I did this all for you. Not Ornyx. You. Teresa gave me the order to watch out for you. And that became my whole life's mission. You became my purpose. Oh please don't act like you didn't steal private information from Tristan. I retaliated. I refused to be lied to or deceived anymore. Yes, but that was my side mission. Teresa ran the spy project. She raised us, she instructed us. It's taboo to say this, but we followed her orders over Ornyx's. She bred us like lab rats. All we knew was her voice, and her voice told me that you were to become my priority. I looked at Roman. A vein stuck out of his forehead with how angry he was. I couldn't help but feel pity for him. All his life all he had known was service. What my mother did to him and Megie and who knows who else. They had never had lives of their own. I always saw Roman as a safe haven in Woodfell. No matter what happened or how bad things could get, I always had him. I truly loved him. But now I wondered if he ever even cared about me or if he just thought he did because I was to be his mission. He obviously saw my mom in some kind of messed up parental way. It was becoming more and more apparent that he was a lab rat. A little pup who took orders from her and aimed to please her. That was his life. He had been bred, not raised. And that just seemed so tragic for a kid. I watched Roman filled with pity. What did you do? Why were you running? I asked, revisiting how he had found me. I knew he wasn't looking. Roman got a serious look on his face. I'm expendable here. That's all you need to know. My eyes widened. Yet you're loyal to these people. These people are my family, my kind. He spoke defensively. You just said they would toss you away in a second. Didn't you say Ornyx hated humans? Newsflash, 𝐊𝐢, you're half human. I seem to have hit a nerve with that one. I saw Roman's ears turn pink. What exactly is your goal? To turn me against Ornyx and Teresa? Crystal, I'm a soldier, I don't get an opinion. I don't get my feelings considered. My job is to take orders and I've accepted that. I shook my head. That's not a life. I spoke softly. Roman didn't respond immediately. He looked away and I just knew he must have known how true my words rang. I was going to earn his respect. Roman started to speak. I followed my instructions, I got what he needed. I just had to do one more thing and I messed up. He was going to respect me. Finally look at me like a full wolf. Like everyone else. I didn't know what Roman had done, but I knew that I was right in believing that I had found him fleeing. Why does it matter? I asked, my voice calmer. All the time I had spent thinking if I kept my head low in Woodfell, everything would be okay. I didn't agree with Ornyx, and to be honest, I wasn't all for how things were with the 𝐿𝐺𝐷 pack. But I knew there was little I could do to change either. The way I saw it, if you weren't wanted somewhere, it was best to go somewhere you were. Roman looked at me with a straight and sad face. Teresa's all I've ever really known as a mother. Megie and the others, we were raised together. The Shadow Pack is my family. Roman. Family actually loves you. I spoke, shaking my head. Unconditionally. He opened his mouth to say something, then he closed it. He looked at me. Will that ever be us again? He asked. What? He frowned. You haven't looked at me the same since. Since. I don't know exactly when it changed, but it's no longer you and me against the world. I'm no longer the person you'd choose if it came down to it. He sounded so sad, so broken, but he also sounded like he was speaking matter-of-factly. Like he didn't doubt his words in the least. I looked away from him. Everything I felt for Roman I tried to bring back up to the surface. But there was one thing holding me back. You say that, but... Ro, you let me down first. With the look on his face you'd think I had stabbed him. He looked at the ground. I was supposed to kill Tristan. I looked up suddenly. What? He clenched his jaw and looked me in the eyes. In a duel to the death. He won. He spoke quietly. That's why you found me trying to flee. Everything I had built. I saw it flash before my eyes. The respect, my name, all flushed down the toilet. Because of Tristan. And now has taken you too. There's a darkness that crossed Roman's features when he said the last part. I shifted uncomfortably. I wanted to love him still. And maybe I did. But this wasn't the same person. There was a dimness in him. Anger that had built up way before us. And I couldn't save him. Maybe if we had just run away when we had the chance. I whispered. Roman gave me a weak smile that didn't reach his eyes. Yeah, maybe. He spoke, but there was no emotion behind his voice. It's like he had turned it all off. Roman turned sharply when the tent began to open. There was a man I didn't recognize. He looked surprised to see Roman. General. He nodded. Roman nodded back. Valencia's mother wants to see her. He spoke. Roman nodded. I'll escort her. He spoke. The man nodded before turning around to leave. I don't want to see her. I see that. Roman looked indifferent to her anger. Well, you need to eat. He spoke. He reached into a drawer I hadn't noticed before and brought out a black jacket. It's cold out. Come on, Teresa usually has supper outside. Roman held out the jacket to me. I don't want to see her. I repeated. Roman sighed. He lowered the jacket slightly. Listen. He spoke seriously. Ornyx isn't a man you play games with. Being stubborn isn't admirable. You can't keep playing the 𝐿𝐺𝐷 side forever. You thought 𝐿𝐺𝐷 showed hostility to outsiders. These wolves. They hate the 𝐿𝐺𝐷 pack. Tolerance runs way lower here. He took a step closer to me. So take my advice and play the ally. Could be worse. You have your mum back. Isn't that what you wanted? He held up the jacket again without another word, making it clear that he didn't want any more questions. I reluctantly turned and let him help me into it. He zipped it up, looking into my eyes. I knew like me he was wishing for a different time. A time when we still loved each other for this to be enough. Roman took me by the arm trying to be gentle, but despite what he said, it was clear I was still a prisoner. There were other tents like mine set up. I looked around and saw an array of mostly gray and black wolves. Most were in their wolf state. They would perk up and look at me when Roman and I walked past. He seemed unbothered by the curiosity, but I was uncomfortable. If the Silvercrest pack could hate me for being a Van Cleef mated to their alpha, I wonder how much of a traitor I seemed to them. Roman and I walked for what felt like 10 minutes before we got to the edge of the camp. It was close to a cliff. A fire was lit in the center of about half a dozen people and food was set up in between them on a blanket. I saw my mother, the fire lighting up her big hair. She drank something from a cup as she laughed with a girl beside her who looked to be in her early 20s maybe. They noticed Romans and my arrival, and their animated chat grew silent as they studied us curiously. My mother got up. "It's okay, my children." She spoke. "Everyone here is a friend." She spoke as she walked towards Roman and I. I saw the wariness in everyone's eyes when they looked at me, but they continued eating and talking, but it was clear that the mood had changed slightly. "My baby." My mum tried to hug me, but I leaned away. She didn't seem too surprised by my reaction. She just smiled as if this was normal and I would come around. She reached forward and placed a hand on Roman's cheek affectionately. "I knew you would find a way to redeem yourself, my child." Ornyx was impressed. I never stopped telling him how efficient and trustworthy you've always been. Roman didn't seem to have much of a reaction. I figured this was about Roman bringing me in. For someone who had raised Roman and had Ornyx's ear, it seemed strange to me that she would let Ornyx banish Roman like that. "Yeah," was all Roman said. "I'm gonna head to my tent. I'm sure Alpha Ornyx still has some things in store for me tomorrow." He spoke sounding a bit down. My mum frowned. "You should stay. Eat with me and your brothers and sisters. The war looms and I don't know when we'll have the chance to do this again." I didn't know if this was a regular thing. But this big happy family my mother was selling didn't seem to be appealing to Roman. "I'm tired, Teresa," was all he said. My mum placed a hand on his arm gently. "Things will get better for you," she reassured him. Roman didn't react. He simply turned to me. "I'll see you tomorrow," he muttered. He then turned to leave in the direction he had come. My eyes followed him. I don't think I had ever seen Roman so down and void of life. It was scary. No matter how bad things had gotten for him, I would fell. He always held on to the belief that he could leave someday. It really only now dawned on me what he was saying about losing something, not being sure about where he stood here. How his whole life's mission now seemed futile. Like he had lost his will to live. "He'll be fine." My mum spoke from behind me. "Out of all my kids, he's always been one of the strongest." I turned to her. "You mean your puppets?" I spat. She frowned slightly. "I didn't raise you to be disrespectful, Crystal. Remember that." She leaned forward and whispered. "And acknowledge your privilege." She stood back again. "Now let's eat and meet everyone." She looped her arm around me like all was swell and turned to her people. "Everybody, my daughter, heir of the Van Cleef title, Valencia." She introduced me with a huge smile. Everyone looked at me curiously. They all seemed fairly young. If I was to guess, they all ranged from maybe 16 to early 20s. I wondered if they were all like Roman. "Say hi." My mother nudged me. I stared at all of them, wondering if one of them would be the one to kill me. I said nothing. My mother chuckled. "She's shy. And she's still getting used to being home at last." She directed me to sit on the ground beside her. I studied all the food. I wanted to fast in defiance, but my stomach grumbled painfully, and I knew I couldn't hold out. I felt someone's eyes on me. I turned and saw a younger-looking guy staring at me. What was it like? Living among them? Did they brainwash you? He asked in wonder. Ted. The girl who had been sitting next to my mother before chided. My mum had filled up a plate and handed it to me with a fork. I noticed how everyone was staring at me like I was some kind of alien. I gingerly pushed my food around on the plate, deciding to remain quiet. Ted's question is valid. Another guy with curly dark hair shrugged. He was twirling something around in his hand, and I realized it was a knife. The Silvercrests spend their lives indoctrinating their young with the message that we're the enemies, spreading lies and propaganda instead of teaching them to be tough. Must we always talk about propaganda and agendas all day long? A pretty girl with short dark hair spoke with an eye roll and a groan. Can't we have one meal where we talk about lovely things? Hey, my hair looks good today. That's lovely, isn't it? Everything about you looks lovely today. The guy spoke as he leaned in to kiss the girl. She playfully pushed him away, her face tinting pink as she smiled. There's a time for everything, Reggie. She scolded. A time to laugh, a time to dance, and a time to totally gross everyone out. The Ted guy spoke with a roll of his eyes. The girl picked up a grape and tossed it at him, but he easily dodged. Children. We don't waste food. My mum spoke calmly as she took a bite of what looked like steak, but otherwise she seemed unfazed by this behavior, like it was an everyday thing. The girl and the Reggie guy started their own conversation, seeming removed from the group. I quietly ate, trying to ignore everyone. But the whole time I couldn't help but be bothered by how my mum laughed and interacted with everyone. She reached over to fix a red-headed girl's hair, and told the Ted guy not to talk with food in his mouth more than once. She was so motherly. This is where she had been when she had left me. Raising everyone here. We've got guard duty. The Reggie guy and who I'm guessing was his girlfriend were the first to get up. See you later, everyone. Teresa. They came over to plant kisses on her cheek. The Reggie guy paused and whispered to her. Is David officially back? I listened, suddenly paying attention. I'll have to discuss that with Ornyx later. My mother responded in a low voice. The Reggie guy frowned. We're gonna need him. You know, with the Megie situation, a time for everything, Reggie. My mother spoke, her voice still low but stern. I saw the Ted guy's face drop slightly. Reggie nodded. He said his goodnights before leaving. When the last person got up to go, it was just my mum and I. I turned to her. I'm tired too. She nodded quietly. I'll have a guard take you back to your tent, but sweetie. She frowned at me. You're home. Act like it. I furrowed my brows at her. My home is with my dad. My real dad. Or even Uncle Victor. Or Tristan. And you have him locked up being tortured. You want me to be happy, Mom? Let him go. I begged. She reached forward, running her hand down my braid gently before looking up at me. You'll learn to see things clearly one day. You'll learn to embrace your life and your role in all this. You'll be happy. Tristan makes me happy, and as long I didn't know what to say. I didn't see him lasting long with the state he was in and the conditions they were putting him through. If he dies, so are any chances of me ever being happy again, Mom. I got up just as a man showed up. My mother frowned. He's just a boy, baby. I wasn't around to teach you this, but you can't just live for some boy. Especially when you're this young. I shook my head at her. He'll never just be some boy. He's my mate. He'll always matter more than most. And if I lose him this way, Mom, I don't think I'll ever recover. I didn't wait for whatever else she had to say. I simply turned around and let the man lead me back to my tent. I was considering fighting to stay awake. Maybe to come up with an escape plan. But the minute my head hit my pillow, I succumbed to sleep. I dreamt of Mikey, but it wasn't a dream. Mikey, I called. He was sitting forward on a couch staring at what looked like battle plans. We were in a room with a white wall and papers and scrolls spread all over. He turned to look at me, caught off guard. He rose slowly, furrowing his brows at me. Crystal, what are you? He trailed off as realization seemed to hit him. The mind blink. I walked closer to him. The mind blink. He nodded. You must be in some kind of resting state and your mind subconsciously slipped into mine. I nodded. Yeah, I fell asleep. He nodded. It happens. You do not want to know the kind of dreams I would walk into before Josh and I learned to control our link. His eyes widened suddenly. Wait, where are you? Where's your team? You all went radio silent. Did something happen? Did you find T? I felt anxious telling Mikey everything. And most importantly, I felt like a failure. I looked at the ground. We found Tristan, he's alive. Thank goodness. But he's a prisoner here at the Shadowpack camp. Mikey's face dropped. What? I felt tears form in my eyes. They've hurt him and they're torturing him, Mikey. I don't know what to do. Mikey suddenly got a serious look on his face. You're at the Shadowpack camp. How? Where's Raphael? I sucked in a deep breath to compose myself as I explained everything that happened up to this point. Mikey listened quietly. I had never seen him so serious. Okay. He spoke. He seemed deep in thought. Okay, he said again. I have to get word to Josh. We assumed the worst when we didn't get an update from Raph, but you said you don't know where he is. I shook my head. I haven't heard anything since we got separated. They're keeping me secluded. I don't know what they plan on doing with me. Mikey nodded. Okay. He walked over to grab one of the scrolls and he stretched it out. Sorry about the mind space appearance. I've been going through battle strategies left and right. Okay, look, he spoke. We got the upper hand by attacking Ornyx first, but his guys recovered quickly. They weren't ready, but they were anticipating this fight. We're sending the second wave in tomorrow, but I was thinking we send in both the second and third. It's a risk to leave our home ground so unguarded, but I think we need to pull in the big guns if we even have a chance. The Union is still on the fence, but the packs willing to fight are gonna send in troops as backup soon. We can overwhelm Ornyx and infiltrate the camp in 2 days max. Mikey looked up at me. Think you can hang on till then? I thought about Roman telling me to play the ally. Think I can. I spoke. But Tristan's in really bad shape. You'll need to find a way to move faster, please, Mikey. He frowned. I knew he was trying to play the alpha, trying to keep his emotions at bay, but this was still his brother. He nodded. I'll try my best. Just find a way to keep him safe. Help is on the way. I nodded. Thanks, Mikey. I saw him frown and I saw a young boy who looked scared. I mean it, Crystal. He has to come back to us. We've already lost so much. I nodded. I'm gonna fight for him. Promise. A light flickered. Mikey looked up. I think you're waking up. He spoke. He looked at me desperately. Stay safe, Anne. My eyes shot open and I found myself in my sleeping bag. Roman was sitting in the tent looking down at me. Hey. He greeted softly. Ornyx wants to talk. 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐸. The cool water around me felt like a jumpstart I didn't know I needed. For a second I just wanted to be there. Pretend I was anywhere but where I was now. But that was kind of hard to do when my entire body was tense and I didn't know how much time I even had left. I heard someone's feet shuffling outside. I huffed and closed the water. You okay in there? Roman's voice greeted me. Do you really need to stand guard? I called back in a dry tone. Do you want a strange man to do it instead? He shot back casually. I rolled my eyes knowing he had a point. I grabbed the towel he had given me and wrapped it around myself, walking over to where I had set my clothes. We were in a little shed not too far from the camp. It had a toilet and a shower. I hadn't stopped to think how the Shadowpack wolves catered to their air bathroom needs, seeing as to how most seemed to prefer their wolf forms. But there were some buildings scattered around the region. Small sheds, nothing too fancy but solid enough for a small family to live, I guess. They seemed abandoned, but I guess the pack had been utilizing them for some time now. They were sort of nomads according to my mom. Never truly having a place to settle, always on the move. It seemed sad, really. I picked up my pants and felt something solid and smooth. I swallowed hard when I realized that it was the vial still stashed in the inner pocket. I looked at the wooden door as if someone could burst in and catch me. Even the smallest dose could make a difference. For Raphael and Nia and the rest. For Tristan. I just had no clue how I was going to get it into Ornyx. But I had to find a plan. Or at least stall enough for the cavalry Mikey said I should expect. Crystal. Roman pounded on the door, causing me to jump and almost drop the vial. We don't have all day. I'm coming. Geez. I yelled back. I started dressing up quickly, carefully slipping on my pants so as to not break the vial. When I walked out of the bathroom, I found Roman setting a bowl of cereal before me. He had also set a bowl of berries, an apple and 3 protein bars stacked together on the small table in what I guess was both a living room and a bedroom. Bon appetit, he announced. I looked out the window. The guards who had been standing there was no longer around. They just took a walk. They're still close by, Roman explained. I couldn't help but think about the soldiers who had been guarding me and my family when Roman had infiltrated the pack. Gone and dead. Just like that. I couldn't look at Roman and think of him as the same boy I knew because of that. So I eyed him with caution as I stepped towards the table. My stomach was actually grumbling and I regretted not cleaning up my plate last out of defiance. I spooned the cereal, wasting no time. Roman sat across from me and watched me eat. What? You're not hungry? I asked. He still seemed gloomy even today. His smile only a ghost on his face. I already ate. Thanks for the concern. He spoke. His tone was dry and I wondered if he was being sarcastic. I focused on the food, feeling like I couldn't get enough. And I guess it was easier to eat here under a roof and four walls with only Roman to see me. It felt pretentious and treacherous to eat in front of my mother and her kids. "I'll get you some water." Roman spoke after I had gobbled down my food and started picking at the berries. He hadn't spoken throughout the entire meal, and it truly concerned me. I stared at the protein bars and then at Roman's turned back. I quickly snatched one and stuffed it in my pocket. "Does Tristan get food?" I asked, going back to the berries. I don't know where the question had come from, or if I had even meant to say it out loud. I saw Roman freeze by the sink. He turned around with a cup full of water in his hand. Enough to keep him alive, I guess. He spoke stiffly as he set the cup in front of me and returned to his chair. I took a sip, my heart ripping apart as I thought of the torture he was still enduring right now. "I know you can't see him." Roman immediately spoke. Suddenly, I didn't want anything in my stomach. I sat back in the wooden chair. It freaked slightly. I looked at Roman and he simply stared back, clearly not moved by my insistence to sulk. He knew me better than I would like to admit, so I knew even trying to play mind games with him wouldn't work. I let out a breath, dropping the rough girl act. Maybe if I asked nicely, "Please, Ro, I just need no." He shut me down. He nodded at the bowl. "Wrap it up, I need to take you to see Ornyx." A nervous jolt ran through my body as I remembered what I was being cleaned for. Why does he want to see me? I tried to sound tough and not intimidated, but on the inside I really was worried about what this twisted man had in store. Roman shrugged. "Probably wants to say hey." He muttered, not meeting my eyes. "Ro." He set his hands on the table. "I don't know, Crystal. I'm not exactly in the loop." He spoke. I frowned and sank back. I bet my mum knew exactly what he wanted with me. Her and her crazy ideas that I could ever be part of all this. This place and these people. Much less like I could ever be their leader someday. My best guess is he's gonna ask you to pledge allegiance. Choose a side. Roman spoke. I looked up at him. I clenched my fists at my side. I remember how Uncle Victor spoke about the Shadow Pack. Everyone needed to bow down to Ornyx. They needed to become mindless zombies for him and follow him blindly. Of course I would be expected to do that. "I'm not bowing to him." I spoke. "He wasn't my alpha. My alpha was locked up somewhere in probably the greatest pain of his life, being broken and probably beaten. My allegiance was to him. And I needed to get him out." Roman looked exhausted as he looked at me. He sat forward. "Okay, what's it gonna take to talk you out of walking in there and begging for a death sentence?" he asked. "I'm not going to pretend to follow him." I spoke decisively. "Not even for a second." Roman shut his eyes for a few seconds, then opened them again. "Listen." He spoke, using his hands when talking, trying to get his point across. "We're in a game of life and death here. You're playing whether you like it or not. A new order is coming and soon what everyone will be trying to do is survive. Think about it this way, you're just getting a head start." I couldn't put a finger on it, but this Roman, he wasn't as held back as the one I knew. This one didn't have to pretend. This one could be who he really was. And it never occurred to me how calculating Roman must have had to be his entire time in Woodfell. I leaned forward, looking out for the guard. "You don't believe his crap either, do you?" It wasn't a question. Roman might have known me, but I knew him too. Roman's face morphed into an emotionless one. He looked me right in the eye as he spoke. "I serve Ornyx. I'll follow him to the end. He treats you like trash. You serve someone who thinks you're disposable." Roman smiled slyly. I furrowed my brows at him. "What's so amusing?" "Nothing, you're just more confident now." I was taken aback by the comment for a second, but I quickly recovered. I looked at him. "You're not happy. You're not you." He scoffed, grinning again as he picked a berry and tossed it into his mouth. "Yeah. And who am I, Crystal?" I knew what he meant by the question. He had been a spy most of his life. It had been drilled into his mind to never be who he really was. Identify wasn't something solid for him. We are what we pretend to be, so we must be careful about what we pretend to be.
𝐿𝐻𝐻.
Roman muttered. He looked at me, his gray eyes, which I had once found so beautiful that O could stare into them for hours, looked empty. Teresa had that drilled into our heads before we could walk. "What? At spy school?" I asked. I don't know if I actually cared. But it's the only slightest bit of emotion I had seen in him since last night. Camp actually. Roman spoke. I couldn't quite imagine my mother harvesting some half-human, half-werewolf babies somewhere, teaching them to be evil and sneaky. Do you think she's pretending? I mean, it just didn't make sense that this could be the same woman who had raised me. I think Teresa knows exactly who she is. Roman spoke. He leaned in. And I know that disappoints you. But to really know a person, it's always going to be impossible. We all hide. The ugly parts, the weak parts, the parts we're embarrassed of. I looked at him, hurt in my eyes. I never hid from you. My voice was small. Strange considering how much anger was building up on me. I actually thought I could be myself when I was with you. I thought you and me. I thought we were a team. My voice cracked and I felt ridiculous and silly. I was supposed to be angry and tough, but I just felt hurt. Roman looked away from me. And for a second I thought I saw him look just as emotional. He looked like he was going to saw something, but at that moment there was an aggressive pounding at the door. I jumped, but Roman didn't flinch. It's time, was all he said before getting up. I did the same. It felt like something was stuck in my throat, and for the first time, the choked-up sensation along with the mixed feelings I had been experiencing when I saw Roman felt more clear than ever. I felt like I was mourning. Someone in the body of a boy I thought I knew. Someone who could have been but actually never was. At least yesterday he had tried to make some jokes. Today he was even more empty. I mean, where was the boy I watched the moon with? Had he too been a shell? A persona? Roman took a step towards the door, but he then stopped. I saw him clench his fist. He looked like he was debating something. He turned around and looked at me, his eyes harsh. I'm a soldier. I follow orders and I always have. He let out a breath. Keeping you safe has always been my most important order, so Crystal. Survive. If not for yourself, for me. I let out a breath. I don't want to die. But I don't want to live a lie either. And I don't want to live without him. Roman stared at me for a second. I saw him tighten his jaw. I knew that maybe I shouldn't have been too free with twisting the knife into his already hurt feelings. He was the only person I knew relatively here. But I wasn't going to lie to him, or try to manipulate his feelings for me. Why him? He asked. I could see the anger building in him. I didn't know what to say. Truth was that there was no answer that would satisfy Roman. Thankfully, the door swung open and one of the Shadow Pack soldiers peeked in. General, the Alpha doesn't like to be kept waiting. You know that. I'm coming. Roman spoke, not tearing his eyes off me, as if he still expected an answer. I opened my mouth but faltered. Roman simply nodded as if that's all he needed and turned around. We walked through the camp again. I looked around as people stopped to stare. A mother held on to her son when we passed as if she was scared of what I would do. The Shadow Pack wolves had tougher faces. And even if my mother gave all that talk about how this was my new home, I could tell most were skeptical about that. But that aside, I also felt really bad. They had been roaming the woods since the war, homeless. Packs like the Shadow Pack were known to like living off the wild. So you would think an eternal trek wouldn't be so bad. But everyone needed to settle somewhere. And werewolves were territorial beings. They were pretty much exiled by the Werewolf Union, who pretty much inhabited and controlled all the woods on this part of the country. If that were my fate, I would be angry too. I stopped abruptly, almost jumping out of my skin when something came zooming my way, stopping right by my foot. It's only when it hit my foot lightly and stopped that I realized it was a makeshift ball made from what looked like plastic bags. I looked up and saw a kid, maybe 4 years old, with his thumb in his mouth. He was barefoot like most of the kids were here and wore old clothes. He gestured to the object. Can I have my ball back? He asked. I looked up and saw that Roman and the soldiers had stopped as well because of me. I bent over, picking up the ball. I gently rolled it over to him. His face lit up as he grabbed it. Thank you, Lady Valencia, he called before running off. I swallowed. For the first time I didn't feel sick by the name. It just made me wonder who I would be if I had grown up like this. Among everyone here, I would have been like royalty, being a Van Cleef. Complete opposite from my ordinary life with my parents or my life as an outcast in Woodfell. I would have also been a refugee, wandering the woods looking for safety and revenge. Would I have inherited my father and grandfather's hatred and anger towards packs like Silvercrest? I feared the answer to that. It was easy to be angry and pledge allegiance to someone like Ornyx when this had been what you had to endure. Crystal. Roman spoke. I realized that I hadn't moved, lost in my thoughts. He appeared beside me, taking me by my arm and making me walk. The soldiers walked behind us. I looked around, the sights getting even sadder as I thought about how they didn't have clothes or running water or school, or even a mall. Simple things Woodfell inhabitants never had to worry about. What do you do for food? I asked randomly as I thought about how our supper had been more than decent considering the circumstances. Roman seemed taken aback by my question. It didn't seem like he was going to respond at first, but then he spoke. We have some ambassadors to the human regions. They have an understanding. I looked up at Roman. What is that supposed to mean? Roman looked ahead, not bothering to explain more on the matter. It doesn't really matter either way. We keep some food in storage for when the hunt is weak. Otherwise, everyone here learns to hunt after their first change. I saw a toddler giggling as they rode on the back of a huge gray wolf. Family is priority here. All women and children are cared for. Ornyx knows they're our future. Roman spoke. Future subjects to be indoctrinated. Hi, General David. A couple of girls, maybe around 12, ran towards Roman. Roman grinned and took a protein bar out of his pocket, handing it to them. I'm a little busy, girls. I'll talk to you later. The two girls stared at me curiously before giggling and running off. I looked up at Roman, never even knowing he was good with kids like this. I mean, sure, Hazel and Parker adored him, but he never really showed any interest in liking the other Silvercrest kids. He was always tense and serious around them. Do you think you could have been happy here? Roman asked out of nowhere as we kept walking. I saw a woman lighting a fire. Wasn't there supposed to be a war going on? Everyone here seemed so casual, like they were just going about life as usual. I looked at Roman. The cut on his face wasn't quite healing. Not like it was supposed to anyway. For a werewolf, that is. He still looked pretty much drained of life, but when he spoke, there was some hope in his voice and it broke my heart. What? You mean with the Shadow Pack? Here. He nodded. Here with your mom. With me. I mean, if Teresa had brought us both here instead of Woodfell, do you think things would have been different? My heart ached for a time before this. But I realized that the beginning of my problems, real ones anyway, begun with finding out I was a werewolf, coming to Silvercrest and leaving my father. But that was also before I met Roman, before I fell in love with him. And then there was Tristan, my mate, who I couldn't even fathom living without now. There were the Bensons, whom I loved so much. Kat and Chris, my best friends. If I could erase Woodfell from my life, I would have to erase all that too. Do you think we would still have been, something if we met here? I countered Roman's question. I remembered how much it hurt when he had told me that the only reason he had gotten involved with me is because my mother had told him to keep me safe. I thought about all the times I had spent with Roman, just the two of us, feeling safer than ever because he was there. My partner in outcast crime. Strong and brave Roman. My friend and someone I could say I had loved. Sitting together in parks. Staring at nothing and everything at the same time. But he wasn't my Roman anymore after what I had learned, and that hurt more than he knew. More than I could ever even explain to him. Roman looked away from me, staring ahead. I'd like to think it could always be us. You and me. Ornyx would probably think I'm not good enough for you. The halfling spy soldier and the future Van Cleef Alpha. I would have had a lot of proving to do. I saw the humor on Roman's face and knew what he was thinking. When had he not had to prove himself? Maybe if you had ended up here, you would have never looked my way. Or maybe, this time he looked at me right into my eyes. Or maybe I would have found a way to get to you still. I don't know much about this soulmate stuff. Or if it even applies to halflings. But I think it's kind of a messed up deal that Tristan should have a claim to you like that. I think fate is for fairy tales. But if it is a thing, I believe you and me. We were never just a coincidence. Roman stopped walking. I did too. I realized we were in front of a tent. It was much bigger than the others, so that was the first indication that it must have been of some importance. Roman got serious again, as if he wasn't the same person who had just said all these things. He nodded at me before he led the way in. I saw about half a dozen men scattered around tables and chairs on the inside. Ornyx sat in a chair in the center, looking as ever as the evil king he was supposed to be. Scrolls and paper were scattered around as well. Plans and lists pinned onto walls. All the activity seemed to stop at my appearance. The men stopped to stare. I froze, feeling self-conscious immediately. "This is her." A tall and burly man with a thick beard spoke. Ornyx nodded as he looked at me lazily. Roman bowed. "Alpha." Ornyx waved him off. "You may leave, boy." I saw Roman tense up. He cleared his throat. I thought I was on planning duty, given my insight of the Silvercrest pack. Ornyx turned to look at Roman. Even I could sense the tension in the room. "You think you still have your privileges after what you let that boy Alpha do to you?" he asked coldly. Roman was still. I couldn't see his face as he stared straight ahead at Ornyx, not saying a word. "You're lucky I didn't feed you to the children," Ornyx growled. "Now go. Help Teresa with the women and children. Seems to be your league." Some of the men chuckled. Roman turned. His eyes met mine and I knew he didn't want to leave me here. I wondered if I should have been more afraid. But right now all that burned was my anger for Ornyx and what he had done to Tristan. I wasn't afraid of him. I wanted him to hurt. Roman hesitated for a second, but his fear of Ornyx must have won through. I nodded at him, trying to encourage him to leave. I didn't understand how things worked here, but I knew Ornyx probably wasn't joking about feeding Roman to children. He didn't seem happy with him. So unhappy Roman had been scared enough to run. If he hadn't found me, he would have been far away from here, escaping whatever punishment had been in store. Something told me Roman trying to protect me would only make things worse for him. Roman left. The men continued to stare. It made me uncomfortable. "Come forth, Valencia." Ornyx spoke. I swallowed. My voice to say how that wasn't my name disappeared. I stepped forward, stopping a few feet away from Ornyx. Another huge man at the table closest to him stopped what he was doing to look me up and down. He had a small knife in his hand and spun it around casually. Ornyx noticed my eyes turned to him in concern. He grinned. "See something you like, Ross?" The scary man, who I guess was named Ross, smirked. "She's ripe for the picking, huh, Ornyx?" A chill ran down my spine. He did not just. Ornyx chuckled. "Relax, son. My Valencia is more precious than rubies. She will continue my line. Only the most worthy will call themselves her husband. Besides, something tells me you'll need to face young David and handle Teresa if you want to stand a chance." The man shrugged. "I can take the kid." "Teresa? Now her I don't know." The other men in the room chuckled, including Ornyx. I didn't like being here, standing while they spoke about me like that. "Hear that, my dear?" Ornyx asked as he leaned forward. "I believe 1,000 werewolves would tear each other limb from limb to wed a Van Cliff." "How charming," I muttered. "But I already have a mate." The chatter in the room immediately died down as everyone grew serious. "She sympathizes with the disgraced boy Alpha." A way older man spat in disgust. I held my chin up. Roman's words of playing the ally played in my mind, but I swatted them away. I couldn't pretend to be okay with anyone who would dare hurt Tristan. Tristan had once called me his heartbeat with fierce emotion, and at the time I hadn't understood how he could possibly be that devoted to me. It seemed unjust and unfair. But now I understood. Taking off that necklace had given me more clarity, and now my feelings for Tristan was as clear as day. He was mine and I was his. And anyone who hurt what was mine was the enemy. Ornyx's face darkened. "Leave us," he instructed. The men didn't seem like they were expecting the order, like it was out of the ordinary for Ornyx. But they begun to vacate, each sending me a glare as they walked out. When it was just Ornyx and I didn't dare move. I just stared at him head on. He got up to his feet. I thought he would march right up to me and bash my head into the ground or something, but he just walked over to the closest table. "Did you learn much about war fate in that daycare of a pack?" he asked in a conversational tone. I stared in confusion. He looked up slowly. "You would do well to answer me, my dear." He spoke, venom dripping from his words. I swallowed. "No, not much." I spoke. Other than the AAP, warfare wasn't exactly a high-yield SAT topic, even at a werewolf high school. Of course. Ornyx spoke as if he expected no less from Silvercrest. "When you get comfortable, you get lazy. Back in the day, an alpha would make sure all his pack members were all equipped to defend what was theirs. The Union, they ganged up on my father and his father simply because he followed the rules of nature. He was stronger than them all. Power breeds fear. I looked at him in outrage. Only weak men like you aspire to enslave and subdue everyone to prove your power. Ornyx looked at me in amusement. That tongue is sharp. That you get from your mother. He started walking towards me. I didn't flinch. I wonder. He strolled over, his eyes studying me. What did you get from my son? I hardly had time to react as his fist came flying towards me, landing squarely on my jaw, hitting me so hard I fell to the ground. Not his reflexes. I heard Ornyx mutter. For a few seconds my head spun. I immediately tasted blood on my lips. Anger and shock built within me, the pain shooting through like hell. I quickly picked myself up. I wobbled slightly, but my rage fueled my actions more than my brain as I went charioting towards Ornyx. He caught me by the throat. I coughed. He tightened his grip around my neck and started to lift me. I clawed at his hands, growing weak quickly as I was being starved of oxygen. Ornyx suddenly let go of me. I fell hard onto the ground, coughing and gasping for breath as I clutched at my throat. He let out a tisk sound as he shook his head at me like I had disappointed him. Not very quick. Or strong. Well, I do suppose you haven't had an opportunity at training. But you did charge at me. So there is a fighter in you. I guess I can work with that. He turned around. I thought that was it, that he would turn and walk away. But last minute he spun and kicked me, landing my chin. I fell backwards, hitting my head on the ground. I tasted blood and realized I had bit my tongue hard. Ornyx. I recognized my mother's voice immediately. Weakness has no place in Van Cliff blood. I heard him speak. I fought the urge to whimper as I forced myself up into a sitting position. My mother stood not too far away, frowning at me. Mum. I whispered, my voice a plea. She looked like she was fighting back tears as she looked away and focused on Ornyx. I came to report that the Silvercrest troops progress, Alpha. We need to evacuate now. Ornyx barked. We stand our ground and fight. Those weaklings do not understand the might of the Shadow Pack. We are never running again. I saw my mum falter. I knew that look on her face. I knew her. She wanted to say more, but she was holding back. At least the women and children, Alpha. I can get them somewhere safe. She offered. Ornyx turned not to her but to me. He rose his brows. What do you say, Valencia? I spat out some blood. I looked at my mother desperately. The vial felt hot in my pocket, and I wondered if it had broken with the way I had been thrown around. I wanted to panic knowing the risk. What had Raphael said? Even a drop was enough. He looked at me expectantly. Mum. I spoke again. Where was the woman who never let anything hurt me? She fought to keep a straight face. Ornyx scoffed. Pathetic. He spat. She's a defect. A disgrace. He yelled at Teresa. Are you sure she was Xavier's and not just some random humans? She is Xavier's daughter. My mum insisted. She looked at me desperately. Crystal. Your grandfather asked you a question. I shouldn't have been still getting surprised by betrayal, but excuse me for this one. A mother should never betray their own child. Not when they need them. Not when they're hurt. Again I told myself to throw away all my emotions. It wasn't just my life I had to fight for. It was Tristan's too. I had to get him back to his home, to his brothers. My mum had said that Silvercrest was advancing. I hoped that meant they were winning. I hoped that meant a rescue party would be here for Tristan soon. Screw you. I screamed at Ornyx. Ornyx's face darkened. He marched up to me, but this time my mother rushed to intercept. She was breathing heavily as he stared down at her. She's a child. She begged. She doesn't know what she's saying. Her time with the Silvercrest, they brainwashed her. And this mating bond. You know what it's like. She's not thinking straight. My mum insisted. I looked at Ornyx. His features softened. The mating bond. He muttered as if things were finally adding up. He seemed to relax, which in turn made my mother do the same. She turned to me and offered a hand. For a second I just stared at it, but then I accepted it and let her help me up. I guess her time in Woodfell has made her soft. Ornyx mused. Yes. My mother agreed as she pulled me to my feet, frowning at the blood on my face. I will train her harder than any of the others. Give me a month and she'll be perfect. She spoke. Perfect. Ornyx repeated the word as if it carried all the more weight. A mischievous grin took over his face. Perfect, he spoke again. He walked over to a table and grabbed something. I realized it was the knife that man had been fiddling around with. My mum turned and saw what was in his hands. Her eyes widened. Ornyx, silence. He told her. He turned to me. I will not have weakness or treachery be associated with my name. He took a step closer. My guard went up. Should I shift? I'll be way stronger, but he was clearly faster and more equipped. I stumbled back, but Ornyx caught my hand. Then he did something shocking. He placed the knife in my hand. I stared at him wide-eyed. He grinned. It's laced with wolfsbane. A dagger straight to the heart of the werewolf means instant death. I gulped. Was this sadist going to make me kill myself? This is your last chance, Valencia. Prove that you can be of worth to me. The next thing that happened was so fast, I barely registered that it was happening to me. Ornyx slammed the elbow of the hand that wasn't still holding the knife in mine onto my forearm. I heard a crack and my eyes widened. The pain made me let out a piercing scream as I felt the bone of my hand crack like a twig. Crystal. My mum rushed over to me. Ornyx walked away, casually letting my mother tend to me. I dropped the dagger as I tried not to cry at the pain shooting through my arm. My mum turned to Ornyx. Why? She screamed. He was casually strolling back to his chair and sat down like he hadn't just broken my bone. Oh please, Teresa, it's nothing we don't normally do to our pups. Valencia needs to become tougher. He spoke. Hold still. My mother told me gently as she supported my arm. Get her to the medics. Ornyx spoke. Let her get a splint. Nothing else. She must heal naturally and endure the pain. Ornyx got up. I'm going to the front lines. These Silvercrests need to see a real werewolf in action. He looked at me casually. When I get back, Ornyx nodded at the dagger. I want Alpha Tristan's heart in my tent. Delivered by my heir. My heart dropped as I realized what he had meant earlier. The dagger wasn't for me to use on myself. It was for me to use on Tristan. The ultimate show of allegiance. If I don't find it, he continued, his tone getting lower and more scary, I'll take them both. I shut my eyes hard, trying not to think about the pain shooting through my arm right now, but it's kind of hard to ignore a fire when you're the one getting burnt. I was back in my tent, sitting upright on the sleeping bag. I looked up at her. My eyes were bloodshot, but at least I had stopped crying. So much for being tough and defiant, but who wouldn't burst into tears after literally getting their bone snapped in two? I know I was healing. The medics had realigned the bone. Well, as best as they could anyway. It's not like they had any X-ray guidance. As per Ornyx's orders, I wasn't afforded any painkillers or really anything else that would help. So I sat in excruciating pain as my mother watched me. She looked pained, as if seeing me like this was hurting her as well. But that's the thing. It wasn't. She wasn't the one going through any of this. And if she really cared, she wouldn't let it happen. She knelt in front of me and placed her hand on my knee. It will be over soon. She whispered. I gave her a hard look. She frowned. Sweetie, the pain. It's only temporary. After this, you'll be stronger. Ornyx will leave me alone. I spoke through gritted teeth. My mother looked taken aback. She reached out to touch my face. Crystal. I pulled away from her hold. She dropped her hand, her face dropping. You're not my mother. I don't know who you are. I spoke. I didn't know what to expect. Maybe her to fight for me. Prove that she was real. That she had been real and all this was just pretend. But all she did was get to her feet. After all this, you will be stronger. And you'll thank me. She spoke in a low voice before turning to leave. I felt the tears escape my eyes. I thought I was done, but I guess not. I stared at the dagger on the ground in front of me. How the hell was I going to get out of this? I must have dozed off because when I woke up I saw Roman in front of me. He was sitting on the ground across from me. The dagger was in his hand. He fiddled with it, studying it with interest. He only looked away when he saw me shift. I watched as he set it down. Hey. He spoke quietly. We've got to stop meeting like this. I didn't smile. He let out a sigh as he looked at my arm, which was swollen and red now. Guess you didn't take my advice. I didn't say anything. I felt hopeless and defeated right now. How was I supposed to fight for Tristan when I couldn't even fight for myself? Roman got up. He walked over to a table and brought a cup of some green liquid. I stared at it skeptically as he knelt down in front of me, offering it to me. For the pain. He spoke. I blinked at him. Ornyx said, I know what Ornyx said. He spoke. Just take it and pretend to be in excruciating pain when he gets back. I wanted to ask why Roman was even doing this. Ornyx wasn't merciful in the least. Not even to someone who had spent his life working in his name. I couldn't fight it. I leaned over and let Roman top the cup of green sludge into my mouth. It tasted leafy and bitter. I pulled back, coughing. Roman grinned. I know. Acquired taste. But it works. He sat down. I saw him studying me. His eyes fixed on my neck where I had no doubt Ornyx's hands had left marks. He frowned. I told you to play along, Crystal. He sighed. I shifted, wincing slightly. He's not my alpha. I spoke. So you keep saying. Roman muttered, not offering any more of an argument. But should you even be here? I asked, watching as Roman readjusted himself so that he was lying on the sleeping bag. He closed his eyes and tucked his arms behind his head. Do you want me to leave? He asked. I didn't respond. The answer wasn't exactly yes. He seemed to know this too because he remained in his position. We sat in silence for a few minutes. I could feel the concoction beginning to work, feeling some relief in my arm. You know. Roman started casually. His eyes were still closed. For a minute I thought he had fallen asleep, but I guess I should have known better. According to Teresa, Ornyx didn't say who should take Tristan's heart. My eyes widened. I looked at Roman in outrage. Of course my mother had told him. Something told me he had been thinking about this since I saw him fiddling with the dagger. No. I spoke firmly. No, Roman. He opened his eyes, staring at the top of the tent. What if I already did it? He asked. My blood ran cold. I felt myself get weak and sick at the same time. I begun to shake with rage. Roman. I spoke his name, scarily calm. He let out a breath as he pushed himself into a sitting position. I haven't. He spoke. Relief immediately washed over me. Not yet anyway. He shrugged. He looked at me. Teresa thinks I should though. I'm just here to get the go-ahead from you. I stared at him. I would never ask you to. I know you would never say it. He spoke. So I'm looking for it in your eyes, in your body language, in the things you're not saying. I'm saying. Do. Not. Touch. Him. I growled. Roman spoke as he got to his feet. He strolled over and picked up the dagger. Roman. I yelled. I used my okay hand to push myself to my feet. Roman. He spun abruptly and suddenly placed a finger to my lips. SSH. I'm about to throw away my life away for you. The least you could do is show a little appreciation. He spoke dryly. I looked at him in confusion. He stepped back. The soldiers appointed to guard you are taking a 5-minute break for dinner. Teresa's orders. Ornyx will probably be back in an hour. I hear the Silvercrest troops are overpowering him. He'll want to retreat and recuperate. So everyone is getting ready to relocate and change camp. That gives us a bit of a window with all the distraction. I had to stop to process everything Roman was saying. Why, you're helping me escape? I asked. Roman shrugged. It's either that or live with nightmares all my life because I couldn't save you. I was at a loss for words. I just blinked at Roman. He was choosing to help me. And my mom? I asked. Was there still a part of the woman I knew in her? Roman sighed. The hierarchy here is complicated. She gave me the order, but technically she's not involved. I felt the disappointment steal away my energy. So she's not coming. Roman shook his head. I simply nodded. That was okay. It's not like I wanted her anyway. Right. We have to move fast. Roman spoke. So for once listen to me, will you? I nodded. On one condition. He huffed. Cries were getting Tristan. Roman didn't look surprised. My orders were to get you out of here. And putting all your feelings aside, how far exactly do you think we're gonna get with Alpha Hopsalot? I narrowed my eyes at Roman. That wasn't funny. I don't care. I'm not leaving without him. Roman ran a hand down his face and groaned. He turned and looked towards the entrance of the tent. "You're so stubborn, Crystal, I swear." He sucked in a deep breath to calm himself. "Okay," he spoke. "We're all probably gonna die, but I guess we're doing a jailbreak." I brightened immediately. Without stopping myself, I rushed over and wrapped my arms around him in a hug. "Thank you." I knew this wasn't easy for him. "Don't thank me yet." He grumbled, not hugging me back. He stepped back from me. "We need to survive first." We used the night as cover. Roman was right about the evacuation. Many of the soldiers who hadn't gone off to fight with Ornyx were helping assemble people and carry bags. I saw mothers getting their kids ready and men storing up supplies. I frowned, thinking of how they would become nomads again. Roman tugged on my hand. He had given me a black jacket to wear, hoping we would blend in and not be noticed. He kept his head low, but really no one paid us any mind. But we still had to hurry. The guards would show up and realize I wasn't in the tent. And considering Ornyx expected a heart delivered to him upon return, I knew the guards would be expecting to escort me to the cells any second now. Roman led me to the cave where Tristan was being kept. But first he stopped by a nearby bush to stash a backpack where he had stuffed some supplies. He nodded at the two men guarding the entrance. "General," one spoke, sounding surprised. "We didn't know you'd be coming through." Roman nodded. "Special request from the Alpha's granddaughter. She wanted me here while she delivers on her obligation." I held up the dagger weakly. The guard who spoke looked at Roman. I didn't know she was making requests now. I tensed up. Roman remained composed. He simply shrugged. "Do you want to take it up with Ornyx?" The man immediately faltered. "No, General." He nodded at his partner and they started rolling away the heavy rock covering the entrance. Roman nodded at me. I stepped forward, walking into the dark passageway. The other guard handed Roman a torch. "Will it take long?" I heard one of the guards ask in amusement. I froze in my steps, gripping the torch. I guess I didn't look like much with my broken arm and a support. They were probably laughing at me. I wondered if they all knew how I had broken it. Or maybe they knew and didn't think it was out of the ordinary. Doubt it. The boy barely has anything left in him. The other chuckled. "Perfect." Roman responded, matching their tone. "A little privacy, though." He leaned in closer and whispered, "First kill." The guards chuckled. "Sure." One responded and the rock was rolled back, leaving us with just the torch to illuminate the place. I could make out the expression on Roman's face properly, and I realized that it never occurred to me that this could be a trick. That Roman could actually go through with it. I didn't want to think that way of him, but he was Shadowpack. And that comment about a first kill unsettled me. "Well." Roman nodded at me. I shook my head out of it. He couldn't be that wicked. He was different. But I refused to believe he was evil. I walked forward, leading the way. When we came to the room, I saw Tristan in a ball on the floor. I ran to him, immediately dropping the dagger and placing my hands on his arm. "Tristan," I whispered. He rolled over. Roman walked up to us, placing the torch in front of him. I gasped when I saw that Tristan's clothes were in tatters. Blood stained his body and cuts and scars decorated his body. His face was swollen, his eye black. I fought back my tears at the sight. What had they done? I placed my hand gently on Tristan's face. "Tristan." I tried to shake him gently. He moaned, shifting slightly. His eyes opened with difficulty, and it was a miracle they hadn't swollen shut. I let out a breath of relief and shifted so that I could support him as I helped him into a sitting position. His eyes struggled to adjust to me. "Crystal," he muttered. Yes, it's me," I told him. It's then that he noticed Roman as well. His face darkened. "What's he doing here?" Before Roman could say anything, I pipped up. "Helping. He's helping. We're gonna get you out of here. Can you get up?" "He has one foot, Crystal." Roman spoke dryly. I turned to glare at him. "Then help, please." Roman rolled his eyes but went over to Tristan's other side. He didn't seem to have much trouble hoisting him up, but Tristan was in more pain than I thought because he let out an unexpected yell. He shut his eyes and bit his tongue. I was on his other side, placing my hand on his chest, trying to soothe his. "Sorry." He spoke. "No, it's perfect." Roman spoke. "Kind of sells the whole cutting out his heart thing." "What?" Tristan asked. "Nothing." I spoke. I didn't know how much time we had, but Roman had been right. We wouldn't be able to move inconspicuously with Tristan in this state, so we needed to move fast. I noticed Tristan was wet and shaking. When Ornyx had said he would wish he was never born, I had a feeling he wasn't kidding in the least. I took off my support from my arm. It was still very tender, but Roman's pain remedy had helped a bit. But I also knew my bone wasn't anywhere near completely healed. But I didn't have time to wait for the full thing. I took off my jacket and wrapped it around Tristan. He stared at me as if he still couldn't believe I was here. What crystal? How? Your arm, what happened? It doesn't matter. We're getting you out of here. I spoke firmly. You just be strong for me, okay? I told him. His face softened. I love you. He spoke. I knew he wasn't saying it because he was overwhelmed with emotion. I knew Tristan enough now to know that he was saying it because he didn't get to say it enough before. And he might not get the chance after this. But not on my watch. Roman cleared his throat. I felt guilty with him having to witness this. We helped Tristan to the door. Roman had him lean against the wall. I tried not to stare at how off balance he looked without his left foot. I tried not to think about how much I wanted Ornyx to pay for all this. Okay. Roman spoke. I need to take care of the guards. You two remain here and remain quiet. I held Tristan around the waist, now his sole support. What? You're doing this alone? I asked, outraged. Do you have some fighting skills that you've been hiding? He asked me. I frowned. I didn't want Roman to fight two guys alone. It was dangerous and I didn't want him getting hurt because of me. Roman walked back to retrieve the dagger and the torch. Wait for my signal. He told me as he handed the torch to me and the dagger to Tristan. He stared at him. I've seen you fight with one hand. Can I count on you to keep her safe with one foot? Tristan gave him a hard look. Not even a question. Roman nodded, and it's like an understanding passed between the two of them. I never thought I'd see the day when I would see them agree on anything. I'll be right back. Roman spoke. Be careful. I told him sternly. Promise. He spoke with a wink before disappearing. I held on tighter to Tristan. He placed his arm around me. As we waited silently, I could feel Tristan's heart beating. Or maybe it was mine. I heard the rocks scraping the ground, indicating that the cave was opened. Hey fellas, who wants to see the body of a dead Silvercrest Alpha? I heard Roman's voice. No SHT. She did it. I heard a voice. I heard shuffling and footsteps and knew they had stepped in. Yeah, she's a natural, Van Cliff. Roman spoke. Damn, it's true what they say, I guess. It's in the blood. One spoke. We could hear the voices getting closer and the light from one of their torches getting nearer. The footsteps got closer and closer and I knew the man was only seconds away. What do you expect? That's Xavier's kid. He was a beast. Wait, where's the body? The voice was right outside now. I heard a yell. What? Tristan suddenly let go of me and twisted his body. He pulled the guard closest to the door inside and pushed him to the ground. Next thing I knew, he had plunged the knife into the man's chest. Once, then twice, the third time I yelled his name. He was breathing heavily. There was a wild look on his face. Blood stained his hands. Roman rushed back in. He studied the sight before him. I saw his face drop for a second, but he quickly forced himself to recover. I see you've got this covered here. He moved forward and helped me lift Tristan. Tristan swallowed hard as he stared at the man on the ground. He wiped the blood on his torn pants. I picked up the jacket which had come off and walked back to him. He didn't meet my eyes and I knew he was ashamed about what he had just done, or maybe what I had just seen. I didn't know what to think. The man had already been dead, but he just kept going. I swallowed hard as I realized that the Tristan who was brought here wouldn't be the same one who went home. I couldn't imagine what had happened to him during his time in this room. But I could tell that it had done irreversible damage. Tristan put more weight on me and he was breathing heavily. That small action must have taken the little energy he had left. Are you gonna be okay? I asked in concern. Yeah. He spoke, sounding breathless. Unfortunately, there's no time for a breather. Roman spoke, not sounding like he cared much anyway. Come on. He had Tristan wrap his arm around his shoulder. He did the same to me with his other hand and I held his waist as I used all my strength to help him move. Wait. Roman spoke abruptly when we were in the passageway. I heard it too. Footsteps. Someone's coming. Roman spoke. I flashed the torch ahead. I started to panic when I saw the figure of a woman in the soldier's uniform. She shone a light at us as well. Roman looked ready to leap into action, but then he furrowed his brows, pausing. Megie. Surely I looked a second time and saw the rogue who was also Roman's ex. Last I saw of her was when she was in the Silvercrest prisons telling me what a disappointment I was. I should have known she had ended up here when Tristan had been taken. I held on to Tristan, ready to protect him from any attacks. She walked up to us and I became more tense. To my surprise, she grinned. This is an odd sight. She spoke. Roman looked surprised. You escape. I heard you escape. What the hell are you doing back here? He asked. Megie's eyes skimmed over me with distaste before landing on Tristan. Against my better judgment, I'm here for him. You're not touching him. I immediately spoke protectively. Megie scoffed at me. I'm not here to hurt him. I came to bust him out of this joint. What? Roman and I asked simultaneously, confusion evident on both our faces. I looked at Tristan, waiting for an explanation, but he just smiled gently at Megie. What can I say? Megie muttered. Facing death together kind of bonds you for life. I shared a look with Roman, wondering if he found this as weird as I did. Okay. He finally spoke, sounding doubtful. The more the merrier. We suddenly heard screaming and commotion outside. What was that? I asked. Megie grinned. Oh yeah, I ran into some Silvercrest soldiers. They weren't too happy to see me, but I might have tipped them off on the camp location. So we might want to get a move on before all hell breaks loose. I heard a scream. It sounded like it already had. One thing was for certain. The fight was coming here. Are you gonna be okay? I asked Tristan. He nodded firmly, but I knew he was trying to be strong. I tried to be gentle but move as fast as I could while still supporting him. We had to stop for a bit so that Roman could retrieve the stashed backpack. Tents had been knocked over, and somewhere a small fire had erupted. All around, people were running around, not really paying attention to us as the soldiers worked more frantically to get everyone to safety. You led the Silvercrest troops here? Roman asked Megie, sounding angry. I had to remember that all things considered, these were still his people. Not quite. Megie spoke as she led the way in the opposite direction. She brushed off some leaves from a tree that almost smacked her face as we disappeared into the woods. I gave them a little hint. The rest they should figure out soon enough. If they get the best of Ornyx and the rest of the army, they'll be touching base here soon enough. I fought the urge to look back as I found myself worried about my mother. And all those innocent children. I tried to look at Roman. He had a straight face on, but I knew it couldn't be easy for him. What happens when Silvercrest touches base? I asked, narrowly missing tripping over an overgrown tree root that I hadn't seen. It was hard to really focus the flashlight and help support Tristan at the same time. Megie scoffed. Don't you know anything? The war is over. Tristan spoke more calmly. Touching base in another pack's territory kind of means you've captured their flag. That and killing their alpha. Roman muttered. And I doubt Ornyx would go down that easily. Nope, the bastard is still probably ripping out throats as we speak. Megie spoke. If you don't want yours to be next, move faster. And so we did. I don't know how much ground we covered, but I knew that adrenaline and my determination to get Tristan to save me gave me the strength to move as fast as I could. I only slowed when I heard Tristan's breathing getting heavier. Hey, are you sure you're okay? I asked. Tristan nodded. But I could tell from his face that that was far from the truth. We need to stop. I spoke, slowing down. Roman did the same automatically. Megie spun around, looking irritated. Excuse. Tristan suddenly hunched over and threw up. I was almost pushed forward and knocked down with his weight, but Roman held him, helping him kneel. I got on my knees with him, rubbing his back as I watched him wrench out guts. Which wasn't anything solid, really. It's not like they had been feeding him much. When he was done, he sunk into my arms. I placed my hand on his forehead and immediately panicked. You're burning up. I spoke. Tristan muttered something incoherent, placing his head on my shoulder weakly. I looked up at Megie and Roman in worry. We have to stop. He needs medical attention and rest. Megie sighed. He must have an infection or something from all his wounds. Doesn't help that they pumped him with wolfsbane. She spoke. His immunity was down. So was his healing rate. Roman crouched down, studying Tristan. I held on to him, rubbing his arm. His eyes struggled to stay open. I'm okay. We should keep moving. He mumbled weakly. Roman sighed. Let's make camp here. He spoke reluctantly. Megie's eyes widened at him. Ornyx is gonna come looking for us. We can't stay out for too long. He got back to his feet. We won't. Just over the night. He won't make it. Roman stopped whatever he was going to say when he looked at me. Very far if we don't stop and tend to his injuries. Megie looked angry, but for some reason her features softened when she looked at Tristan. What the hell happened between the two of them? I wondered. Megie sighed. I guess if they're rushing to evacuate the camp, maybe they won't find us here. And if the Silvercrest troops keep them busy enough, we'll have some time bought. Never thought I'd see the day when you'd be betting on the Silvercrests. Roman spoke in amusement. Well, Megie shrugged. Lesser of two evils. She sighed, looking at Tristan in my arms. We'll still have to throw off our scents. She spoke. Not a problem for you and I. She spoke, nodding at Roman. Roman nodded, immediately seeming to understand. Crystal, your top. Take it off. He nodded. Tristan's head snapped towards him as fast as it could anyway in his state. Roman rolled his eyes. I'm gonna throw off her scent. She can wear my jacket. Roman spoke as he immediately started taking it off. A few minutes later, Megie was helping me lift Tristan up. We laid him in between overgrown tree roots. Megie had laid down some huge leaves for cushioning. I helped lay his head down gently. Megie took off her jacket and placed it gently on top of him. I watched her carefully as she got closer, leaning her head to his to whisper in his ear. You didn't survive taking on Ornyx Van Cliff to die now. She whispered to him. Come on, Alpha up. Tristan let out a weak chuckle. He didn't seem to have enough strength to talk now either. Roman walked over with a bottle from the backpack. He handed the other to Megie. She took it, already seeming to know what to do. He had another bottle that looked similar to the green stuff he had me drink. They tore a bit of the jacket and both got to work starting to clean Tristan's cuts with it. Tristan was fighting the urge to yell out. He balled up the jacket and bit hard into it. I appeared beside him, stroking his hair and holding his hand, trying to provide all the support I could. I almost burst into tears myself when I saw him constantly flinch. The bond was working overtime even though the empathy link was fading. You're okay. I kept whispering, willing them to be done already. When Roman moved to the stump that had been left in place of Tristan's foot, he jolted so fast he almost head-butted me. Roman held up his hands in defense. Not touching it. Roman and Megie were done working on Tristan. He seemed a bit more relaxed, but he was still burning up. Megie poured the remaining water on her jacket and rested it on his body. I used the sleeve to pat his forehead, hoping and praying that the fever went down. After some time, Tristan calmed down enough to shut his eyes and actually sleep. I had a feeling this was the first good rest he had gotten in a while, even though it wasn't the most ideal. I thought about how he had killed that soldier so savagely. I knew Tristan had fought in a war before. I saw how he had handled that rogue who had gotten too close to me. But still, I never thought of him as someone who could cause harm if it wasn't necessary. I mean, it had been, but he was already dead. A thought hit me suddenly. I hadn't even told him about Bridget. I had been thinking that when we got back I could tell her what I saw him become. She would help bring the Tristan we knew back. But he wasn't going home to her. And God knows who else would be missing. I hadn't exactly gotten any updates on how things were going after my brief meeting with Mikey. Gosh, Joshua was supposed to be sent in to fight. I tensed up as the worst crossed my mind, but I immediately brushed it off. The Melroses needed to stay alive. They needed to reunite. Roman held up my top, which I had taken off prior. I was now in his jacket. I'm gonna spread the scent. He spoke. I'll be back in an hour tops. If not, Megie asked him, her arms folded across her chest and her brows risen curiously. Roman's eyes darted to me. Then keep moving. My heart sunk. Or here's a better idea. Megie spoke, poking him in the chest. Don't get caught. I saw Roman grin slightly. I'll try my best. He turned to me and nodded. I nodded back. He disappeared into the woods, probably to strip before shifting. When he was gone, Megie turned to me. I still didn't know if I could trust her. You should get some rest. I'll take first watch. She spoke. Tristan was snoring softly in my arms now. I didn't want to let go of him. I wanted him to know he was safe now. I can stay up too. I immediately offered. But I was exhausted. Bringing Tristan this far hadn't been easy. And all in all, it had been an eventful day. Megie rolled her eyes. I'm not gonna slit your throats in your sleep. Well, I wasn't even thinking that, but since you brought it up. I glared at her in accusation. Fine. Megie spoke. Do whatever you want. It's not like I care. She settled on another route, her back to us. I huffed as I adjusted the dry jacket on Tristan. I didn't know if it was my imagination, but his temperature seemed to be getting back to normal. He'll be okay. Megie muttered. I didn't realize that she had turned to look at me. He's not weak. She spoke. I stared at her, wondering why she thought she knew him all of a sudden. But then I forced myself to relax. She wasn't the enemy. At least I don't think she would have helped this much if she was. No, he isn't. I spoke, staring at Tristan's face, which looked peaceful in his sleep. Neither is David. She spoke. She stared at me in a way that made me feel like she could read my mind. Like she knew just how much I was worrying about Roman right now. I simply grunted and looked away, trying not to feel guilty for caring. He had risked his life to get both me and Tristan here after all. I don't know how sleep had crept over me, but I knew I was in dreamland when I saw my father. He was seated on a bench in the park reading a newspaper. He suddenly lowered it and beamed at me. He gestured for me to join him. There was no hesitation in my bones as I ran up to him. But a revolving theme around here lately has been that nothing good lasts forever. And surely, no sooner had I gotten within 10 feet of my father when the scene changed and suddenly Joshua Melrose was marching up to me in a soldier's uniform. I looked around and we were in the woods somewhere. He sounded exhausted. Crystal. He let out. I need your help. 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐸 Crystal. Never in my life did I ever think I would hear Joshua Melrose say those words. I knew this was technically a dream, but it couldn't have prepared me for how dazed I still felt. Mikey's mind space had seemed so scattered and disorganized. But just like Tristan's, it had been in a room. With Joshua we were out in the woods under the night sky. The wind rustled the leaves and I could even hear an owl or two in the trees nearby. I looked back at Joshua dressed in a black Silvercrest combat attire. You've looked better. I muttered, seeing how disheveled and dirty. He looked like he had been crawling through the dirt. Yeah, you don't exactly look runway ready yourself. He spoke breezily. I rolled my eyes, but in a funny way this was a touch of normalcy I didn't know I needed after all these crazy days. I'm tired. Can we sit? I asked with a hopeless sigh as I looked around the woods. Wait, can you even be tired in a mind space? Joshua shrugged. It's a mind space. A reflection of what you're feeling. And what are you feeling? I asked curiously. In fact, where are you? I knew he must have been relatively close because it didn't feel too hard to keep our connection. And the woods. Now that I looked around properly, they seemed so familiar. Sit. Joshua spoke, nodding behind me. I turned and saw a bench had appeared. Actually, not just any bench. I recognized it from school. It had been infamously nicknamed the B and Joshua Makeout Bench. Does well. You get it. But I sat down nonetheless. It was his mind space after all. I couldn't exactly critique his decor too much. Okay, now will you tell me what's going on? I asked. Did you come in with the second wave? How are things going? We heard you made it to the camp. Joshua looked up hopefully. I nodded, relieved that I wouldn't have to give the Melrose twins the news that I had been dreading since we started this mission. I have him. I'm with Tristan right now. He's fine. Well, relatively fine. I thought about his foot and his sudden illness. But I'm gonna get him back home. Joshua looked beyond relieved. He shut his eyes and then tipped back his head, looking at the sky as if saying a silent prayer. He then opened his eyes, his face still fixed upwards. Things on the ground could be better. He muttered. I knew Joshua was alpha now and hence was supposed to think more in the bigger picture, but I had been expecting him to be more ecstatic and focused on his brother. I sat up straighter and turned to watch him. A source informed us that you had managed to infiltrate the camp. Isn't that a good thing? Joshua silently nodded. Yes, technically speaking it is. Ornyx evacuated his home base before we could take many hostages, but all in all, this is supposed to be it. They shocked us with their skill and prowess, but the Union had something we didn't have before. The numbers. We overwhelmed them that way by all attacking at once. Mikey and I had been messing with the idea for some time. We knew it was a risk to gather so many soldiers from so many territories, but I knew it might also be our only chance. One thing Ornyx never understood is that without allies, you really don't stand much of a chance in this world. I watched Joshua. Everything he was saying was supposed to be good, so why did he sound so defeated? Do you know where Ornyx is now? What have you done with the hostages? I didn't want to think about my mom or the kids I had seen in the Shadowpact camp. It all circled back to what Megie had said about not having much of a choice in being born a Shadowpact werewolf. How Silvercrest and the Union should have done better to protect everyone. Joshua was staring at his hands. Ornyx is nowhere to be found. Trust me, we searched. Cutting off the head of the snake doesn't work if you can't find the snake. And I want to be the one to do it. He spoke the last part fiercely. I tentatively placed my hand on Joshua's shoulder. I didn't know what role I played in his life right now. I mean, we shared an empathy link yet still found ourselves at loggerheads so often. But we both loved the same person fiercely. And if that's not enough to connect two people, I don't know what is. Maybe Ornyx has run away. Seeing that he isn't winning this. Maybe the violence can finally stop. I spoke. Joshua looked troubled. To be honest, I was too. I had met Ornyx. I don't think he was the type to run from a fight. You said you needed my help. I spoke up. What's wrong? He looked at me. Joshua hesitated. He clenched his jaw. I don't know how to count my losses on this one. We've lost so many of our own. Under my orders. I saw the pain in his eyes. Where are you? I asked. I'll bring Tristan to you and you can. I can't look myself in the mirror. Not after this. He spoke blankly. It's then that I realized that Joshua didn't want advice or even his brother. We were alone in this mind space of the woods. He was relieved that he had found Tristan, but I could feel what he felt. Now what? I think he called on me for one specific reason. Both of us had fulfilled our goals. But now we stood in limbo of what next. Of counting our losses and seeing what we ended up with and what we lost in the process. For me it was my mum, Roman too. For Joshua it was his childhood, his innocence. The battles had meant bloodshed which I'm sure he hadn't really been ready for. Now we stood with a victory that seemed so dim it was sad and difficult to see anything after this. I was here with him because probably for the first and last time in our lives, Joshua and I had an understanding no one could touch. Tristan, when I woke up I was only partly aware of where I was. It was dark but I could still tell I was in the woods. The leaves on the trees rustled with the cool air. They blocked the sky but through the spaces I could see a scattering of stars. When I looked forward I saw a girl with short and wild dark hair using a branch to draw on the dirt. She looked up once she noticed my eyes were open and she smirked, quickly tossing the branch and dusting her hands. There he is. I tried to move but that's when I noticed that I was laying on something soft. Someone. I carefully got up and craned my neck to see Crystal fast asleep, her mouth slightly open as she snored softly. A smile immediately grew on my face. After being trapped in a prison with my own waste and just walls to stare out of while I festered in pain. Seeing Crystal, someone I thought I would never see again. It was a breath of fresh air. She's been out like a light for a while now. Megie spoke. Not the best soldier. She spoke with a roll of her eyes. I slowly lifted myself off of her, trying to be quiet and not wake her up. My body was still sore and throbbing, but I felt a sort of dull relief that was almost soothing. Whatever Megie and Roman had done must have helped. I turned and looked at Crystal, her hair out of her face revealing her soft but angular features. She looked as peaceful as you could, I suppose, sleeping on a tree. Her eyebrows seemed furrowed slightly as if something in her sleep might have been bothering her. I wanted to get up, but one look at my foot made me realize that I wasn't the same. That my capabilities and abilities had been partially severed. Megie caught me staring at the place where my left foot had been. If it makes you feel any better, you would have died instantly if they hadn't cut it off. She spoke. I swallowed hard, almost feeling like I was reliving the moment the spear had dug into my foot, the burning of the poison seeping into my blood. Doesn't make me feel better. I muttered. I should have killed Ornyx. I should have been more vicious. Just like him. You're alive anyway, so I'd throw in a prayer of gratitude if I were you, Alpha. Megie spoke sarcastically. I looked at Crystal, not believing that she was even here right now. I was so sure I would never see her again. In that room alone I was sure I was going to die slowly and painfully. I never got the whole mate thing. Megie spoke. I turned to look at her. She was watching Crystal almost wistfully. I adjusted my legs so that I was seated completely upright now, my back against the thick roots. You not believing in soulmates? Shocker. I muttered as I adjusted the jacket that had been covering me on Crystal. Haha. She suddenly became serious. I just meant with how we were always trained to believe we were meant for Ornyx and Shadowpack service. It's always been crazy to believe someone could be put there living meant for you. As in, what are the odds? I stared at Crystal, my heart swelling at the thought of her and me meeting the way we did. A Melrose and a Van Cleef. It seemed like a not too funny joke. Megie was right in a way. What are the odds? You look better. Crystal was finally up and walked up to me, kneeling to check my wounds. I had stayed up keeping watch after convincing Megie to get some rest as well. Now the sun shone bright in the sky, like the day was just as normal as any. I thought of how not so long ago we were all prisoners, but now we were in the middle of nowhere, but we were free and alive, and that was enough. I could tell Megie and Crystal felt the same way. Neither of us seemed to want to talk much. Trauma, I guess, but the relief was definitely evident. We rationed out some water. Crystal knelt next to me, insisting on helping to feed me. Roman still hadn't returned, and I could tell Crystal was worried even though she didn't voice it out. Probably worried about what I might think. But I guess seeing as to how Roman had helped us both escape, maybe I could try to overlook my intense dislike for the guy. Megie had gotten up saying she would check around the perimeter for him in case he was close by. That left Crystal and I. She snuggled next to me in silence. I could tell there was a lot on her mind that she wouldn't say right now. Same way I don't think I could ever talk about what had happened in that room. It's all over now. I whispered. I don't know why I was so sure, but I was. Wars were never this short, and given this was Ornyx, this easy. But something in me told me that we were safe. At least for now. And here in the middle of nowhere we could afford to have a false sense of security. I didn't want to think about what lay outside. Like how Crystal had mentioned she had come on this trip with Raphael, and an entire team, and now they were just missing. There would be carnage and collateral damage that I just wasn't ready to account for. Crystal's hand gently rubbed my chest. Do you wonder where we go from here? She finally spoke, her voice cutting through the silence in a gentle reality check. Well, the answer was obvious, wasn't it? We go home. I spoke. And Megie? And Roman? She asked. I didn't even want to comment on her faith that Roman was still out there alive somehow. They can't just waltz into Woodfell, Tristan. And even if you granted them special admittance, do you really think they'll ever be accepted? I was quiet for some time. No. My pack wouldn't want to hear anything about how I had gotten help from the very pack that had terrorized them. Where do werewolves go when they don't have a pack? Crystal continued. Do they live among the humans? Isn't a pack a werewolf's strength? I didn't have the energy to answer Crystal's questions because I knew they stemmed from something way deeper. I knew the answer wouldn't be simple. It would require strength and a change so radical it was bound to meet a lot of opposition. What would you have me do? I asked quietly. Crystal looked up at me. Now you care about my opinion? She asked playfully. I shrugged. I think you've earned it. She rolled her eyes but cracked a small smile. She then turned to look ahead, getting serious. I don't know. She admitted. What about you? I whispered, not realizing how scared I had been of the question until now. Where do you think you belong after all this? Crystal was quiet. Part of me knew why I needed to ask this question, even though the other part wanted it buried away. I finally had Crystal. Against all odds we had fought our way back to each other, and she was in my arms. It seemed crazy that I would even consider asking such a question. But if I knew anything, if I had learnt anything, it was that you didn't keep love caged. You didn't covet it or force it. You just let it be. There's something I need to tell you. Crystal finally spoke. About Bridget. My heart stopped. I didn't need her to say it. Not now. I begged gently. Even though I had severed the mind link when I had been captured, I could still feel her absence. Maybe it was an alpha thing or something to do with her bond. Not addressing the ache didn't make it hurt any less, but I was still determined to control it. I didn't want to break down. Not here. Not yet. My best friend gone, my mentor too. I just wanted to be here with Crystal and not think about all that. Crystal held onto my hand and pushed herself closer to me. Okay, was all she said, swallowing whatever else might have been trying to fight its way out. So we just sat in silence. Because after this, we'd be forced to address a reality neither of us were strong enough to face right now. 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐸 crystal 1 year later I learned to speak in silence. At least around Tristan. When he got too quiet, I knew it was time to get him to a place of isolation where he could sit in his grief without the whole world watching him. I could tell the pack wasn't the same, and though our losses had been minimal, it was still heavy. Tristan wanted Bridget's grave near his parents. He wanted Raphael's close by too, but Raphael's parents got the final say on that one, which he could respect. Everyone else got a dignified burial and Tristan made sure they were all honored. But I could see it in his eyes that that wasn't enough. He would always want to do more. Anything short of bringing them back would never be enough for him. The pack had gone back to normal. Or at least as normal as things could get. A year hadn't been enough for recovery. My family loomed on me 24/7, always watching, always careful, always holding on tightly in case I disappeared again. Chris would randomly stare at me like I was some ghost sometimes, and maybe that's because I felt like one from time to time. I thought about my mother constantly. She had never been found. Neither has Ornyx, which may have been a source of nightmares for me from time to time, but I knew it plagued Tristan. The first 2 months he didn't sleep much. I had to move into the manor. He wasn't the same Tristan, and only those of us close to him could truly see it. The rest of the world saw a stronger and more vigilant alpha. I saw a broken man who woke up in cold sweats and occasionally reached for a body part which wasn't there anymore. He would spend hours just staring at walls. Some nights I would even catch him talking to himself. I think the secret therapy helped a little. Joshua, Mikey, and I were the only ones who knew about it. Tristan had to be strong for everyone after all. Ornyx wasn't dead. He was still out there somewhere, and we all had to be ready in case he struck again, which I couldn't shake the feeling that he would. Joshua was right, Ornyx didn't give up easily. He was somewhere still plotting, I could feel it. Luckily Joshua, Mikey, and I weren't relenting on doing as much as we could to keep the search for him going. We couldn't fall into a false sense of comfort. The Shadow Pack hostages had been set free at Tristan's command, and given the option to either go far away and build a pack somewhere distant from Woodfell and the rest of the Union territories, or stay and be thoroughly vetted before being incorporated into Silvercrest. Of course that had been met with a lot of resistance. But as I said, Tristan was tougher now. He wasn't asking or tolerating nonsense. Both Silvercrest wolves and Shadow Pack were subject to the same punishments if they stepped out of line. I didn't know how to feel about this, but I knew that he believed this was the only way to ensure change, and I guess to some extent I did agree. It helped that Megie was playing ambassador to the Shadow Pack. It wasn't an easy transition. The Shadow Pack didn't trust her. And they definitely didn't trust us. I hadn't seen Roman since that night in the woods when he went out to throw off our scents. It had been almost a year and no one had heard anything about him. He could have run away, hidden. That's what I told myself, even though Tristan and everyone else simply looked at me like I was being delusional. But it made sense to me at least. It's not like he could come back to Woodfell. He was still the traitor. Still the man who tried to kill Tristan. He had run away. I repeated to myself. For his own safety. Falling into the role of Luna had surprised even me. I hadn't realized how fully I had embraced the title, and the pack had embraced me until one day when I was moving around town with May and Peter, and a lady had walked up to me to thank me. I hadn't realized then that that's how everyone saw me now. As the girl who brought back their alpha. That was enough for them to decide I was worth something. Maybe I should have been elated. But I just felt numb. Being Luna had never been something I aspired to. But Aunt Sarah told me not to take it for granted. To use it for good. And according to Kat, for the perks too. Well, I did both. When Tristan was having his episodes which the pack couldn't find out about, I stepped up. I learned as much as I could about leading the pack. I still didn't know how Tristan did it. I had barely just graduated high school. And all these people looked at me waiting for guidance and protection. It was daunting and nerve-wracking, but I tried my best. The AAP training helped too. I was getting more skillful, more confident. Joshua and Mikey were always by my side, which made it easier. An unspoken agreement had passed through all three of us which tied us more than a mind link ever could. We needed to protect Tristan while he protected everyone else. And that agreement created a bond that put us together for life. Tristan didn't like us seeing him weak. So of course the first few months had involved him pushing us away a lot. But none of us would go. Describing my relationship with Tristan felt like something I would need a new language to do. When he moved, I wanted to move. When he spoke, I fought to listen and find a way to understand. He reached out his hand and I was glad I was there to hold it. We selfishly wanted each other like time didn't have the chance to ever rob us of that ever again. I guess that was why I was surprised when he asked me the question from the woods again. Where do you think you belong after all this? We were taking a hike up one of the mountains. Tristan used a walking stick and a prosthetic foot which caused him some discomfort sometimes, but it made him feel normal, so I tried to ignore his winces from time to time. I turned around. I was carrying a picnic basket. I watched Tristan curiously. His hair was shorter. His face seemed to have aged significantly since last year, but he was still so beautiful in my eyes. Still the man I looked at and couldn't help but admire how brave and kind he always was. Is that a trick question? I asked playfully as I took his hand, interlocking it with mine. He didn't like it when he had to lean on me for support, so I had found ways to coax him into it. He leaned his face into mine slightly just to be closer. We had a council meeting in a couple of hours, but I had told Peter to stall for us. I could feel Tristan getting a little restless being in town, so I knew I had to get him away even for a few minutes. I just want to know. He spoke, giving me a small smile. Another thing he didn't do too often was smile. Which was sad, he really had the most beautiful smile. I looked around the Woodfell territory. Safe wasn't a word I liked to use anymore. Not after what had happened, but it was close enough. Here. Of course. I spoke. Right next to you. I couldn't tell or make sense of whether Tristan was asking it to get some sort of validation. It was him and me now. There was no doubt anymore. I thought he knew that. I like this spot. He spoke suddenly as he pulled away from me. We should sit. I nodded and took a blanket out of the basket, spreading it and then helping Tristan down. I began to take out the sandwiches Anita had packed for us. I could feel Tristan's eyes on me. When I looked up, I saw sadness in them and I began to panic. I thought he had been making progress. Sure, he fell into depression from time to time, but lately there had been more of a lightness in his step. The nightmares weren't nearly as common. He would never be him again, not with all he had lost, but he was getting better, or at least I thought he had been. I got you a diamond ring. He spoke suddenly. I looked at him in confusion. What? Psychosis was a side effect of trauma, according to Tristan's therapist. But he said it was mostly unlikely with the progress Tristan had made. Now I wasn't so sure. Oh yeah, he nodded, readjusting his legs. It's a crystal and diamond crescent-styled ring. Got it made just for you. Nana Francesca wanted us to get the most expensive one in the store, but I wanted something special. Just for you. And what's more special than crystal? He said the last part with a playful grin. I furrowed my brows and couldn't help but laugh. What on earth are you talking about? Tristan still smiled. He shifted and moved closer to me, taking my hands in his and looking into my eyes. I was going to propose, Crystal. I was taken aback. For a few seconds I was speechless. I opened my mouth expecting no sound to come out, but I was wrong. I was offended and it clearly showed. Tristan chuckled. What's so funny? I whined. Why did you change your mind? After the year Tristan and I had spent building our relationship, it came without a doubt to me that in the end it would always be us. Getting married seemed like nothing but a formality at this point. His hand moved to cup my cheek. I once told you I would always fight to make sure you had your options. There are no options. I told him. Not when it comes to us. He smiled. We've been through a lot. You've been through a lot, and Crystal, I didn't propose because something didn't feel right. Love is a lot of things, but there's one thing it's not, it's selfish. And I have to admit, I've been selfish with you. I wanted to speak up to immediately dispute that, but Tristan kept talking. Let me finish. He spoke. I know I love you without a doubt. And that love will only grow stronger. But with all we've been though, I have realized one other thing, because I love you, I can't hold on to you. My face dropped. What? I'm so glad you've come to see Woodfell as your home, and I hope you'll choose it as your home again one day, but I also know there's a bright future waiting for you. I know you've always wanted to go to college and do something with your life. And if I was the reason you never did any of that, never found yourself, I could never live with myself. And I know you want to see your father again. Take back some of that lost time. I thought about the calls I had wanted to make to my father. All the times I hesitated thinking of how I would even explain any of it. The werewolves, my mum. In a way it all felt so unfair. We had both been so absent from his life for so long. Wondering whether he had finally moved on just to plunge him into the craziness of the truth felt selfish. And to make it worse I thought of calling and saying, "Hey Dad, by the way I'm alive and now Luna of a pack of werewolves." How could I drop that on him over the phone? It felt like a face-to-face conversation and I couldn't leave Woodfell. Not just yet. Not while we were still dealing with the aftermath and Tristan. But what Tristan was saying. Was there a chance I could actually go back to him? Truly gain back some of that lost time? I looked at him. "Are you trying to get rid of me?" I teased. His features softened. "Never." He promised. I thought about it. Truly. Once upon a time that was the plan. To not spend another second in Woodfell after I graduated. But things had changed. "I can't leave you," I told Tristan earnestly. For the first time he had grown to lean on me. I was his crutch. The only person who could understand the wars that still played in his mind. "I know you won't be gone forever. I'll visit and you'll visit, but I know your mind, my beautiful Luna, and this isn't it for you. There's so much more waiting out there." I opened my mouth but closed it again. He was right. I had always had dreams and aspirations, and while Tristan would always be more than enough, I couldn't stomach the thought of never following them. I didn't even apply anywhere. I spoke. A mischievous glint twinkled in Tristan's eyes. He shrugged. "You underestimate how far an alpha's influence goes." I rose my brows. "Is that so?" He grinned. "Name a place. Anywhere. I'll make it happen." I looked at Tristan again, wondering if he was serious. He looked proud but also a little sad. "You found me once. You'll find me again." He spoke. "Fate's not done with us yet." I let out a breath. I scooted closer to Tristan and planted my lips on his. He slowly began to lie down. I climbed on top of him, straddling him. I looked into his green eyes, thinking of how they were the only thing I needed in this moment. "Are you sure about this?" I asked him. He smiled. A genuine smile. He reached over and swept some hair away from my face. "I'll be okay. You'll probably have to find a way to break the news to Mikey and Joshua though." I laughed. Even though I had severed my mind link with the twins, we only got that much closer. Go figure. We actually got something done off Tristan's list. "Thanks, Tristan," I whispered. "For everything." He stared at me with nothing but adoration in his eyes. "Thank you, Crystal. For even more." I leaned on his chest, listening to his heartbeat in sync with mine. 5 months later. Potatoes are vegetables, aren't they? That counts. Dad. I rolled my eyes but giggled as we stared at the menu in front of us. The McDonald's we sat at wasn't too packed, and it was only a 10-minute walk from NYU where I went and my dad taught. "We had pizza yesterday," I pointed out. "We really should make healthier food decisions." I mused. "There's lettuce in burgers." He spoke. I turned to look at him and he simply grinned. "Fine." I relented with a chuckle as we walked in. My dad had his arm around my shoulder. It was almost funny how much he insisted of always wanting to hold me. When I had shown up at home, Tristan by my side, he looked so close to fainting like he had seen a ghost. The explaining part didn't seem to matter as much as his relief. But of course the explaining did come in, and let's just say Tristan helped a lot with that. My dad seemed to take the truth in way more easily than I had been expecting. I guess at the point he had reached, any explanation, even werewolves existing, seemed logical enough. The part about my mum though, that definitely destroyed him. He grieved her being gone, accepted the deception eventually, and thankfully accepted me. It didn't matter to him. I was and always would be his daughter. "Why don't you get a seat in the back, I'll order," he offered. I nodded and turned around, scanning the place for the perfect booth. I spotted one by a window away from the door. Perfect. I was about to find my way there when I spotted a figure in a hoodie and a cap pulled low. He was wearing sunglasses, standing outside the restaurant. I turned and saw my dad still ordering. Quickly I made my way out the door following the person. But he wasn't there. He had disappeared into the moving people on the sidewalk. I deflated, so sure I was seeing ghosts now. When I turned around I gasped. He stood in front of me. His face still mostly covered, but I would recognize him anywhere. I reached out tentatively and took off his shades. Stormy gray eyes stared back at me. I let out a breath. "Rose, the end."